In ancient times of heroic rebellions, mortals dared to dream of divine power. People passionately longed to gain strength capable of cleaving the celestial firmament and shaking the foundations of the earth to its core. This legendary era was reverently called the Age of Heroes by descendants. Among countless valiant warriors, only one was favored by fate to bestow such transcendent might. This chosen one was Yopo Ponson, a man with the richest and most thrilling destiny. This unparalleled handsome man, whose perfect physique eclipsed the ancient gods, possessed a magnetic charm capable of conquering the heart of any beauty. However, even all his superhuman strength and boundless courage could not save the hero from defeat in the fateful final battle. But the true greatness of this saga lay not in triumphant victories. It told of a fearless warrior who with titanic bravery challenged death itself. Throughout his turbulent life until his last trembling breath, the great man fought against relentless fate. And then, when it seemed the end was inevitable, this very young warrior suddenly opened his eyes, hearing voices calling him by the name Tai Hen. No sooner had his eyelids parted than a deadly arrow flew straight at the hero's face. The warrior immediately jumped up, burning with indignation. Who dared to fire such a bold shot that reached their position? To the greatest astonishment of the valiant man, looking around, he did not recognize the place where he found himself. Moreover, the hero had no idea what he was doing in these unfamiliar lands. Suddenly, the cry of the loyal comrade So Ren, who was in complete bewilderment about Tae-hen's strange behavior, reached his ears. The devoted ally hurriedly approached the hero, deadly tired from worry, while Tae-hen himself was still doubting. Was it really the voice of that very So Ren? The warrior barely had time to rejoice at the presence of his faithful friend when someone's sharp gaze noticed the archers standing ahead, already preparing a new deadly volley. At that fateful moment, a whole storm of arrows rushed towards the two comrades. Naturally, the noble So Ren immediately rushed to the lord, trying to cover his body with his own. However, the young hero instantly pushed away his loyal friend, taking the entire blow upon himself. The warrior spun his hands with such inhuman strength that all the arrows reaching him shattered into splinters in an instant. Then Tae-hen grabbed his beloved spear and suddenly realized what was happening to him. Before closing his eyes, he remembered the past. How he knelt before a certain man who decided to betray him to execution, but revealed something important. Unfortunately, the hero could not recall who this mysterious man was. He only vaguely remembered that what happened to Wonyun was his doing, although even in this the warrior was not entirely sure. Now, when he opened his eyes again, So Ren was nearby, having come to save him. The more the hero listened to the sounds around, the more his head throbbed. Behind and ahead of them, thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands of people were piled up. This meant that the valiant man found himself in the midst of a grand battle. At this tense moment, the opponents recognized who the leader was, so the loyal So Ren decided to take the blow instead of the master, and the latter was supposed to immediately reunite with the team. However, Tae-hen did not heed the advice and recklessly rushed from his place to protect all comrades. As a result, the hero literally soared with his blade, cutting down enemies like miserable bugs. They retreated in horror, not understanding what was happening, while their comrades fell one after another with piercing screams. Still, seeing that only a single opponent attacked them, the enemies decided to try their luck and attack. And Tae-hen only provoked them to attack all at once, understanding that he would crush them all without even breaking a sweat. When he caught one of the young opponents, he began to beg for mercy. But in the end, his naive head shattered into pieces upon meeting the ground. Obviously, all the fighters on the hero's side froze, waiting for some reaction to such an astonishing display of power from the enemies. However, they were only filled with bold confidence. Their captain immediately let out a victorious cry. They believed that fate had heard them on the battlefield, and the enemy had already brought his head to them on a platter. The commander, with great pleasure, longed to cut off that head, so grabbing his spear, he twirled it to strike the enemy. But as a result, from just one movement of Tae-hen's spear, the enemy's head was split in two. Because of this, the dead man immediately fell to the ground, and all the living under his leadership simply froze, unable to find a single word to comment on what was happening. When the first of them came to, he immediately ordered an attack to avenge their leader. But now the warriors on the Lord's side rushed into battle, for after the death of the enemy leader, no one could lead the attack against them. They were sure that now they would definitely not lose, so they longed to exterminate every remaining enemy. The remaining deputy of the deceased commanded the fighters, begging them not to panic and to believe in their strength. But in the end, he very soon paid with his life for such overconfident words. After that, absolute chaos reigned on the battlefield. People were dying like flies, and someone noticed Tae-hen finishing off a couple of enemies, and they decided to at least kill him, since they were already doomed to perish. They rushed at the hero in a huge crowd, and So Ren could only shout for his comrade to retreat. But he was not one to be timid. He only gripped his spear more firmly, scattering the opponents to the right and left. In the end, very soon everyone was destroyed, and the comrades gathered around the captain, praising him for the excellent work, after which everyone decided to return home. And the young warrior still could not understand what exactly and what was happening was troubling him so much. He wanted to wake up, raise his soldiers, and meet Chosona again. Only then did the hero notice that his body did not obey him. He knew. Such things happen in moments of awakening, when it seems that everything was just a dream. But he did not want this dream to end. At that moment, the comrades noticed that Tae-hen had somehow turned excessively pale, and the next moment he had already fallen to the ground. Usually the hero always woke up from dying in a dream, so, waiting to wake up, he simply began to pray to the Almighty to grant him one more chance. The valiant man could not come to terms with the fact that life flows on its own course. Warriors come and go, leaving no traces behind. It turns out their existence was wasted. He hoped that at least the celestial firmament remembers the names of all the heroes who lived beneath it. But still the warrior understood. Nothing matters, for even the ever-flowing river will sooner or later run dry. At that moment in his vision, he saw his beloved Chosun, who was crying, pressing against his hand. The beauty apologized for a long time for leaving him, but swore that she would always be ready to wait. All she asked was for her beloved to still leave a mark in history. However, Tae-hyun was fully aware that he was incapable of anything. He had always been a fickle man who did not even know what he wanted. The hero liked to visit the wives of his subordinates and now had to suffocate from the injustice of this world. Literally, his story shows. If he values something, he must protect it. So Tae-hyun clearly understood. His demise was by no means an accident. He was born and lived with the opportunity to become famous, but he did not achieve it. His head was taken off by fate, which he could not avoid. But the hero hoped, if he got one more chance, he would be able to become a warrior who would protect this world. And this chance was given to him because he woke up again in the camp where his loyal friends had dragged him. His entire body was covered with a huge number of acupuncture needles, and the wounds were bandaged. However, Tae-hyun, looking at all these needles, had no idea what had happened to him and thought he was seeing another dream. The one who entered, So-ren, hastily explained that the comrade had taken several shots, which caused him to lose consciousness. A devoted friend was quite disappointed that Tae-hen overestimated himself and almost paid for it with his life. After that, he asked the guy to stop lying around and get up, since he was already in order. However, Tae-hyun, with loud cries of joy, rushed at So-ren. He was extremely happy to see him, so much that he almost fell down. The hero thought his comrade felt just as lonely without him. But at that moment the man was trying in every way to slightly push the hero away, because the needles that covered his body were literally about to poke his eye out. Somehow calming his friend, So-ren seated him to pull needles out of his body. He was indignant that due to a sudden mood change he almost deprived another person of sight. At that very moment, Tae-hen, thinking, remained silent. He realized, apparently, So-ren had carried him off that battlefield. But now it was not so important, because the comrade told him about a new job, just for a ladies' man in a house of courtesans. Naturally, Tae-hen got angry, reminding that he no longer engaged in such things. And So-ren was very surprised because last time the hero ran away, taking a lot of money with him. However, according to the warrior's own recollections, that happened no less than 10 years ago. Jumping up like a spring and immediately pressing his faithful friend to the wall with fierce strength, the hero decided to ask whether the garden was in the same place as 10 years ago. So-ren had no idea what his comrade was talking about and looked puzzled at the warrior's strange behavior. Gradually, the valiant man's mind began to form a picture of what was happening, causing his whole body to tremble with a slight shiver from fear. Loyal, So-ren thought that perhaps he had incorrectly placed a needle or missed one, since his friend had turned so pale and was in such a strange state. At that tense moment, the hero, throwing a blanket over himself, immediately went outside to see where they were. The faithful comrades were already waiting for him outside, good-naturedly laughing at the gentleman who had fallen from his feet from a couple of pathetic arrows and sincerely asking about his well-being. The comrades also warned that although he felt better now, the poison that had entered his blood could start its harmful effect again. Therefore, the warrior should not overexert himself and waste his strength in vain. Naturally, no one had any idea why these people needed to shoot sleeping arrows at all, so everyone just mocked the enemies, considering them pathetic and foolish. At this fateful moment, gazing at familiar faces, Tae-hen understood with crystal clarity that these people had long been dead, which meant he had truly traveled to the past. The valiant man could no longer hold back tears of joy, rejoicing that all this was not a bad dream, and the heavens had truly heard his fervent prayers. The comrades were extremely surprised to see that the poison acted differently than expected. They could not explain why Tae-hen was now uncontrollably sobbing from overwhelming emotions. However, the hero with the strongest embrace lunged at all the standing people to hug them with such force that their bones cracked. The warriors only confirmed Tae-hen was clearly still unwell, so additional treatment would definitely not hurt him. So Ren simply stood with his mouth agape, watching as the hero attacked his comrades and hugged them until their bones cracked, sobbing with all his might and thanking the gods for all that exists, for there could be no better gift for him. Soon the warrior was already clad in armor and saddled his faithful steed, carefully counting the number of squads. Naturally, no one had any idea why they were standing fully armed like this near the camp. And even the wise So-Ren was puzzled. Therefore, everyone understood. Tae-hen had radically changed since he got back on his feet. At least outwardly, the hero looked extremely vigorous and sane, but he performed very strange actions, so no one could understand why So-Ren remained so calm and unshakable. Even before their gathering, Tae-hen loudly declared to his comrades that this time they could keep all the loot for themselves. Naturally, no one argued, but it was already extremely hard to believe in such generosity. The hero intended to finally give them what rightfully belonged to the valiant warriors, whereas before he had taken everything into his treasury, but now he decided to generously share the riches. Then Tae-hen explained that they were advancing against new enemies almost blindly, having practically no reliable information. Although he had a carefully thought-out plan, the warrior had to properly reward the fighters for their loyalty and courage. Words about some plans sounded even more astonishing coming from a hero who previously could only categorically deny such strategic designs. But the loyal So-Ren preferred not to doubt his captain, although everyone else was still quite worried that their master was simply delirious. After all, the warrior could not be sincere with them. Perhaps he decided to motivate them with sweet words, and then take all the money to once again visit brothels and revelries. To distract these empty-headed from idle chatter, So-Ren asked to be given a blade. After that, he looked high at the mountain and carefully aimed to throw it with maximum accuracy. When the devoted warrior threw this blade, he even for a moment lost his human form. With such a fierce, beastly snarl, he made this deadly throw. And the most astonishing thing is that the blade still found its target, hitting the fat man who was cowardly hiding upstairs. After that, a piercing scream of agony erupted, and So-Ren with a stern face reported that indeed treacherous enemies were hiding there. Following this discovery, the hero announced to all the fighters that a vile ambush had been set for them. He ordered everyone to immediately take up arms, prepare for a fierce battle, and swiftly climb the hill. Finally, all the warriors realized why they had such a dreadful premonition, and hurried to reach their goal and fight the vile enemies. At that very moment, the captain of those who were lying in ambush furiously resented his worthless subordinates. He began kicking the corpse of the dead man, not understanding how he dared to die with such a thunderous noise, and ordered everyone to prepare for a decisive battle. Initially, the treacherous leader hoped that everything would go smoothly as if they were cutting defenseless sheep, but it seems he was terribly mistaken in his calculations. Therefore, now he and his subordinates had to do everything possible to win this unexpected fight. At the very least, they decided to start by descending from the mountain and accepting the battle on even ground. Finally, the bandit Adaman only reminded his people that they were here for immeasurable riches, for glorious victories. They were not some pathetic soldiers. They were free bandits, so no one dared to rob them or obstruct their robbery. The chief was absolutely sure that he would not allow anyone, no ugly upstarts, to insult them with such daring attacks and interfere with their enterprise. But at that fateful moment, with one mighty leap, Tae-hen was already on their mountain and demanded to be told where the miserable leader of these despicable jackals was. Only then, when death became inevitable and breathed down their necks, did everyone realize what a merciless monster had come to them. The hero, with a single crushing blow, knocked down and shattered the mountain on which these worthless fighters stood, causing the deepest cracks to inevitably run through it. His subordinates, waiting below, could not believe that their lord possessed such monstrous strength. He truly wielded unimaginable power capable of crushing mountains. But, seeing the massive mountain cracking, everyone immediately decided to run away at once, for it was clearly not in their plans for any of them to suffer from a landslide or be buried under stone boulders. And now finally Tae-hen's words about having some cunning plan took on completely new colors. Therefore, the wise So-Ren immediately ordered his comrades to stop panicking and stay in their places, fully trusting their brilliant captain. At about this moment, the events moved to the majestic castle Pyeongchu-son. There, 2 guards were serving their tedious shift. But since nothing interesting was happening on the horizon, one of them even fell asleep standing while the other barely stayed on his feet with his last strength. But suddenly, both men heard a deafening explosion near their positions. In the distance, they saw that this powerful explosion came from the neighboring mountain. It looked as if a grand landslide or earthquake had occurred there. But since they did not know for sure, the guards immediately went to the palace to report this extraordinary incident to their lord. Soon the events moved to the garden of Pyeongchu Castle, where Tae-hen appeared before the venerable elder to report what had happened, and to apologize for the deafening noise they had recently caused. The hero also made it clear that the whole matter was due to brazen bandits who had set an ambush. Naturally, the nobleman asked the valiant warrior not to apologize, and was even sincerely grateful that he had so decisively dealt with those despicable bandits who had long terrorized the district. After that, the venerable elder invited the entire company to enter the courtyard of Pyeongchu Castle. Thus, the lord learned that Tae-hen had brought there some heavy carts of very mysterious origin. The hero hastened to explain that this was their lawful loot captured in an honest fight. And when the warrior removed one of the covers, the astonished elder saw a truly enormous amount of sparkling gold lying in these massive carts. The hero generously handed over these immeasurable riches to the venerable elder. Naturally, neither the lord himself nor his faithful assistant could believe that all these precious treasures Tae-hen was really giving to them free of charge. Therefore, when the valiant young man was about to leave and take a little walk in the garden, they fearfully asked him to wait a little. Very soon, the helpful assistant began to whisper something hotly into the old man's ear, while Tae-hen stood still and patiently awaited the verdict of these two worthy men. It is unknown what they decided, but by evening the whole company secluded themselves in their huge house. All the warriors praised their wise captain, who did not lie when he said he had a flawless plan. The comrades exalted the hero for the spectacular sight and how he crushed his enemies, not even allowing them to move. It was clear. The venerable old man was speechless, as he understood that due to the perfect execution of the hunt, they would have to part with part of their wealth as gratitude to the warriors. At this jubilant moment, the warriors asked to bring more excellent drinks, while one young man among them asked his friends to eat more hearty food first, and only then think about alcohol and festivities. At that very time, only So-ren was not having fun or drinking, pondering what important thing his mentor had not shared with the hero. The devoted friend could not distract himself from these troubling thoughts. Shortly before the feast, the teacher took him aside, and there the teacher learned from him that the valiant Tae-hen had been hit by several poisoned arrows. However, the hero had already fully recovered, and there was no particular reason to worry. The owner of the garden felt considerable happiness, and at the same time excitement, so he decided to find out the details about the precious gold they had brought. Faithful So-ren was already quick to remind that they had not appropriated the wealth for themselves but generously gifted it. Moreover, Tae-hen no longer visited the courtesans' houses, which seemed truly amazing. However, the wise mentor himself for some reason did not resent this. He knew that sooner or later such a change had to happen. But the young man changed so radically that the teacher could not help but worry and ponder the reasons for such drastic changes. Previously, the valiant warrior always resorted to rough violence and was immensely eager to accumulate wealth. Now he had become a completely different person, sometimes laughing together with all the comrades, sometimes withdrawing into himself and remaining silent. Others had a strong feeling that the hero was hiding something important from them. That is why the mentor hoped that the devoted So-ren was not involved in these mysterious changes. Naturally, the loyal friend tried to explain that the teacher should not slander them just because he found Tae-hen's behavior suspicious. After all, the honorable man had no solid evidence. So-ren also made it clear that if something about the mentor did not suit him, he would immediately leave and never return to these places. Naturally, the garden owner fervently asked the student to give him a chance to explain and dispel all suspicions. At that lively moment, one of So-ren's friends ran up, placing a huge barrel of excellent alcohol directly on the massive table. Following him, another comrade arrived, carrying a literally gigantic piece of the freshest meat, hot from the fire. Everyone immediately took their seats at the tables and promptly began pouring strong alcohol and generously distributing appetizing treats. At this solemn moment, Tae-hen rose from the table and raised the first sacred toast to his fallen comrades. Without their heroic sacrifice, they would never have managed this most difficult battle. So the hero believed that all present simply had to honor their memory with the first shot. As everyone knows, comrades who died in battle showed their unwavering valor and steadfast character, not even fearing the face of inevitable death. After that, the valiant warrior ordered those gathered to take the surviving equipment of the fallen heroes and use it as they saw fit. After all, this gear could be very useful to some of them. They had to extract the maximum benefit from it. Of course, this might have seemed like a too calculating and pragmatic decision, but the hero believed it was a great opportunity to preserve what was valuable to them. Tae-hen did not change so radically for nothing. Now he thought more about cunning plans and military tactics, for only they could give him confidence on the battlefield. This precious opportunity was a chance to atone for his past sins, and the valiant man could not miss it. After that, the hero filled his cup with strong alcohol and pronounced the following inspiring toast: "To those who returned alive and unharmed." He passionately wished that those who dared to go to war against them would know perfectly well his warriors would never abandon each other in trouble, and Tae-hen himself would definitely send all the insolent offenders to the afterlife without the slightest regret. After that, everyone began to have unrestrained fun, humming something melodic to themselves and rejoicing in life, praising their wise captain Tae-hen. Thus it finally became obvious. The young man really returned to the past and once again led these devoted people. Late at night they finished feasting, but one of the fighters noticed that So-ren still did not go to sleep. The faithful friend stood alone on the balcony, and it was unclear why. When everyone was having fun, and even Tae-hen himself was in a great mood, he was as gloomy as a thundercloud. So-ren calmly explained that he was slightly nervous, and there was no other reason for his gloominess. However, another comrade who approached noticed that both he and Tae-hen had changed very much recently. It seemed quite strange and inexplicable to him, but the warrior was absolutely sure that all the worries So-ren harbored were completely groundless, and most likely they were connected with that stubborn old man, his mentor. The comrades thought that the faithful friend just needed to relax, and for that, he should drink some good wine. Moreover, as everyone knows, even the fastest deer are easy to catch when the hunter is smart and cunning. So wise, So-ren will be able to handle anything. At that moment, because of this complicated proverb, 3 comrades began to argue heatedly among themselves, thinking that their friend had clearly drunk too much since he raised such a philosophical topic. Therefore, the debater had to patiently explain that the proverb correctly means the following: if a person is smart and cunning enough, he can accomplish anything. So-ren, hearing their amusing disputes, barely restrained a smile, asking his comrades to stop the idle chatter and finally go rest. However, the friends had already good-naturedly pounced on their comrade, starting to pinch and laugh at him, because the argument initially arose precisely because they sincerely worried about him and his strange mood. Early in the morning, while all the warriors were still sound asleep after yesterday's feast, Tae-hen, despite the amount of alcohol consumed, was already alert and diligently training with his favorite weapon. With closed eyes, the hero felt when a small yellowish leaf flew past him and perfectly sliced it in half with one precise movement. After that, the warrior gripped his faithful blade tighter and began practicing all sorts of complex swings and techniques on the tree standing ahead, which had grown here since time immemorial and had seen many generations of warriors. When the comrades approached him from behind, they were quite surprised. Tae-hen, who drank for 5 yesterday, was fresh as a young cucumber today. Moreover, the comrades praised the hero for handling the formidable weapon so skillfully and virtuously. But Tae-hen himself was well aware that true mastery was still very far away. At the very least, the warrior needed to master 3 more different types of weapons, but he had no idea where to get such equipment. But at that tense moment, a warrior ran up to the hero with an urgent report. With loud cries, he begged the lord to immediately go to the barracks. The guard had entered there and expelled someone. The matter concerned the loyal So-ren, so the messenger ran to report the entire incident to the lord. And although Tae-hen had no idea what exactly had happened, he was already ready to kill all those vile degenerates for his faithful friend. When the valiant warrior arrived at the place, he was met by the very venerable old garden owner, who politely thanked Tae-hen for coming so quickly and offered him to sit down. The hero politely declined the offer. It was obvious from his face that they had matters far more important than social conversations. But the wise old man gestured to stop him, asking not to rush to conclusions. After that, the venerable man pointed to 2 brutally beaten people who had boldly insulted the owner of the garden and caused him considerable trouble. Naturally, the elder understood everything perfectly. These insolent ones were under the hero's command, but that meant the valiant warrior had to take responsibility for their unworthy behavior. Therefore, the mentor had no idea how Tae-hen's subordinates could have allowed such outrageous conduct. He also sternly scolded the hero who, in his opinion, had lost the remnants of his warrior dignity. However, Tae-hen rightly believed that the wise teacher had called him here clearly not to reprimand and reproach him. Therefore, deciding to get to the heart of the matter, the garden owner decided to find out if the young man knew the sworn enemy Wonyun, who constantly annoyed them and created obstacles. This was exactly the important task concerning this dangerous adversary. Tae-hen needed to personally deliver something to him. The whole matter was that rumors about the incredible skill of a certain young warrior spread with astonishing speed. The young man skillfully and virtuously handled the bow. It was said that the soldiers sent by Wonyun to recruit him were mercilessly killed by him on the spot, and the wise teacher thought it would be simply wonderful if this talented youth turned out to be on their side and fought against common enemies. In the end, Tae-hen quickly understood the true essence of the mission. The main goal was by no means just to deliver a letter. However, the wise teacher asked the hero not to worry unnecessarily. If he succeeded in this delicate mission, a good reward awaited him. And after these encouraging words, the valiant man promised to set out on the dangerous journey tomorrow. Therefore, he asked to prepare hardy horses and all necessary equipment in advance. And the next clear morning, as planned, they had already set off and were swiftly galloping among picturesque mountains. The helpers taken with them quickly realized that this time, it seemed, they would not have to deal with insolent bandits. Tae-hen had to repeat this constantly, as his comrades could not believe that their honorable task was as peaceful as that of ordinary couriers. Soon one of the warriors realized that they seemed to be already on enemy familiar territory. Tae-hen was pondering how much noise the soldiers behind them had made, and wondered if he could successfully recruit this mysterious person. Therefore, he hurried to explain to his loyal friends that the soldiers sent by Laoyan were mercilessly killed by this young man. Therefore, the valiant captain was eager to find out whether he would succeed himself or face the same sad fate, and his comrades were extremely surprised that Tae-hen actually doubted the success of the mission. Previously, the hero was completely different. As soon as he tried to get into a fight, he immediately did it without unnecessary thoughts and hesitation. At this tense moment, a small cavalry was already rushing towards them, having noticed suspicious strangers on their territory. Therefore, immediately, one of the enemy horsemen broke from the ranks to finish off these 3 daring peace violators. Only then did one of the companions realize that his partner definitely should not approach strangers with a weapon. However, the confident rider believed that dealing with this trio would be a piece of cake. So, spurring his steed towards them, he immediately ordered the despicable bastards on his territory to hand over all valuables if they did not want to die ingloriously right now. Only then did the brazen robber notice that the people he had decided to attack so boldly were not defenseless simpletons but experienced warriors. At that fateful moment, while Tae-hen's horse galloped swiftly forward, it seemed that even under the hooves of his faithful steed some sinister demonic sparks appeared. Many observers considered the hero simply a madman who decided to take on an entire enemy company completely alone. But from the enemy's facial expression alone, it was clear that something was definitely wrong with this mysterious warrior. Therefore, the enemy rider recklessly ordered his friends to retreat immediately. But the companions did not understand why he suddenly made such drastic changes in plans. Sometimes he wanted to finish off these daring strangers. Sometimes he ordered to flee hastily. As it turned out, the experienced man was precisely worried that this mysterious guy was completely at odds with his own mind and capable of unpredictable actions, which is why the bandit wanted to get away from such a dangerous opponent as soon as possible. However, due to senseless quarrels and disputes, the enemies did not manage to escape. Therefore, the valiant hero reached them on his faithful steed and with one crushing swing of his blade took the lives of many scoundrels. Tae-hen did not even suspect that at this tense moment, from a nearby elevation, the very enemy of Laoyan, the skillful archer, was watching him closely. Therefore, having waited for the right moment, the mysterious archer reached for his arrows to load the deadly bow. At the same time, the hero's loyal comrades galloped up, amazed that such a miserable rabble had stood against them, and with such reckless bravery. Moreover, the warriors saw no particular point in attacking these poor fellows, considering that the scoundrels did not even have anything to rob. The valiant comrades did not notice that at that moment their friend was in mortal danger. He himself was only analyzing the surrounding area, feeling with his warrior's instinct that no one else was nearby. When the deadly arrow was already almost at his head, the hero managed to react lightning fast and catch it right in midair. Only then did the valiant warrior realize what terrible danger he had been in all this time. And Tae-hen turned toward the trajectory of that treacherous arrow, and finally saw the nearest elevation. He understood that the mysterious archer was definitely located there. But at that moment, 2 more deadly arrows flew straight into his face. The hero easily dodged both, but seeing the incredible accuracy with which these arrows flew, it became absolutely clear it was definitely the same person who so skillfully wielded the bow. This mysterious guy turned out to be even more talented than Tae-hen had originally assumed. Therefore, the archer was definitely worth all the risks to recruit him and win him over to their side. The mysterious youth himself could not believe that he had actually missed. Believing that these barbarians managed to dodge his flawless shots was even harder, although perhaps the strangers were just incredibly lucky. In any case, Laoyan's enemy had to immediately destroy these daring strangers. But, unfortunately, by that moment the archer had completely lost sight of them, and he had some kind of extremely bad and disturbing premonition. But suddenly on the ground, the skilled shooter saw the rapidly approaching blast wave. With each second, it stretched closer and closer to his position, creating the sensation as if the deepest cracks were running across the ground. Then the alarmed young man realized. This trio decided to go straight at him, and he didn't even have time for a prudent retreat. After all, they would reach him much faster than he could escape. Therefore, it became completely obvious that the archer would have to accept this unequal fight. He immediately prepared to make several shots from close range. But in that fateful moment, piercing the ground and crashing into the mountain cliff, the hero's mighty spear flew, breaking through the massive rock completely. The young man could only gape in admiration, unable to believe that even one person could possess such insane power. Because the archer got worried and trembled, he could no longer aim properly, although he tried in every way to maintain combat concentration. In an inexplicable way, but thanks to just a second of hesitation, Tae-hen on his faithful horse had already arrived and spectacularly landed next to the opponent. At that moment, while someone had not yet dismounted from the warhorse, a desperate young man tried to shoot the hero's head, using as many as 3 arrows at once. But Tae-hyun hurried to explain that the guy had run into an opponent who would not be easy to hit. Moreover, the valiant warrior knew perfectly well that any archer is very easy to defeat in close combat, no matter what talents he possessed. For this reason, the hero fired the crossbow not at the archer, but at the place where his previous weapon was stuck. This became the last moment when the unfortunate young man felt solid ground beneath his feet. After all, the earth cracked with the deepest fissures, and in the end, the entire cliff collapsed beneath his feet. Only when falling from an unreal height did Lao Yun's enemy realize that this mysterious stranger had clearly managed to defeat him unconditionally. After which the skilled archer landed on the ground with a deafening crash and lost consciousness. When the unfortunate guy woke up, he heard muffled conversations of those deciding how best to deal with him. So Ren categorically refused to drag him, as he was not a porter. Therefore, the magnanimous Tae-hen decided to allow his friends to rest properly, while he himself carried the mysterious guy's body. Although So-ren had no idea why they even needed this body, they could quite well have left the prisoner here in the mountains. So Tae-hen had to patiently explain once again to these 2 clueless idiots that this very person was the true target of their responsible mission, to win the talented guy over to their side. By this time, the whole trio saw that the prisoner had finally awakened and opened his eyes, so the comrades decided to kindly ask how he felt, and if anything hurt him. The very first thing the shocked youth said was to fearfully ask these monstrous creatures what evil they were plotting against him. Obviously, the loyal assistants were immediately enraged that their prisoner dared to call them so boldly. Therefore, the archer fearfully asked the warriors to stop and not do anything to him that could be fatal. Tae-hen simply good-naturedly laughed at this foolish guy who allowed himself such insolent address. Apparently, the youth felt very great and significant, having honed his archery skills to perfection. Precisely because of his imaginary superiority, he turned the noble art of shooting into an empty sound. To the hero, he was just a silly boy and nothing more. So all Tae-hen could do was mock him, while the proud guy was indignant. He thought the enemies clearly did not understand how many people he had killed wielding his formidable bow. But for the wise Tae-hen, this was not a sign of true strength. If the archer could kill anyone, it was only pathetic and weak people. Also, the hero knew perfectly well that the targets of this boy were innocent people, whom he mercilessly destroyed only because they were supposedly his enemies. But this is exactly what the young man called bravery, and continued to be proud of himself. Tae-hen could not believe that having such an outstanding talent, all the archer did was ordinary robbery. And most importantly, he was not even ashamed. He sincerely took pride in his shameful deeds. The embarrassed young man himself was very surprised, not understanding what nonsense this man was talking about, since he did not understand his difficult fate at all. The prisoner explained that he simply had nowhere to sleep, and he had no food at all. Even if the archer started working honestly, he still would not have succeeded in such a desperate situation. After all, even becoming a simple soldier was completely beyond his capabilities. Tae-hen laughed at the fact that this boy so passionately wanted to become a soldier. Therefore, the hero reminded him that soldiers are people who come to the homes of ordinary people, ask to be fed and put to bed, and then go to hundreds of such homes, fully knowing that in the end they face inevitable death. If soldiers had a choice, they would also never choose such a hard fate for themselves. But since the young man dreamed of it so much, he could go on a campaign with them. After that, Tae-hen lifted the massive horse with his bare hand, which had been lying on top of the crushed young man all this time, and smiled slyly, giving the prisoner a chance to fully feel what he so strongly dreamed of. And the stunned one froze in fear, watching the inhuman strength of the man before him, while So-ren only sighed discontentedly. The right hand was amazed at how eloquently Tae-hen was speaking, while the left hand thought. This was the true strength of their leader. However, Soren felt that even for Tae-hen, kidnapping a person was clearly too much. At that moment, throwing the heavy horse aside, the hero asked the boy not to worry anymore, that until now he had only wasted his precious life. Tae-hen would be able to take care of the talented archer and give him a new bright hope. Then the prisoner realized. It seemed that Tae-hen and the other bandits were somehow fundamentally different from each other. And the valiant hero was glad that the young man asked about this, for this question marked the beginning of a serious conversation between people who had nothing left to lose in this rotten world. Tae-hen hurried to explain that they fought against real villains and scoundrels. They simply had no time for childish amusements and games. So for the confused lad, this was truly the last chance to join the forces of good and justice. At this fateful moment, the archer remembered his beloved bow. Earlier, he also wanted to use his deadly weapon and outstanding talent for something more meaningful and important in this life. Soon the entire company reached the nearest large city to stop there and spend the night properly. The valiant hero walked among a huge number of diverse people, pondering further plans. Moreover, he was very furious, and all because he arrived as quickly as he could to report the successful outcome of the mission. However, the official to whom the warrior reported behaved as if he were the most distinguished person in the entire city. Tae-hen was quite angered by such arrogant behavior, but he tried to distract himself with thoughts that he would soon return home and make his novices train properly. However, at that moment, the young man's whole body was pierced by a shiver. He heard a very familiar melody sounding right behind his back. And when the hero turned around, he saw a beautiful girl who was humming that very song to herself. It was this melody that the warrior missed very much. He honestly approached the beauty and confessed that he never thought he would hear this song in such distant lands. Therefore, the hero assumed that the girl was from Hayden, where such songs are quite common. Obviously, the beauty was quite frightened, as she thought that some impudent man with unclean intentions had approached her. Therefore, Tae-hen hastily explained that he himself was from Hayden and was by no means some weirdo who decided to bother her. In the end, the beauty calmly explained that she was indeed originally from Hayden. To be more specific, she was born in Taewon. And Tae-hen, with an awkward smile, decided to find out why the girl was here completely alone at such a late hour. Then the beauty showed him the flag under which she had been sitting all this time. However, no matter how much the young man stared at the intricate hieroglyphs, he could not make out anything because he was completely illiterate. The girl laughed at the fact that Tae-hen did not even know such basic things. However, the hero saw nothing shameful in this since he was a commander, and a commander did not necessarily have to know how to read and write. But the beauty only laughed even harder at his words. She understood. Surely Tae-hen was a very confident person, since he commanded people without knowing the basics. The girl had no idea how he could keep everything under control if he was not even able to read a message on his own. And Tae-hen was slightly puzzled that the beauty thought that if he did not know literacy, he could not do anything worthwhile. Then the wise maiden suggested that he learn to read and write. In the books she studied, it was said that a true person has will and diligence, poetry, calligraphy, ethics, and that ancient writings contain numerous knowledge that form the foundation for personal development. All of the above helps in creating and shaping one's own opinion. To find meaning in life, reasons and excuses are not needed. Tae-hen was extremely surprised that the girl turned out to be so educated and smart. But since they decided to have a serious conversation, the hero decided to ask one more important question. This question concerned the person he served. He was no longer a man or a woman, but only waiting his turn to gain even more wealth and power. Even from such a vague explanation, the smart girl understood that it was about Governor Cho Gon-yan. Naturally, Tae-hen was quite surprised that she was well informed about all this. However, the beauty only laughed loudly, reminding the hero that she herself lived in Hayden, and it would be surprising if she understood nothing. The man continued his story. Among the governor's close associates were people who became eunuchs and held high positions. Hence, the winged phrase 10 eunuchs even appeared. And the beauty immediately understood which of these eunuchs Tae-hen was specifically talking about. It seemed to be Cho Junan. Meanwhile, the young man himself could not understand how she figured it all out so quickly. It turned out that Kansok had long maintained close ties with the governor, and Chan Yang is a person who wouldn't even notice that the governor is not meeting with him. But in the end, it was Cho Jun who was the deputy. And the girl assumed that the reason they sacrificed their fortune was probably connected to a famous scholar who opposed the order of the 10 eunuchs. This sage almost managed to undermine their political power, but he was slandered and exiled to one of the northern countries. Later, his name was almost erased from people's memory. Obviously, even this did not help the order to finally calm down, so it seems they intended to kill the scholar. Such a decision was quite logical. After all, When a protesting person died in a distant land, no one was left to tarnish the glorious name of the governor. Tae-hen still had a question. Why was Cho-jun the main one and not Kan-sok? According to the beauty, the difference was only that if a eunuch was plotting something, he made a little hole through which he would watch everything with a satisfied expression, like a real cunning raccoon. Tae-hen was sincerely amazed by her explanations, as he thought the beauty was too young. But she turned out to be wiser than most teachers. The hero wanted to know her name, but unfortunately, that was the only thing she could not tell a stranger. Tae-hen admired the girl, struck by how insanely similar she was to his beloved. So much so that his breath caught from excitement. At that moment, the beauty noticed his intense gaze and thought that the guy was somehow feeling unwell. However, everything was completely the opposite. Therefore, rising from his seat, the hero suggested somehow repaying the girl for her kindness. But unfortunately, he had nothing material, but he promised that they would definitely meet again if fate so decided. Then he would repay his teacher. The girl herself politely bowed in response, for she was very grateful to the young man for the time he spent with her. After that, she watched him with a careful gaze, waiting until his silhouette disappeared in the distance. The beauty did not know that all this time some scoundrels were watching her closely from around the corner. As expected, these two were going to grab her. They waited for early morning when there were no people left on the street and began dragging her along. One of them did not understand why they wanted to use such a child, but his scoundrel friend only laughed maliciously, explaining to his comrade that in their times old men with lots of money spend every night precisely with such young beauties. This is not surprising, because even when you sleep with such a beauty, you can still feel young in old age. And for this, she was the most suitable option. Therefore the scoundrels grabbed her tighter so that she could no longer scream or call for help. They were already dreaming about how in a couple of years her price would rise, when suddenly the beauty sank her teeth into the hand of the scoundrel who was holding her. After that she loudly protested, demanding that those two immediately let her go. The same ones were extremely outraged at this crazy girl. She was warned that if she didn't calm down, they would pull out a couple of her teeth as a lesson. But at that moment, one of the thugs heard someone approaching them, so he hurried to warn the stranger that if he didn't leave, he would say goodbye to life. But not a moment passed after his insolent words when a powerful explosion occurred right where all four were standing. It was the power of the hero, who with one blow killed one man and left another in shock, wondering who this guy was to dare behave like that. He believed that the warrior clearly did not understand whom he had raised his hand against, and reminded him that this young man would die for interfering in other people's affairs. However, Tae-hen grabbed him by the garment covering his head. Then, preventing him from escaping, raised his palm for another crushing blow. The hero continued mercilessly beating the opponent, no matter how much he screamed, groaned, or begged for mercy. And the rescued beauty could only stand with her mouth open in shock, at the same time rejoicing that someone had managed to save her. After that, she ran up to the hero in fear and thanked him for saving her. However, Tae-hen suggested considering it only as gratitude for her help yesterday. The girl herself was amazed that the gentleman appeared just in time, like some hero from fairy tales. She wanted to at least learn the name of her benefactor so she could find him and repay his kindness. Tae-hen calmly introduced himself as Yopo Pon-son, originally from Owan. He also warned that if the girl wished to thank him, she could sing a song for him. He really liked the melody she was humming yesterday. Gently stroking the girl's head, Tae-hen asked the beauty to sing him this song if they happened to meet again. The girl immediately grabbed her benefactor's hand, promising that she would eagerly await their next meeting to fulfill her promise. And the hero only asked the little one to be careful and not get sick. At that moment, the trio of subordinates noticed that the hero was spending time with a very young girl. They hurried to convince themselves that although Tae-hen was not perfect, he was definitely not one of those scoundrels who could allow himself anything inappropriate towards her. In the end, So-ren and their new archer stood in amazement, watching the two of them while their comrade went to fetch the horses. Very soon they found themselves back on the courtyard grounds, where the teachers thanked the hero for making such a long journey. They noted that he had once again handled his task without mistakes, as always doing everything excellently, from stopping the theft to completing all assignments. Although Tae-hen insisted that it was his duty, the old man still believed that the young man deserved his reward. When the hero bowed gratefully to the old man, he invited him to come closer. After that, the lord addressed the elders to find out what reward the warrior had earned for his deeds. The teacher believed that for all the tasks entrusted to Tae-hen, as well as for his numerous combat merits, the Tanye would be an appropriate reward. As is known, this is the sacred banner of the guardians of the demigods and sages, a symbol of a cunning animal whose goal is the extermination of evil. He who held the flag with the image of this beast received honor and respect for this privilege regardless of his status and rank. Many did not understand how Tai Hen could be granted such an honor. After all, they considered him someone who hides his plundered treasures, and therefore malicious tongues tried to convey to the ruler that the warrior's merits were overrated. However, the old man quickly rose from his seat and struck the table roughly, calling everyone to silence. He immediately ordered to reward Tai Hen Tanya, and also asked that the guy treat his friends with meat and drinks. If anyone was against his decision, they had to oppose him personally. Tai Hen had no idea why this old man was standing up for him, considering that in the past he really was quite a scoundrel. However, the Lord believed that there had never been a warrior before who could achieve such successes as the hero. And if others felt injustice, they should go and try to accomplish at least one of his feats. He promised that if they managed to achieve the same as Tai Hen did, they would receive the corresponding reward. After that, he drove all the brats away. Of course, in the end, the Lord was slightly indignant, but asked the teacher to do everything as agreed, and promised to duly reward such a useful warrior as Tai Hen. However, they noticed that despite everyone already leaving, the hero still did not move from his place. He had a conversation with the teacher, and the mentor, reading the hero's face perfectly, understood that apparently it was difficult for him to express what was troubling him. He hurried to explain to the warrior that since his last mission he had changed a lot. Earlier, when the hero received awards, he was more cheerful. But it turned out that the thing was that instead of the assigned reward, he wanted to be entrusted with another task. The whole point was that this reward could not be eaten, nor could it be used as a weapon. And if he just runs around with this flag back and forth, it will become just an extra burden for him. And besides, they might think something bad upon seeing him with that flag. Therefore, he believed it would be much better if they gave him treasures or weapons instead of it. Obviously, the teacher was quite angry at the foolishness of his student. All that was left for the old man was to hope that Tai Hen said such nonsense without knowing what this reward really was, otherwise he could not explain why the hero was ready to give it up. In the end, he literally shouted to the young man that this reward was not only a salary and distinction, but also a status in the army. The teacher had done a lot to obtain it, so he did not want to hear such nonsense from the student. Of course, the man was quite enraged that the hero reacted to this reward like a pig to a pearl necklace. However, Tai Hen, grabbing his hand, apologized to the teacher for such ignorance. As a result, after the hero received this reward, many changes happened to him. Senior warriors with more experience received positions as squad commanders, and then they were given spirited steeds and precious swords. The Lord decided to create a new order for his army, and people, hearing about him and his reward, continued to join his ranks. Thus, Yopo Ponson became the owner of the Tanye, and turned into the subject of rumors that he now led the army. Soon, returning from one of his missions, the young man immediately hurried to his teacher. Even the guard standing near his office politely bowed, greeting the colonel. At that moment, knocking, he introduced himself and told the teacher that he wanted to see him. When the young man entered by order, he saw a man standing in the half-darkness, reflecting on the almost ended month. He saw that the hero's transformation with receiving the reward was going well, and indeed a lot was happening in just a few days. Then the teacher decided to get straight to the point, as he had a serious task ahead. He had to take his most loyal fighters and go north with them. Tai Hen was quite glad about this news. It immediately became clear to the hero that they were expecting clashes with northern barbarians. He wondered, were they the ones who crossed the borders, or were they the first to attack? However, the teacher asked them to simply go to the border and be especially cautious in case of a possible invasion. Immediately realizing their goal, the warrior bowed and was about to leave. Only then did he understand that no attack was required from them. It turned out the mentor wanted them to settle in Tay Soni, inspect the fortress, and more cautiously patrol the border with the barbarians, repelling their possible raids. He hoped that Tai Hen would simply follow this order and not act again as he pleased. Of course, the hero understood that if nothing special was required from him, they could send someone else. And the teacher assumed that Tai Hen would suggest exactly that. So he explained that there were reasons for such a decision. Recently, black mountaineers began appearing near the checkpoint. As soon as the ruler heard about this, he became furious and ordered the troops to be gathered. That is why Tai Hen was sent there. The entire area around Huan was mountainous, so it would be difficult to use cavalry forces. That is why the hero had to go there with his warriors. He tried to recall the events of his past life. Around this time, rebellions and riots were breaking out here and there. The country was teeming with bandits and thieves. In the capital, corrupt eunuchs were begging the residents for their last pennies. And on top of that, these barbarians dared to violate the state border. So he decided to calmly listen to this request and ask the teacher not to worry, as he would definitely carry out his order. At the end, thanking the young man, the man handed him a small scroll. It was a letter for high-ranking officials requesting reinforcements. It was on his way, so he could deliver the letter. The teacher also asked him to stop in Onjon and inform about everything that had happened. Obviously, the hero realized that if it was about Onjon, then most likely the teacher was talking about Chan Yan. This very Chan Yan from Onjon was a commander who made considerable efforts to hold back the barbarians and gain control over Pyongju. Besides that, he excelled in training warriors, commanding young soldiers and leading them in attacks. Therefore, in the ranks of Pyongju, he was called the Master, thus showing him deep respect. Moreover, he was the only one who remained on the side of Tai Hen, who at that time was under his command and trusted him greatly. The hero could not forget, recalling how this man continued to believe in him until the very end, while others turned away from him. He could not even dream of seeing him again, so he immediately ordered his soldiers to set out. Soon they stopped for the night, where Tai Hen decided to ask his comrade about the size of their army. It turned out that, considering how many had joined them along the way, there were about 500 people. Of course, the hero could not believe that the number of people had increased so much. And moreover, he was indignant that among them there was not a single person who knew literacy to record this in writing. They did not know exactly how many more they had become. But the main thing was that from 100 to 500 people was already considered a sufficiently large army. Now, when they were truly an impressive force, they needed at least one person who knew literacy. Thinking about this, So Ren realized he would like to learn literacy, but it turned out he would die on the battlefield faster than master this art. Therefore, a brilliant idea came to So Ren's mind, to ask Master Chang Yan about everything. At the very least, they could find out how many warriors he had, and maybe he had many educated people. Then he would agree to give them at least one person. Yopo Ponson was quite amazed that such brilliant thoughts came to his comrade's mind. He was right, and the hero admired his ingenuity. After that, he woke his comrade, asking him to watch over his weapon, since he would be the first to set off. Of course, the comrades thought the commander was going to leave everything to them and simply run away. After all, he couldn't have such urgent matters that he would leave immediately. But they were wrong. The hero really did drop by his old acquaintance, explaining that the matter was important. He was used to handling important matters in advance. In the end, everyone woke up to the sudden activity of their leader. So Ren was indignant, not understanding who would manage the people. But Taehan asked his friend to help him and handed over his authority to him. Somewhere around this time, the events moved to a mountainous area. In the dense forest, the robbers found themselves another victim whom they decided to rob. However, of all the valuables the victim had, there were only books. The bandits immediately pounced on the man, outraged and demanding that he give them something valuable that they could at least use. The robbers could not believe that this man had nothing, not even anything to eat. It seemed as if he fed on these books. At that moment, the frightened victim muttered something under his breath, which made the bandits even angrier. And he, with tears, tried to explain that he wanted to become a warrior of the Tanye army. Right away, the bandits began whispering among themselves. They had heard about this man, their leader, supposedly named Yopo Ponson. However, they had heard of him not as a noble warrior, but as the leader of the most genuine bandits and wild barbarians. They considered him the most notorious and the biggest mistake in all of Pyongju. Moreover, they heard that he constantly hid his stolen treasures somewhere, and at night he entertained himself with girls and drank. Therefore, they believed that this commander was only good at drinking wine and attacking innocent people. The traveler who arrived from behind tried to explain that in reality Yopo Ponson was not that bad. However, the mercenaries believed that such rumors did not arise without reason, and that meant they were pure truth. Only later did they become horrified when they saw the hero sneak up on them while they were talking about him. However, not recognizing him, they took him for an ordinary passerby and therefore demanded that he leave. Taehan could not deny that considering his busyness, he should have moved on, but he heard his name and therefore could not just pass by. But it was also hard to believe that some fools, who did not even hear the sound of hooves, stood here and slandered him. Of course, the bandits who did not believe his words immediately demanded that the hero get lost. But what amused him even more was that all these idiots now began shouting in unison. So he punched one of the nearby bandits, demanding that he not think he was in charge. After that, he glanced at the frozen young men, realizing that he had interrupted them at the most interesting part of their ranting, and hoped that during this time they had come up with some excuse for their theft. The bandit, not realizing the power of the newcomer, tried to somehow calm the gentleman and carefully asked him to introduce himself. However, the enraged warrior attacked these insolent ones, calling himself the biggest mistake of Pyongju. Under his mad gaze, two immediately tried to run away. Soon all three were already kneeling before the hero and finally convinced of their wrongness. While Tae-hen mocked that the robbers used weapons they could barely handle, he was quite surprised. The thieves turned out to be so weak as if they hadn't eaten for a couple of days. The hero decided to find out who their leader was. He wanted to know what kind of person gathered such fools and sent them to steal. Also, the warrior warned that if they were caught by him again, next time he definitely would not spare them. However, at that moment, a man approached the hero from behind, asking confusedly who this guy was. Tae-hen was clearly angry that there were so many people here continuing to ask the same question. However, by the manner of this person's speech, he immediately understood. It seemed he was the leader of this trio. Therefore, in the next moment, he looked at the man who had a defeated bear on his shoulder. The man was indignant that the hero dared to touch those who could not even hurt a fly. Therefore, he again roughly ordered the guy to introduce himself and not to bother him. At that moment, looking at the strongman, Tae-hen even froze, amazed by his powerful figure. Only then did he realize. It seemed he had seen this person somewhere before. He wanted to ask a question, but had already received a punch to the face before he could even utter a word. This man's name was Gosel. When he participated in battle, no one cared about even the most terrible fights, because this warrior, besides his strength, was also responsible for developing strategy and tactics. He was an aide to the head Ham Jin-yan, the best military group of those times. Moreover, he gave advice to the leader, but his foolish commander ignored his wise words. But even so, Gosel was loyal to the leader until the end of his days. When he was dying, looking at the wounded commander, he honestly admitted that despite everything, it was an honor for him to work with him. Right now, Yopo Ponson clearly understood. He remembered this man from when he was a little older, but apparently, even as a youth, he was always such a stern strongman. Still, now the hero should not show his weakness, so getting down to business, he immediately grabbed the boy by the wrist, after which he made this fool understand that he should not lay hands on strangers. After all, he was not the only one with fists, and Tae-hen intended to prove that to him now. Of course, everyone froze in shock, watching with what force Yopo Ponson hit the leader in the face. At that moment, he groaned, bleeding, and Tae-hen found this situation very familiar. Looking at Gosel, he clearly remembered the scar on his face, which he most likely got even earlier. But at the same time, his eyes looked too innocent, which confused the hero. Therefore, he decided to check the fighter first. The warrior was surprised that the opponent groaned after just one blow, so he called him a huge, useless carcass. He wanted to see what Gosel was really capable of, otherwise he would skin him like the bear he carried on his shoulders. With determination in his eyes, the strong man immediately rushed into battle against the enemy to punish him for such insolent words. Tae-hen prepared for a counterattack, for he knew, if this was the very Gosel, he would withstand his onslaught. But he was struck by the fact that the warrior, although already having received a heavy blow, still continued to fight. This made the battle even more interesting, and Tae-hyun could only enjoy this fight, laughing a little crazily from the excitement of the battle. After that, they clashed again in a brutal duel to test each other's strength to the limit. In the end, the opponents hit each other in the face, grabbed each other's hair and clothes, all to deliver the most painful blows. At some point, Yopo Ponson completely took the initiative and by chance began to score against the enemy like a girl, using his legs. But even such a mighty strongman did not let himself be beaten to death, and sharply rising, immediately attacked the guy in the face. After that, he pressed the hero against the nearest tree so that he could not resist his blows. However, from the furious strength possessed by the warrior, the tree behind the hero simply shattered into small splinters. Then the guy realized that he could not completely give the initiative into the hands of this fighter. Therefore, he grabbed the opponent more firmly by the neck, after which he pushed off with his legs, freeing himself from the grip. In the end, despite the huge bulk of his enemy, the hero managed to flip him over and slam him onto his back with a crash. From the force of this blow with which the strong man flew away, he knocked down a couple of trees behind him, uprooting them from the ground. And at the place of his landing, a real mountain of dust rose. But Tae-hen was only more fired up by this because this fighter possessed the same endurance and strength as his old friend. This meant he was definitely the very Gosel from the past whom the hero knew. At that moment, the opponent realized that he had clearly underestimated his opponent. But now, seeing his skills, he could recognize the hero as a strong fighter. Therefore, the strong man decided that it was his turn to show what he was capable of. He wanted to demonstrate the skill he had learned on Mount Humo. Specifically, it was the Gin-Gen strategy, a skill thanks to which Gosel protected vital organs with muscles. Removing the extra clothing from the upper part of his body, he immediately rushed into battle to strike the enemy with his mastery. In the end, they locked hands, and their feet were firmly rooted in the ground. Each of the opponents tried to push the other, But at some point, Gosel realized that his rival had become even stronger, although he had no idea how it happened. The hero began twisting Gosel's arms so hard that the crunch of his own bones was already ringing in his head. Therefore, crying out in pain, the strong man admitted defeat and asked to stop. However, Tae Hen was no fool. He knew his comrade's tricks perfectly, and understood that he could withstand this onslaught. Then at that moment, the man, already falling to his knees from unbearable pain, began begging the hero to stop, ready to do anything. The warrior gave him a chance to save himself. If he named his name, and it really turned out to be the very Gosel he knew from the past, he would let him go. In the end, the hero agreed to free the strong man if he joined the ranks of his army, and the bruiser agreed to anything just to save his hands. Soon they all got comfortable, lit a bright fire, and roasted the carcass of a bear caught by Gosel. Finally, Tae Hen managed to satisfy his raging hunger. He had not eaten normal food for a very long time. Moreover, the food suited his taste. The warriors were surprised that the bear meat turned out to be so tasty. Usually, people only took its skin but missed literally the best meat of their lives. At that moment, distracting everyone from the feast, Tae Hen decided to learn about the trio of robbers, how long they had been thieves. He had the impression that they had only recently started stealing, since they took the first weapon they found, which they did not even know how to handle properly. He also offered this trio to follow him. Then he would forgive their offense this time. But before that, the hero decided to find out if anyone among them was educated. They only remained silently frightened, fearing that punishment would follow their answer. But their silence became more eloquent to Tae Hen than many answers. From under the bushes came out that unfortunate man who was being robbed. Yopo Ponson, to be honest, had no idea how long he had been hiding here. At that moment, the man screamed in fear that he was very educated, and asked Tae Hen to accept him into the squad. Moreover, he immediately recognized the hero as his commander, which greatly impressed the young man. At that moment, Commander Chang Yen was galloping with his army along the deserted night road. Suddenly, he saw some strange silhouette far ahead. These were 3 warriors waving a yellow flag. Only after getting a better look at them did Chang Yan immediately order the troops to stop. After that, he himself slowed down, causing his warhorse to also stand as if rooted to the spot. The general's subordinates immediately demanded that the people who dared to block the road of General Chang Yan's army from Anjan identify themselves, and the trio rejoiced that General Chang Yan had finally arrived. At that moment, they hurried to explain that they had come to deliver the words of Chol Tal from the great army of O Huan Day In. It was a many thousand-strong army under the command of another celebrated general. And of course, Chan Yan decided to listen to Chol Tal's subordinates, as it was interesting to find out why they had come here so swiftly. Immediately, the bent soldier explained that now the troops of the army of O Huan were plotting an attack on the general. They wanted Chang Yan to lead out his troops. There was no other way. After all, the enemies were about to cross the border, and no one would defend the gates. They would open from the inside. There were persistent rumors that Hen Jiji from Ho O Huan Gawi had secret relations with the army of O Huan, which it seems even Chang Yan himself did not suspect. The assistant immediately reminded the reporter that he clearly did not understand what serious matters he was talking about, and that there was nothing more to listen to here. He considered them to be merely disguised spies of O Huan. But Chang Yan wanted to know how he could believe that the message supposedly sent from Chol Tal was truthful, and the warrior was not surprised at all. It was not easy to deceive the sharpest eye in all of Pyeongjo. Removing her helmet, the woman decided to introduce herself once again as the daughter of Chol Tal from the Great Army. Her name was Ho Hee, and she asked the general to listen to her information, as it was a sacred duty entrusted to her. She decided to tell everything as it was. However, she had not uttered a word when the general himself pressed a blade to her neck, making it clear that he would no longer listen to this nonsense. After that, the man ordered the girl to return, as he could not believe the words of a person he was seeing for the first time. But he promised to overlook her outburst, so she just had to get out of the way before she paid for it with her life. After which the general, as if nothing had happened, turned his soldiers around, and they once again headed towards their base. Ho-hee was quite angry, shouting curses while her soldiers stood nearby, not knowing how to help the girl. But she, indignant, immediately ordered these two to send an emergency message to the nearest point, to anyone they could. After all, this danger hung not only over their army. The enemies coming to them could level absolutely everything to the ground. At that moment, Tae Hen was talking to a man who claimed to know literacy. However, to Yopo Pon-son, it all sounded not very plausible. After all, for a person who knows writing, that man did not look the most suitable. The stranger explained that the reason for his miserable appearance was those 3 bandits who attacked him to rob him. Trusting him, the hero decided to ask what this man could do, hoping that he could not only read but also write competently. The man hurried to say that he had read the Torah and the Pentateuch, was well versed in classical texts. Among other things, he was very impressed by the ideology of Chongheng, and even dreamed of going on an agitation trip. The educated man even intended to become his follower, but then changed his mind because of what he saw in the Pyeongju region. However, for Tae Hen, all these scholarly words were literally empty sound, so he asked the man to stop this speech. The hero also cheered up this unfortunate man. After all, they needed someone who could read and write anyway. Therefore, he entrusted him with the position of a military official in the Tanye army. After that, the warrior decided to find out the man's name, and to his surprise, his name, Jin Uirok, was well known to the hero. He was also a person from the past, whom Tae Hen remembered well. However, it was very hard for Tae Hen to believe that this was the very Jin Uirok. He looked completely different. But trying not to think about it for now, the hero suggested everyone immediately go to sleep, because in the morning he had to meet with his warriors. At that moment, Jin Uirok suggested to Gosel to extinguish the bright fire of the campfire, and the strong man, accustomed to sleeping outdoors, tried to explain to this literate man that in that case he would simply freeze to death in the night chill. Tae Hen thought more and more about this man. In his past life, he was indeed very amorous, constantly in the company of courtesans and enjoying all earthly pleasures. But the hero tried to calm himself. Perhaps this was a different person. This Jin Uirok would simply teach them literacy, as well as keep various records, for example, warehouse stocks and military reports. At dawn, So-Ren was informed about the return of their general. Of course, frightened that his comrade left first and came back last, he immediately rushed to him. However, he froze in an instant upon seeing that Tae Hen had brought some unfamiliar people with him. But that was not so important now. So Ren hurried to report that some guy dressed in a habak had arrived to deliver urgent news. They were not sure about the truthfulness of this information, so they grabbed the messenger and asked for the general to look at him. When the warriors brought the captive, he spoke to them in a completely unfamiliar language. All they understood was that the fighter was a messenger. But there was not a single person in the army who understood the dialect of Ohuan. What was surprising was that Gosel translated everything without difficulty. This messenger explained that he served under Choltal from the great army of Ohuan Dae-in. He was ordered to deliver urgent news, and he also asked to be untied. Of course, So-Ren was quite surprised that this strong man understood the speech of foreigners, and therefore wanted to know whom the hero had brought to them this time. Gosel himself hurried to introduce himself, and explained that when he was little, his father and the warriors of Ohuan engaged in smuggling together, so he understood their speech a little. As it became known from the speaker's words, the warriors of Okavan targeted the ambassador Sam Gun. It was rumored that the troops were heading towards the Great Army. From So-Ren's reaction to these words, it became clear that the man knew something about it. He hastened to explain. Upon arriving at the border, he heard various alarming rumors about the destination of Master Chan Yan. They said he went to the Great Army to ensure the safety of the ambassador by order of Hen Go from Ohuan Gawi, and Tai Hen knew this Great Army of Ohuan very well. The warriors of the Great Army were always friendly with them until they established the colonies Yodog, Yosun, and Ubukban, after which they began to treat them with suspicion. But for some reason, they decided to show up right now. Of course, Taehyun logically noted that even if the enemies decided to attack, they would need time to overcome the Great Wall. But Gosel explained, if this wall had long since collapsed, then the opponents had not appeared for a long time, and had not received a worthy rebuff. Moreover, someone among the locals should know that they have secret relations with the warriors of Ohuan. After that, approaching the prisoner closer, the strong man decided to find out how large this army was. And it turned out it contained about 3,000 experienced fighters. Of course, the hero immediately rushed off to set out on the road to help. But So-Ren quickly stopped his friend, reminding him that moving troops without orders from the command is a serious crime. But Taehyun was beside himself that his comrade suggested he sit idly by as if this critical situation did not concern him at all. However, he only shouted angrily at the hero, reminding him that he was actually a commander too. It would be foolish to think that this did not bother him. But if you do everything you want now, then later they rake up a lot of serious problems. Therefore So-Ren suggested Tae-Hen calmly weigh everything, and the warrior perfectly understood that his comrade was right. He remembered the day of the capture of the fortress Kavi, when General Chan Yan came to save him. Perhaps it was at that moment that Tae-Hen developed special feelings of gratitude towards him. Despite the voice of reason, the hero made it clear to So-Ren that he would still go to help. However, he asked to inform the warriors that only those who wanted to go voluntarily would accompany him. He was ready to take full responsibility for the consequences. Somewhere around this time, the battle of General Chan Yan's army was in full swing. The man was cutting down absolutely all the scoundrels who crossed his path. The opponents simply froze in shock, amazed by his enormous combat power. It was hard to believe that such a small army had withstood the fierce onslaught of a force 10 times their number for more than half a day. At that moment, the general himself understood that it was time to end this prolonged fight, as he was somewhat tired from the lengthy battle. Noticing this, the enemy fighters launched a new attack to give their opponents no moment of respite. At that moment, looking at the advancing enemies, General Chan Yan simply went berserk. Something inhuman and wild appeared in him. From above, everything was observed by Captain Pon Fyong of the Yoso army, under the command of Chon In-chan. He could not believe that they had fought so long until now. But at the same time, his numerous fighters could not corner fewer than 200 desperate defenders. At that moment, a messenger arrived, reporting that they had already lost half of their army. Moreover, it was visible how Chan Yan and his fighters were very tired from the continuous battle. It was the perfect moment for the captain to come out, so he decided to ride there on his warhorse and deal with the stubborn ones himself. At that time, the adjutant also came to his general to report that they no longer had reinforcements. He expected the man to give the order to retreat. However, they were not the kind to retreat so easily. Therefore, Chan Yan immediately ordered to gather the severely wounded warriors from the battlefield and drag them far from the fight, as well as to check the weapon's condition and prepare to enter the decisive battle. Everyone clearly understood. This would be their last battle, and many of the wounded felt guilty before the general, whom they had let down. The assistant felt especially guilty, as he kept demanding Chan Yan to advance, and in the end destroyed their army. He felt that it was because of him that his brothers in arms would be unjustly killed. The adjutant wanted the general to take all the blame on himself, because that was how it was, especially considering that they had been warned about everything. He just did not want to listen, thinking that what the girls said in the report was complete nonsense. And Chan Yan clearly understood. Perhaps if they had listened to that trio, then they would have survived, and maybe even could have defeated the enemy army. However, he reminded his comrade that if they died here, the entire Pyeongju would instantly learn about it, and that these invaders had conquered their territory. So the warriors literally bought precious time to prepare the defense, and besides, they would all die with honor. After that, seeing that the comrade was crying, the man approached and bent down, covering his eyes so that no one would see the warrior's tears. And then he, barely restraining himself and trying to control his trembling voice, admitted that he had never gone so far in military campaigns before. Only thanks to Chan Yan did he become a participant in the great battle. After all, in such a situation, dying was an honor for any soldier. At that moment, while the assistant was sobbing, twilight began to thicken, and the opponents launched a new offensive. Therefore, the general closed his comrade's eyes for the last time and listened to the report indicating that they must retreat. But the man could not allow himself to do that. Therefore, he immediately attracted the attention of the fighters, reminding them that they were true wolves who pursued their prey to the end. Those who tried to kill them were merely rats destroying the fields. If they show their shining heels to the enemies now, they will become prey. So if they were destined to die, then they had to do it with dignity. After that, the warriors grabbed their blades to start the hunt for prey. At that moment, they rushed towards the armed cavalry and believed in the general that they would succeed. At that moment, the enemies saw how the confidence of their opponents grew even stronger. The defenders rushed into battle as soon as they saw the enemy commander, understanding that this was their only chance for victory. The naive enemies did not expect such fierce resistance, believing that the warriors were too exhausted and were literally walking to their deaths. Only then did one of the warriors suddenly see clearly. The situation was taking on ominous outlines of suspicion, so he insistently suggested immediately changing course and heading to the general. At that very moment, the rider on his war steed had already drawn a sharp blade, preparing for a worthy fight, after which he loudly ordered his comrades not to delay if they did not want to turn into living dead. Then the warrior demonstrated the art of combat. Barely seeing the first enemy soldier, he immediately struck his blade on his head, splitting it in two. Gazing upon this bloody scene, General Chan Yan could only guess how many souls had left this mortal world on that unfortunate day. Although his warriors stood shoulder to shoulder until the very end, all strength had already left their exhausted bodies. Therefore, the commander considered it his sacred duty to put an end to this battle and carry with him into the afterlife the maximum number of enemy souls. But at that very moment, when the valiant general was already preparing to face the mounted warrior, suddenly a deadly arrow pierced his neck and arm. The wounded warrior could only guess who could have shot it, for none of his fighters would have had time for such an accurate shot. And obviously, such shooting skill could only belong to one person, the legendary archer in the hero's army. At that moment, the enemies saw the fluttering banner, which spoke eloquently for itself. The man who arrived to them was also a commander, so the enemy army divided to strike the opponent. However, the newly arrived warriors saw in these enemies no more than a light snack. The survivors were filled with joy when they saw the warriors who had arrived with the long-awaited reinforcements. Tahen, raising his formidable spear high, immediately ordered his warriors to charge into battle. The enemies panicked considerably upon seeing such powerful reinforcements, and Chang Yan only guessed who this young warrior was, who looked so familiar. Soon he recognized Tahen, whom he had not seen for a very long time. The young hero had radically transformed over the past years. At this time, all the fighters, seeing the arrived support, were uplifted in spirit, and with even greater determination rushed into battle. Therefore, the opponents had no idea what to do. But their leader saw that although these people were full of determination, his army significantly outnumbered them. Therefore, he believed that the time had come to bring everything to a victorious end. So he ordered the remaining warriors to drive out those who were now approaching as reinforcements at any cost. At that moment, when Yopo Ponson jumped closer, Chanyan was completely convinced that this was indeed the very hero, but had no idea how the young man had learned about his whereabouts. At that moment, the legendary warrior was already galloping on his faithful warhorse, cutting down all opponents within reach of his deadly blade. He was like the very god of death himself, mercilessly destroying anyone in his path. It was obvious that the opponents were paralyzed with indescribable horror when they saw the true power of the hero. The forces had already become unequal. The enemies could not overwhelm the opponent by numbers, considering how many fighters were simultaneously falling by the hand of the legendary warrior. The adversaries were well aware. If the situation did not shift in their favor, they should retreat. But the enemy commander had not finished his sentence when he was already cut down by the spear wielded by the hero. Looking at the fear of the opponents, it seemed that victory was already resting in the pocket of the valiant warriors. However, it was terrifying to imagine how many people they would lose in this bloody battle. So Tahen wished to deal with the enemy commander as soon as possible and put an end to the fight. At that moment, comrades pointed the young hero in the direction. Right there was the enemy chief along with his advisor. The general realized that their position had taken on very strange outlines. Apparently, after the arrival of reinforcements, they began to be mercilessly pushed back. The assistant tried to calm the general, since the reinforcements consisted of only a few hundred fighters. He was firmly convinced that there was no need to worry. But at that moment, he did not notice how with lightning speed the formidable opponent was rushing at them. Reacting, he demanded that the general not be afraid and come closer so that he could finish him off as quickly as possible. Of course, the general was inflamed with anger at the audacity of such a pup, and his loyal fighters rushed forward, making it clear that the enemy must first get through them. Otherwise, they would not lay a finger on the general. For the young hero, such boasting became merely a reason to instantly sever their heads from their shoulders. At that moment, the general's loyal comrades realized that their opponents could not even stand properly. They immediately fell as soon as they were slightly touched. The warriors were amazed that the enemies turned out to be such miserable weaklings, crumbling from just one skirmish. The enemy's assistant fearfully begged the general to flee while he would delay the formidable opponent. However, he could not forgive this impudent fellow for interfering in the fight, which cast doubt on their victory, so he himself wished to strike the hero with his blade. Tihan was only glad for such an opportunity to test their strength. However, the forces were extremely unequal. From one of his attacks, the enemy's weapons split into two halves. At that moment, the man froze, fully aware of what awaited him. And indeed, when the young warrior aimed to attack, the enemy managed to save his head but had to pay with his right hand. Obviously, clutching the bloodied severed flesh, he began to scream wildly and looked fearfully at his formidable enemy. However, Tahen was quite annoyed that the man simply continued to whine like a small child, and made it clear, if he did not immediately pull himself together, he would simply die a quiet and miserable death by his blade. The general perfectly understood that before him was an enemy he had no strength to fight, so he decided to hide as soon as possible. His steed immediately carried him away while the ground was sprinkled with drops of his blood. But at that moment the man heard an ominous sound, and then saw a giant who was simply running, overtaking his horse. At that moment the hero attacked the horse, causing the man to fall from his steed, barely managing to land on the hard ground with his feet at the last moment. All that remained for him was to guess who these monsters were and where such strong men had come from. But it was too late. At that moment Tahen swiftly approached, aiming straight between his eyes. As soon as the matter was finished, he immediately addressed the fighters who were battling on the battlefield, after which he showed them the head of the severed enemy whom he had struck down with his blade, and demanded that the enemies surrender and throw their weapons to the ground if they wished to be saved. Of course, the survivors thought it simply could not be that the general was truly dead. However, they did not move from their place. So Yopo Ponson decided that they were not going to surrender and ordered his warriors to immediately engage in battle. Only at that moment did the frightened enemies realize that they needed to retreat. The entire army immediately began to flee from this flank. Someone stayed behind to at least try to push the enemies off the battlefield and allow the majority to escape. From afar, Lady Hohi was watching all this together with her fighters. Realizing that everything went according to plan, she suggested leaving. As soon as the battle ended, the hero, together with his warriors, set up camp where they sheltered the wounded fighters. At the same time, the healer Gosul was treating General Chanyan, who was considerably injured in the battle. Of course, Tae-hen wanted to learn from his comrade about the general's condition. However, he understood that he was relatively fine for now. But they would learn more about his wounds when they arrived in Oncheon. This at least was reassuring. But at that moment, So-ren unexpectedly entered the tent. It turned out that a messenger had arrived with an urgent letter, and Tae-hen thought it was about that very message from Choltan. However, suddenly, following So-ren, a noble lady entered the room, who clearly understood how severe the fight had been for General Yopo Ponson. After this, she bowed respectfully and introduced herself as Gukui, daughter of Wugwal Daigun from Choltan, and congratulated the hero on the brilliant victory. Tae-hen also bowed in return, introduced himself with his full name, and explained that he was from the Dangyo squad in Byeonsu. Then he thanked the noble maiden for the report, as they had saved the general only thanks to her timely news. However, the noble lady was well aware that only thanks to the valiant Tae-hen had they managed to avoid a bloody war. Her parent had instructed her to thank Yopo Ponson and express her deepest respect to him. But besides everything else, the noble maiden had an important question. She wished to understand the true reasons for the hero's actions. Even if Tae-hen was the strongest, most responsible, and bravest of commanders, he still entered the battle with only 200 warriors against a 1,000-strong enemy army. The beauty was eager to find out. Was he so confident in his own power? Or did he fail to make the right decision and therefore decided to risk everything? Of course, after the battle they remained indebted to him. But the maiden was extremely curious to uncover the truth. Was Yopo Ponson a great commander, capable of calmly reasoning even in the very heat of the fight, or just a reckless fool who could not handle such a simple situation? Naturally, So-ren was quite annoyed that the maiden allowed herself such bold questions after bursting into their campaign tent. However, Tae-hen calmly explained that he acted as he deemed necessary. He was not one to fall ill or perish in battle. He simply needed to overcome the oppressive boredom of the long journey. At last, the noble lady grasped the truth. The reason for the assistance was that Yopo Ponson was simply confident in his own strength. However, Tae-hen unflinchingly explained to the arriving envoy that all of this was the will of heaven. Even if he faced 1,000, 10,000, or 1,000,000 enemies, he would not die until he fulfilled his sacred mission. He would certainly complete it, for that was the will of the heavenly chancellery. For some unknown reason, the hero's words about some divine providence greatly amused the lady. Now, after these speeches, she was finally convinced that Yopo Ponson truly was a genuinely heroic commander. After which the noble maiden finally left the tent, expressing hope that they would surely meet again, and promising that next time she would definitely reward him properly. At the end, she only asked that the valiant warrior be cautious, despite his faith in the will of heaven. So-ren had no idea what had just happened in their humble shelter. However, the wise Gosul hastened to explain that all people from Wuguan were by nature so resolute and brave. Of course, to So-ren they seemed more rough than brave. However, Tae-hen decided to overlook this roughness, since these noble people had helped them save the honorable Master Changyan. At that very moment, the wounded commander finally groaned in pain and began to regain consciousness, so So-ren and Tae-hen immediately flew to his field bed. However, unexpectedly, the first words he spoke were a quote from Tae-hen about the will of heaven, and that the hero will not die before fulfilling his mission. Obviously, from the fact that the venerable master heard these pompous words and even remembered them, the young man blushed deeply from shame. And the master only laughed loudly at the fact that the guy who in his youth had struck himself in the face with a spear had become so arrogant and haughty. Tae-hen immediately understood that since Chanyan was already able to joke, he had surely recovered. However, he reminded everyone directly in front of his subordinates that the incident with the spear was not a joke at all. He remembered what happened as if it had happened yesterday. After this, he also greeted So-ren and decided to find out where the other comrades were, as he wished to thank them for his miraculous rescue. So-ren immediately decided to go to call them. He called Gosula with him, and of course, it was intentional. A loyal friend wishing to leave Tae-hen alone with the master so that they could thoroughly discuss everything. From everything the Honorable Master heard, he concluded that the hero commanded the troops without proper authorization. Therefore, he asked the young man not to worry about anything, as he would write a letter to Master Deng with detailed explanations of the situation and Tae Hen's actions. The young warrior was very grateful, understanding that the Lord would understand everything if he saw the sealed scroll given to him by Chan Yan. Perhaps then he would believe that the hero truly prevented the great battle, and maybe even give him a worthy reward. After that, the venerable man extended his hand and firmly shook Tae Hen's palm, thanking the young man for all he had done. If that one had not intervened, his loyal soldiers would not have been able to survive. Moreover, now that there were survivors among them, although wounded warriors, they could heal and send all the fallen in this bloody war to eternal rest. For this deed, he promised Tae Hen that he would definitely repay his debt. However, in the hero's eyes, the venerable man had already done enough. He should not thank anyone. After that, the commander again decided to question the young man about his grand speeches. Where had he heard such a solemn phrase? The master laughed loudly, wanting to tell all the young man's friends about it, and the latter only pleaded, asking the general not to mock him so mercilessly. Somewhere at that moment, a scuffle broke out among the soldiers of the surviving army. The warriors tried to beat the young stranger who had invaded them. However, each time he skillfully dodged their blows. Even though the daring youth was unarmed, he easily defeated 2 experienced fighters. Therefore, at that moment, the arriving reinforcements decided to seize this impudent fellow. However, the uninvited guest did not want to fight alone, so he boldly demanded that everyone attack him at once if they had the courage. Somewhere at that time, the frightened So-Ren ran to his captain. The loyal comrade was very glad that the commander was not asleep, and Tae Hen himself asked So-Ren to explain why he was in such agitation. It turned out that he had just received alarming news from the guard. They said that their camp was attacked. Of course, for the hero this seemed simply impossible, so he demanded to be told who and in what number dared to attack them. However, the attacker was only one warrior, but he possessed incredible strength. At that moment, the daring youth took one man hostage, while all the others surrounded him, pointing spears at the attacker. Obviously, the hostage had no idea why this impudent fellow was treating him this way. However, he grumbled that they were standing before the Great Wall of China. In this region, it was sinful to be soldiers of the Kingdom of Gu. Immediately, the prisoner raged at these damned, clueless little people from Wuguan. But after these words, the warrior squeezed his throat even tighter with an iron grip. At that moment, Tae Hen appeared together with So-Ren, who sternly demanded the fighters to clear the way. Of course, the daring lad immediately thought that things had taken a bad turn. These warriors had called serious reinforcements, and Tae Hen was indignant that his guys were fussing over some single boy. The hero even reproached them, considering that they were unworthy to be called soldiers. However, Tae Hen was quite surprised when he saw that the lad was indeed fighting alone. Moreover, even without weapons, he managed to stun the warriors who were now lying near his feet like felled trees. At that moment, the young man turned to Tae Hen, whom he called Big Guy. The audacious stranger immediately understood that the hero was the captain of these people. And since this fight would not end on its own anyway, he called the warlord to come and fight him personally. Obviously, So-Ren was struck by the boy's impudence and tried to warn that this was a great mistake. But Tae Hen quickly stopped him and decided to find out how old the daring young man was. Moreover, the hero noticed that the stranger looked very much like someone from Wuguan. However, he only became even more furious and reminded that he was not a Wuguan native and did not belong to their people. The young warrior was annoyed that these people did not hear his answers. In fact, Tae Hen would not have been surprised even if the stranger was from Wuguan, since this was a border region, and there was nothing disgraceful about that. At that moment, the hero ordered his fighters to disperse, for if they had no reason to fight, then there was no need to battle anyone. Let them take the wounded and leave peacefully. Immediately, by the warlord's order, the warriors grabbed the wounded fighters and dragged them straight from under the shocked young man's feet. After that, Tae Hen peacefully explained to the boy that his people were still tense because of the recent battle with enemy soldiers, so he asked them to understand and forgive. After this, Tae Hen, together with So-Ren, also left and asked the audacious boy to go on his way. But he got angry and attacked his opponent from behind. The young man swung his leg to strike him, not understanding what this general was allowing himself. However, at that moment, without even turning around, the experienced warrior grabbed his heel, preventing the strike from completing. After that, with a single wave of his hand, he spun him in the air, causing the audacious attacker to fall with a crash onto the hard ground. Of course, Tae Hen was irritated that the young man decided to attack him sneakily. However, the latter demanded that the hero engage him in an honest duel. The young warrior was very angry that the commander not only beat innocent people but also had not properly learned to apologize. However, the boy believed that this was nothing more than just retribution, since the hero's warriors had suffered greatly because of the attacks of this audacious young man. But he again fiercely lunged at the commander, claiming that his opponents only paid the price for being too weak. After that, the audacious young man made every possible attempt to somehow wound the formidable opponent, but Tae-hen dodged his attacks with just one hand, as if playing with a naive child. But even so, the opponent's movements impressed him greatly. It seemed that he either had been trained in martial arts by someone or simply possessed an innate talent for fighting. Moreover, looking at the various attacks he made, it felt as if the young warrior had undergone all kinds of harsh training. But of course, he could in no way compare to the true strength of the hero, so Tae-hen easily dodged his furious strikes without much effort. After that, the experienced commander approached and gave the audacious young man a sharp flick on the head, making it clear that his strength was still insufficient to fight warriors like him. Immediately after this painful lesson, the young attacker lost consciousness, collapsing onto the hard ground. But literally a moment later he came to his senses. Immediately, from unbearable pain, the young man began pressing the bruised spot, cursing with the choicest words, and simply moaning from the torment. Tae-hen more calmly reminded that he had not yet struck him with full force, and decided to teach the impudent one another instructive lesson. The hero stopped only after the daring young man began begging him not to do this. However, Tae-hen reminded the scoundrel that he had neutralized many of his loyal soldiers and was now trying to avoid deserved punishment. The young man hurried to explain that as soon as the warriors saw his clothes, they immediately jumped on his throat without any explanations, so he was actually not guilty of anything here. Therefore, the bold young man suggested to Tae-hen to resolve this problem more peacefully and simply talk like humans. He felt that the hero simply could not strike him like that, for it was at least unfair. They were supposed to take up arms like noble warriors. The young man wanted the commander to give him a spear. Specifically, he wished to fight with a yakshikyan, a spear with a flat tip that could both slash and stab the enemy simultaneously. Thinking about the battle with pole weapons, the hero found it quite amusing, and ultimately agreed graciously. After that, the valiant warrior asked the indignant Soren to give him his trusty spear. Immediately after this, he handed the weapon into the hands of the daring young man. Although it was not the very blade he had requested, even this would suffice for an honorable duel. However, having examined the weapon he received, the guy clearly showed disdain as he twirled it in his hands, not believing he would have to fight with such a primitive tool. But Soren was clearly outraged by the impudence of this young man, who not only begged for a weapon, but also dared to say something against his battle spear. But at this moment, the young man had already skillfully twisted the shaft in his skillful hands, eager to properly fight the unarmed general. But before entering an honest fight, Tae-hen needed to hear the name of his daring opponent. It turned out the young warrior came from the Changshan Hebei command, and his name was Zhao Yul. Moreover, he was quite surprised that Tae-hen did not take any weapon for himself to fight him on equal terms. However, the hero only laughed good-naturedly, making it clear that he did not need any weapon to defeat an inexperienced child. The experienced commander even decided to give the boy 3 fair chances to try to overcome him, and he said this while dodging the swift attacks of Zhao Yul. And indeed, his strikes were strong and precise. Tae-hen easily dodged them, but the more he dodged, the more he understood the strength of his opponent. Although initially he wanted to playfully defeat this child, it seemed the plans would have to be radically changed. In the end, the hero spun in a swift dance, causing literally azure clouds of smoke to rise from the powerful air currents rushing from the heated commander. And even so, Reina was not blown away from the spot by such a display of power. At this moment, Tae-hen apologized to his loyal fighter, and promised to give him another spear in return as soon as they finished this duel. After this, he swiftly lunged at the opponent, and the latter tried to strike him with the spear shaft or at least push him away. But the hero easily stepped on the spear shaft and jumped high into the air. Under such monstrous pressure, the shaft immediately broke in two, and the blade separated from the handle. Of course, looking at his beloved battle weapon, Soren literally trembled with horror at the loss. By this time, the arrogant youth Zhao Yu, already defeated, lay on the hard ground like a felled tree. Soon, coming to from unconsciousness, he was already kneeling before the hero, demanding that he kill him immediately, for he had lost the battle under the sacred name of his family, and could no longer proudly continue to live in this mortal world. Tae-hen was, of course, surprised that the people of Wuguan had such harsh traditions. However, Zhao Yu angrily reminded again that he had nothing to do with that people and was not a Wuguan native. So Ren already remembered. Earlier the boy said he was from Changshan. However, Tae-hen had no idea where that place was or how important it was in the Celestial Empire. So Ren perfectly understood that Tae-hen was interested in this because he had been a talented monster in martial arts since birth. but it is said that the Zhao family of Changshan is the best in the Celestial Empire at spear mastery. And indeed, as soon as the boy took the pole weapon in his hands, his technique became simply incredible and astonishing. Therefore, the experienced warrior decided to find out from the youth how many years he had lived. However, the boy only got angry because Tehen kept asking him the same thing. But in the end, after the hero gave him another instructive flick on the ear, the young man more meekly admitted that he was born in the year of Kyongsul, and therefore, he had turned 16 years old. But Tehen could not understand why Zhao Yule left his parental home, although he was so young. The reason was that he simply had no other choice. His family was famous in the Celestial Empire, but nevertheless, their clan did not have great wealth or outstanding generals at court. Of course, Tehen thought that for this reason Zhao Yule decided to abandon his family to the mercy of fate, and he got very angry when he heard such an unfair assumption. It turned out the boy left home to find a better future for his clan. He wanted to make his parents happy, even if they worried about him. That was originally his noble plan, but it seems he had already failed it. The young man fell into the hands of some bandits, which means he will be killed, and his life will end ingloriously. However, the angry hero, after his words, gave a couple more sharp flicks on the ear to this brat. Tehen only resented that he portrayed them as thieves and bandits, after which he solemnly introduced himself as Yopo Ponson, the commander-in-chief of the Dangyo squad, which was stationed in Byeonju. Of course, it was not easy for the young man to believe that this guy was a real soldier and, moreover, the commander-in-chief. And he calmly explained to the boy that in their region, anyone can join the army from the age of 15. Therefore, the experienced military leader offered him to join his glorious army to achieve success and bring honor to his clan. Of course, the boy was amazed that he did not need to be rich to become a general. From these words, all those present laughed heartily, which Zhao Yule could not understand at all. At that moment, So Ren explained that he himself was the right hand of the commander-in-chief and came from a peasant family, while the left hand was from a family of farmers, but now was forced to collect enemy heads from the field, not the harvest. Also, the young man who had recently joined them was generally from a gang of thieves and was not even close to a wealthy family. So Zhao Yule could join the army only if he was capable and talented enough. Previously, the youth believed that such armies did not exist in nature. Only now did he realize how wrong he was in his judgments. In fact, this part of the story was written based on real ancient historical writings. Zhao Yule was one of the 5 legendary tiger generals from the era of the Shu Kingdom, ruled by the great Liu Bei. He was one of the greatest warriors in the Underheaven and performed even more complex deeds for Cao Cao. His mere presence in battle caused trembling and horror among enemies, as he was one of the fiercest generals of his era. Nevertheless, the true story of this youth began only after the death of Yepo Ponson. At that moment, the youth himself broke his bonds and, bowing deeply, promised to faithfully serve the hero as his sole commander. Somewhere around this time, reports of the events reached the teacher of Yepo Ponson. The ruler carefully read the detailed written report of what had happened. In the end, as expected, Yepo Ponson deployed the army and violated military rules. The teacher realized that he deserved this severe punishment. However, the mentor strongly doubted the correctness of such a decision, and the wise teacher understood him perfectly. Yepo Ponson still saved the great general Chang Yan. His heroic achievements deserved a worthy reward, but at the same time he needed to be reprimanded. In the end, the wise ruler thanked his assistant for such valuable advice and let him attend to his urgent matters. Only after this, being in complete solitude, the Lord was able to release all his accumulated anger. He was literally in a furious rage because of the behavior of that boy, who hopelessly ruined all his carefully constructed plans. Somewhere around this time, Tehen continued diligently studying literacy, as was agreed. The young warrior was very angry at the teacher because he forgot to write just one insignificant line, and his strict mentor was already extremely displeased with him. Jin Irok, of course, tried patiently to explain that a single line can radically change the meaning of a hieroglyph. Such an important point must not be forgotten under any circumstances. Still agreeing with the wise words of the teacher, Tehen suggested moving on to study the next chapter. However, the venerable man strictly ordered that before this, the commander must rewrite everything they studied today 99 more times. After all, incorrect pronunciation inevitably leads to incorrect writing, which means the hero should continue diligently writing before sleep, before eating, and during washing. The captain was quite surprised that such a sweet and quiet young man became a real madman obsessed with studying when it came to writing. But thank heavens, at that moment a saving messenger arrived to them. The man who arrived immediately solemnly announced that he had brought a letter for General Yepo Ponson from Master Zhongjasa. They were just searching for the commander throughout the camp. Of course, all the warriors immediately became alert, fully understanding what this meant. since their captain had deployed his army without proper authorization from above, so most likely it was heading towards severe punishment. However, looking at the worried loyal assistants, Tae-hen asked these two not to worry about anything in vain. After that, he loudly introduced himself, explaining that he was the head of the Yopo Ponson army. Immediately, the respectful messenger bowed deeply, for he had already heard of the heroic deeds of Yopo Ponson. It was a great honor for him to be here, and Tae-hen was quite amazed that the man flattered him so and gave praise. At that moment, the messenger just happened to take out the letter he had brought with him. It stated that the commander-in-chief of the army must immediately return to the capital and explain his audacious behavior. As soon as the hero arrived at the palace, the entire assembly hall filled with discontented shouts directed at him. The lord could not understand how Yopo Ponson dared to deploy the army without orders from above and disgrace strict military discipline. Everyone present believed he deserved severe punishment. Nevertheless, the wise ruler could not ignore the fact that the hero saved the great general Chang Yun. This achievement was much more important than his blunder. Thus the lord decided not to speak of his crimes, but to take into account his glorious feat, so the valiant warrior will be duly rewarded. After that, the gray-haired elder called Tae-hen closer to the throne. As soon as the warrior bowed respectfully, the ruler explained that for his help in defeating the army of Wuguan barbarians, he would receive a silver reward, 20 sacks of select rice, and the title of government officer in charge of the defense of Daesun Fort. And Tae-hyun could not help but rejoice, for the rank of protection officer, responsible for public safety, meant the beginning of his career and ascent to success. However, it turned out that at the same time, he had to serve as a messenger for Fort Daesun. This meant long business trips to distant lands for him. Seeing the hero's bewilderment, the wise mentor immediately thought that perhaps this position was too low and unworthy of Tae-hyun's talents. But the whole matter was that he was just trying to write his own name correctly now, so becoming a messenger was simply an unsuitable rank for him. The teacher hastened to explain that the hero had nothing to worry about. After all, he would only deliver letters, a simple trip on a reliable horse. Therefore, the young warrior immediately agreed graciously to accept this position. Moreover, the lord also ordered meat and alcohol to be brought in order to properly celebrate this event. Therefore, he ordered everyone present to help themselves and celebrate this glorious victory. The hero bowed deeply before the lord until he was allowed to leave. Despite this, the gray-haired old man watched the youth with an overly attentive and insightful gaze. It was unclear what was going on in his wise head. At that moment, following all the other commanders-in-chief, the hero also left the room. However, unexpectedly, he saw Jin Yurok, who sincerely congratulated him on his well-deserved promotion, after which the mentor decided to find out what they would be doing now. And Tae-hyun said that they had a perfect reason to eat and drink well. However, Jin Yurok objected that this would be wrong, considering that people were waiting for them in Unjun. But Tae-hyun hastened to explain that the loyal Soren was now putting things in order there. Moreover, nothing terrible would happen if they were late by just one day. However, even though the hero was eager to celebrate his promotion, Jin Yurok did not forget to remind him that he needed to write the characters 1,000 times, based on what he had learned in the morning. And then Tae-hyun already began to bitterly regret having taken this meticulous man with him on the journey. Somewhere at this time, under the cover of night, the ruler secretly met with his loyal assistant. Of course, the mentor was very curious why the lord appeared to him so late at night. Nothing special happened. The gray-haired elder just had a couple of important questions. At the very least, he very much wanted to know why the teacher was so kind to Yopo Ponson, and why he wanted to appoint him to an important position. After all, although the ruler gave permission for the appointment, he still doubted the correctness of this decision. Immediately, the wise mentor realized the truth. Apparently, the lord simply did not trust Yopo Ponson. In fact, the ruler believed that he was too illiterate and stupid, and this position was not suitable for him. The teacher calmly explained that people with power in each region relentlessly chase important positions. For example, General Hajin from the Yuju region gets along well with Takryu, but he created another faction together with Sain, and the Gongsung family united with Wuguan and Seonbi. Or another example, Dongtaki from the Soryang region together with Seogang, and finally they united with Chentryu and Takryu. In conclusion, one can say this: they lived in a very turbulent time. Even if a tiny piece of information leaks, it can cause a bloody war. Obviously, the ruler immediately thought that if Yopo Ponson were a messenger, they could not worry about the leakage of secret information since the warrior is illiterate. But this was not the main reason for the appointment. After all, Yopo Ponson had already delivered letters and gifts to other regions. The one who was bribed would be more cautious. If messengers change often, People will begin to doubt and suspect something wrong. And finally, there was one more compelling reason. The hero cannot read a single line from the military book, yet he has already defeated an experienced general from Wuguan. No one could have done that in his place. Therefore, the mentor believed that after everything that had happened, the ruler simply needed to keep someone like Yopo Ponson closer to himself. There was indeed a deep meaning in this, but the gray-haired elder was still curious about what his assistant was planning. Why did he decide to make Yopo Ponson a messenger and send him so far away, like to Fort Daisun? This made no sense, so the Lord thought that perhaps the man was hiding his true intentions. The teacher simply believed that Yopo Ponson would achieve greater success with this opportunity. He will defeat many enemies and earn a glorious reputation in the process of conquering new lands. Then the young warrior will win the trust of the inhabitants of Bengju. The mentor thought that they simply had to give a chance to such a talented young man. After hearing all that, the ruler immediately decided to give Yopo Ponson the first important task. The gray-haired elder needed to send a certain secret letter to General Kadzin, and the teacher promised that the delivery would go without the slightest problems, for the hero was very responsible and reliable. No one suspected that at that very moment the responsible warrior was lying drunk with a literacy book in his hands, completely unaware of the upcoming trials. Soon the venerable mentor withdrew, leaving his pupil in deep reflection on such a momentous conversation. The wise elder was fully aware that the master of the renowned garden was one of the most skilled and devoted guardians in all the majestic Gyeongju, yet this time the gray-haired master still managed to surpass his worthy pupil. The teacher himself understood with no less clarity the true desires of his mentor. After all, they had spent many years side by side, mastering the secrets of the martial art. Nevertheless, the teacher was well aware that many courtiers would inevitably have doubts if he immediately sent a message to the celebrated general. Suspicion seemed especially dangerous if this happened right after sending an important report to the Honorable Zhou Cheng. The wise elder was extremely reluctant for the powerful ruler to continue destroying his impeccable reputation solely to trap an ordinary messenger, the young Yopo Ponson. It was already far too late for the ruler to earn the universal respect of his subjects, as their restless regions were in dire need of new heroes. The young warrior was perfectly suited for such a lofty role. Therefore, shortly before the upcoming mission, the mentor summoned Yopo Ponson, warning that the forthcoming task was fundamentally different from the usual clearing of bandit dens and criminal hideouts. The youth had to show exceptional wisdom, since brute force alone would no longer help him. For this reason, the gray-haired master repeatedly reminded his protégé of the need to exercise special caution and carefully consider every step. And now, immersed in memories of that fateful conversation, Tae-hen was so deeply lost in thought that he did not immediately hear his faithful subordinate Jin Irok calling him. The perceptive warrior noticed that his lord was in a state of extreme anxiety. However, the noble commander asked not to pay attention to his concern. For this reason, Jin Irok promptly directed his comrades forward, to where the legendary Hamgok was already clearly visible. Of course, Tae-hen was quite surprised that his companion had unmistakably recognized Hamgok and assumed that perhaps he had already been to the glorious Nakyan. However, it turned out that Jin Urok was the first to set foot on these lands, which made the young Yopo Ponson even more curious. How did his comrade possess such extensive knowledge about this place? The reason lay precisely in the fact that people like Jin Urok diligently studied ancient scrolls and manuscripts. After all, wise books hold the invaluable experience and knowledge of previous generations. If Tae-hen had diligently studied the writings, he would have immediately gained the experience of hundreds of sages. Jin Uirok sincerely believed that a single book could change the course of history, and could also be passed on to the next generation so that it too could learn from these sacred texts. However, for Yopo Ponson, the words of the learned man literally sounded like a call to action, to learn writing in order to conquer the whole world. At that very moment, the travelers approached a majestic tower, where a stern guard of the watch ordered them to stop immediately. After that, he demanded that the arrivals tell where they were coming from. Tae-hen promptly explained that he had come here from the renowned Byonju with the most important message, which by the order of the august grandson, he must deliver to the palace. However, for some inexplicable reason, the noble warrior, looking at the sentinel, instantly realized that something was wrong. Usually, the guards would have already opened the heavy gates and posted an honor guard, but now everything was happening completely differently. Finally, with an ominous creak, the massive doors opened, and the arrivals were met by one of the watchman warriors. The stern soldier immediately began questioning the travelers about the purpose of their arrival. However, by the mere appearance of the arriving messenger, the experienced guard immediately understood that he was from distant Sakju. Therefore, he hastens to explain that nothing extraordinary had happened. But recently the rebellious Seiyun had raised an uprising, which turned out to be quite serious. For this reason, the august palace sent reinforcements to strengthen the guard. Having confirmed that messengers had indeed arrived, the sentinels immediately let them through the fortress walls and promised to take proper care of the honored guests. Nevertheless, the watchtower guards maintained extreme vigilance regarding the arriving travelers. Therefore, having carefully recorded the information about the envoys, they immediately sent a messenger bird, which swiftly flew to Nakyang itself. At that very moment, a dozen influential eunuchs were seated in the capital chambers, actively discussing the rebellion in the defiant Zion. However, the courtiers realized that there was no particular reason for concern. After all, they had already sent a formidable army of eunuchs there. Although, of course, they might have been somewhat hasty with this decision, and could have postponed it to a more suitable time. At the very least, the wise advisors made sure to request help from the valiant Jusin Dontak of Seorian and the invincible Gong Sonchan of Bukpyong. Their combined forces should have been more than enough. After this, the courtiers also decided to discuss the recent rumors surrounding the mysterious report that was supposed to reach the august sovereign, but was ultimately sent to the celebrated General Kajin. Many whispered that the imperial messenger from Byunju passed through the Hamgok region. Many courtiers wondered if this meant that the mighty Jongjasa had also gone to Hajin. However, this was a completely different story, so for now the wise decided not to spread it. But suddenly one of the eunuchs realized that apparently the mysterious message was with that very young man, Yopo Ponson. All present were amazed that the courtier had heard of the young warrior. It turned out that he had once met this brave guy and maintained contact with Jasa. So for this reason, the eunuch asked permission to take on all the responsibilities related to this matter. Of course, the Tsar's courtiers suspected that Yopo Ponson would not give up the important message just like that. However, the influential eunuch was ready to do whatever was necessary to achieve the goal. At that very moment, the valiant Tae Hen finally arrived there with his faithful Jin Yirok, where the wise master Deung had directed them. However, to the travelers' considerable surprise, a remarkably clean and deserted street lay before them. The young warrior himself could not understand why the mentor ordered him to stop exactly at this place. The master only said that the mysterious Mrs. Luju was supposed to meet them somewhere nearby. She was allegedly the head of an entertainment establishment. However, Yopo Ponson hastened to reassure his worried subordinate, assuring him that they would not waste precious time on entertainment with girls, which greatly confused the young man. At that moment, approaching one of the locals, Tae-hen decided to ask where exactly the infamous clean snail was located. However, the man was so frightened by this seemingly innocent question that he immediately ran away with loud screams. The noble warrior was puzzled about the reason for such a violent reaction, when suddenly an elderly townsman spoke to him. The gray-haired elder perfectly understood the reaction of that frightened man. Anyone would be terrified if such a giant approached them. The old man was very angry at Yopo Ponson, who was scaring peaceful passers-by. However, looking at the bewildered face of the warrior, the elderly man grew even angrier, as it seemed the traveler was completely unaware of what was happening. The imperial soldiers were mercilessly taking money from defenseless people. However, Yopo Ponson reacted quite irritably to the words of this old man, believing that someone like him, who was drunk in broad daylight, was not in a position to give moral lessons. But the old man believed that Tae-hen was a real scoundrel, who asked about the entertainment streets solely to have fun with corrupt girls. For this reason, the young man reminded him of wild northern barbarians. Nothing more. Of course, the enraged Tae-hyun immediately flared up, demanding that the insolent fellow not cross the line of what was allowed. He was not any northerner, as he was a valiant general from Byonju. The unfortunate man was saved from certain death by the timely arrival of Jin Yirok, who promised his commander that he would find someone to help them locate the desired place. Because if the warrior caused a commotion on the street now, they would definitely never reach their destination. In the end, the noble hero agreed not to waste precious time on this man. Moreover, the insolent old man had just driven away Tae-hen, and even called him a useless fool. Both companions were immensely shocked by the old man's impudence and rudeness, but tried to restrain themselves, not wanting to provoke unnecessary trouble. The old man, watching the departing travelers, only laughed at these simple-minded idiots. After this, the elderly man realized it was time to stop drinking intoxicating beverages. Since he was free, it was better to go about his business. When the old man stood up, it turned out that he had been completely sober all along and was only pretending to be drunk. Soon, finally, the two valiant travelers reached the sought-after building. They were greeted by a respectful manager who introduced himself as Banso. After this, he also politely asked the arriving gentlemen to introduce themselves. Yopo Ponson hurried to name himself the commander-in-chief of the army from Banye. Naturally, the manager delicately explained that even such a distinguished gentleman should have reserved a suitable place before entering. However, the noble youth hastened to explain that he had come not for entertainment. He had the most important order from the famous Byonju Jasa, and he urgently requested to summon a person named Luju. Nevertheless, the manager still respectfully bowed, apologized, and asked the travelers to first reserve an appropriate place with them and then return, since not everyone could be granted a meeting with the influential lady. Yopo Ponson literally froze in amazement, while Jin Yurok could not understand how the manager dared to drive them away, although they clearly said they were carrying out an order. From the misunderstanding of these two worthy men, veins appeared on the manager's forehead from anger. He made it clear to them that he would not let them in under any circumstances. They simply had to retreat. Nevertheless, the steward decided to explain that many people wished to meet the mysterious Lu Zhu, dozens daily, but the others at least wore official garments, unlike these two travelers. Therefore, he ordered them to leave immediately. However, the enraged hero decided to find out what would happen if they did not heed his words. Approaching closer and straightening his mighty shoulders, the valiant warrior stood even taller than the surrounding steward's guards, making it clear that they could do nothing to him. Very soon, the massive doors they guarded were simply torn off their hinges, and the guards were already lying unconscious. The furious Tae Hen grabbed the frightened steward by his clothes, while the latter desperately tried to explain to the honorable gentleman that he could not behave like that with him. The steward begged for the angry warrior to release him. Even the loyal Jin Yurok pleaded with his commander not to cross the line of what was permitted. At that very moment, the steward noticed that the very same mysterious Lu Zhu had come down to them because of the noise. The exquisite woman was in shock, not understanding what had happened to the door and why it had been broken down. Of course, the steward asked the lady to leave immediately, since a dangerous conflict was brewing here. At that moment, the noblewoman asked the dear guest to be more magnanimous and not harm her people. The steward himself desperately tried to convey to the lady that this man did not deserve such polite treatment from her. But at that moment, seeing her true purpose, Tae Hen instantly lost all interest in the steward. The graceful woman calmly introduced herself as the owner of this house and decided to find out what the arriving travelers desired. The noble Tae Hen, also known as Yopo Ponson, politely introduced himself as a messenger from Byonju Jasa, and also said that he had heard that in this place he could meet the famous General Hajin. The refined woman, of course, had heard about the commander-in-chief from Byonju, who was scheduled to meet here with the powerful general. She also respectfully bowed and offered her sincere apologies for the reception given to him, therefore asking that from now on they feel at home. After this, she invited them inside, prepared a private room with a table, and also did not forget to reprimand the steward who was the cause of all this unfortunate commotion. Soon the mistress of this noble house explained to the hero that the celebrated general wished to meet on the 5th day of the new moon at the house of the official Wang. This official was one of the influential government servants in the region, and also enjoyed special favor from Yuju Jasa. His name was Wonyun, and this name immediately made the hero realize that this was the very foster father of his beloved, the beautiful Chosona. In the end, Tae Hen realized that he needed to go to meet this nobleman, and hastily explained to the mistress of the house that he had heard of this celebrated gentleman. Finally, before leaving, he only asked that the lady take care of his loyal companions while he was away. Immediately after this, the valiant hero flew out onto the street, remembering how many years he had not been in these familiar places, but still blaming himself for having forgotten this road. The charming Chosona always met him on the porch at dawn, and also constantly played with the local neighborhood children. When she saw him, she warmly smiled, greeting, "General Yopo Bongson." Approaching the familiar turn, the noble warrior discovered that there was no one here, only the neighbor's children running around. At that moment, Yopo Ponson again remembered that mysterious girl he had met a year ago. However, he realized that although she was strikingly similar to Cho Sonu, she seemed to have no relation to her, nor to Wang Yun himself. Of course, there was a possibility that she had met the adoptive father a little later, or at least was acquainted with this man before. In any case, today he decided to discuss all these mysteries with the honorable gentleman and find out the whole truth. Naturally, entering a secluded alley, the perceptive warrior quickly realized that enemies were following him. However, it annoyed him that these simpletons did not even let him think quietly alone. Before Tae Hen could ask whether these people had come for his head, they attacked. Instantly turning around, the hero grabbed the mercenary's hand who had pointed a sharp blade at his neck. Then with the same weapon he struck him down. Moreover, the opponent died almost instantly. Immediately after that, the valiant warrior took the blade from the killed mercenary. Although he had not used this type of weapon for a very long time, as a concession he decided to question these brash men about who had assigned them the task of killing him. If they told the truth, perhaps he would spare them. However, the mercenaries turned out to be fools, so their commander immediately ordered his fighters to attack this young man. In an instant, they rushed at him, but the hero easily grabbed one of those rushing at him by the neck. After that, he reached his hands to the man's face to remove the mask and look at his visage. However, to his surprise, when he removed the mask, he saw that the man had his nose cut off. In some prisons, such punishment existed. Quickly overpowering this criminal, Tae-hen thought that most likely their leader must be a rather notoriously infamous commander since he made former prisoners into killers. Perhaps it was one of Hajin's enemies who tried to seize the letter. That means information about it had leaked out. Now Tae-hen had to prioritize the safety of the important message, so he needed to hurry and get to the recipient as quickly as possible. Soon the valiant warrior reached the sought-after house and began knocking persistently on the gate, asking to be let in because he urgently needed to meet a man named Wonyun. At his loud knocks, a man on the other side immediately opened the door and asked the guest to identify himself. Tae-hen immediately gave his name, and the old man had no idea who had sent this young man. Then the hero explained that he was told he would be admitted if Luju had sent him. Immediately after these words, the doors opened wide before the warrior. However, the man immediately apologized that Master Wang was still absent. He would return only tomorrow evening. Therefore, the servant offered to provide the young man with a room and prepare dinner. After that, he introduced Yopo Ponson to the girl who would serve him during his stay. And the young maid immediately respectfully greeted the master. Only at the moment when Yopo Ponson greeted her in return did they both realize that they were already acquainted with each other. Obviously, without showing it in front of the manager, the hero went into the room offered to him, where he sat down to think over everything that had happened. That mysterious girl still would not leave his mind. He had guesses that she might be the very Chosona. This really seemed possible, considering that she lived in the van house, but it also could have been not her. At that moment, the girl, having visited the commander, explained that his bathroom was ready. Obviously, the young man immediately opened the door and greeted her. Now he was convinced for many reasons. This girl was strikingly similar to his beloved. At that moment, she awkwardly, avoiding the warrior's gaze, explained that dinner would be ready after he took a bath. She also asked that the young man call her if he needed anything else. But at that moment, Tae-hen, stepping onto the cold snow in ordinary house slippers, bowed before the girl. He mentally apologized to his late beloved and understood that her death was his fault. If he had done everything right, she would be alive. He was unbearably sorry that he left her then and went forward. At that moment, the little girl did not understand at all what was happening. She only looked at the warrior standing before her on one knee with surprise. Immediately, the frightened Yopo Ponson stepped back from her, apologizing for scaring her. After that, he decided to find out from the little girl if they had met before, then again began to apologize for possibly behaving strangely. The noble warrior clearly understood that it was better for him to leave as soon as possible, ending their communication. He was about to send the girl away when suddenly she rushed at him, embracing him tenderly. The valiant warrior had no idea what she was doing. However, the little girl said nothing, and only then quietly admitted that she was very worried that Yopo Ponson might not recognize her. Now she had met her noble savior again. The valiant hero responded to her tender embrace, gently patting the little girl on the head. For him, it was also true happiness to cross paths with her again in life. After they entered the warm house, the girl told that on that memorable day when the brave hero saved her, Mr. Wang found her in the evening. He also said that he was very glad to hear her melodious singing. The noble gentleman took her in because he needed a house helper, and he generously helped her bury her father according to all customs. Only then did the noble young man realize that the white flag he had seen then was somehow connected to the death of her parent. And only now did he understand how hard it was for this fragile girl to endure such a grievous loss. At that moment, Chosona decided to find out how the young man had learned her name. The hero only awkwardly explained that the keykeeper had called her by this beautiful name. It turned out that the name was given to her by Mr. Van himself, and she also liked it very much. The curious girl also decided to find out why the valiant hero had once again ended up in the glorious Nakyang. Tae-hen explained that he had received a small request to deliver an important letter. But still something seemed quite strange to him about this matter. And since Chosona turned out to be a literate girl, he immediately asked her to take a look at this mysterious message. The letter was addressed to a celebrated general. Yopo Ponson had heard that this was a report on the execution of government duties by the Jasi, which was created once every 2 years. Even the young girl, upon learning about this letter, found it quite strange. Even she knew that the execution report was sent immediately to the palace. But Yopo Ponson was ordered to deliver it to the general. For this very reason, Tae-hen wanted to know its contents but did not know how to read the script. At least it was pleasing that the valiant man did not try to open the message on his own, since the tied knot was extremely difficult to untie. It had to be cut with a sharp blade. Then the hero thought it was a hopeless matter and decided to leave everything as it was. But it turned out that the skillful Chosona knew how to untie such tricky knots. Therefore, before getting to work, she decided to find out how best to proceed with this mysterious letter. But from just the expression on the gentleman's face, she saw he was truly interested in learning the contents. Soon the girl's nimble fingers untied everything, and she explained that the letter mainly wrote about the system of support for military horses and provisions. Perhaps a great war was coming. The wind from the north brought troubling news. The northern enemy began to move, and they also needed to thoroughly prepare for the upcoming battles. Additionally, it was written there, "Do not worry about the scholar. They will be able to surrender the fort to him just as they gave him Managok." Chosona had no idea why they wanted to give Managok to the scientist, since he was supposed to be their sworn enemy. And Yopo Ponson explained that Managok is part of the lands of Byonju, where scholars returned long ago. Thousands of scholar soldiers ruthlessly set fire to several villages, and the suddenly attacked, completely unprepared settlements began to disappear from the face of the earth. At that moment, Tai Hien could not even find the bodies of his parents due to the huge number of corpses covering the ground. It was then that he became a soldier of Zhongzhan for sacred revenge. But now he realized that it was this very cunning old man who was the cause of everything that happened to his family and native village. Yopo Ponson could not believe that he had just learned things he did not even know in his previous life. He understood. He needed to return back to his homeland and kill that vile old man with his own hands. But at that moment, the fragile hands of Chosona hurried to stop the enraged warrior by grabbing his face. She perfectly understood his burning desire for revenge, but warned that he would not defeat the enemy relying only on rage and impulsiveness. She did not know how large the enemy army was, but he must also understand that this entire mighty army would fight against the whole vast Byonju. It was precisely for this reason that she asked the gentleman to calm down, while her hands trembled like aspen leaves from fear. Yopo Ponson quickly realized that the wise girl was absolutely right, and such serious problems cannot be solved solely with emotions. But he still had no idea what to do, as he could not just remain inactive. That treacherous old man had to be caught and punished at all costs. Chosona perfectly understood that in any war, the human resource is extremely important. If the letter tells the truth, then Yopo Ponsona will have to fight simultaneously both with the Jasa and with the scientists themselves. This means that he must hire a person skilled in strategies. He needed a true schemer and tactician. His mission involved numerous deadly risks. Moreover, the task would surely not be so difficult for Yopo Ponson. After all, he was a famous general. And that means someone will definitely want to find him and propose an alliance. And surely he will meet the right person when the right time comes. She also cited the story of the great king of the Yue Empire named Gojian, who patiently waited for a whole 20 years for his revenge, and even made his wife deliver food to the commoners to avoid arousing suspicion. Therefore, the wise girl asked that he be patient and wait until his star hour comes. And the valiant warrior himself perfectly understood that thorough preparation is indeed extremely important for this fateful task. After that, he asked Chosun to read what was written to the very end. When the letter was fully read, she decided to find out how the general planned to act on the received information. However, now the nobleman did not wish to harm anyone. After that, he gently calmed the girl and asked her to go to sleep, since it was already quite late outside, and she needed to rest. Looking after the departing Chosone, the hero clearly understood that their real meeting was supposed to happen only in a couple of years, but he knew that she had always been smart and wise. He still found it hard to believe that this wisdom and sharp mind belonged to a real child. At the end, he only smiled gently at the girl as she walked away, asking her to be careful. He did not even know that at that very moment a treacherous attack by an archer was already being prepared against her, who was patiently waiting for her above on the roof. The girl noticed the deadly arrow flying towards her, but it was already too late. It was literally a meter from her face. Fortunately, Yopo Ponson arrived just in time and caught the arrow flying at her. However, the valiant warrior was struck by the fact that someone tried to hurt the innocent Chosonu. The girl herself, from the fright she experienced and realizing how close she was to death, simply fell to her knees, and Yopo Ponson immediately rushed to her to make sure she was unharmed. But at that moment, she pointed to a human figure hidden behind the roof. At the same moment, the young man immediately dashed there, asking the girl to stay in place and not go anywhere. And although she did not move from the spot, she immediately looked at the arrow, which was now lying on the snow-white snow. At that moment, the frightened mercenary desperately tried to escape. He was clearly panicking. Usually his shots always missed the target. But now, if Yopo Ponson had not stopped them, the arrow would have hit the target directly. He understood. He needed to get out of here immediately because otherwise he would surely die. After all, he clearly saw the fierce expression on the face of that mighty fighter. Of course, at that moment the hero's hands were already reaching for his neck. Grabbing the man, the valiant warrior could not believe that he really thought he could run away from him with such clumsy movement technique. After he strangled him, the noble hero demanded to be told who had assigned him to carry out this vile task. The man, already foaming at the mouth, desperately begged to be spared. If the magnanimous lord let him go, the mercenary would definitely tell everything without concealment. And obviously right after these promises, Tae-hen threw the man far forward onto the snow. He still found it surprising that the killer did not hide his face. Moreover, this man looked quite elderly, but he had no beard, and possibly he was a eunuch. The hero wanted to know why the man tried to kill this innocent girl, and not him. However, he immediately apologized for the misunderstanding. He just needed to deliver a letter to its destination. But at that moment, the young man kicked a stone lying on the ground with just one foot, and the stone hit the man's hand directly, immediately breaking his humerus with a crunch. Tae-hen, looking at the defeated opponent, realized that he must have been one of the servants of the 10 influential eunuchs. And that meant he knew that the hero needed to meet with the famed General Hajin. At that moment, the man, howling in pain, explained that he had released an arrow with a tied letter. It was solely his unfortunate mistake that the arrow flew toward the girl, and he tried to apologize for this misunderstanding. He revealed that the chief eunuch wished to secretly meet with the hero tomorrow at about 7 o'clock in the evening on the bridge behind the western gates. The man did not know the reasons for such a meeting, nor in principle any other important information he had just revealed. Therefore, he begged the noble gentleman to spare his miserable life. However, the valiant hero demanded that this miserable man tell his master that he could not read writings, and even if he had been sent this mysterious message, he would not have been able to understand anything. After that, he sternly ordered the attacker to get out of his sight before he changed his mind and decided to kill him on the spot. The attacker immediately obediently disappeared into the darkness, promising to report what he had heard to his master. Looking after him, the noble warrior perfectly understood that he could have killed him without the slightest pang of conscience. But he felt sorry for the unfortunate man who was merely carrying out the orders of his masters. Therefore, frightening him was already quite enough to achieve the goal. The next evening, the valiant hero met Cho-sona again at the estate. The girl did not understand how the hero managed to deal with this man, since 10 eunuchs could even wield the emperor's boundless power. However, the guy hurried to explain that such treacherous people did not threaten him in the least. Then the clever Cho-sun realized that this mysterious man had come to take an important report that the hero was supposed to deliver to the destination, but the valiant warrior was not going to give it up without a fight. Insightful Cho-sona believed that he plans to make a profitable deal with opponents. However, it is obvious that such a tactic will not work against experienced schemers. Therefore, the noble warrior considered that there might still be some secret messages that the enemies would not want to obtain, since it would clearly not be enough for the famous General Hajin to learn information about the weaknesses of the powerful Zhongjasi. After that, the determined guy got up and promised the wise Cho-sun that he would return unharmed soon. Therefore, he asked her not to worry about anything and not to be anxious in vain. The fragile girl could only beg her savior to be as careful as possible and not act rashly in the dangerous situation. Soon, as was solemnly agreed, the brave young man arrived at the secret meeting place, where he was already patiently awaited by the gray-haired old man and the very same warrior with the wounded arm. Immediately upon hearing approaching footsteps, those waiting realized that the long-awaited guest had finally arrived. Tae-hen politely bowed, stepping out of the shadows and introducing himself as a messenger from the glorious Byonju. However, the influential elder preferred to avoid tedious formalities, as time was by no means elastic. Therefore, he suggested moving straight to the pressing matter and finding out whether the valiant hero had brought what was extremely necessary for him. Surely the wise guy guessed why he was called here, even though he himself could not read complex writings. Yopa Ponson himself was extremely surprised that rumors about him being an illiterate courier had spread so rapidly throughout the district. The cunning eunuch explained that in these parts there were absolutely no secrets from them. Therefore, he earnestly requested that the noble guy hand over the precious letter, and then no one would suffer from their wrath. But the valiant hero, shocking the crafty man, made it clear that he would not be able to give him the letter from the very beginning. He hid it in a place known only to himself so that robbers and bandits could not steal it on the road. Of course, the influential eunuch was outraged that some man intended to joke with him. Immediately, 2 sharp blades flashed near the hero's head from warriors hiding in the thick shadows. The cunning eunuch thoroughly explained that he was well aware that this guy was illiterate, but he thought that he could at least guess what was really going on. but it seems he was terribly mistaken in his calculations. Therefore the warrior asked that the Lord show mercy to such a humiliated person as himself. If he lost the important report, he would not be able to survive at court. But the influential intriguer only reminded that the brave guy would die right now on the spot. Therefore, the noble hero had even fewer strong motivations to share the precious letter. For if he gave it away, he would surely die. And if he did not, he would also be mercilessly killed. After some thought, the crafty eunuch realized that he had underestimated this clever guy and promised to reward him generously. That was more than enough to live luxuriously for the rest of his life while simultaneously hiding from the vengeful Jongjasi, all for just one mysterious letter. However, the wise Yopo Ponson proposed a much more elegant scheme. He would simply tell what was written in that secret report. But the cunning eunuch only fumed, thinking that the hero was making a pathetic clown out of him, and demanded that he immediately hand over the original letter. The valiant hero once again patiently explained that he could not give them the letter itself, but was ready to say what content was written there. In exchange, he asked that the influential gentleman fulfill his one modest wish. Of course, the perceptive eunuch also noticed the glaring inconsistency. After all, the hero said he could not read, yet admitted he had literate acquaintances. Moreover, the elder was quite surprised that Yopo Ponson was ready to betray his lord for personal gain. But this troubled him little, since the young man turned out to be much more interesting and cunning than he had initially expected. All the brave guy wanted in return was a high officer position in the mighty Byeonju. Such a simple task was quite feasible for the influential eunuch. However, the cunning elder warned that if the content of the letter the hero was about to quote was unworthy of their attention, he would pay for wasting their precious time with his own life. Before starting the detailed story, the valiant hero decided to ask the eunuch if he had heard that not long ago, the mighty Jongjasa had conquered the strategically important region of Hoguang. The elder nodded, as he also knew that several military garrisons were stationed there. But there were not so many for serious actions. However, Yopo Ponson hastened to explain that several tens of thousands of battle-hardened soldiers were quartered there, and all of them patiently awaited orders from the famed General Hajin. And the very cunning plan of Jongjasa was to send all these experienced soldiers to the capital to General Hajin for some secret purpose. Obviously, after hearing this, the stunned eunuch immediately drew a sharp blade that had been hidden in the folds of his clothing all this time. After which, with a lightning-fast movement, he wounded the poor young man who had been standing obediently next to him all this time, holding the illuminating lantern. This cruel murder was committed to eliminate an unnecessary witness. For it was obvious that since tens of thousands of trained soldiers were ready to move to the capital, one could not just sit idly by and passively wait for an invasion from the north. As the valiant hero also knew, the cunning inspector already had some sinister plans for the capital. He was also almost ready to hand over the main fortresses to the enemy according to a premeditated plan. And obviously the stunned eunuch considered him simply a mad traitor. The cunning Yopo Ponson himself was glad that this secret report clearly attracted the close attention of an influential man. He will be completely delighted if he finds out that Don Zhou from Western Liang also secretly communicated with the powerful general and was making cunning plans with him. In the end, respectfully bowing, Yopo Ponson thoroughly explained that this was the entire secret report given to him for delivery. However, the perceptive eunuch guessed that there was surely something else, more important, in the report. And he was absolutely right in his suspicions, which caused the cunning elder to smile slyly with satisfaction. Looking intently at the hero, the influential eunuch said that he did not like people with great ambitions, people with strong spirit and noble intentions. He could not predict what dizzying heights such determined individuals would reach. After all, behind a beautiful outer shell sometimes hides a rotten core and a black soul. But at the same time, people who strove for wealth, authority, and power inspired a certain trust in him. They would never dare to betray if their vital needs were fully satisfied. At that moment, the wounded warrior still lay submissively at the feet of his powerful lord. However, the latter cold-bloodedly decided to finish him off without the slightest regret. The thing was that the eunuch clearly heard. The warrior made a serious mistake and almost wounded one of Taehen's loyal men last night. Therefore, his immediate killing was a kind of apology to the lord himself for such an unforgivable negligence. After that, the cunning elder decided to find out whether the hero was still satisfied with his generous offer to become an officer in the army. However, the warrior thought it would be excessively greedy to ask for anything beyond what was agreed. From these wise words, the influential eunuch was simply beside himself with admiration, as he already foresaw that he and the clever Yopo Ponson would have truly long and mutually beneficial relations. but he earnestly asked to be as attentive and cautious as possible in the future. The grateful Tae-hen himself bowed deeply before the powerful eunuch with profound gratitude for his invaluable help and asked that the influential man be extremely careful upon returning to his chambers. Reflecting on all the amazing events of that evening, the thoughtful young man set off through the snowy bamboo grove toward the warm house. To his great surprise, the entire delicate conversation went even better than he had initially dared to expect. Now he could calmly return and tell the wise Cho-sun about everything that had happened. But unexpectedly, as he approached the familiar gates, he saw the very official Won, who had already safely returned from his trip. However, this circumstance irritated Tae-hen considerably. The influential gentleman had returned at a very inconvenient time, because now he would have to explain his departure. At that moment, the venerable old man turned around when he noticed an unknown guest standing at his gate at such a late hour. Soon they found themselves in the cozy room of the influential official. The hospitable man kindly invited the hero to sit on the soft cushions, and he gladly made himself comfortable. Only then did the gray-haired old man begin to thoroughly question his guest about what he was doing outside at such an inappropriate time. He found it very suspicious that the courier, who was entrusted with delivering an important report, had come so late in the evening. And the wise official thought that perhaps he had met someone suspicious along the way. However, the brave young man hastened to explain that there was no such strict rule forbidding him from leaving the house at his own will. Still, he faithfully served the powerful Jong Jae, so official Won should not reprimand him as if he were a guilty servant. And the influential old man immediately hurried to excuse himself, saying that he was not trying to suspect or accuse him of anything, but was simply sincerely concerned about the safety of the letter. The hero calmly explained that there was no need to worry about the fate of the report, since he had left it in his room immediately after arriving, and the man could check its safety at any convenient moment if he wished to verify it personally. However, first of all, the venerable old man kindly offered the hero some aromatic tea, and he accepted it with sincere gratitude. But in reality, the valiant warrior perfectly understood how dangerous their recent conversation with the eunuch had been. The influential official clearly doubted his sincerity, but fortunately, the noble hero was not caught in a lie, so everything ended well for him. Usually he would not have cared at all, even if he had been caught cheating, but now the innocent Cho-sona, who selflessly helped him, was involved in this matter. At that moment, the fragile girl greeted her savior with joyful cries, who, thank heavens, had returned home safe and sound. It turned out that the devoted Cho-sona had been patiently waiting for him and was very eager to know how everything had gone. She was very worried because a lot of time had passed, and the valiant hero had not returned home. However, gently stroking her head, the noble warrior explained that everything had gone simply excellently, which brought her great relief. After that, the caring girl decided to find out if the gentleman wanted anything to drink or eat, and immediately ran off joyfully to bring him some tasty food. Soon she also brought him exquisite alcohol, which was indeed excellent in taste. Moreover, this refined flavor seemed surprisingly familiar to him. Tae-hen believed that he had tried something similar a long time ago. However, the wise Cho-sona hastened to explain that it was the famous Ju Yong-chun, considered one of the best varieties of noble alcohol in China. But Tae-hen had no idea that such drinks could be obtained somewhere in this region. The biggest problem was that this expensive alcohol was produced by the hated clan of cow degenerates. After drinking it, the young man suddenly wanted to cut out his tongue in disgust. Looking at the gentleman's stormy reaction, the perceptive Cho-sun immediately understood that apparently the valiant Tae-hen is connected to this cursed family by some extremely unpleasant memories. Then he calmly explained that he had a huge bloody debt which he intended to pay on the battlefield. Although it sounded completely insane now, when the right time comes, he will mercilessly fight this vile clan for one sacred goal. Obviously, the fragile girl could not understand why. If this is supposed to happen in the future, Tae-hen is so sure that the enemy will be able to hire fierce soldiers and warrior scientists, and the brave guy was not completely sure whether he was already doing this, or was only about to take decisive action. But he already knew several influential people ready to help him. So everything indicated that the enemy would start this thorough preparation sooner or later. In the end, after thinking a little about what she heard, the clever girl realized that Yopo Ponson did not like this exquisite drink at all as soon as he found out it was produced by the clan of the hated enemy. And so, the main problem lay not in the quality of the alcohol, but in that very cursed clan itself. Therefore, she delicately took the cup of alcohol to herself, thinking, just as one can take away the personal belongings of that hateful man, one can seize soldiers, wealth, anything can be forcibly taken from him. And although she did not know exactly how to accomplish it, for the wise Yopo Ponson, who knew influential people on the enemy's side, everything seemed quite possible. Of course, the noble Yopo Ponson had no idea why these people should choose him and not the powerful clan leader Kao. Precisely for this reason, in Chosona's reasonable opinion, he desperately needed a wise advisor. Only the best advisor will provide his noble actions with a worthy goal. And if the hero finds such an outstanding person, scholars and warriors will follow him themselves. Right there, deeply pondering these wise words, the valiant hero once again grabbed the cup with alcohol that stood on the table, after which he drained the entire jug to the very bottom in one gulp, and with iron determination and some sacred madness in his voice solemnly proclaimed that from now on he would definitely take from this insolent scoundrel the best soldiers, scientists, and even the precious liqueur. He just needed to patiently wait for the time when the enemy would lose everything at once and become defenseless. He shouted so loudly and passionately that even the faithful Chosun had to imploringly ask the general to calm down, for with his warlike cries he could wake absolutely all the inhabitants of the house. The next day the long-awaited general finally arrived, so the respectful maid hastened to lead Yopo Ponson to the ceremonial meeting room. Carefully knocking on the door, she politely introduced the arriving guest to the master. And as soon as the influential men demanded to let him in, she immediately flung open the heavy doors before Yopo Ponson. When he entered the spacious room, he saw two powerful men sitting at an exquisite table and politely greeted His Excellency. Before him sat the very legendary Commander-in-Chief General Hajin. At that moment, the influential man, without even responding to the hero's polite greeting, immediately made him understand with one authoritative finger that he should immediately hand over the precious scroll. Right there, respectfully bowing on one knee, the nobleman handed the general that very secret report, and immediately, taking it from the hands of the humble warrior, the powerful warlord began carefully studying how skillfully this important message was packed. Looking at his intently studying gaze, the valiant man desperately tried not to show that he was scared from the tension. The previous night, before submitting the report on the assignment, he decided to ask the wise Chosona how to restore the letter's original tied appearance. After all, she said it was tied in some special way. But it turned out that the clever girl knew perfectly well how to return it to its original form. She simply tied it exactly as it looked before. Moreover, she did it so easily and gracefully that the hero was even surprised. After all, she said it was some kind of special intricate knot, but everything was possible when she concentrated. Therefore, the wise girl asked the valiant hero not to worry about anything and boldly submit the letter in such a flawless state. At that moment, the powerful man was pleasantly surprised that the message was delivered so neatly and was not at all stained with road dirt. So he thought that perhaps Yopo Ponson was not even tempted to open it unauthorized. However, the valiant hero modestly explained that he could hardly write his own name, so even if he had opened this letter, he would not have been able to read it. In principle, the general expected such an answer from the simple messenger Jongjasi. He liked how the wise old man conducted his affairs and selected people. After that, the influential military leader asked the hero to hand him his blade. After that, he twirled the weapon in experienced hands, simultaneously explaining to official Wan that the swords of the northern regions were very short compared to the local ones. Only then did he remember that it seemed the Honorable Mr. Wan himself had once been to distant Binzhou. However, it turned out that the influential man did not know such subtleties regarding combat weapons, since as a scholar he had never used them in battles. The renowned general just laughed at his naive words, because if it were his collectible 7 stars dagger, which hung at the scholar's belt, he would clearly be very upset by such neglect of the weapon. Finally unfolding the letter, the influential man immediately began to read it carefully. The only thing he could comment aloud was that everything was going exactly according to the prearranged plan. After that, he decided to ask the Honorable Mr. Wang how his secret mission was progressing, which greatly surprised the soldier standing nearby. It turned out that the influential Mr. Wang really had something to report to the powerful general, and Taehan was very worried, as he had no idea what other nasty adventure these two wanted to drag him into. The respected elders began quietly whispering about some girl from the distant province of Binzhou. The valiant Taehan immediately understood what it was about. The esteemed official Wang said that this unfortunate girl sold herself into slavery to pay for a proper funeral for her deceased father. So he generously brought her here. After paying for the solemn ceremony, he took her as his personal servant. The cunning general let out a dark laugh, savoring the thought of expanding his grim collection with treasures from all 13 provinces of the vast empire. The court official, meanwhile, believed that this ruthless ambition might help the general avoid the untimely fate the royal seer had foreseen. In the end, the powerful general demanded that the official send this girl to his private house immediately after the necessary preparations. And then the noble hero realized with horror what these dirty old scoundrels were planning to do with the innocent child. At that moment, looking at the obediently bowed soldier, the influential general realized that in the heat of discussing plans he had even forgotten that the soldier was still there and hearing everything. However, the prudent official hastened to explain that this simple guy would pretend that he saw and heard nothing, although he had sharp ears and keen eyes. For the wise inspector had indeed very carefully taken care in choosing suitable assistants. So they suggested giving this lad a generous treat and drink before his return home. The powerful general himself decided not to respond to the letter sent to him for now, and asked to convey to the Honorable Mr. Zhang Jace that he would make himself known when the right time for action came. In the end, the noble Tehen prepared to leave as soon as the general gave him official permission to leave the chambers. As the young man slowly walked away, he heard the treacherous official once again begin praising the girl, emphasizing that she was young and very clever for her age. The nameless captive never revealed her true name to him. In the silence of this mysterious stranger, the official named her Cho Sono, hoping that soon she would be able to dispel the dark thoughts of his comrade-in-arms. Thinking about everything, the mighty warrior sat down on a wooden bench. Bitter insight pierced his mind like a blade. Distance alone is not enough to protect Chosun from impending disasters. Silent despair gripped his heart. He did not know by what means to save the woman dear to him from these madmen. The awareness that a wise counselor could point the right way only worsened the hero's torment. At that moment, the attention of the young man lost in thought was drawn by an ancient elder. The gray-bearded stranger looked puzzled at the young bogatir, who at such a young age sat downcast, as if under the weight of an unbearable burden, and fiercely tore his hair out. The strange behavior of the young man led the old man to think of a clouded mind. Raising his eyes to the speaker, Yopo Ponson instantly recognized the very drunken vagabond he had caught by the bronze statue of the camel. The venerable elder was extremely astonished by the audacity of the brat who dared to address him in such a manner. Nevertheless, curiosity prevailed. What could have struck down the mighty warrior, who seemed impervious to any hardships, into such a gloomy and anxious state of mind? Tehen preferred silence, but the perceptive elder guessed himself that the root of all troubles lay in the maiden. The gray-bearded sage suggested that the hero might have found some brazen, corrupt woman in that disreputable house. Yopo Ponson persistently asked the venerable elder to stop his guesses and cease fortune-telling with coffee grounds. But at that very moment, the man already put forward a new assumption. No other than someone of higher rank had kidnapped the warrior's beloved, who had won his heart. In the end, the mighty fighter admitted that such a thing had not yet happened, and the elder only sneered mockingly at the hero, considering him a pathetic coward who simply makes a fuss when his chosen one is ready to be stolen right before his eyes. The wise mentor advised the warrior not to waste precious time in vain and to act decisively. His meager mind would not allow him to devise a worthy plan anyway. Yopo Ponson was burning with anger because this ancient elder understood nothing about the situation. Moreover, he looked as if every new day was a gift of fate to him, yet he boldly commanded, instructing the hero on how best to act. Nevertheless, the warrior agreed. He would return this girl at any cost, regardless of any obstacles. Such a resolute attitude greatly pleased the elder. The hero must act in accordance with his image as a fearless strong man. However, he should also consider his next steps, for although he appeared to be a mighty warrior, it was unlikely he would manage to cause a bloody massacre in the very heart of the capital and remain alive. Even if he somehow miraculously survived, he would still be found and punished. In every such situation, he could not fight and run forever. As is known, the end of a predictable man is sad, especially when he overestimates his own strength. No matter how mighty the warrior is, he will never become the strongest in history. Ultimately, he will still lose everything dear and die completely alone. Yopo Ponson felt this bitter truth on his own skin. But even realizing this, such a fate seemed better to him than a life full of regrets about his own inaction. At least he would be able to protect the person dear to him, even if his existence afterward became a fatal mistake. Such a noble attitude pleased the wise elder, so he decided to help Yopo Ponson survive, even if he continued to act according to his own judgment. Of course, the hero made it clear that the venerable elder should not expose himself to danger, and besides, he could hardly help when he barely lifts a finger. However, the sage calmly explained to the young man that physical strength is not the only path to success. Although martial arts were not his main pursuit, he learned several important techniques in battles. At least now he could lend his elderly wisdom to the young warrior. Meanwhile, in the courtesan's house, lovely maidens admired the talents of Jin Yurok, who looked so elegant while writing. He himself only laughed carefreely in their company. The beauty of the young women truly inspired his creativity. so the grace of his hieroglyphs was born naturally. Suddenly the door slammed open, and Jin Yirok angrily looked at the one who dared to burst in so rudely. The man literally jumped, seeing the enraged commander drilling him with a scorching gaze. The angry warrior grabbed Jin Yirok literally by the ear. He knew that he would not be able to get rid of his harmful habit. They needed to leave this place immediately. Soon they stopped on the bridge, but Jin Yirok still could not believe that Yopo Ponson made him leave just when the girls had reached the most interesting part. Shortly before leaving, the mighty warrior ordered Jin Yirok to wait here for his return. The man understood. If the hero had to leave him here alone, then he might simply not take him out of the brothel. Moreover, he had no idea what all this mystery was about. Black clothes and even a mask. Jin Yirok believed that the commander should have allowed him to go on the mission together, so as not to suffer from boredom alone. At that time, the hero had already roughly understood how to leave the estate grounds bypassing the gates. This method was told to him by that very venerable elder. Besides, the wise mentor was extremely indignant that the warrior did not believe his words the first time. He demanded that the young man no longer doubt. His plan was much wiser than staging a bloody massacre in the city center and trying to flee. At such a just reproach, Yopo Ponson swore again that he would do everything necessary immediately. The elder rejoiced that finally this stubborn one had listened to the voice of reason. The gray-bearded sage commanded, "Take everything necessary, lead the girl away, and come to the old well at the western gates." There he would wait until the first hour of the night. But if the hero was late, the elder would leave and no longer help. At about the same moment, 4 warriors were on guard near the entrance gates of the estate, 2 at the very gates, 2 on the steps. Suddenly they heard someone's measured footsteps on the ground, wet after the rain. Then the guards made out a man in dark clothes, a mercenary with a bandage on his face. Instantly drawing their blades, they demanded that the stranger show his face and remove the mask. However, the hero stunned this warrior with a blow to the head in an instant. After which, like a wild panther, he attacked all the others, not even allowing them to draw their weapons. Soon, fearing nothing, he simply broke down the door, blocking his way inside. At that moment, the defenders realized that an enemy had broken through the main gates, and were struck by the fact that just one fighter had managed to disarm the outer guard. They immediately warned the audacious intruder that he should leave immediately, or he would pay with his own life. But the formidable warrior did not move from his place. Armed soldiers immediately advanced on him, but the hero without the slightest regret cut their bodies apart. The mighty fighter was extremely surprised that these warriors, who were supposed to be the elite guards of the general, turned out to be completely useless. They resembled more a pitiful army of beggar vagabonds. One thing became obvious: martial skill in this region really left much to be desired. Since that was the case, the hero drew his second sword. He no longer wished to waste precious time on these weaklings. In an instant, approaching the opponents, he split their heads in 2, after which he literally killed all the others on his path with a jump. Immediately after that, he rushed forward at a swift pace to find Cho-sun. At that moment, panic began throughout the entire estate. Upon learning about the intruding killer, everyone wanted to find him. The hero himself was glad that, judging by the presence of the guards, the general had not left anywhere and was somewhere nearby. This meant that Cho-sun was also here. He wondered which place should be checked first. For the initial check, he chose the bedroom of the official Wonyun. However, to his greatest surprise, when the mighty warrior stepped over the threshold of the chambers, only oppressive emptiness appeared before his eyes. The cowardly official had managed to hide like a rat in a hole. Despite the fact that Tae-hen was rushing at the speed of a mountain wind, the vile Wang Yun still managed to escape retribution. Since the hero found himself in these luxurious chambers, he decided to find a worthy weapon here. The swift path here had seriously damaged the blade of his sword. He needed a weapon of the highest quality, capable of withstanding the upcoming trials. Suddenly the warrior's gaze fell on the 7 stars dagger lying on the table. A truly legendary weapon. However, Yopo Ponson decided to leave it untouched. Let this blade serve as evidence against the bastards from the Cow clan when they are removed from the game forever. Instead, he began to look for a more suitable blade for himself. On the wall hung an impressive sword, a weapon of truly gigantic size. Obviously, the disappearance of such a behemoth would be completely obvious to anyone entering these chambers. The hero even doubted, was this weapon just a decoration? After all, the blade seemed too cumbersome even for the great general. At that very moment, while he held the blade in his hands, armed warriors burst into the bedroom, having noticed the audacious killer who dared to lay hands on the weapon of a high-ranking official. The guards immediately gathered at the entrance, intending to seize this degenerate and not allow him to escape the trap. At this critical moment, the hero understood. There was simply no time left to choose another sword. Fate had made its choice. He was destined to fight with this very blade. Therefore, he decisively drew the gigantic sword, preparing to accept the fight. However, to his greatest astonishment, with just one smooth movement of the legendary weapon, he took the lives of a dozen fighters who dared to approach him. Moreover, the power of the strike was so colossal that the entire building where they were cracked and split into two halves, like a broken nut. The estate servants immediately ran outside in panic upon hearing the deafening crash of the collapsing building. In the chaos and confusion, everyone began to flee, roughly pushing Chosona aside in the process. Because of this, the poor girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. At the last moment, an unknown warrior appeared, who gallantly lifted her from the ground. But before she could express her gratitude, the stern man authoritatively demanded that the girl follow him immediately. He explained that this was a direct order from the great general himself. She must appear before him without delay. The young captive was frightened, not understanding why the powerful general needed her presence. Meanwhile, the warrior strictly demanded that she not resist and simply obey orders without question. He intended to warn the stubborn girl. If she did not obey, he would have to use coercive force. But at that very moment, Yopo Ponson already attacked him with a powerful kick. Immediately after that, the hero was beside the girl, sincerely glad that he had managed to find her in this chaos. Removing his mask so the little girl would recognize him, he carefully asked if she was all right. Looking over all the havoc caused by her rescuer, Chosona became extremely angry. After all, the valiant warrior had promised to wait for the right moment and agreed with her words about the need for caution. Therefore, she reminded him with displeasure that such hasty decisions usually lead to the most unpleasant consequences. However, Taehyun calmly explained to the angry girl the harsh truth. Official Wonyun was helping her not out of kindness. She was found. Everything the hero did was done solely to save her. If he doesn't take her right now, that vile old man will do who knows what disgusting things to her. However, the girl flatly refused to go anywhere with the hero. She simply had no choice if she wanted to stay alive. Hardly anyone else could protect her except the powerful general. Therefore, she demanded that Taehyun leave as soon as possible, because these people might not yet know that he was the very audacious invader. However, the noble warrior only knelt before her, gently stroking her head. Such a smart girl as Chosona should have understood the bitter truth. The general was by no means going to protect her, and she lied to him because she wanted to protect the hero from trouble. Taehyun knew that she was growing up too soon, and hoped that the girl would not torment herself with needless worries. After all, she was still a child who needed reliable protection. Chosona, barely holding back bitter tears, worried that Yopo Ponson might be seriously hurt saving her from trouble. But the valiant warrior only hugged the frightened girl, promising that she should not worry about such trifles. He asked her to go with him without fear or doubt. The hero swore that this time he would protect her even at the cost of his own life, not retreating a single step. Soon, as previously agreed, Taehyun together with Chosona headed to the well that the wise elder had pointed out earlier. However, the young man was quite surprised. He saw absolutely no one there. Apparently, the venerable mentor could not keep his promises and simply ran away at the first sign of danger. Chosona did not even understand whom her savior was so patiently waiting for in this deserted place. Then the hero explained to her that he was waiting for the person who was supposed to lead them out of here safely. Suddenly, the old man, who appeared like a ghost behind their backs, expressed extreme surprise that the hero had thought of blowing up the mansion of the official Wonyun. The mighty warrior sighed with relief upon seeing that the wise mentor had been hiding in the shadows all along, but asked that next time he warn of his presence. The gray-bearded elder only resented Yopo Ponson, who caused so much noise that the rumble was heard even from here, at a considerable distance. After which he threw a bottle of strong alcohol at the hero's head, calling him a miserable pig. The sage thought that this reckless fellow had completely lost his mind from wanting to get his hands on one. He couldn't believe that a valiant warrior would set his eyes on such an innocent creature. Yopo Ponson hastily tried to justify himself, swearing that he had not even thought of such a thing. However, the old man wanted to understand the essence of what was happening and therefore believed that he was helping some pervert kidnap a defenseless girl. At this tense moment, Chosun loudly screamed, explaining to the venerable elder that her savior was not like that at all. On the contrary, he had saved her from a fate worse than death. The valiant warrior simply took pity on her terrible situation and vowed to protect her, risking his own life. But the wise elder only became more convinced of his opinion. This is exactly how perverts lure their victim with sweet words and false promises. At that moment, Chosun cried out in despair that the hero was like an older brother to her, caring and noble. In the end, the gray-bearded mentor only laughed at the pair, understanding that they could no longer stay in this dangerous place. Therefore, he resolutely led the fugitives along a path known only to him. The elder walked ahead, and Cho-sun with Yopo Ponson slowly followed their guide through the labyrinth of dark alleys. Soon they found themselves at some half-ruined settlement, a place that had clearly seen better days. Of course, the hero was quite surprised by what was happening, as he had assumed that the wise elder would lead them out of the city by safe routes. He had not asked to be brought to such a gloomy place where they could only hide from pursuers. But the gray-bearded mentor explained nothing to him, only silently leading them further along the broken paths. The mighty warrior decided to remain as alert as possible in such a suspicious place. He prepared his mighty blade in case the man thought to do something bad against them. Approaching one of the half-ruined houses, the elder pressed a certain brick in the wall. Immediately, before the astonished fugitives, a secret door began to slowly open, as if by the command of ancient magic. The frightened Cho-sun instinctively moved closer to her mighty savior, seeking protection. The wise elder, observing their shock, calmly explained the astonishing history of this place. Hundreds of years ago, a great emperor was rebuilding his mighty empire, waging a fierce struggle against the usurper Wang Man. Many noble people died in the bloody battle for Luyilin. Everyone was shocked that the heart of the great empire could fall so swiftly under the enemy's onslaught. Therefore, the wise rulers created secret passages for members of the royal family and important persons so that they could escape from the dangerous place. This hidden passage was exactly one of those ancient escape routes. The secret passage led the fugitives into a deep cave, and the elder urgently asked the companions to enter the shelter quickly. At this anxious moment, Cho-sun was already trembling from growing fear, like an autumn leaf in the wind. Noticing her condition, the caring man gently stroked the girl's head, asking her not to worry about anything, and promising that everything would definitely be fine. After that, the hero explained to the wise elder that he had left his faithful horse with his subordinate at the Sanbao Bridge waiting for their return. The gray-bearded mentor only smiled indulgently at his words, promising that this ancient tunnel would lead them straight to that bridge. There was no need to worry about anything. Everything had been planned in advance. Very soon, as agreed with the wise guide, Tae-hen was riding on one horse with Cho-sona, holding the girl tightly to prevent her from falling. Meanwhile, Jin Yirok was riding with the venerable elder, barely restraining the nausea caused by the sharp smell of strong alcohol that their companion was literally soaked in. Soon the tired travelers, along with their faithful horses, stopped to take a well-deserved rest and catch their breath after the swift escape. Only then did the attentive elder notice the long blade of the hero, which he carried on his back. The gray-bearded sage decided to find out where the valiant warrior had obtained such an impressive sword of unusual size. The hero honestly explained that he had borrowed this blade from a cowardly official during his daring raid. The venerable elder only shook his head in disapproval. He had associated with a guy who not only kidnapped a girl but also robbed other people. Therefore, Tae-hen had to patiently explain again that he did not kidnap the girl but saved her from a terrible fate, and this mighty sword only helped him in his noble cause. Then the curious elder decided to approach and take a closer look at the legendary blade to assess its true merits. Yopo Ponson did not even have time to warn the venerable mentor that this blade possessed truly colossal weight and size. However, to the hero's greatest surprise, the sage effortlessly drew the gigantic weapon from its sheath and raised it high to the heavens, as if it were an ordinary willow branch. Carefully examining the ancient blade, the elder admitted that in his long life he had encountered many excellent swords of legendary quality, but had never seen such a blade before. Therefore, he rightly believed that such an outstanding weapon must have its own loud name, passed down from generation to generation. Initially, the wise weapons expert knew many famous names suitable for long swords of this kind, but unfortunately, he could not decipher the name of this legendary sword among the ancient inscriptions. At that very moment, the awakened girl, following the gaze over the ancient symbols, suddenly recognized the engraved signs of the powerful Yin family. Obviously, Yopo Ponson rightly reasoned that such a dynasty must have had considerable influence since it had its own symbols on the weapon. The gray-bearded elder roughly ordered the mighty warrior to stop interrupting the young sage, as she was speaking about the legendary Yin family, which meant the royal dynasty of the great Qin Empire itself. Carefully reading the ancient symbols on the legendary blade, the clever girl immediately understood the hidden meaning of the inscription: Black Deer. And therefore, it was the very same loyal sword of the emperor, as he was also called in ancient chronicles, the Sword of the Lord, belonging to the great ruler Qin Yin Zheng in person. However, Tae-hen had no idea why Cho-sun and the venerable elder looked so shocked by this discovery, and they, in turn, could not comprehend that the valiant hero was unaware of the legendary Black Deer, the sword of the Son of Heaven himself. Meanwhile, in the ravaged estate, the cowardly official Wonyun arrived to personally inspect the damage after the bold invader's rampage. His faithful assistant hurriedly approached him to report all the losses without concealment. It became known that all the guards who were on duty during the attack of the mysterious assassin fell a brave death, but this hardly worried the vile official. He was truly frightened only when he learned the terrible news. One of the 12 legendary treasures of the Empire had vanished without a trace. This priceless treasure now adorned the mighty hands of our hero, but he still could not fully believe that the blade he had obtained possessed such incredible power. Despite the weapon being impressive in size and comfortably fitting in the hand, its true power remained a mystery to the warrior. And Cho's son hastened to enlighten the savior, explaining that before him lay the famous sword from the sacred chapter, Biographies of Assassins, in the Records of the Grand Historian. Some sages claimed that it was the royal sword of the Son of Heaven himself, while others believed it was the sword of the legendary general Bai Qi. But no one knew for sure about its true origin, only that this sword was a symbol of the great empire and appeared only at solemn coronation ceremonies. However, the wise elder was only amused by how carelessly the hero undervalued such a precious blade. The valiant warrior should have already understood from his own experience that this was by no means an ordinary weapon. After all, he had tested its power in real combat. And indeed, although the hero was in a hurry during the battle, he clearly remembered how strangely and unusually his new sword had worked. The blade seemed too cumbersome even for his mighty physique, and was difficult to draw from the sheath, but at the same time it cut flesh sharply, like a barber master's razor. All that the modest hero could say about it now was that such a blade would make an excellent spare weapon instead of his favorite halberd. And the venerable elder was extremely surprised to hear about the main weapon of the mighty warrior, since many experts claimed that it was practically impossible to fight with halberds with proper skill. Hearing such sincere admiration from the white-bearded sage, the hero readily promised to definitely demonstrate his mastery of the heavy halberd at the next suitable opportunity, when there would be free time and an appropriate place for such a performance. The wise elder promised that if the young man truly amazed him with his skill, he would even craft something special and truly outstanding for the valiant warrior. Obviously, the hero rightly reasoned that the man knew how to forge weapons, so he offered him to join his squad as a blacksmith. But the white-bearded man just laughed. Many lords and influential commanders had already tried to hire him. However, Yopo Ponson immediately understood that this old man simply decided to boast about his achievements. After some reflection on the offer, the wise elder realized that joining this unusual guy was by no means such a bad idea. With a high degree of probability, he was someone quite special, since he was able to easily wield the legendary imperial sword. Perhaps he was on a completely different level of skill compared to other warriors, or maybe he was just an ordinary strong simpleton and nothing more. This was something he would have to find out in the near future. Soon the news of the daring events at the estate of the cowardly official Wonyun became known throughout the noisy city. The influential faction of the general thought that the sudden attack was carried out by the children of cunning eunuchs, while the eunuchs themselves suspected that the general had tried to cunningly get rid of them forever. As a result, the once peaceful city again plunged into the abyss of chaos and mutual suspicion. But no one had yet even thought about the fugitives who were already preparing for a long and dangerous journey far from these gloomy places. When the travelers arrived in the city, the girl immediately began to sternly reprimand her protector. She believed that he should not have known the contents of that mysterious report they had seen earlier. Therefore, Chosun demanded that when the hero was questioned, he should answer with skillful half-truths, rather than openly lie to their faces. And the old man perfectly understood that no matter what the girl explained to him with her ringing little voice, she was simply shaking the air. After all, the stubborn Yopoponson would definitely ignore all her reasonable words and act solely according to his own judgment, as always. At that very moment, the hero turned to his faithful Jin Yirok, ordering him to go with the old man and the girl to procure food for everyone at the nearest noodle shop, whose owners of such establishments surely knew his famous name and reputation. After that, the mighty warrior solemnly handed his legendary sword to the venerable elder. The gray-bearded sage was clearly surprised that the hero entrusted him with something so priceless and precious. However, the magnanimous warrior even allowed the elder to keep this blade forever if he liked it so much. The wise mentor was only irritably angry that the hero did not understand the true value of such a treasure at all. For a mere touch of it, people were ready to die in bloody battles, yet this simpleton did not value it at all. However, for a noble hero, the weapon itself meant absolutely nothing. After all, it was not the sword that made a man a great king or a miserable beggar. Moreover, despite all its legendary power, this weapon could not even create a sack of rice for the hungry. Ultimately, it was just a heap of cast metal, albeit masterfully forged. Therefore, the hero did not repeat himself. If the venerable old man truly wanted, he could take this blade for himself without any conditions. Therefore, watching the man walking away, the gray-bearded sage could only guess. Was this guy really that unusual, or just a complete idiot? Meanwhile, our hero finally arrived at the dwelling of his mentor and knocked, humbly asking for permission to enter the chambers. After that, bowing deeply, he explained with dignity that he had returned after successfully completing the assigned mission, and the wise teacher was sincerely grateful for such excellent work from his student, suggesting to discuss all the details. The mentor was extremely interested. Did the faithful boy deliver that important letter to the general himself? And what did that noble gentleman reply to the received message? Hen calmly explained that the only thing that truly interested the powerful general was whether the messenger had opened this secret letter on the way or not. The wise teacher immediately decided to find out the details. Could it be that the daring Hen really opened this message? The mentor wholeheartedly hoped that he had not come up with something so reckless and dangerous. And then the hero remembered the wise words spoken to him by the insightful Cho-sun. He should respond with skillful half-truths, not outright lies. Therefore, he calmly explained that the wax seal had been cut by the general's own sword during the opening. The mentor exhaled with relief. After all, if Hen had really dared to open that top-secret letter, he would have long since ceased to be among the living. The wise teacher apologized for having become excessively suspicious and cautious lately, so he suggested having a strong drink together with the loyal commander. After all, they hadn't sat at the same table as close friends for a long time, so they could quite well afford to knock back a glass of good wine or aromatic tea with dried cured meat as a simple snack. The venerable teacher, who had not touched intoxicating drinks for a very long time, already felt quite drunk and relaxed from just one overturned glass. At this favorable moment, the hero once again decided to cautiously talk with the mentor about that mysterious report. He noticed that the wax seal was truly a unique work, and rightly considered that it was some special document personally written by the inspector himself. And it was true, although he and the inspector were close like a thread and a needle. The latter did not always write such secret reports for him personally. From the teacher's words, the commander understood. The thread and the needle, though inseparable, serve completely different purposes. In former times, the teacher would have been extremely amazed by such wisdom. But after recent changes in the young man's character, he felt as if he were conversing with a person possessing truly rich life experience. Moreover, the wise mentor sincerely took pride in his Yopopon-son, who had endured many harsh trials in his short but eventful life. And indeed, recalling the tragic death of his loving parents, the mighty warrior was barely restraining himself from bursting out in sudden anger. He passionately wished to learn at least from his own teacher whether he knew the true content of that cursed report, which became the cause of so many troubles and sufferings. However, the wise mentor strictly explained that his faithful student was not yet ready to learn the dangerous content of the secret document, so the hero should be significantly more cautious and restrained in his bold requests. For now, he remained just a simple general of a remote border fortress. If the valiant warrior was truly interested in the content of that official report, then he perfectly knew what he must do to obtain such privileges. And Hen clearly understood that the wise teacher was unambiguously hinting at a promotion and gaining a higher rank. But the young man only thought gloomily. Was his mentor somehow connected with the tragedy that happened in his native village? After all, in that case, the respected teacher was destined to die following the vile inspector. The mighty warrior promised his mentor that very soon his loud name would be known throughout the region. When he returned from campaigns, he would become a legendary hero who crushed all the enemies of the empire. And until that glorious moment, he asked the Lord to be extremely careful and take care. The wise mentor sincerely rejoiced for his talented student, eagerly awaiting good news from him about great victories. And Hen was even sad because he might have to kill his dear teacher with his own hands, but he would not spare even him if he turned out to be guilty of the deaths of so many innocent people. Meanwhile, in one of the noisy snack bars, the faithful Jin Yurok was desperately arguing with the angry manager, explaining that he had already given him all the money he had on him. The stout man was extremely angry that his customers first ate their fill and now could not pay for the treat. The owner of the establishment did not even believe Jin Yurok's words when he mentioned the loud name of the general himself, thinking that he was simply being brazenly deceived for free food. At that unfortunate moment, they all consumed several large bowls of fragrant noodles, for which the faithful servants still had to somehow pay. Therefore, the caring Chosona was even worried that perhaps they really overdid it with the number of ordered dishes. But at this critical moment, Taehen himself majestically appeared, saving the unlucky companions from an extremely awkward situation. Greeting the respected owner of the noodle shop, the mighty warrior was sincerely surprised at how long it had been since he last saw the old acquaintance, but explained that he had serious problems outside the castle, and now he decided to visit a good friend. At that very moment, while the host warmly welcomed the arriving general, the upset Jin Yurok complained to the commander that the owner was not listening to him at all and refused to believe his words. The embarrassed host only tried to somehow smooth over the unpleasant situation, explaining that everything happening was nothing more than an innocent joke. The guest should not be so touchy about such trifles. At that moment, the magnanimous hero decided to find out how much his loyal friends had eaten, and decided to pay generously for them. And the owner was amazed that this noble fellow really knew all these people personally. His previous doubts were quite understandable, considering that now there were a great many cunning deceivers and swindlers around. At this unexpected moment, another traveler with a bulky travel bag suddenly entered the modest noodle shop. The stranger wanted to order a bowl of hot noodles for himself, but everyone present, looking at him, instantly froze in silent amazement. Therefore, the puzzled traveler was extremely surprised by their strange facial expressions. At this tense moment, meeting the gaze of the unknown stranger, the hero immediately placed a hefty ingot of pure silver in the owner's hand, asking him not to give him change. After that, the mighty warrior instantly rushed away, leaving the stunned man gaping in the greatest astonishment, for he had seen real silver so close for the first time in his life. Jin Yurok and the other companions, of course, hurried after their commander, completely not understanding where the valiant warrior was rushing so swiftly. But at that moment, the hero desperately tried to escape from that sinister man, for he no longer wished to have any dealings with him. However, in the next moment, the unexpected visitor himself came out, begging the fugitives to return even for a minute. He was eager to speak with the general himself on a matter of utmost importance. It was Zhu Shuwen, the very cunning schemer who once allowed the treacherous Dongzhou to seize absolute power in the empire. But his truly astonishing strategic talent attracted unwanted attention and deadly envy from influential figures. Therefore, he had to lie low until the right time, hiding his true abilities. Quite soon, the deceitful Wonyun tricked Tahen into betraying Dongzhou and seized all power exclusively for himself. This became an excellent opportunity for Zhu Shuwen to loudly announce himself to the whole world. Although Tahen's amazing physical strength gave him a huge advantage in open battles, everything radically changed thanks to Zhu Shuwen's cunning tactics. In the end, the mighty Tahen fell to the very bottom in just a couple of fateful days. Then the hero felt completely powerless and helpless for the first time in his life, like a cornered beast, and he still vividly remembered that humiliation, which burned his heart like red-hot iron. At that moment, Zhu Shuwen, running after the young man, heard from the owner of the establishment. Before him stood the very legendary General Tahen, who had defeated thousands of enemy soldiers in the Battle of Wuguan, commanding an army of only 100 brave men. Zhou Shuwen sincerely begged the valiant Tahen to kindly take him into his army. This unexpected request completely confused the hero, and he could not understand the stranger's intentions. Only then did the embarrassed man remember that he had forgotten to properly introduce himself, so he hastily gave his full name. And Tahen literally mentally prayed to all the gods that this annoying man would finally leave him alone, for otherwise he would kill him right on the spot without hesitation. In the end, the hero introduced himself to the annoying man with icy politeness, then firmly asked him to simply disappear from his sight, for he could not kill the strategist right here, in public, but he swore to repay the debt later, on the battlefield, where different laws rule. At that moment, the confused man thought that perhaps the hero had poorly heard him amid the street noise, and reminded him that he was eager to join his glorious army. However, the valiant warrior rudely reminded that he was by no means going to take him in. After all, they had never met before as good acquaintances, so the hero saw no point in agreeing to such a strange request. The experienced strategist realized that his loud name alone was clearly not enough to persuade. He once again introduced himself thoroughly, explaining that he had worked for many years with high-ranking government officials, and had also read a great many books on military tactics and strategy. When he was in power, he participated in countless battles against the rebel Yellow Turban troops, and even successfully fought against bandit gangs terrorizing the residents. Zhu Shuwen considered this the best resume, and believed that such achievements would be enough for Tahen to beg him to join his army. But the stubborn hero still rudely reminded that he did not want to take this fighter into his army, as he believed that the latter had too modest combat experience. In the end, the valiant warrior refused his services. He did not even want to take such a dubious assistant for free. Zhou Shuwen could not believe that some ordinary commander of a shabby border garrison had contemptuously refused him. The hero literally left him no choice in this situation, so the cunning strategist simply had to get into his army at any cost. The tactician decided to convey a simple truth to the stubborn Yopo Ponson. Wars are by no means won by mere brute numbers. Moreover, he had heard that the hero had no personal strategist, and such an advisor would clearly be useful to him in the near future. Zhou Shuwen knew perfectly well that the young man had become the commander of a border fort, which fierce Xiangbei tribes, warlike Xiongnu, and even wild nomads of the Rong from the distant west desperately tried to seize. The cunning strategist was very touched that the valiant hero did not want to send him to such a deadly place because he allegedly was not confident in his abilities. But for Zhou Shuwen, any danger had absolutely no significance. And the cunning man himself was full of unwavering determination to die even right now for his cherished dream of glory and recognition. Only upon hearing these fiery speeches did they become like a call to decisive action for Yopo Ponson. Therefore the enraged hero immediately grabbed the scoundrel by the collar, while everyone else rushed to drag the flaring commander away from the victim. The mighty warrior was furious that some damned schemer was muttering something about high dreams and other philosophical nonsense. But still, he decided to listen to him to understand what kind of important dream this trickster was nurturing. At this tense moment, Zhou Shuwen himself explained the bitter truth. Commanders who fought against the bloody Yellow Turban Rebellion managed their army like a scattered herd, unaware of the basic principles of military tactics. If an experienced strategist had provided them with a winning strategy capable of bringing a great victory, they would still have arrogantly ignored his wise advice, and all because he was from the despised Western Lianyang. This is precisely why Zhou Shuwen did not care at all about the size of the hero's army. He simply desperately needed someone who would listen carefully to his orders and follow his wise strategic advice. However, the stubborn hero was only further enraged by such words, and almost threw this impudent man to the ground with a swing. The mighty warrior reminded him that no matter what smart nonsense he was spouting, he must not forget a simple truth. Behind his strategic experiments were the living human lives of loyal soldiers, and the cunning tactician wanted to cold-bloodedly sacrifice them for his own ambitious experience. However, the sly strategist was literally ready for anything to conduct that fateful test, which would finally show his outstanding tactics to the whole world. But he felt that it was not Yopo Ponson who should judge him so arrogantly. After all, the mighty hero and his insane strength had reached such a legendary level that other warriors could only dream of in their wildest fantasies. True, not many people survived after carrying out the orders of the cunning strategist. But a battle even with limited tactics is immeasurably better than fighting without any plan at all. And Taehan himself was eager to find some experienced and loyal advisor for this. Zhou Shuwen wisely noted that experienced military advisors themselves would not seek out a shabby commander of a border fortress. Therefore, he reminded that he was ready to become his wise mentor, and persistently demanded that the hero listen to him as attentively as possible. However, Taehyun sharply interrupted the flattering man, explaining that he already knew people like him very well. Such tricksters always hid in the rear and picked up the remnants of others' glory to gain their own benefit. There was no point in risking lives in minor skirmishes for trivial gain. Therefore, the valiant warrior perfectly understood what this treacherous man was really thinking. But it turned out that he dreamed that his famous name would be forever recorded among the greatest strategists in the glorious history of the Empire. With his cunning tactics, Taehan will be able to defeat any enemy on the battlefield. And through many brilliant victories, the name of the strategist will be engraved on an imperishable diamond, and then no one will be able to erase it from the country's chronicle forever. Of course, the hero rightly noted that an ambitious man cannot achieve worldwide fame in small border battles with wild barbarians. But the cunning advisor considered this only the very beginning of a great journey, and the best school for gaining invaluable experience. For he knew perfectly well, very soon a grandiose war would follow, which would shake the very heavens and shake the foundations of the world. Taehan was extremely surprised that even now this cursed bastard already clearly saw the full picture of the upcoming events. The cunning strategist simply remained silent and patiently waited for the most suitable moment to act. In general, Zhou Shuwen always seemed to the hero an extremely unpleasant enemy, with whom it was by no means easy to fight in open combat. But it would be much better if this trickster used his exceptional insight to serve him faithfully. Then the valiant warrior would be able to bring his sworn enemies to the same pitiful helplessness in which he himself found himself in his past life. In the end, the mighty hero decided to give the mysterious man a single chance. He would control the army's tactics, but only them. If the cunning strategist fails to meet the expectations, then Taehan will personally cut off his head without the slightest regret. Zhou Shuwen was only happy to accept such conditions. It was a true pleasure for him to serve such a famous general. At that moment, Having lifted the fallen man from the ground, Tae-hen asked that the loyal Jin Yurok provide their new advisor with a reliable horse for further campaigns. The wise hero fully understood. Although now Ju Shuwen was on his side, he had once been his fierce enemy and would remain so forever. If the valiant warrior relaxed even for a moment, the cunning tactician could try to manipulate him like a powerless puppet. Therefore, with this truly talented but dangerous man, he had to be extremely cautious and vigilant. But still, unwilling to be distracted by empty thoughts any longer, the squad continued their difficult journey. The events were moving to the Mai fortress. Inside the army barracks, Tang Ni, two warriors with long spears sat silently, staring intently at each other, waiting for something important. But at that solemn moment, they heard someone loudly announce the triumphant return of the general home from a distant campaign. The commander's loyal right hand came out to warmly greet Tae-hen, while he curiously questioned his subordinates about whether anything remarkable had happened in his absence. Overall, everything was as usual, only then. So Ren remembered that there was one urgent matter after all. Unexpected guests had arrived from the distant province of Changshan, Kuzhou district in Zhejiang, which greatly surprised Tae-hen, because he knew absolutely no one from there. At that tense moment, the people who appeared from the campaign tent immediately boldly declared that the entire hero's army truly consisted of notorious bandits. And Tae-hen could not believe that these strangers, whom he had never even heard of, dared to hang such shameful labels on his loyal warriors. However, the angry man only continued to rage, reminding that noble soldiers should protect peaceful people, not rob them. But apparently the theft of his precious son was not enough for him. The hero even decided to kidnap a small defenseless girl for his vile purposes. At that very moment, the same boy, Zhao Yul, ran out of the tent with loud, desperate cries. He tried to beg his angry father to calm down, for a regrettable misunderstanding had occurred. The noble general was not at all the kind of person they imagined him to be. However, at that moment, the stern man strictly ordered his son not to interfere in adult matters, after which he again continued to fiercely reprimand Tae-hen. He considered him a brazen brat who had defiled the honor of the army with his criminal deeds. The enraged warrior decided to immediately punish the villain with his sharp spear in the name of the righteous heavens. To be honest, Yopo Ponson absolutely did not understand what was happening in this madness at all. But still, the audacious man dared to point his deadly weapon at him while on his own territory. And that means the valiant hero simply would not allow the brazen old man to go unpunished. In the end, the furious stranger swiftly attacked him, and Tae-hen skillfully defended himself using his mighty halberd. After which he pushed the opponent away with a powerful blow, forcing him to retreat several steps back. After that, the hero himself launched a decisive attack, threateningly brandishing his huge spear. In the end, the experienced warrior was forced to retreat, but immediately sprang from his place and fiercely charged at his formidable enemy again. He longed to split him in two with his sharp spear, but Tae-hen defended himself with astonishing skill against each of his swift attacks. At a critical moment, when the opponent had already greatly angered him with his persistence, the hero launched a truly serious offensive, striking the enemy with his halberd in all possible directions of the world. All those watching this duel simply froze in reverent horror, not daring to take even a single step. It was absolutely obvious. These two fighters were on a completely different level of skill than all the other warriors. It was truly a legendary battle between the best fighter of Binzhou and the unsurpassed warrior of Jizhou. But at that moment, the laughing hero noticed that sweat appeared on the forehead of his worthy opponent from excessive effort. Tae-hen rightly thought that the honorable man was already quite tired and reconsidered continuing the fight. But he only became even angrier at such disdain, calling Tae-hen a piece of dog shit. The proud warrior could not allow anyone to undermine the sacred reputation of Changshan, especially when this glorious reputation could be tarnished by someone like a despicable thief. In the end, the two worthy opponents collided with a crash with their formidable weapons. However, Tae-hen skillfully pulled back his halberd just in time. As a result, everyone present saw how the iron tip of the stranger's spear broke off with a deafening crash and flew to the hard ground. It was hard for the experienced warrior to believe that the young hero managed to predict each of his moves with such astonishing accuracy. It seemed simply impossible to him. But now the sharp tip of the mighty halberd was pressed to his defenseless neck. The magnanimous hero decided to ask the defeated opponent whether he would continue the hopeless battle or simply admit his honest defeat. In the end, this courageous warrior threw his broken spear to the ground, realizing that he had finally lost the duel. After that, he strictly ordered his son not to approach the battlefield, for the duel was solemnly concluded, and the winner was already fairly determined. Therefore, the proud father demanded that his son not disgrace their ancestral honor with his interference. The noble warrior demanded that the victor finish the started business according to all the rules, for the disgraceful stain on the reputation of the ancient family deserved only death. Tae-hen had already irrefutably proven that his spear skills were the best in the entire vast province. Therefore, now he could rightfully kill the defeated enemy. However, the magnanimous Tae-hen could not believe that he had to take a man's life just because he defeated a decrepit old man in an honest duel. He immediately shouted indignantly at such injustice. And the defeated man only shouted fiercely in response to the brazen bandit and ignorant barbarian. He could not believe he lost to such a dishonorable degenerate. But Tae-hen had no idea why the stranger stubbornly pretended that he and his comrades were notorious robbers. But he was firmly convinced that the hero really kidnapped innocent people for his vile purposes. And Zhao Yul fearfully justified himself, saying he desperately tried to explain everything to his stubborn father, but he absolutely did not want to listen carefully. Then the man solemnly demonstrated an important letter, which was more eloquent than any pathetic explanations from his deluded son. After carefully reading this document, no one would have the slightest doubt that they were never despicable bandits. The events swiftly moved back a couple of weeks to someone's military campaign camp. There, the loyal Jin Yuirok wandered gloomily. He was sincerely glad to finally be in this relatively peaceful place. But the devoted servant had accumulated an incredible number of urgent tasks that he absolutely had to redo in the shortest possible time. But at that very moment, 3 experienced fighters appeared behind him, who immediately noticed that Jin Yuirok looked far from his best. They rightly thought that perhaps the loyal servant felt unwell and needed help. And indeed, the turbulent events of the past weeks had a far from the most favorable effect on him. But still he politely apologized to the kind men, explaining that he was insanely busy with urgent matters. He urgently needed to leave on important errands. But this magnanimous trio decided to sincerely help him. Since the devoted servant was so exhausted from hard work, the warriors immediately promised wholeheartedly to do everything within their modest abilities. Moreover, they perfectly understood. If it were not for the invaluable help of Jin Uirok in the past, the 3 of them simply would not be here among the living. Soon the grammarian discovered that the trio possessed the art of calligraphy, albeit not flawlessly, but skillfully enough to carry out important assignments. Deciding to test their talents, the noble commander entrusted them with composing a message from the elder. When the letter was completed, he conveyed the mission's objective: to set off for Changshan, to the ancestral home of the young Ju Shuwen, in order to deliver this message. Only now did the grammarian suddenly feel a pang of anxiety piercing his soul. The content of the letter remained a mystery to him. The general handed him a scroll with a message, for he was entrusted with this delicate task. The commander demanded that the scribe, trembling with fear, loudly read the contents of the letter. With trembling lips, the frightened servant spoke the words of the message from the powerful general, leader of the Zhao clan. The letter stated that they had their precious child and solemnly promised to surround the offspring with care and honor. At these words, the message ended. The enraged warrior immediately grabbed the unfortunate man by the collar, unable to comprehend how he dared to compose such audacity. The poor fellow hastily began to justify himself, solemnly swearing that he was not the author of that message. However, the noble commander did not wish to listen to the pitiful excuses of the coward. Meanwhile, the venerable elder, who arrived accompanied by Tae-hen himself, with the imperturbable demeanor of a sage, examined the metal shards, carefully studying how the sunlight played on the surface of the tempered steel. Soon the glorious warrior, together with the gray-haired master and the head of the Zhao clan, secluded themselves in a chamber for important negotiations. There the clan leader solemnly swore on his honor. Before them stood none other than the greatest weaponsmith of their time, the renowned Master Chung Tai. The valiant commander was uplifted in spirit upon learning of the incredible fame of this craftsman, for he was just in need of a new spear worthy of his military exploits. The noble general placed his hopes on the master's agreement to forge a weapon for him. The venerable smith, being a man of his word, did not intend to refuse the request. He believed that Tae-hen possessed exceptional strength even without a weapon in his hands. Then the curious warrior decided to find out if Chung Tai had ever met the 3 legendary heroes, the freak with huge ears and 2 brothers. They spoke of the famed warriors Ping Yuan and other great men. According to the gray-haired master, they were the strongest of all he had met in his long life. At that moment, the perceptive Tae-hen realized. Before him stood the very man who forged weapons for these legendary heroes. The commander immediately began to grumble, for the skilled smith clearly did not realize how much trouble these warriors had caused him with their capricious orders. Not wanting to hear the youth's complaints any longer, the master bade him bring the necessary materials as a farewell, promising to forge the weapon faster than he could blink. for creating a single blade was child's play for him. When the venerable smith departed, the clan leader understood that the most suitable moment had come for a frank private conversation. With the deepest respect he addressed General Yepo Ponson, expressing sincere admiration for him and his valiant warriors. The grateful ruler confessed an unrepayable debt for the mercy shown during the saving of his life. The man sadly recounted that he had no family, but even he knew well, people are capable of desperate acts when it comes to their precious children. However, the wise hero realized that he himself had made a regrettable mistake and asked his interlocutor not to worry about anything. And the clan leader felt great relief. The formidable commander turned out to be much more friendly and noble than the rumors about him suggested. Wishing to express gratitude, he invited the valiant commander to visit their lands if he ever passed through Changshan. Since the conversation turned to their ancestral estate, the perceptive hero decided to inquire about the family art of spear mastery. The magnanimous commander proposed to send several of their best fighters to him, promising to treat them equally fairly, regardless of lineage and upbringing. The wise strategist considered it unworthy to worship the whims of Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao merely so that the disciples would serve them as ordinary infantrymen. And the head of the clan did not know how to properly thank Tehen for such an honor. He begged the noble warrior to definitely visit them, look around, and choose any warrior who would please him. The wise ruler sincerely believed that the general would achieve unimaginable heights of glory, so it was the greatest honor for him that his disciples served under such an outstanding commander. Moreover, the trusting father entrusted Tehen with his only son, wishing him luck in the upcoming achievements, and Yopo Ponson himself blessed the Lord for a peaceful return to his native lands. Besides that, they left a message stating about the granted estate in the Machi Castle, as well as 10 silver coins as a reward for valor. He was proclaimed general over 2,000 warriors, allocating 1,000 soldiers in the Dingxian camp to defend the northwestern borders of the Binzhou region. However, for the perceptive Jushu Wen, such an appointment seemed a complete mockery of fate. After all, the inspector used tens of thousands of warriors against scattered bands of robbers, while Yopo Ponson was allocated only 2,000 to defend the northern borders. This clearly indicated the disfavor of the superiors. For the experienced warrior, such a situation was obvious, so he wondered why the young man, eager to test his strategic talents, was surprised by such a predictable outcome. At that moment, Zhu Shuwen had a bold request. The young strategist wished that Yopo Ponson would allow him to go ahead and question everyone in the district. Thus, he would definitely be able to develop a plan that would astonish the general himself. Tihun was sincerely pleased by the zeal with which the young tactician set to work, so he decided to grant his request. The noble commander immediately addressed his 2 loyal comrades and introduced them to Master Zhu Shu Wen, whom they would accompany on the upcoming campaign. The military leader also warned that from now on the young strategist would command their movements, so they must prepare for immediate departure. His right and left hands were given only 2 hours to gather their belongings and prepare for the campaign. After this, he loudly announced that all other warriors would go to the Dingxiang camp. At once, everyone rose from their seats to begin preparations for departure. Meanwhile, the wise strategist was contemplating the 2,000 soldiers assigned to defend the northern borders. The situation was much worse than he had assumed. But nevertheless, the young tactician was convinced. He would definitely find a way to achieve victory over any enemy. Soon they reached the wall that was supposed to protect against enemy raids. However, the fortification resembled abandoned ruins more than a reliable stronghold. According to rumors, this wall had been repaired for many years, but it was in truly terrible condition. The desperate strategist immediately fell to his knees, having no idea what condition the eastern fortresses, Jilu and Jiaoku, were in. The problem was that an attack could come from 3 directions, from the Mai Yi Valley, from Jilu, and Jiaoku. Therefore, they had to deal with 3 threats, considering only the forts. With only 2,000 warriors available, they would have to divide their forces among all the fortresses to repel enemy assaults. Such a tactic bordered on madness, so the young commander could only hope that all the fighters had undergone excellent training for such a difficult task. At that moment, the valiant hero was just watching the soldiers' training. They were personally drilled by Chan Yan, hoping that their preparation would satisfy the demanding general. And truly, Yopo Ponson was very pleased with what he saw. Every movement of these warriors breathed strength and iron discipline. They were true warriors, worthy of their leader. Although Chan Yan could say that they were just a bunch of young rascals, these youths turned out to be more obedient and disciplined than some veterans. Because of this comparison, the hero awkwardly cleared his throat and hurried to change the subject, noting that there were far fewer people in the camp than usual. The reason was that the inspector had taken 10,000 soldiers to cover the Huguan region, truly an unimaginable number of warriors. Even General Chan Yan thought that such measures were excessive. However, the loyal commander, although disagreeing with the decision, was still obliged to carry out the order. Tae-hun was well aware that Chan Yan's army was already severely depleted, but he still needed 1,000 of his soldiers. With awkwardness in his voice, Chan Yan decided to escort the noble warrior to his new subordinates. It turned out to be a very motley group of people. Some indulged in gambling, others peacefully rested under the sun. These were the people who from now on came under the hero's protection. Looking at Tae-hun's shock, Chan Yan admitted that he himself could not believe what was happening, but he had reread the order several times. The experienced commander was used to following orders without question, but he could offer the hero trained soldiers instead of these idlers. However, the noble young man could not act that way, considering that the man's strength was already running out. The young strategist asked him to rest a little and promised to stay to see how these warriors were trained. Of course, Chan Yan was convinced that no training could change anything in this hopeless situation. However, for Tae-hun, the main thing was to understand what kind of people he would have to command. Calming the worried Chan Yan, the noble warrior followed the advice and left to rest a little. But barely glancing at the carefree soldiers, who did not even pay him any attention and continued their gambling, the valiant commander fell into thought. He did not know how best to act in such a delicate situation. After the very first training, Yopo Ponson returned to Chan Yan to discuss the sad truth. These warriors were absolutely undisciplined. The experienced commander understood the need for caution, as military regulations existed for a reason. However, it turned out that these fighters had seen many battles, and under the inspector's command, they were indifferent to any punishment. Moreover, if Yopo Ponson tried to argue with them, they would attack him themselves. Chan Yan wondered why the inspector decided to assign these very warriors to the noble hero. And the hero hoped at least for capable officers. By gaining their trust, he could subordinate the rest of the soldiers. But it turned out that these fighters were gathered from different places, so there were no obvious leaders among them. Yopo Ponson could only be indignant, because Chan Yan knew how many people he had lost in the Battle of Wuguan. He did not even have enough veterans to handle the recruits, let alone these idlers. Then Chan Yan decided to tell the young man about the annual officer recruitment. Talented warriors from all over Binzhou gathered here around the same time every year, and they were about to arrive. Tae-hun was immediately inspired, eager to see them. Since the times of the Han Dynasty, those who wished to become representatives of power needed recommendations from administrators or inspectors. Everything depended on family and connections. Talents without patronage often sought famous people or minor officers, hoping to be heard someday. Likewise, influential families always needed capable people. This created a symbiosis between commoners and aristocrats, for each could help the other. To gather support from the Binzhou nobility, Ding Yuan and Teng Kao opened the doors for public speeches once a year. The next day, Ding Xian's camp was filled with people sent from many families across Binzhou. They had a common goal: to find capable leaders. At that moment, the noble warrior stood in the middle of the crowd and finally saw two men who caught his eye. Judging by their appearance, they were quite good. The one with the spear was clearly a barbarian, and the young man next to him, wielding a halberd with a crescent blade, wore no armor. The size of his weapon was quite unusual, but for some reason, the perceptive hero doubted that the guy was suitable for anything. At that moment, the commander ordered the warriors to disperse to the red banner if they wished to become commanders, and those who wanted to become administrative officers to gather under the blue one. The warriors instantly split into two groups. The wise strategist was surprised that the young man with the halberd ended up under the blue flag, as he was more suited for an administrative position. However, suddenly Tae-hun recalled an officer with a halberd from Binzhou. Soon, duels began to determine the strongest of the contenders. The winner of the next fight was Hu Man from Meiji Shun. Of course, many were outraged that the barbarian won once again. He had defeated 4 opponents already, but it seemed no one cared about his skills. For ordinary people, he was no more than a savage. However, if someone defeats him, everyone will inevitably switch to that person. The young warrior was indignant that there were no more willing to fight him, and aggressively looked around for a new victim. At that moment, another swordsman literally jumped onto the arena. He loudly introduced himself as Li Xuan from Hose, ready to fight the barbarian. It was clear that this guy was very confident in himself, so the spectators thought, finally someone will defeat the barbarian. However, Tae-hun clearly understood that the young man had no chance, but decided to observe. The opponents clashed in battle. The one who challenged to a duel began actively working with the sword, trying to push back the enemy. Observers saw, the guy is really strong, so he will overcome the barbarian. However, as soon as the savage attacked in response, even the opponent himself was struck by his furious power. From the next strike, the brave man's blade broke in two, the shards nearly hitting his eyes. Another attack followed, almost taking his head off. At the last moment, the barbarian stopped, giving his opponent a chance to survive. The latter immediately fell to his knees, admitting defeat. Once again, the young man managed to win. The testers invited the next fighter to step forward, but the barbarian himself challenged the big guy, who had been busy only with papers all this time. The savage suggested he stop smirking and fight him. Of course, he explained that he was here as an officer and did not wish to fight. The young barbarian immediately noticed the halberd in his hands, and thought that the young man was simply a coward, hiding behind the blue flag. But the guy hurried to warn the enemy. If his halberd tastes even a drop of blood, it will no longer stop. The opponent did not care. He considered these words nothing more than empty boasting. The barbarian spun the spear, inviting his opponent to join him. He was irritated by the attentive eyes of the young man, constantly watching him as if his strength was worth nothing. Both opponents found themselves in the arena. The conductors asked the newcomer to introduce himself. He gave his name, Zhang Laowen from Mayi. Hen, hearing this name, almost jumped up, because he guessed this guy was exactly the one he was thinking of. Now the young man looked very young, and the hero would recognize him only if he drew a beard on him. Therefore, the noble warrior decided to see the outcome of the duel and find out if he could convince this young man to join him. At that moment, Zhang Lao spun his halberd and aimed the tip at the enemy. However, he warned, after the barbarian himself challenged him to a fight, he would simply kill him without mercy. After that, he rushed at the opponent with the sole purpose of finishing him off as soon as possible. It was clear that the barbarian was quite frightened by the power of the rival, which he demonstrated in battle. And all because the young man wanted to exterminate all the vile little people from the Xiongnu tribe. Deflecting attacks, the savage could not understand what was wrong with this freak. Even Hen could not believe that this young man was the very person he had known well before, as he looked nothing like himself. The opponent tried with all his might to dodge the blows and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Surprisingly, he failed at everything. Therefore, the enemy was already smirking quite a bit, preparing to celebrate victory. But at that moment, the barbarian spat blood right in his face, blinding his eyes. Immediately after that, the halberdier had to step back a few steps to avoid being hit. It was clear he did not expect such a vile attack at all, and maybe he was even frightened. That was the barbarian's goal. He spat blood to continue the fight. He was barely standing on his feet from the desire to finish off the opponent right now. In the end, the two clashed again in a fierce battle, and the wind from their furious fights blew the hair of all those watching the duel. The noble warrior clearly understood that he was not mistaken. He was well acquainted with this man, his height, facial features. Moreover, the young man used that huge halberd with a crescent, which finally confirmed the wise strategist's suspicions. It was definitely his acquaintance, but Hen did not remember him being so cruel and bloodthirsty. In his memory, the hero had pictured him as a much quieter and more reasonable warrior. At that moment, the barbarian opponent found a gap in the halberdier's defense and attacked with a loud battle cry, but still failed to deliver a decisive blow. In the end, the savage was wounded by a halberd, and his chest was cut open by a sharp blade. But even despite the piercing pain he felt, the brave warrior still stood firmly on his feet, unwilling to admit defeat. Chang Yen clearly saw that this duel would not end well, so he ordered Hen to stop the fighters. However, the experienced commander was not sure that the hero would manage to do this without getting hit in the face by the enraged fighters. Therefore, he suggested waiting for the right moment to intervene. At that moment, the halberdier had already rushed at the barbarian, trying to finish him off. The savage fell with a crash towards the spectators, but immediately sprang up nimbly to deal with the cursed opponent. Just at that moment, the enemy had already raised his mighty halberd for a deadly attack. The barbarian also prepared his spear to finally put an end to this stubborn bastard. But at this critical moment, separating the two furious fighters, a red-haired hero appeared between them. First of all, the valiant commander threw the barbarian aside, causing the savage's spear to even fly out of his hands. After that, the noble warrior stepped on the one fighting with the halberd from above. He shouted loudly, demanding that Hen release him or else threatened to kill him too. However, the wise commander only gave the guy a sharp slap to help him come to his senses a little. All that was left for the young man was to curse Hen with the worst words. However, the perceptive hero called him by name and authoritatively ordered him to stop. Zhang Lo immediately went numb with amazement. He was burning with curiosity to know how this man knew his name and origin. But Hen knew not only his name. The noble warrior knew what trials the young man had to endure, what happened to his clan, and what he desired most in the world. The wise strategist also explained that his army would head northwest tomorrow. They were to fight warriors from the Xiongnu tribe. From this description, the young halberdier immediately understood that before him stood the very legendary General Yepo Ponson, about whom songs were sung throughout the empire. The valiant commander extended his hand to the young man, offering to avenge his disgraced clan. The hero was ready to give him such an opportunity, so he invited Zhang Liao to join his army in the sacred war against the barbarians. Soon, as announced, all troops on their spirited steeds set out on the campaign. At that very moment, the hero's army was reinforced by the talented Zhang Liao. The young warrior was still recalling the general's words when he asked him to join the army. The noble commander did not tell him how he knew the young man's story, but promised that if he joined the campaign, one day he would tell him everything. Of course, the halberdier could refuse, but Taehen warned that his family would still be a target for the northern barbarians, as it had been before. When it comes to the decisive clash, it is obvious who will survive. A whole army against a handful of surviving clan members. Therefore, the wise strategist asked Zhang Liao to carefully consider the proposed deal before making hasty conclusions. It is well known that in Ma Yi the entire land belonged to their clan, and everyone dreamed of conquering this fertile region. These were the most fertile lands, so for the Xiongnu tribes this territory was also an ideal target for raiding. The founding emperor of the Han Empire suffered a crushing defeat in his campaign against the barbarians. As a result, the Han Empire became a tributary to the Xiongnu and was forced to pay them tribute. There could be no question of protecting Ma Yi under such harsh conditions. In the era of Emperor Wu, the clan leader began a new campaign against the barbarians and deliberately started cooperating with the empire. Thus, they created a spy network throughout the territory of the Xiongnu, which was used for reconnaissance. Unfortunately, this did not help much. The heirs began to despise the clan's supporters, calling them half-breeds. Even worse, the Xiongnu started sending mercenaries for revenge. In response, Zhang Liao's father changed his surname and fled, hiding from the barbarians. If the savages had learned about his past, the family would have been in mortal danger, and the guy was eager to kill Taehen on the spot so that the information would remain top secret. But he understood that the hero's combat skills far exceeded his own abilities. Then he decided that he needed to choose the right moment for the murder, because the dead cannot tell anything. At that moment, the very same young barbarian could not believe that Zhang Liao was seriously going on a campaign with these people. Since the halberdier wanted to hasten his death, the savage decided to fight before he himself died at the hands of the enemies. This guy ended up in the army precisely because he came for Zhang Liao. He had to settle the score with him and could not just let it go. The barbarian also promised that next time he would never fall behind the halberdier in strength, so he asked him to prepare better for the decisive battle. After that, two warriors began to argue fiercely with each other, proving who was stronger and who would defeat whom in an honest duel. At that moment, little Cho Sona peeked out of the cart, warning that they were heading to Shufan. Without waiting for questions about what that meant, Taehen already understood. It was probably the girl talking about searching for the whereabouts of Sir Bo Jie, whose real name is Kai Yun. Cho Sona had mentioned this several times already, but considered the meeting with this person extremely important, for this learned man would definitely be useful in the upcoming achievements. In the end, the noble hero promised the girl to heed her advice. However, he asked her to climb back into the carriage. It could be dangerous outside for a young lady. The man she was talking about was the only representative of the highest authority who challenged the 10 eunuchs. He was considered one of the greatest scholars of the empire, though very stubborn in his assertions and principles. Therefore, the hero could only wonder whether such a proud man would follow the young commander. At that moment, the noble warrior suddenly saw the familiar silhouettes of his comrades ahead. They were Zhu Shuwen with his right and left hands, who hurried to meet them. Soon they all stopped, and while Zhu Shuwen was talking with Taehen, the other warriors could rest after the long journey. The young strategist honestly admitted that he did not even know how to start his report, for those valleys were true ruins. Fortunately, they were lucky, as at least Ji Lu was in decent condition. After that, Zhu Shuwen decided to ask Taehen more about the soldiers. The perceptive hero understood that it was better for the strategist to see everything with his own eyes. When the young tactician actually looked at the warriors who came with the hero, he almost lost his speech from amazement. The inspector turned out to be much more cunning than Zhu Shuwen had assumed. He allocated only 1,000 people, most of whom were old men, and wanted them to defend the entire northwest with these pitiful forces. At first, the young strategist thought that the inspector had great faith in Taehen's abilities, but it seemed the matter was quite different. Perhaps the inspector wished to keep the fort commander under his strict control, which was a much more likely explanation. At that moment, Zhu Shuwen had already devised a cunning plan. He needed to ask the hero about something and requested that he treat the answers with the utmost seriousness. To begin with, regardless of the troop deployment, their main goal was precisely the Jilu fortress, since Gao Kui was very close by. Therefore, defending both strongholds would not be an insurmountable problem for experienced warriors. But the real problem lay in the Manhwa Valley. Zhu Shuwen clearly understood. They could not divide their already meager army. We were talking about a pitiful 1,000 men, not mighty tens of thousands. Therefore, they had no choice but to hope that the enemies would not go there, at least for now. However, Taehan was simply furious at such a cowardly strategy. The angry commander reminded Zhu Shuwen that he had taken him into his army not to spout such nonsense. The young strategist was supposed to create a sensible plan to protect the peaceful population from the barbarians. And if he could not handle this task, it would be better for him to leave immediately, without disgracing military honor. That was precisely why the wise tactician wanted to ask the hero about everything. Zhu Shuwen demanded from Taehan that he grant him full authority over the elderly soldiers. Of course, the noble youth did not understand why the strategist needed all these old men and what plans he was making. However, the young strategist decided to make these veterans truly useful to the valiant general. Zhu Shuwen asked him to trust him, and soon he would see for himself what he was capable of in managing troops. The noble hero knew the nature of this man perfectly, so in the end he let him go. The wise commander allowed Zhu Shuwen to act as he deemed necessary to achieve victory. At that moment, the insightful advisor also explained that they needed to rebuild the watchtowers. If they had these observation posts, they could react instantly, even if the enemies boldly crossed the Great Wall. Therefore, Taehan decided to immediately give the appropriate order. Taking a deep breath into his mighty chest, the noble military leader immediately summoned all the warriors for an important announcement. He warned that from this moment on they would all be repairing the watchtowers and immediately sent them to work. Only the elderly veterans did not move, continuing to grumble about the overly eager young fighters. Moreover, they were firmly convinced that the youths, raised by the stern Chang Yan, would be able to finish building the tower before the first evening lanterns were lit. The old warriors did not want to be forced to suffer such exhausting work. Of course, Yepo Ponson was quite angry and was already about to personally punish all these stubborn old men. However, Zhu Shuwen hastened to remind the hero that he had entrusted these veterans to him. After that, the cunning strategist approached closer and called all the elderly warriors to attention. He warmly greeted them and introduced himself as the chief tactician from the hero's army. The young advisor also explained that their magnanimous general had heard that most of them were from Shufan and Yongzhong. Therefore, the wise commander decided to make a special gift for them. Since they already had enough people for repair work, the veterans were given whole 10-day vacations. Of course, the old men could not help but rejoice at such a generous leave, while Taehan was indignant, not understanding what the hell bit Zhu Shuwen to make him do such a thing. However, at that moment the elderly warriors were already tossing their hats in the air, rejoicing at the long-awaited leave and praising the magnanimous general. This was exactly the effect the cunning advisor was aiming for. Even the wise Taehan did not expect the old men to have such a strong reaction to simple days off. But at that moment, Zhu Shuwen asked the honorable warriors not to rejoice too much and to let him finish his important words. As soon as the old men fell silent, he informed them of troubling news. The northern barbarians would soon cross the Great Wall. The strategist hoped they were experienced enough to understand what would happen after this fateful event. Therefore, the young tactician had one serious request for them. Obviously, the veterans immediately thought that the general had decided to give them their last leave before inevitable death. They wanted to send them as human shields, so they were fed like cattle before slaughter. At that moment, So Ren, who had just arrived, had no idea what was happening around. And Taehan himself did not fully understand the plan of his strategist. The elderly warriors were indignant at the trickster, reminding him that although they were old, they were by no means fools. However, Zhu Shuwen hastened to explain the true reasons for his decision. They gave them rest precisely because they were confident that all these men were experienced soldiers, hardened in brutal battles. They no longer need any training because they fully understand what they have had to go through. Moreover, there is one special task that only such important soldiers as they can handle. Therefore, the wise advisor wanted to address them with a delicate request. It was about the signal tower, and everyone clearly understood why it was needed. But the old men still saw no point in this tower, for the barbarians would find even those people hiding there anyway. These towers only created a false sense of security and a phantom hope for salvation among the peaceful population, which would not come. Therefore, they only delayed the inevitable death. However, the astute strategist could solemnly swear that nothing like this would happen again. This time they had the great General Taehan, as well as his mighty army. The elderly warriors had already heard that the valiant hero and his army defeated thousands of enemies, although there were only 100 fighters, and this was not a myth but an indisputable fact known throughout the district. Therefore, the wise advisor asked that the veterans return to their homes and tell everyone what they had just heard. Specifically, that all people are now under the reliable protection of General Yopo Ponson and his invincible army. Now ordinary residents could no longer fear the ominous light of the signal beacon. They can calmly rest and take shelter in their cozy homes. And then the magnanimous General Yopo Ponson will surely come to save them all from the barbaric invasion. After that, the cunning advisor wished them a happy journey and asked them to return exactly in 10 days. And indeed, looking at the warriors afterwards, the noble hero saw they had become much less like hopeless losers than before. The insightful advisor was confident. After such inspiring words, the warriors would lead them to a glorious victory, for he had motivated them with the sacred duty of protection. Of course, Tae Hen did not quite understand how this cunning plan was supposed to work in practice, but Jiu Shuwen promised that the general had nothing to worry about. The wise commander sincerely hoped that the young strategist was not mistaken. Otherwise, he explained that his head would roll for daring to grant the warriors leave without consulting the commander. Jiu Shuwen revealed his true reasons for sending people home. He wanted to eternally engrave the glorious name of Yepo Ponson among the best defenders of the region. Until that memorable day, the residents of the 4 northern command posts thought they were just expendable material. After all, the imperial army would never send anyone to defend until several villages were destroyed. But now, ordinary people knew that they were truly needed by someone. They felt the general's care and praised the valiant Yepo Ponson throughout the district. Thus passed another 2 long weeks of tense waiting. At that time, the barbarians stopped by a babbling river, washing themselves with cool water drawn from an oasis. They were extremely curious about how their upcoming territorial capture would go. The savages were firmly convinced their pathetic opponents had no idea what awaited them in the near future. Although the watchtowers had been restored, this would definitely not help the defenders. After all, they simply did not have enough people to offer serious resistance. Although the barbarians had heard strange rumors that something had changed, supposedly a handful of warriors had defeated an army many times their size. But still, the savages hardened in brutal battles believed it was nothing more than idle nonsense. They did not notice at all that at that moment a precise arrow from an experienced archer was already aimed at them. In the next moment, the shooter made an accurate shot that struck the barbarian cheerfully singing songs under the influence of an intoxicating drink. Immediately after this, So-Ren swiftly attacked the stunned fighters from the ambush, skillfully wielding his battle spear. At that moment, one of the surviving barbarians immediately rushed to his lively steeds to escape by flight. The savage panicked greatly due to the sudden ambush, for such a treacherous attack had never happened before. But he did not manage to do anything, for at that moment the furious Zhang Liao rushed to him and struck off his head with his mighty halberd. The young warrior longed to see fear in the eyes of those vile bastards from the Xiongnu tribe, who had brought his glorious clan to decline and ruin. In the end, Tae Hyun, who was watching everything from above, saw that the attack went perfectly. Attacking while the barbarians were vulnerable and careless turned out to be the best tactical decision. Moreover, the noble hero had no idea that Zhang Liao was so capable and deadly in real combat. However, at that moment the experienced archer noticed something troubling in the distance with keen eyes. Another enemy detachment was approaching them, but it was far from ordinary. And the thing was that there turned out to be whole thousands of warriors among the enemies there. Therefore, Tae Hen immediately ordered his right and left hands to gather and ascend to the elevation. As soon as the loyal comrades were near him, the noble commander immediately ordered them to prepare for a strategic retreat. They were to follow the route that the cunning Jiu Shuwen had previously shown them in detail. For when the enemy fighters were too many for a direct confrontation, it was necessary to lure them to the place where a deadly surprise in the form of an ambush would already be waiting for the opponents. However, from Tae Hen's facial expression alone, the perceptive So-Ren could conclude that the commander had planned something more besides this main plan. And indeed, the valiant warrior wanted not only to lead the enemies into a cunning trap, but also to divide their numerous forces into parts. Therefore, the loyal assistants decided to find out exactly how the captain wished to act in this situation. Before them were thousands of enemies, and Tae Hen suggested to his comrades to do what they did best in the world. After these words, the faces of his loyal companions filled with a predatory, beastly snarl, foretelling a bloody reckoning for the enemies. Soon, to the very place where the warriors had been located not long before, barbarian hordes arrived. The northern nomads reached the designated meeting point with their vanguard. Earlier, their leaders had sent reconnaissance detachments to explore the future route. These scouts were supposed to wait here for the main forces of the tribe. However, for some unknown reason, not a single soul from the scouts was present at the site. The barbarian warlord assumed that there was no need to worry yet. Perhaps his people had not yet finished searching the surrounding lands. But suddenly, one of the step riders, bent over the stream to drink, noticed a strange object floating on the surface of the murky water. In the next moment, a desperate scream pierced the air. The lifeless body swayed in the waters of the stream. The warlord of the barbarians immediately galloped to the scene, sternly demanding the warrior to report who the deceased was. He turned out to be one of their tribesmen, precisely the scout who had earlier been sent to explore these lands. Upon receiving such a sinister message, the commander immediately ordered all his soldiers to exercise extreme caution, to watch for any suspicious movements in the vicinity, and also to immediately send a messenger with a warning to the other detachments. But suddenly, right behind the leader, a column of sand shot up. From beneath the ground, an imperial warrior hidden there sprang out, who at the precisely calculated moment attacked the barbarian warlord with his halberd. The nomads instantly realized they had been lured into a skillfully arranged ambush. Now all that remained was to flee for their lives, especially after their leader received a severe wound. At that very moment, a piercing whistle sounded through the air. It was a signal for the other imperial warriors patiently awaiting their moment. Hearing this call, the barbarians began to look around in horror, and soon bright red and gold battle banners appeared before their eyes. The attack was led under the command of Soren's right hand, who immediately ordered his soldiers to follow the tactic of a swift attack followed by a retreat. The task was clear: to stay here briefly, but during this time to destroy as many enemies as possible, without losing a single lone warrior. A real slaughter began, throwing the barbarians into complete panic. None of the steppe people understood what was happening, where these imperial dogs had come from. There was no way out. All the nomads rushed to retreat, intending to return later with the main forces after regrouping. But ahead of them was already Zhao Yu with a spear ready. The barbarians considered this youth a cheeky pup who clearly overestimated his strength just because he managed to set an ambush. The leader of the nomads was outraged by the arrogance of this boy and was about to finish off the daring upstart right there. The barbarian warlord galloped straight at the young warrior, intending to trample him under the hooves of his war horse. However, in an instant, the commander was seriously wounded. A huge wound gaped in his body. Following this, Zhao Yu demonstrated all his mastery of the blade, inflicting many deadly wounds not only on the bodies of the charging riders, but also on their horses. The young swordmaster even mocked these pathetic opponents who so loudly boasted of their strength. Fighting them gave him true pleasure. They turned out to be far too easy prey. In the heat of battle with his enemies, Tei Hen remembered the conversation with Master Chen Tai, when he warned that making a suitable weapon for him would take several weeks. Therefore, the old blacksmith asked the hero to be content with a hastily made halberd for now. Waving this temporary weapon, the commander understood. He had to give credit to this stubborn old man. The new halberd turned out to be much more useful than he expected. Despite being forged in just a couple of days, fighting with this blade was truly a pleasure. The edge was sharpened razor sharp. At that moment, Soren rushed to the warlord, announcing that it was time to end the battle and begin the retreat. The main enemy force was already approaching them. Tei Hen immediately ordered the first squad to retreat to the designated point. However, at that moment, the frightened Soren turned to his commander again before the retreat. The whole issue was that Zhang Liao was still fighting, and seemed to completely ignore any orders. Yopo Ponson was quite angry at this reckless warrior who thought only of himself. The hero immediately appointed Soren as the leader, promising to catch up with him later, and ordered everyone else to follow him. At that moment, the furious warrior had just finished off another barbarian who dared to approach him. Zhang Liao stood literally in the middle of a mountain of corpses, but his anger still had not subsided. In this scene, he saw how a multitude of armed horsemen were rushing towards him on their war horses. The steppe riders thirsted to avenge their fallen comrades and intended to leave not a single enemy alive. But at that moment, blocking the way on his war steed, appeared Tei Hen himself. Waving his halberd, the commander destroyed several enemies who dared to approach him. After that, he tried to reach the crazed Zhang Liao, reminding him of the need to retreat. But he only became even more furious, immediately ordering Tei Hen to get out of his way. The enraged hero, provoked by the behavior of this reckless youth, immediately struck him with the shaft of his halberd. Looking at the warrior lying on the ground, the commander ordered the young man to stop fooling around and get up. Only then did the young warrior realize that he had completely lost control of himself, and began to apologize. Tei Hen could not believe that this young madman was really the very Zhang Liao he had once known long ago. But at that moment, the hero turned around, hearing the thunder of thousands of hooves, and saw a huge army advancing straight towards them. Yopo Ponson immediately threw his halberd aside towards the youth, asking him to stay here for a while. The commander himself armed himself with his bow instead of a blade. At that moment, all of the enemies galloped towards the hero to prevent him from escaping and capturing him alive. The nomads wanted to catch these imperial degenerates and skin them alive to avenge their fallen brothers. Therefore, in the next moment, the hero was rushing on one horse together with the young warrior. Because of their combined weight, the horse galloped slower than usual, which allowed the enemies to catch up with them more easily. Having gotten close enough, the barbarians were already mocking the fugitives. Understanding that they could not run forever, very soon the steppe riders would catch and kill them. But at that moment, out of nowhere, a precise arrow flew into one of the enemy horses. Immediately after that, the frightened animal darted to the side, which led to its fall to the ground. Other horses and their riders stumbled over it. Obviously, the one who released this deadly arrow was Tehen. The commander was quite pleased with the success of his small trick, which would delay the pursuers for a short time. But he saw that through the rising dust, the other riders, jumping over the fallen, continued the chase. It became clear, one attack was not enough to quell their ardor. Prepared, the commander released another arrow, which was supposed to pierce the next rider. But the enemy cut this arrow in mid-flight. Tehen barely had time to marvel at the enemy's abilities when Zhang Liao suddenly squealed, pointing forward to the commander. It seemed they had arrived at the very place previously indicated to them by the strategist Zhu Shuwen. Therefore, the heroes quickened their pace. All that was left for Yopo Ponson was to hope that his tactician's plan would work as he expected. The enemies noticed that their imperial opponents galloped towards the forest. Immediately the thought crossed their minds. The opponents were plotting something. It could have been another ambush. But the barbarians were not afraid, as they greatly outnumbered the enemies. As soon as Tehen's horse crossed the first trees and the heroes disappeared into the thicket, it became a signal to act. Therefore, the self-willed strategist Zhu Shuwen immediately ordered one of the fighters to blow the war horn without delay. At that moment, absolutely everyone in the vicinity of the forest heard the piercing howl of the war horn. At the same time, bright fires of signal bonfires flared up on the watchtowers. Seeing these signs, the barbarian riders just laughed, believing that the cowardly opponents were afraid to face them in an honest fight. Everything indicated that the imperial dogs were stalling, trying to evacuate civilians from nearby settlements. Therefore, the nomad leader immediately drove all his warriors forward to finish off the remaining enemies. The steppe warlord proposed to his barbarians to seize all the peasants and skin them alive so that they would know true humiliation in the face of death. Pleased with this prospect, the nomadic fighters rushed into attack at once, anticipating an easy victory over the defenseless settlers. Meanwhile, Tehen, who was galloping along forest trails on his war steed, had no idea what sense there was in luring the barbarians here. Even if an ambush was set, this place was unsuitable for battle. Of course, they could have caught the enemies by surprise, but the overwhelming numerical superiority of the nomads would have crushed their forces too quickly. The commander had already begun to think that he might have overestimated the strategist Zhu Shuwen's abilities. But at that moment, hearing some strange metallic sound, Zhang Liao hurried to discuss it with the warlord. The sound was very similar to the clanging of metal, but it did not resemble the ringing of weapons or the jingling of spear tips at all. It turned out that at that moment many warriors were spread throughout the forest, slowly stretching something invisible in the thicket. These were the very veteran old-timers who were under the direct command of the wise Zhu Shuwen. After the strategist's order, they all patiently waited until he gave them the long-awaited signal. And finally Zhu Shuwen roared loudly like an enraged beast, and ordered to tighten the pre-prepared chains. In an instant, the barbarian fighters, who had just been galloping swiftly on their horses, were thrown to the ground. Their horses, with loud frightened neighing, galloped off somewhere into the distance, clearly not intending to return to the place of this trap. The nomads, having come to their senses after the shock, finally realized the true plan of their opponents. For this treachery, they swore never to let the enemies die quickly, promising to torment each of them as long as possible. But it was then that the leader of the barbarians noticed something strange. He seemed to rush forward, but for some reason did not move a single step from his place. Suddenly he suspected something was wrong, but could not believe what was happening. The fact was that due to the shock that gripped his entire body, the warlord did not feel how he was pierced by huge spears right from behind. This was a just punishment for the barbarians constantly raiding imperial lands and mercilessly destroying the local inhabitants. At the signal, absolutely all the elders rushed into battle with unwavering determination. They remembered all the suffering they had to endure because of the raids of these steppe robbers. Now, for themselves and their families, the veterans thirsted to avenge their people and exterminate all who dared to raise a hand against their native land. Soon the entire forest was filled with desperate cries and the ringing of metal from the bloody battle that had begun. Many of the veterans, watching the battle, clenched their teeth, experiencing true horror. Before their eyes still stood the images of how the barbarians attacked settlements, took everything valuable, and killed anyone who dared to resist them. The nomads spared no one. neither women nor children, and men were killed indiscriminately. Every time imperial warriors came to save another settlement, they saw only scorched earth and many corpses scattered everywhere. Even looking at these terrible pictures, the defenders understood that nothing would have changed, even if they had arrived on time. At least it was comforting that there were fewer dead bodies than in previous times. In the end, all the warriors could do again and again was bury the dead. They did not understand why, despite being guardians of order, they could not protect anyone from these raids. At that moment, the enraged old men rushed into battle with special hatred for their sworn enemies. They remembered how many times they could not save a single soul. That is precisely why their local chieftain ordered his warriors not to let a single degenerate they encounter on their path pass by. If they cannot stop the barbarians here, then all the efforts made will be meaningless. Therefore, the veterans rushed into the fray to kill absolutely every single invader. Looking at these warriors, Tae-hen found it genuinely hard to believe what he saw. Not long ago, these were the very same idle old men who spent all their time only playing gambling games and indulging in idleness. The commander was truly stunned by how radically they had changed. And all this became possible only thanks to the brilliant tactician Zhu Shu-wen. But at that moment, one of the barbarians pushed away the old man who had rushed at him with a spear. Initially, the nomad thought they were attacked by some ordinary warriors, but it turned out to be only pathetic old men. After that, he ordered this worthless creature to raise his eyes to him. As soon as the old man raised his head, he immediately received a powerful blow, followed by several more. The barbarian got tired of looking at such a miserable offspring, so he decided to do him a favor. To personally deliver his head home and show it to his family before slaughtering them as well. It seemed the old man's death was inevitable. But the timely arrival of Yopo Ponson literally cut the barbarian's body in half as he rode his war steed. After that, the commander sternly ordered the officers to take their positions. They had to finish off these freaks while they were still in shock. Tae-hen ordered the warriors not to let the hero's efforts be in vain. Thus, in this decisive battle, thanks to shared motivation and unwavering determination, thousands of enemies were exterminated. The imperial forces also captured a whole 100 barbarian prisoners, their war horses, and food supplies. At the same time, they lost very few soldiers. Tae-hen arrived to report all this to Zhu Shu-wen, as he understood. All this was the merit of the wise strategist. Bowing, the commander thanked the tactician for choosing this very place for the ambush and truly helping to save many human lives. The strategist himself believed that such words were simply undeserved. It was he who was grateful to the military leader who trusted him and gave him such a chance. Moreover, Zhu Shu-wen understood. Their war was far from over. They still had a lot to do. After all, as is known, one must strike while the iron is hot. At the suggestion of the wise Zhu Shu-wen, all the food taken from the barbarians was collected and distributed in the famine-stricken regions, such as Shofan and Yunchjong. The news of how Tae-hen defeated the nomads and helped those in need quickly spread among the residents of Binzhou. Over time, the name of the commander and his army became well known throughout the region. Soon the events moved to the castle of Binzhou itself. The provincial inspector quickly received news of the hero's successes, but it was extremely difficult for him to believe the soldier's report. According to the report, the locals had built a shrine for Yopo Ponson, even though he was still alive. It turned out they also erected a monument next to the sacred ancestral altars. After this report, the angry inspector decided at least to find out if the reporter knew anything else besides such nonsense. However, that one awkwardly reported that, according to the local residents, the era of the old inspector had long passed. They believed that the inspector had become too old and weak, while the young hero was perfectly suited for the position of the new provincial ruler. Obviously, the old inspector was furious that these ungrateful little people spoke about him that way after all he had done for them. The official had no idea how they even dared to open their mouths and speak such insolence. Thus, the elderly ruler realized, if he allowed all this to continue, the hero's ambitions would soon consume even him. He needed to take action, and as soon as possible. At the same time, the mentor was writing an important letter to help his student. Unfortunately, he had already done everything he could for him, and this was the last thing that needed to be completed. The wise elder wrote messages to the provinces of Shofan, Yongyuan, Yunchong, Dingxiang, and Yangmen. He needed to meet with all the administrative commanders of the northern regions and write recommendation letters for Yopo Ponson. The teacher understood. The inspector would now very much want to keep the hero under control, which would inevitably force sending him somewhere far away. This would reduce the effectiveness of the young commander, and then the northern regions would again be ravaged by barbarian raids. Such a thing could not be allowed. The mentor himself deeply lamented that the inspector had forgotten what he once was. A bright young hero full of noble aspirations. Now all that remained of him was just a spiteful, decrepit old man, blinded by thirst for power and envy of others' glory. Several weeks after these events, the strategist hurried to Yopo Ponson to explain that their grand victory over the barbarian horde had created a favorable wind for them. Everyone praised him and his army. And thanks to this, many young people now sought to serve under his banners. The only problem was that they were sharply lacking experienced officers and suitable veterans to lead all the recruits. However, Tae-hen had an excellent idea about this. He reminded them of the incident with the head of the Zhao clan, the father of Zhao Yul. Their family was famous for skilled spearmen, and they would indeed make excellent commanders. The commander was going to visit them right now to recruit several of their talented fighters into his ranks. He saw no point in delaying this matter. Tae-hen promised Ju Shuwen that he would return soon, so the wise strategist had nothing to worry about. Soon at the Zhao family estate, he was met by the head of the family. Seeing the commander inside and understanding the fatigue from the long journey, the host assumed this was the first time the guest had visited the Jizhou region. The head was very glad to hear that Tae-hen's journey had been safe thanks to the care of his younger son. Of course, the father immediately thanked Zhao Yul for his excellent service and care for the hero. After that, the head of the family provided Tae-hen with a place where he could settle down. After such a long journey, he needed to refresh himself with exquisite dishes. The hospitable host decided to inquire of Yopo Ponson about the purpose of his arrival. The young commander immediately explained that his army had been rapidly growing lately, and he needed more people to command the recruits. He recalled their previous conversation and came to see if he could take some of his students into his army as officers. The head was deeply touched that the hero had not forgotten his promise, and explained that he would gladly show his talented protégés. But he was concerned that immediately granting them officer ranks might tarnish the hero's reputation. After all, he could be accused of favoritism. Therefore, the clan leader suggested inviting outstanding figures from the surrounding areas and asking the students to perform in their presence. Then, if Tae-hen chose those protégés who deserved the highest praise, no one would doubt the fairness of his choice, and the commander gratefully entrusted this task to the head of the family. Thinking about outstanding figures, no matter how much he thought, the region of Jizhou came to mind, the future foothold of the ambitious Yuan Shao. This meant that there were many talents here whom he had not yet gathered under his banners. Thanks to the current situation, Tae-hen could gain considerable benefit. The events are just moving to the evening in Jizhou, specifically to the house of the district commissioner Julu, the venerable Xiaoyan. The man stood on the bridge, gazing at the starry sky and pondering many things, when suddenly a servant approached him. Bowing, he explained that the master had received an invitation to a feast at the Zhao family's estate. Of course, the official was interested in the occasion for this celebration, since he was sure that the 60th birthday of the family head had already passed. It turned out that the message contained no further details on this matter, so the man began to doubt whether he should go there. The servant, of course, left this decision to the master's discretion. However, he did not forget to remind him that once the head of the Zhao family had saved his life. Pondering this for a moment, the official looked again at the starry sky. There, the star Fomalhaut shone very impressively. Although autumn had not yet come, it was already shining very brightly. This could have been a bad omen, but the assistant hastened to explain that the constellation points the way to the Great Wall, while Shimen symbolizes the army. He thought that, on the contrary, this glow was a sign of good luck. The gentleman only shook his head in dismay. He was the one who taught his subordinate such useless things. Xiaoyan admitted that he could not understand whether this was a symbol of prosperity or not, but considering what this constellation represented, perhaps it was a sign that he could find his place in the army. Therefore, the official agreed to go there the next morning for the celebration and asked his subordinate to prepare everything for the trip. The latter, of course, bowing, promised Master Xiaoyan to do everything so that his carriage would not be dusted with a single speck of dust. As promised, the next morning, noble people began to arrive at the Zhao family estate, and finally, they presented another noble guest from Ji province. The head of the family immediately hurried to the gates to greet the Honorable Bo, whom he had not seen for a long time. The host only smiled with joy at the meeting with the venerable guest, and he apologized for not visiting him for a long time due to his physical condition. The head of the family only remarked that the kind spirit of the elder still looked wonderful. But at that moment, as they exchanged pleasantries, the arrival of the noble Jew from Xiangyang was announced. Because of this, everyone fell silent at once, and then, seeing the man, immediately bowed to greet the honorable lord, and thank him for coming. Xiaoyan immediately began to shower thanks for the invitation, explaining to the host that without his help his position would have been much worse. Therefore, after these words, everyone else understood that they were seeing the very district judge, who had been appointed as an outstanding candidate for high service at the age of only 20. The head of the family, ignoring the gossip, walked around and led his friend to a place where he could settle. Then the honored guest admitted that he did not expect the leader of the Zhao clan to invite him to another meeting this year. The host explained that a very important person had arrived. They had gathered experts to assess abilities, so he hoped that some of his students would take the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Having heard all this information, the official realized that since the arriving person was from Binzhou, this coincided with the place from which the rumors about the new commander-in-chief originally came. At that very moment, the host suggested to his friend not to worry about anything. He was ready to tell him all the details while they enjoyed the celebration. Soon the head of the family appeared before all his guests and announced that today was a wonderful day for all the inhabitants of the estate. For him, it was a great honor that such outstanding people had come to celebrate this event. Several decades had passed since the Zhao clan began accepting students who were not members of their family. He was proud of his pupils. All of them were noble, skillful, and ambitious. But he only regretted that he could not provide them with noble lineage, because that was what was most valued in military circles. But today he could only thank heaven that someone had willingly made the long journey here to find worthy people for his army, relying solely on their abilities. Therefore, he proudly introduced to all his guests the venerable military commander Yepo Pongsun, originally from Binzhou. All the officials immediately gaped, for before them stood the very Yepo Pongsun who had crushed the barbarian hordes. Moreover, he was truly of impressive build. The commander himself hastened to introduce himself, explaining that he was responsible for the northwestern borders. Today, together with the honorable guests present here, he wished to observe the demonstration of martial arts in the Zhao family, and he swore that anyone who proved their worth would receive a position in his army. The head of the clan asked the dear guests to be sure to praise the performing students if they saw anyone truly outstanding among them. At the leader's command, everyone immediately took their positions in the arena. After that, the warriors simultaneously advanced their spears forward, then placed them on the ground, greeting the commander. This commander, standing on a small elevation, was none other than the hero himself. He wished to see what these young warriors were capable of, so he ordered them to demonstrate their spear mastery. But before he could finish his command, a loud explosion suddenly rang out at the gates right in the arena. The uninvited guest was quite surprised that the head of the family had raised such a commotion on his own territory. They were having a celebration, yet he, a true master, had not been bothered to be invited. And after all, he was precisely the one who deserved the title of the strongest warrior. Obviously, the alarmed fighters immediately pointed their spears at the intruder, ordering him to drop his weapon and identify himself. But the head of the clan immediately stopped them. It was wrong to confront one man with such a crowd. He immediately ordered the warriors to disperse to the sides, and they lined up in 2 neat rows, revealing the uninvited guest to the eyes of the visitors. Then the head of the Zhao family decided to find out the reason for his arrival. He felt that he was not yet familiar with this fighter, but he had so boldly burst in on them. According to the laughing warrior himself, the reason was quite simple. He came here to demonstrate his strength to the Zhao clan and prove that he was the strongest in Hebei. However, to the wise leader, such words sounded like the speech of a man who very much wanted to fly, not knowing how formidable the sky was. The elder decided to fight him and immediately ordered a spear to be brought to him. But at that moment, Zhao Yu asked his father to calm down. After all, you can't kill a fly with a sledgehammer. He wished for the head of the clan to give him permission to fight this impudent man himself. The young man would be able to demonstrate to him the power of the true heir of the Zhao family. But Taihen himself personally protested against the decision of his subordinate. He wanted to take this burden upon himself. It was the commander who requested to arrange this celebration, but the fun was spoiled. The hero simply could not stand here doing nothing. Therefore, he decided to fight the intruder himself. Of course, the uninvited guest immediately noticed that the hero was indeed quite imposing in physique, but was unlikely to pose a worthy competition to him. Moreover, if he was not the head of the Zhao clan, he could not be an equal opponent. Taihen, of course, was quite surprised that this man had literally claimed a few moments ago that he was the strongest, but now wished to avoid their duel. All this made it clear that the impudent man was simply a real coward. And this meant that at first glance he understood he was not even worthy to measure strength with Yepo Pongsun. Of course, the uninvited guest was quite offended by the arrogance of the man he saw for the first time. Therefore, he immediately attacked him, waving his spear to punish such insolence. He attacked with genuine fury in his eyes, while Yepo Pongsun blocked his attacks with a casual smile. Then he seriously engaged in the fight. All the onlookers realized the intruder was doomed and hoped the hero would grant him a quick death. With one attack of the spinning spear, the warlord pushed the opponent away from himself. Smiling, he explained to the intruder that he could not even claim the title of head of the courtyard. let alone the title of the strongest warrior. Of course, the man's pride was hurt. After all, he exalted himself to the heavens, not to something like a petty hooligan ruling his district. Therefore he again, filled with malice, rushed into attack, aiming at the enemy's torso. And this attack really made Tae-hen smile. It was already worthy of his attention, but he asked the opponent to try not to die from the surprise he had reserved for him. In an instant, all the senses of the uninvited guest suggested to forget about the attack and prepare for defense. Despite the fact that he set up a block in advance, the blade still almost cut his face in half, and Yopo Ponson was no longer laughing at all. He looked at the fear of the opponent, who understood that he lacked strength. All he could do was only be angry that this warrior turned out to be so mighty. Looking at the newcomer, the hero noticed that his physique was quite sturdy and well known. He remembered that he had once seen this upstart at Yuan Shao's court. In the past, he always trembled before him and never spoke to the point. But at that time he was simply a rogue who dared to call himself the strongest in Hebei. But at that moment the opponent got angry that the hero underestimated him. Therefore he threw the spear away, and with the backside of his shaft tried to hit the enemy in the stomach to push him away. But with one sharp strike, Tae-hen disarmed him, making it clear that the rest of the battle was just a game for him. At that moment, the thrown spear flew straight towards the wine-drinking honorable gentleman Jew. Everyone thought the man would soon die from the spear, but instantly, with a light movement of his hand, he deflected it. It turned out that in just fractions of a second, the wise gentleman managed to draw his blade and cut the spear flying towards him. Obviously, Yopo Ponson was quite impressed by such skill, so he immediately took a closer look at this man. At the same time, all the other leaders gathered around the master to find out if he was wounded. The other guests at the event sighed with relief that, despite the close attack, everything went well, and immediately began to calm the host of the celebration. Meanwhile, Tae-hen carefully examined the young man's face, recognizing familiar features in him. In the end, he was convinced that coming to this region was the right decision. After all, in one day he had already met 2 acquaintances from the past, but then he suddenly remembered that the duel with the previous fighter was not yet finished. Since the other was unarmed, the commander decided to continue the fight with bare hands. In the end, he rewarded him with a punch. That one hit straight on the head of the fallen. At that moment, even the officials who were sitting, savoring the delicacies, closed their eyes, protecting them from the rising dust. And the hero was already standing over the man who seemed barely alive after such a powerful attack. Obviously, at that moment, the agitated head of the Zhao clan ran up to the military commander to find out if the fighter was all right. However, unexpectedly, the young man, ignoring the question, decided to ask the elder for a favor regarding this young man who had so rudely burst into their celebration. He wanted to take him with him. Soon, the bound audacious man, finally coming to, was led by the hero. The man remained unconscious for a long time, but when he woke up, he thought that Tae-hen had decided to kidnap him and began to protest. However, Yopo Ponson explained to the audacious man with a smile that even if he shouted, no one would hear him, and laughed at his title as the strongest in Hebei. Immediately, from his angry reaction, the commander realized that it seemed he did not like the new nickname. Therefore, the hero more calmly asked the man what his name was, and upon hearing the name, he confirmed his suspicion, as he had guessed that this guy was from Binzhou. In this scene, Zhang He himself decided to find out from the military commander where he was being taken, and he was worried that the general wanted to punish him for the noise he had made. However, first, Tae-hen decided to find out whether this man had fought for glory. Without much thought, the prisoner admitted that he simply wanted to make a name for himself and achieve success. He recalled events from long ago, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, when the imperial army tried to stop them across the entire realm. A nimble man from the Zhu family received a high rank because he served under the command of a famous military leader. From this story, Tae-hen quickly understood that Zhang He was one of those who participated in suppressing the rebellion during the uprising in the Jizhou region. Nevertheless, he could not even obtain the position of assistant to the military commander because his family had low status and he had no connections. That is why he needed the title of the strongest in Hebei, because he thought that with this title he could gain a stable position. However, the general quickly realized that the man was a fool who, despite his age, understood nothing and knew nothing. After that, the hero decided to find out where Zhang He wanted to go, whether to the Gongsun family in the Bukpyong region or to Jizhou to Yuan Shao. However, he considered both families equally hopeless, and he explained that the Yuan family sent many people on various missions, but none of them received lasting promotion, because in such cases, skills do not matter at all. The man was still sad that he had practiced martial arts and studied military treatises for so long, and all of it turned out to be useless. But suddenly the military commander offered Zhang He to become his personal assistant. Unlike the others, he gave a chance to those who had the necessary abilities. Therefore, the commander suggested that the man go with him to the Binjo region. Immediately upon hearing the familiar name, Zhang He decided to find out who Taehan was. Then he introduced himself as the leader of the vanguard army named Yepo Ponson. This man was indeed a famous commander in all corners of the Celestial Empire. If the rumors were true, he was truly a hero, and Zhang He's defeat against him made sense. Now he could achieve nothing alone. He needed the opportunity to earn merits and develop skills under the wing of a renowned person. That meant he had no reason to refuse. Breaking the ropes behind his back, the prisoner promised to honor Yepo Ponson as his lord. The hero himself, having completed another mission, understood that since he was already here, he also needed to take Yan Lian and Wen Zhou from the commander Yuan Shao. But it would not be easy to find them, since they belonged to Yuan Shao. But most importantly, he managed to take Master Zhu with him. After the event was over, Taehan bowed before the man, admitting that he was glad there were no casualties. Moreover, he knew from history that such great people as Master Zhu often suffered undeservedly, so he apologized for the incident. After that, Taehan, as if nothing had happened, began to praise the excellent swordsmanship skills of the master and suggested meeting at night to discuss fencing techniques. The man himself tried awkwardly to explain that his skills were only at the level of self-defense, and the arriving head of the Zhao clan explained to the hero that Master Zhu was uncomfortable talking with strangers. Immediately, Taehan apologized for the lack of etiquette. After that, the leader also explained that this man was a former district judge, but due to personal circumstances was forced to hide. However, he was always very kind and helpful. Moreover, even if it were not for the wisdom of Master Zhu, they still would not have achieved such heights. He was truly a talented man and very respectful. Also, the head of the clan explained to the hero that, unfortunately, the world was currently in a difficult situation, which is why the master tried not to show himself too much. The whole matter was that the authority figure who once recommended the young man raised an army against the eunuchs, but nothing came of it. Since all those involved were punished, they feared that Master Zhu was also in danger, so they helped him hide. Then suddenly the head of the Zhao family suggested to the military commander to take the master with him so that he would be safe. Taehan immediately took advantage of this opportunity. After all, since the request came from the leader himself, he simply could not refuse such a chance. The master himself tried to protest somehow, but the head of the clan explained to the young man that this was an excellent opportunity for him. On the contrary, he should think of it as a chance he could use to move forward. In the case of the military commander Taehan, he would definitely be able to protect him. In the end, since it was a request from an important person, the master was very close to agreeing. And Yepo Ponson sincerely promised him that he would protect him at any cost. Soon, while on the road, the man finally realized the bright star he had seen at night was Yepo Ponson. It shone like the North Star in the night sky. At that moment, the hero gave Zhang He a new spear, since his own would be made immediately after their return. But suddenly, while they were peacefully continuing their way, they heard some strange sounds ahead. Right away, Zhao Yul explained that with almost 100% certainty, these were Haitian bandits. It turned out that in this area, these robbers often appeared. Perhaps they were runaway soldiers and outcasts or just ordinary desperate people. At that moment, without waiting for a battle, the hero turned to Zhang He to find out if he could fight on horseback. The subordinate made the commander understand that such ridiculous questions were not even worth asking. For this reason, very soon they stopped near the foot of a hill, along which some armed fighters were rushing just now. Their leader was all decorated with gold, as was his war steed. Soon the bandits stopped, grabbed one of the girls as a hostage and mocked her in every possible way. They warned her that even if she screamed, no one would come to help, so they intended to have fun with her before killing her. But unexpectedly, they heard the familiar sound of horse hooves, although none of them rode horseback. Also, they did not hear that anyone was supposed to join them. Obviously, everyone immediately got scared that imperial officers had arrived. Although the bandits considered those guards to be nothing compared to themselves, they were sure. It didn't matter whether they were military or someone else, they would simply kill them. However, when the determined heroes appeared on the battlefield together with Zhang He, the confidence of the robbers clearly diminished. These two literally looked like ghosts or perhaps even messengers from the very underworld. As soon as Taehan appeared on the battlefield, he immediately scattered the enemies, saving a nearby woman from her tormentors. No one even had time to wonder who these arrivals were, as the bandits instantly died like flies. By the end, only the most resilient remained. Moreover, the thrashing was delivered not only by Taehan but also by his assistant Zhang He, who was also a very strong fighter. At that moment, someone panicked and, out of fear of the power of these two, decided to simply flee. But someone was sure that they could kill these two no matter what, despite the power they possessed. Looking at these bandits, the hero realized that in their times the yellow scarves were not much different from the black bandits. Moreover, he believed that these black bandits did not know how to fight at all, and were heading straight to death. Therefore, the commander decided to give them what they so strongly desired and tried to hasten their end. Soon the entire field where they had stopped was filled with corpses and wounded fighters. Those who survived perfectly understood that retribution for their sins had come to them. One death was not enough to atone for all their crimes. Therefore, the survivors, though wounded, tried to escape, realizing that they were attacked by real demons who would kill every single one of them. But at that moment, Zhao Yu was already waiting for them from the other side, who immediately raised his spear. He made these bandits understand that they had nowhere to run and it was better for them to stay put. And at that moment, behind Zhao Yu appeared the other warriors who had come for their souls. At that moment, the furious spearman immediately ordered everyone to punish these enemies in the name of the heavens themselves. The hero himself watched Zhao Yu with satisfaction. Although he knew the young man was talented, he truly behaved very convincingly like a real warrior. Everything became quite interesting. How old is this young fighter? The commander's assistant was genuinely surprised to learn that he was only 16. And although much lay ahead for him, Taehan believed that he would become stronger than even the hero himself. Yes, even the man himself realized that the young man was far too enthusiastic at his early age. In fact, he was very pleasantly surprised that such talented people existed in this vast world, and he was already glad that he was the one who followed Taehan. At that moment, the warrior dropped the spear, and the bandits who had tried to escape and were now lying on the ground surrendered and begged for mercy. They also swore that they would stop being robbers and would no longer harm people. The mercy of Zhao Yu, like a ray of sunshine, cut through the darkness of battle when the young warrior called on the bandits to lay down their arms and atone for their many sins with repentance. Instructing the defeated enemy, he firmly ordered him to forever forget the path of the blade. The bandit, showering the benefactor with flattering words of gratitude, secretly rummaged in the folds of his clothes, pulling out a hidden dagger. Treachery seized his heart. With the blade drawn, the scoundrel swiftly lunged at the back of the unsuspecting opponent, intending to pierce the young warrior's lungs between the ribs. But at that very moment, a halberd sliced through the air, cutting off the enemy's treacherous hand with a single precise strike. The hero himself, Yopo Ponson, came to the aid of the inexperienced youth. Zhao Yu immediately turned around, looking at his general in bewilderment, for he did not know about the treachery that had occurred. Taehan only shook his head bitterly. This boy was still too young in spirit and did not understand much about the harsh realities of war. Pointing his ward into the distance, the commander ordered him to carefully examine the battlefield. There, like withered flowers, lay countless bodies of villagers. These beasts had killed them in the most inhumane way. Such creatures never heed the voice of reason and mercy, so the wise commander instructed Zhao Yu to remember forever. Even a moment of carelessness or soft-heartedness could cost them their very lives. At that moment, the wounded bandit, pressing the bleeding stump of his arm, swore to cut off the heads of all these cursed little people, calling them true spawn of hell. However, Yopo Ponson, knowing neither an ounce of sympathy nor pity, instantly ended the pitiful existence of this wretch. Thus ended his despicable life with a death as miserable as he himself was. After this grim deed, the commander himself asked Zhao Yu to look around in search of possible survivors or other souls. But at that very moment, with deafening warlike clicks, new strangers approached them on horseback. These people clearly took our heroes for bandits, although the riders themselves hardly resembled ordinary brigands. Looking at the blade in the hand of the enemy squad leader, Taehan saw on it a pattern surprisingly resembling the image of a sacred dragon. Therefore, the wise commander ordered Zhao Yu to stay with the army, while the general himself rushed to meet the danger. The frightened youth begged his leader to stop and explain what was happening. But Taehan no longer heeded his pleas. Righteous anger seized the hero's soul when he saw this red-faced degenerate who dared to call them despicable thieves. After fate returned Taehan from the past, one thought tormented him incessantly: whether he was now capable of defeating his future opponents. He believed that only weak-willed people acted that way, and this was unrighteous. If such a long-lived warrior wishes to rule the world, he must in any case show himself on the battlefield. That is why he waited for the right moment and prepared everything necessary to meet the enemies. And as if the heavens themselves heard his heartfelt appeals, providing him with an opponent who attacked them with the intention of cutting off their heads. At that moment, while the riders galloped on their steeds, they had already exchanged several blows at full gallop, without losing speed. Then they turned their horses and clashed again in a fierce fight, from which dazzling sparks flew. At the critical moment, the hero almost managed to disarm the enemy, causing him to freeze in shock, looking at his palms in bewilderment. The young warrior immediately prepared to deliver the final blow, But the opponent was not so simple. He continued to fiercely repel attacks, preventing Tae-hen from properly developing the offensive. Watching this grand spectacle, Zhao Yu honestly admitted to himself that he did not believe his own eyes. Could this really be a real battle between two mortals? His body shuddered only from the sound of clashing weapons, as if he subconsciously understood. Take one step closer and death would immediately catch him. Therefore the youth longed to understand who the mysterious warrior with the spear decorated with gold was, who so greatly angered their general. In the next moment, the hero so skillfully spun his halberd that the opponent almost lost his beard. Only the fact that he timely leaned back saved him. After that, the red-faced man calmed his steed and decided to look closely at the face of the strong man who attacked him. Surprise seized him. The skills of this hero were quite decent for a mere thief. This remark enraged Tae-hen, who once again had to explain that he was not a bandit at all. However, the bearded man ordered the youth to look back. He had killed many people, but claimed to be a respectable person. Yopo Ponsona was clearly annoyed by such useless chatter. He no longer wished to communicate with a man who believed only in what he wanted to believe. The red-faced man, however, flew into a rage because some vile thief dared to reprimand him. Therefore, he spurred his steed again and instantly rushed into battle, brandishing a long blade. But no matter what he tried to do, in the end only he himself was wounded, thanks to Yopo Ponsona's halberd. The hero himself was indignant. His movements were not swift enough. The opponent managed to dodge, thus surviving. Watching their duel, Zhao Yul clearly saw, although both fighters possessed extraordinary skill, it seemed as if the general was afraid to fight this man. The young man could not believe that their leader, having had the opportunity several times, failed to strike the enemy's neck. And Tae-hen himself sincerely did not understand what was happening to him. Now he was younger and much more experienced than when he fought those three young men, including the lop-eared one from the artillery department. Although he absolutely surpassed the enemy in strength, for some reason he still could not defeat him. Seeing the confusion on young Zhao Yul's forehead, Zhang He approached him. The wise warrior perfectly understood. If the opponents were on the ground, purely by skill, the general would have long since triumphed. But the difference between the steeds also influenced the outcome of the battle. The enemy's horse was a black stallion with white markings on its legs. Zhao Yul believed it was just an ordinary four-legged white horse. He simply did not know the subtleties. For a four-legged white horse is a steed whose body is entirely covered with white fur. And the red-faced man's horse was a weeping steed. It was said that such a horse was worthy of the emperor himself. It ran through mountains as if they were plains. Therefore, it was considered the best of all steeds. Of course, if only humans fought, the battle would have ended long ago. But as long as they were mounted, it looked more like a fight between four warriors at once. In that case, their bearded opponent, though quite a scoundrel, truly had a magnificent steed. In the next moment, the angry general showered the enemy with all sorts of curses, threatening to cut off his head, but in the end the latter fled like a vile rat. However, the red-faced man only continued to note that Tae-hen's abilities were not bad for a mere thief. The enraged hero attacked with his halberd, aiming straight at the opponent's face. Dodging the blow, the bearded man realized he had angered the hero, and the latter had made a mistake. However, he slightly forgot that the halberd had several tips, and now one of them was flying straight at his face. At the last moment, the red-faced man still managed to dodge, and also laughed at the enemy, who was excessively predictable. He believed that the other was senselessly waving his spear. Moreover, he was sure that in this way the youth would not touch him at all. But soon scarlet blood was already oozing from his shoulder. Looking at the old man, Tae-hen noted, he swore to cut off his head, but in the end could only save himself by fleeing. The wound on the shoulder showed his complete helplessness. Moreover, it was striking that the already red-faced man became even more crimson with anger. At that moment, the bearded man tried to understand why it seemed to him that the enemy's spear suddenly became longer. The arm could not simply lengthen by itself. Then he began to carefully examine the hero's weapon, and noticed that he had a sharp retractable tip. It turns out that after Tae-hen pretended to retreat, he simply increased the reach of his arm and attacked again. At first glance, this youth looked like a fool, but such subtleties can radically affect the outcome of a duel. Tae-hen truly possessed extraordinary skill. It remained unclear how such a talented warrior could be a mere bandit. At that time, Yopo Ponson pondered how best to act in the current situation. The hero's soul longed to end the battle immediately, but he understood. In that case, the cowardly opponent would only continue his shameful retreat. However, to the greatest amazement of the warrior, the red-faced man only tightened his headband to prevent his hair from hindering him in the upcoming fight. Tae-hen was in deep bewilderment. He was sure that the scoundrel would try to escape again. Such confidence seemed even amusing to him. So the wise commander decided to proceed to the decisive duel. When the piercing whistle of the wind sounded, Both warriors immediately reined in their mounts, rushing towards each other like two enraged tigers. Then Taehan grasped the enemy's plan. He wanted to close the distance between them, but the hero decided to strike the opponent before he could approach to a dangerous distance. The red-faced man was equally confident that by following his proven tactics, he could destroy the hated enemy. And so they clashed in close combat, like two storm clouds colliding in the sky. However, the bearded man only parried the hero's powerful swings again. The young warrior's technique was truly crude and primitive. The harder Taehan struck, the more forcefully he pushed the opponent back. He possessed literally superhuman strength, which made the red-faced man put all his power into every blow. This meant that defeat could overtake him at any moment. But even in such a critical situation, the proud warrior did not want to admit how important it was to understand the true strength of the opponent to develop the right strategy. Still, Taehan remained in his eyes only a despicable thief, which meant he could not allow such a nobody to gain the upper hand over him. From the fierce clash of their blades, one of the links of Taehan's halberd broke off and fell to the ground with a clang. But the duel did not end there. Both men continued to attack each other savagely, like enraged beasts. At that moment, outsiders interfered in the sacred duel, causing the combatants to freeze in bewilderment. Zhang He was in the deepest disappointment. The soldiers not only dared to call them robbers, but also had the audacity to interfere in an honest duel. He had no idea from which squad these fellows came, but they disgraced the military honor. Therefore, the wise commander sincerely hoped that they would not protest against the fact that today they were destined to die. The red-faced commander-in-chief was in a furious rage because his subordinates dared to interfere in his duel. However, the warriors believed that their general was mistaken, and the battle was already going too far. Moreover, if these people truly were not thieves, then there was no point in continuing the fight with them. The enraged bearded man only gripped his spear tighter in his mighty long hands after such speeches. With one powerful movement, he pushed the hero away from himself. Then he instantly turned around and galloped towards where his loyal warriors were. Taehan blazed with righteous anger at the degenerate who so boldly fled the battlefield. However, unexpectedly, the red-faced warrior, without stopping his steed, introduced himself. His name was Wonyun, and he wished for the hero to firmly remember the name of the man who would one day cut off his head. Yopo Ponson, enraged by such audacity, immediately introduced himself by name. Moreover, he added that he was the owner of the border army of Binjo province, and he ordered the scoundrel to find him if he wished to finish what was started today, for he would always be ready to accept his challenge. Thus, after exchanging names, the red-faced warrior galloped away. The image of this opponent still would not leave the hero's mind. He truly was an excellent adversary. Moreover, it was surprising that he had never heard of such a skillful warrior before. The bearded man looked at his faithful steed carrying him forward, understanding. If his horse were even slightly worse, he would have long since rested in the grave. Soon, Taehan returned to the northwestern camp at the gates of Binjo province, to his military stronghold. Chentai was in the greatest indignation upon seeing the hero's broken halberd. Even if it had struck granite, the weapon would have been in much better condition. Taehan calmly explained that the halberd broke during a fierce battle with the red-faced one. Unfortunately, the weapon was damaged only for him. At once, the wise elder understood that by the red-faced one, the hero meant one of the famed brothers. Taehan reproached Chentai, who had forged excellent weapons for that elder but deprived him of such an honor. The blacksmith hastened to justify himself. The hero simply did not provide him with quality ore, whereas those brothers brought him precious meteoric ore. Yopo Ponson had no idea where to obtain such a rarity at all. But these problems did not concern Chentai. If he could not procure this ore, then he could not forge a worthy weapon. Then the hero showed the master his huge black deer sword, offering to use it for remelting. He thought that since the blade so pleased the elder, surely it was forged from excellent ore. Chentai could not believe that the youth truly wished to remelt the emperor's sword. He did not consider this a good idea. But Taehan hastened to explain that in any case he did not use the sword, and he did not care whether it was remelted or not. At that moment, while they were arguing, a strange voice sounded outside the tent. The hero called the sentry to get a report, and it turned out a retinue with the imperial standard was approaching them. Of course, the youth did not expect such a visit from such high-ranking persons. It was excessively unexpected. And what warning could be expected from guests arriving in such remote lands? Soon all the warriors formed a circle, awaiting the arrival of important guests. The hero froze in amazement, eager to find out exactly who had arrived. And then he saw the courtiers bowing, helping a young man in purple robes to step out. Taehan was quite surprised that this youth turned out to be so young. The warriors whispered among themselves, not understanding what was happening and wondering why this child was here. However, the boy, as if ignoring the whispers around him, addressed the owner of the border army, Yopo Ponson. The commander himself decided to find out what was going on, as he did not recognize the important guest who had arrived, and the young man explained that he was a eunuch who had brought a message from the imperial court. At once, Zhu Shuwen realized, this must be a messenger of some important person who could not come here in person. It remained only to hope that the news would not be so bad. At that moment, the eunuch solemnly showed Yopo Ponson the message addressed from the emperor of the Han dynasty, the Son of Heaven. Immediately, he ordered everyone to kneel and listen to the important message. Zhu Shuwen instantly bowed, lowering his forehead to the ground. But Tehen stood motionless, not believing that he had received an order from the emperor himself. He did not even move from his place. Therefore, Zhu Shuwen immediately addressed the Lord, reminding him that they had been given an order, which is why the eunuch arrived instead of the ruler himself. As soon as he was reminded of the duty to kneel, the young man immediately prostrated himself, completely not understanding what was happening. Such a thing had never happened in his past life. When he received his position, Dongzhou simply sent him orders, and he knew nothing about court etiquette. The eunuch was clearly angry at how the leader behaved before the sacred scroll, but Zhu Shuwen interrupted him, beginning to apologize and begging the heavenly envoy to be more merciful and spare them. He also explained that his lord did not know the significance of the sacred document and promised that such a thing would not happen again. The eunuch deigned to continue and address the general so that he would receive his order. At that moment, Zhu Shuwen dictated to the commander the words he was to say. The order stated that the people living in the northern region did not know the emperor of the Han dynasty as the ruler of the Celestial Empire. The barbarians oppressed their people, therefore General Yopo Ponson deserved a reward for resolving this matter. Thus, the Son of Heaven proclaimed Yopo Ponson prefect and local minister of the armory of the command post in Shufan. The only thing the stunned hero could say at this solemn moment was sincere gratitude to the emperor for such a great honor bestowed upon him. Following their valiant general, all the other warriors began to pour out their words of thanks, their hearts overflowing with joy and pride. Truly, it was hard for everyone to believe that their very leader had been honored with such a high position. Even the very title of weapons judge was a huge achievement that made hearts beat faster. All the warriors immediately began to dance with wild joy, for now their commander had become the district judge of the command post. The triumphant shouts in honor of the captain filled the air like songs of victory after a great battle. At that moment, the hero carefully took the sacred scroll of the emperor into his trembling hands, realizing the grandeur of the bestowed award. The Shufan command post was an administrative region within the vast Shufan prefecture. Moreover, this prefecture was larger than the Lin Run district, where the military police were located. Unlike other lands, the population here did not even reach 10,000 souls. Yet the region was still considered a full prefecture and received provisions sufficient to support 10,000 people. The reason lay in those regular raids of barbarians. This was an extremely dangerous place, so it received increased food supplies. But for Yopo Ponson, such danger did not pose a serious threat, for he had already defeated 1,000 enemy soldiers. Thus, all the attention of the dynasty's warriors was focused on the fact that their general had received such a high position. Truly, everyone was in boundless happiness. Jin Yuarok, looking at the festively set table, saw many drinks and dishes prepared for the celebration. There was nothing objectionable in this. Everyone wished to please the valiant fighters. However, Jin Yuarok was still worried about the presence of the eunuch, as well as Mr. Zhu Shuwen, for they strictly maintained discipline. He feared that the festive merriment might negatively affect their finances. An hour ago, Jin Yuarok had arrived at the Lord's tent at his urgent request. Zhu Shuwen immediately greeted him warmly, after which he promptly ordered Jin Yuarok to bow before the eunuch. Bowing before the imperial envoy was equivalent to showing respect to the Son of Heaven himself. After the proper bow, Zhu Shuwen decided to find out from the newcomer how much money was in their camp. He was struck by such a strange question which Zhu Shuwen had never asked before. At that moment, the eunuch coughed discontentedly, drawing attention to himself. Frightened, Jin Yuarok hurried to explain to the high guest that they could not say anything definite, as they had recently been preparing for battle. They had insufficient funds. Most likely, there would not even be 5 silver ingots. However, such an amount was quite suitable for the heavenly envoy. However, the strategist immediately ordered the scribe to bring all the available money. Soon, all the ingots were before the eunuch, and Zhu Shuwen began to apologize for the ingots being of low quality, as they were delivered from the military base. He implied that they had been supplied with nothing but necessary provisions. However, the eunuch saw nothing objectionable in that. At least he was pleased that these people did not ask him for something impossible. Of course, Zhu Shuwen understood that they would not dare utter such audacity. Moreover, the general had received a grand gift, and they wished to see off the high guest with all due honors and respect for his work. The young eunuch explained that Zhu Shuwen must now receive a surname from his general and also become his loyal servant, and Jiu Shuwen could very well have belonged to such a worthy man. However, he wished to speak on this matter. Initially, he did not even suppose that the general would receive such a position, and the eunuch was extremely surprised that, according to the strategist, he did not buy this rank for himself. Such a thing sounded practically unbelievable. But the man hastened to explain that they were in an area where spies from the north often appeared. All the judges in this region were killed. Their skin was flayed and hung on the castle gates. The eunuch found it quite amusing that someone was working so hard for a position in such a place. He apologized for entrusting such a difficult position to such people, but they still gave him all they had. However, Zhu Shuwen felt no remorse about this. He immediately began to apologize to the eunuch for making him travel such a long way, and they had not even provided him with decent housing. At that moment, the young envoy suggested that perhaps Zhu Shuwen had all this time been carrying out the orders of the new commander Shufan, although he was not closely acquainted with him. Of course, the envoy himself was quite young and not very experienced, but he was amazed that such a talented and purposeful warrior had not previously distinguished himself anywhere. In any case, he allowed the gifted strategist to act as he wished, and wished him luck in all his endeavors. While these important persons were discussing serious matters, the general sat among his warriors, watching as everyone indulged in merriment. At that moment, Tehen noticed the clearly worried mentor sitting beside him. He was ready to listen to the man, so he asked him to tell everything that was troubling him. And suddenly the scribe asked that the general assign him an assistant. Looking at his surprised face, he hastened to explain that he did not want to reduce his workload. He simply could no longer cope with the duties assigned to him. However, Taehyun was more concerned that there was no suitable candidate for such assistance. But suddenly Jin Yuerok asked the hero to assign him the young man he had brought with him from the last expedition. At first glance, it was clear that he was gifted with a sharp mind. He could be trusted with the role of assistant. However, the hero was concerned that the master would not take on military duties then. But he could be responsible for the soldiers under the patronage of Jin Yuerok. Of course, the clerk immediately reminded that such a position should be held by armed military commanders. However, this guy did not look like an armed warrior at all. At that moment, the master himself understood that sooner or later he would have to take responsibility, for he could no longer remain here running errands. Moreover, this was much preferable for him than simply wasting time and aimlessly swinging a sword. Therefore, he took off his outerwear and showed the muscles hidden beneath the elegant fabrics. Right there, the warriors gathered around the master, eager to admire his impressive physique. They admired the fact that such a strong man would be in charge of their army, for just one look at him made them feel safe. The general was not surprised by his excellent military training, as he immediately noticed his outstanding swordsmanship skills. At that very moment, Zhang He raised a real commotion upon hearing that people were having fun and breaking the established rules in this place. He believed their newcomer was involved in this. The frightened half-blood warrior immediately tried to justify himself, saying that Zhang He misunderstood him. He only approached to have a conversation with him. However, the alarmed warrior immediately ordered the youth not to approach him. When he truly desired conversation, a young man approached him, immediately reaching out his huge hands, noticing that a new strong fighter had appeared here. The young man himself hastened to explain that he approached Zhang He because he noticed that he was a newcomer among their ranks. And Zhang Liao did not forget to laugh at his comrade in arms for being disliked by everyone, as he was half a barbarian. Of course, the young man himself was upset that Zhang Liao, after such a long silence, was again inviting trouble. However, he reminded him that the young man had already lost to him once, and no matter how much he raged, this remained an unchanging truth. Looking at these two quarreling, the deputies had already resigned themselves to the fact that they would never be able to find common ground and reach agreement. However, the hero who appeared behind the assistants reminded them that they were not in a position to criticize anyone, as they themselves were in tense relations with many fighters. After this, he sternly reprimanded the nearly fighting warriors, reminding them that they should devote time to exercises, not senseless quarrels. Then he looked displeased at his assistant and immediately announced that everyone should gather for training. The warriors immediately began to grumble, as the behavior of this pair brought additional problems upon them. Looking at the rising noise, the newcomer froze in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening, and the general loudly ordered everyone to be silent and gather around him for joint training. Thus ended this evening of celebration. With the arrival of morning, the eunuch who came with the imperial message set off on the return journey. But Taehen, to whom the strategist told the details, heard something quite unexpected. It turned out that the position of commander of Shufeng, which he had never heard of before, was granted to him because a certain influential person vouched for him. But it was unlikely that this patron was Ding Yuan. Moreover, it turned out that Chosun wanted to tell the hero something important, so the strategist called the girl to them. The hero was amazed that the little girl had patiently waited for him outside all this time. However, she made it clear that this was not so important now. It turned out she recently asked the soldiers to help her, and in the end they found the trail of that master she had repeatedly mentioned to her older brother. Immediately after these words, Tae-hen remembered the coming global chaos, the era of wars that was about to begin. Then the world will shatter, and the battle for the new ruler of the Celestial Empire will begin. Only the most powerful warriors will prevail in it. It was said that they were sent by the heavens themselves and were called representatives of the clan. Of course, the hero perfectly understood that to win this war, the qualities of just one person would hardly be enough. But, as his younger sister said, it was necessary to do this right now. For this reason, the hero asked to immediately call his assistant to him. Still, as long as they knew the whereabouts of the missing person, his search was only a matter of time. He was sure, sooner or later, they would definitely find this elder. Soon the news that Tae-hen had become the prefect of Shufeng also reached the administration of Binzhou province. The rumor that Yopo Ponson now had real power quickly spread across all the lands. It was natural that news about the new prefects spread with astonishing speed. Therefore, the old inspector immediately called the owner of the garden so that he could explain how Yopo Ponson became the prefect. He was extremely displeased, believing that the man was involved in something and wanted to figure everything out. The man himself was amazed that the elder found out about everything faster than he had expected. However, he calmly explained to the inspector that he saw no problem with Yopo Ponson having a new position. The old man was furious at such foolish answers, believing that the man should have consulted with him. He was burning with anger because he dared to make such a decision independently. However, at that moment the hero's mentor laughed in the old man's face. After that, he reminded the inspector that he constantly gave him full authority to act, since he himself did not want to take any action. Of course, the elder believed that this time the situation was different, but the mentor could argue with that, as he saw nothing reprehensible in his actions. The old man only became even more indignant because the man acted impulsively and provoked the magistrate. The inspector understood that this very person had proposed granting the position to Yopo Ponson. However, he hastened to explain that he had simply sent his opinion to the nobles. This absolutely did not affect anything. The elder believed that the man above him was mocking him. He wished to know why he acted that way. Did he truly consider the hero so talented as to occupy such a position? But the man was convinced that it was Yopo Ponson who possessed the skills of a great warrior and was extremely gifted. And the elder barely restrained the rising anger, not understanding why this man was so eager to interfere with his plans to always keep the hero to himself. However, the mentor hastened to explain that if the inspector continued to act as before, his end would be completely different. Everything he had done all this time was simply trying in every way to undermine the hero, and all because he feared that one day the youth would become more powerful than himself, that if Yopo Ponson was not under his control, then all his talent would go to waste. However, the mentor of this young man could not allow such a thing to happen. Of course, immediately after these words, the spiteful old man dared to demand that the man leave, since he was dissatisfied with such an inspector as him. The mentor noted that it was unlikely the elder would be much better off without him. However, he was convinced that he would find a whole crowd of people who would become a worthy replacement for him. All that remained for the hero's mentor was to warn that if he left, it would be forever, and he would not return. Immediately after this, the man walked away with his head held high. But, as he expected, the elder truly panicked. The inspector promised to forgive the assistant if he apologized immediately for his actions. However, the mentor did not consider it necessary to apologize for what he was right about, so he only asked the gentleman to take care of himself and act according to his conscience. Enraged by the assistant's impudence, the inspector could only swear that he would definitely take back everything he had previously given to this man. This did not worry the mentor at all. Whatever he tried to do, he would never make the residents turn away from Yopo Ponson. After all, life was arranged so. The old man had long ago become just a decrepit, angry old man, not a shadow of a hero from the past. At that moment, the frightened old man ran into his room and immediately took up writing materials to write a message. Then he handed this to his faithful soldier, ordering him to give it to the Taisho, and prepared another message for him, which he had to copy exactly and post everywhere. The events moved to the Machi castle, to the chambers of the very Taisho, who soon received a message from Zhongjasa. Reading the letter, the man assumed that the inspector knew that during the writing of this message, Professor Kai Yun Bojie was here. After this, he looked at another scroll, It was a letter about payments. People could not pay for what they needed to repair. However, he had no idea how the inspector wanted them to subdue the castle walls when they had no means for it. He was generally indignant that he had come to serve a man like this. Of course, he could try to deal with this matter, but there was another problem. He could not just leave Cai Yunbo because trying to kill someone like him was excessively dangerous. But one thing was obvious: he would achieve nothing if he always relied only on chance. But at that moment a thought came to his mind. He could stage an accident, then everything would be forgiven. Soon So-Ren, his right hand, ran to Tae-hen. However, seeing that his brother was busy with something, the hero immediately offered So-Ren to help him pack things. However, he only scratched the back of his head, explaining that due to his illiteracy he could not read the letter, so he brought it to him. He wanted Yopo Ponson to read it, because this message was from So-Ren's friend from Xia province. It seemed to him that everything indicated that something would soon begin to happen. The events moved to the area near Yopo Ponson's castle. The warriors were working hard, unloading wagons and making room for new ones, which continued to arrive. At that moment, the hastily arrived soldiers were surveying everything that was happening. Zhao Yul understood. Very soon they would deal with the large sacks, as there were not so many of them. This would not take much time, after which duties could be assigned. But indignation gripped the soul of the newly arrived warrior. He could not comprehend why the young Zhao Yul behaved with such arrogance, as if he were the celestial emperor himself. It seemed incredible that this insolent youth, clearly younger in age, dared to command more experienced fighters. Zhao Yul began to fervently explain that he had reached his position much earlier than the others, and therefore his rank surpassed the titles of the other warriors. However, the stern senior comrade only contemptuously reminded the presumptuous youth that in their army, only combat skills were valued. After which a fierce argument immediately broke out between them about who among them excelled over the other in the art of war. Zhao Yul blazed with righteous anger, preparing to immediately cross swords with these audacious opponents, when suddenly a formidable voice echoed through the camp. The warrior explained to the disputing men that they better hold their tongues. He was completely indifferent to their disagreements, but he would crush anyone who dared to show cruelty to their comrades in arms. The barbarian boiled with rage that this tall guy constantly played the invincible warrior, as if his height gave him superiority over everyone else. In the end, the noble Zhang He regretted 100 times over that he had reminded the army that in the army of the great Tae-hen, the strength of spirit and sword was valued above all. The young Cho Sona who joined them blazed with indignation, looking at the quarreling brothers in arms. She could not understand why they behaved like wild beasts, and even threatened that if they did not immediately stop their mischief, she would promptly go to her elder brother to complain about their unworthy behavior. Frightened, the warriors instantly pretended that they had not quarreled and were not preparing for a duel. One of them began carefully straightening Zhang Liao's rumpled clothes, and the others were immensely glad that Cho Sona had arrived so timely. As long as this wise maiden was nearby, the two hot-headed comrades would not cause bloodshed. Meanwhile, the young mentor was scolding the negligent fighters for frightening peaceful people with their fierce quarrels and readiness to use weapons. Initially, Zhang He was quite worried about the only girl among the stern men, but it turned out that the little girl was loved by everyone, and also calmed everyone around her. He was extremely curious to find out what kind of amazing person this girl was, and he suspected that she might be the secret daughter of some famous general. But even more horrifying to him was the thought that the great Tae-hen might be attracted to such young creatures. At that moment, a deafening crash suddenly came from the hero's chambers, like a powerful explosion. The warriors decided that their leader had dropped something, so they went to check if something bad had happened. In reality, the hero with one furious blow of his iron fist smashed a sturdy wooden table and began persistently questioning So-Ren about when he received the ill-fated message. The loyal assistant calmly explained that it was a request from the wise Cho Sona. They themselves insisted on being told everything that was happening. A friend from a distant province sent this message across all the lands, and then delivered a copy to them. Tae-hen could not believe that they really wanted to hold a contest to determine the most skillful warrior, so that he, fighting with him, would win. He was clearly enraged by such contempt from these audacious fighters, and unable to endure the insult, he immediately ordered So-Ren to prepare to go straight to Binjo to visit the chief inspector. However, Cho Sona, who suddenly burst into the chambers, asked her elder brother not to get too worked up. Of course, she had not yet grasped the essence of the specific problem, but his rage would not help him now. He needed to calm his burning heart. Tae-hen only sighed deeply, looking at the little sage before him, and soon realized that she was absolutely right. His anger would change nothing. Moreover, it could only worsen an already difficult situation. So Ren was surprised that his general had calmed down so quickly. Usually after troubles, he would remain in a state of rage for several more days. At that moment, the hero himself decided to first finish loading the carts, and only then visit the inspector. And Cho-son expressed a desire to go with him. Looking at the hero's such reasonable thoughts, so Ren was convinced. He had truly transformed. But only now did he begin to realize how astonishing these changes were. Meanwhile, one of the warriors late at night asked his comrades to tidy up for now and rest, as they were to be the first to set out at dawn. The master, who was observing these fighters, immediately noticed that they were quite strange. It did not seem that they showed proper respect to each other, but somehow everyone understood that hostility towards each other would lead to nothing good. Master Ju wondered if he could join their warrior brotherhood. He knew his strengths well. He was eloquent, but he did not know how to wisely use his skills. At that moment, looking at the sky, he saw that the fourth star had risen in the northern fence. The fourth star of the constellation Ursa Major, which protects from dangerous situations and grants guidance for prosperity. Around this time, the hero was visited by his wise strategist. Honestly, he found Din Yuan's action strange. As is known, the inspector greatly envied the young military commander, believing that the existence of a hero like Yopo Ponson was entirely unnecessary. The man was very curious whether Yopo Ponson had ever noticed such weak and feeble habits in an opponent before. But still, everyone knew that the hero had nothing to worry about. All the inspector wanted was to find a warrior stronger than the hero. And Yopo Ponson never feared difficulties, which is why everyone believed he had nothing to be anxious about. There was not a single reason for it. The hero was grateful for Cho-sona's wise words. He simply needed to achieve victory over all who dared to oppose him. Master Ju knocked on the hero's tent, and obviously Tae-hen was curious why the man had come to him at such a late hour. But still, he invited him to enter. The visitor immediately mentioned that he had seen the fourth star. Of course, everyone was quite surprised that he, it turned out, understood the signs of constellations. Since he understood at least something about this, the general asked him to enlighten them regarding the meaning of these stars. The man calmly explained that, observing the sky and stars, they usually saw them as usual. But this particular constellation meant a castle and its walls. The luminaries were trying to tell them something. It was necessary to understand the meaning of this message. Suddenly pondering, the wise maiden realized what it could mean. Most likely, the message pointed to a sage scholar who was banished from the palace. After all, it was logical. They could not think about the castle and walls without mentioning this noble lord. Perhaps this message meant that he was now in the castle. Then they were one step closer to understanding where he had disappeared to. But of course, this was still not enough, so she began to think about something else. Then Master Ju explained that there were also two unfavorable stars in the sky. One of them meant that someone was drawn into something and dominated, and the second symbolized deception. Perhaps that scholarly lord was deceived by a woman, which is why he cannot escape? But Ju Shuwen immediately understood that such an interpretation was incorrect. Of course, he immediately apologized for interrupting the man, but the master wished to hear the opinion of the talented strategist. The sage himself believed that these stars were hints toward the Kumsam Mountains. The stars were precisely guiding them there, simply based on their arrangement. The man must have been in the northern mountains, and most likely the luminaries indicated that he was currently in great danger. Somewhere around this time, Chen Tai was sitting in his tent, examining the huge blade stolen by the hero. He was very sorry that this sword was unlucky. Its own master had underestimated it. But the elder could not allow the hero to melt it down, for it was a huge part of a great past. Unfortunately, Tae-hen needed a normal weapon, so he ordered the elder to prepare the blade for melting. But at that moment, he accidentally moved the hilt aside, discovering a hidden message there. And this find seemed much more interesting and suspicious to him. Obviously, he immediately rushed to Tae-hen's tent, for he knew that little Cho-sona was definitely resting there now. He shouted like a madman, so the hero covered the girl's ears and began to scold Chen Tai for waking the little one so early. Having woken up immediately, the wise maiden decided to find out what the master had forgotten here, while Tae-hen was angry at the elder for waking her at such an inappropriate hour. However, the venerable elder was burning with desire for the young lady to look at the mysterious message he carefully held in his trembling hands. He explained to the wise maiden that he had extracted this secret letter from the hilt of the ancient blade. Tae-hen only grew angrier that the white-bearded master still had not melted down the cursed sword. At that moment, the beautiful Cho-sona tried to read the mysterious writings on the yellowed paper. It was written that in order to rise like the sun illuminating the world, the king must overcome countless obstacles. Neither the venerable elder nor the wise Cho-sona had the slightest idea what these mysterious words could mean. The hero, however, was firmly convinced that what was written was sheer nonsense, so he decisively ordered Chen Tai to melt down this useless blade. He believed that the gray-bearded master had needlessly awakened Cho-sona, which made him quite angry. However, The enraged Chen Tai, whose soul was already boiling with rage, ordered the young man to simply be silent and not waste his fervor. The next morning, when the dawn rays illuminated the military camp, the noble hero gathered absolutely all his loyal warriors. First of all, he ordered them to divide into combat squads. His thoughts were still tormented by reflections on the upcoming events and on those rivals who had already become quite tiresome to him. He was firmly convinced that the treacherous elder was still deceiving and neglecting his sacred duties. Somewhere at this time, Junzhou was surely continuing to search for Kai Bojie. Why he was looking for him remained a mystery, and what they needed at all was also unclear. But now this venerable elder was also being sought by the wise Chosona, so Tei-Hen was obliged to find him and accept her noble plans. First of all, the valiant Tei-Hen ordered the loyal So-Ren to begin the withdrawal of troops from Shufang. The others were to follow him in orderly ranks. He warned the fighters that they were going into a vast territory but would definitely find the sage's trail if they were attentive enough. Therefore, he asked everyone to give their all in searching for this learned man. The events are moved several weeks ahead to a working group led by stern military men with leather whips in their hands. There wandered a stooped old man whose back was loaded with a huge pile of heavy stones. At that moment he, slipping on the uneven road, bumped into a warrior who was watching the work of the exhausted peasants. The unfortunate old man fell to the hard ground, but the guard only shouted loudly at him, ordering him to watch his step more carefully and get up, continuing the hard labor. However, when the man did not get up, he only became even more enraged, believing that the elder was pretending to be ill. After that, he took out his cruel whip and began mercilessly beating him, forcing him to get up and continue working. He also threatened that if he did not stand up, he would never get rest again for disobeying orders from superiors. But at that moment, another old man ran up to the ruthless warrior, commanding him to stop. He did not understand why such excessive cruelty was necessary. After that, he hurried to the fallen worker to see if the unfortunate man was all right. But seeing that he was already losing consciousness, he immediately ordered to bring a doctor so that someone could help him. However, despite his pleas, no one moved from their place, neither the other workers nor the military. The nobleman had no idea why everyone was so indifferent to the fact that they were not moving from their place. At that moment, the injured old man himself, with tears in his exhausted eyes, made it clear that he was fine. There was no need to raise such a scandal because of him. All this time, a small company of warriors dressed in dark robes was watching the events at the workplace from a height. Finally, towards evening, the guards announced the end of the shift and suggested that the workers disperse to their shabby dwellings. While everyone was leaving, the venerable old man distanced himself from the crowd and went to indulge in solitary reflection. Standing on a rocky cliff, he watched the twinkling stars and understood that everything was happening exactly as his master wished. Now the stars had crossed the celestial sphere, and, as the master predicted, the luminaries of the universe would begin to shine on their own. However, the man still hoped that this would never happen. But at that moment, hearing approaching footsteps, the elder suddenly turned around and noticed a man. He respectfully greeted the unknown guest who had come to this deserted place. He decided to find out from him who he was and why he had come here. He assumed that perhaps this man needed his life, or he had come for a few lines of poetry, and perhaps he wished to ask him questions, and the elder was ready to answer them. At that moment, Tei-Hen, smiling, calmly bowed, greeting the sage Kai-Yun Bonje. It was a great honor for him to meet him, so he introduced himself by name, as well as by his position, responsible for the Shufan region. Of course, the elder was very curious to find out what the military general had forgotten here. He found him, so he assumed that the young man had come to take his life. Of course, Tei-Hen tried to calm Kai-Yun Bonje, explaining that he pursued a different goal. However, the sage immediately began to drive him away. The heavens had already told him that he did not have long to live, so he did not want to bother anyone. The hero did not understand that this was impossible, because he needed the help of this man. He wanted to know what the heavens were telling him. However, such an unexpected request greatly disturbed the sage. He wanted to know why the hero was addressing him with this plea. However, Tei-Hen perfectly understood. The elder knew better than anyone that global chaos was coming soon. Many people were beginning to feel something. For example, one of his loyal soldiers, although he did not know how to read the heavenly message, felt with his whole body that everything was heading toward an ill fate. The king, in his naivety, listened to absolutely no one, and the fact that Kai-Yun Bonje was exiled to this wilderness proved it once again. However, the venerable elder was very enraged that Tei-Hen dared to insult the king directly in his presence. Looking at the man's fury, the young man realized how different they were. It seemed strange to him that Kai-Yun Bonze was both offended by the king and yet still continued to defend him. However, he understood. How else could a loyal servant act? When Tei-Hen logically pointed out that the king had abandoned him, thus disgracing him. The elder only explained that he perceived it somewhat differently. Then the hero realized. It seemed he had been mistaken about this elder. He was of no use. He even regretted having searched for him for such a long time. But at that moment he heard someone loudly calling for the master and running nearby the forest. Tae-hen was already about to draw his blade, but the elder immediately asked him to stop, as he could handle these people himself. He immediately called out to the soldiers, who felt satisfaction upon meeting the master again. They decided to take the man to the meeting, as all this time he had been awaited by the Taishu, who had been unable to find him. The hero, hearing this, was quite surprised that this master was here. At that moment, the man with a cunning smile greeted Mr. Kai-yun Bonje, deciding to negotiate with him, and also decided to explain the reason why he wished to meet. However, Kai-yun Bonje was little interested in this. He suspected that these people had come because they needed his writings. He was sure. They had already earned quite a lot from selling his works, but he was even angry that they were so greedy. However, the arriving official calmly explained that this time he had come to Kai-yun Bonje for a completely different reason, and cold-bloodedly explained that Janshu wanted him to kill him. Obviously enraged, Kai-yun Bonje immediately ordered the young man to act, not understanding what he was waiting for. However, he had a proposal for the elder. He asked that he continue from this moment to write personally for him, and then the man would free him. Kai-yun Bonje himself should understand how valuable his creations were. Through them, the man interacted with people and perceived them as priceless treasure. However, Kai-yun Bonje found it quite amusing that the man was ready to protect him only in exchange for his works. He thought that since this was the official's original goal, he was nothing more than a fool who did not know the truth about humanity. All he did was strive for power, and now he wanted to betray the people he once regarded as his own. And this meant that in life he would achieve nothing with such intentions. And of course, the young man understood that the elder might be right. But at the same time, if Kai-yun Bonje helped him, then he would invent a legend that he died from an accident. However, the venerable elder was not at all one of those people who feared death, so such threats did not intimidate him. Tae-hen, observing from a height, suddenly noticed people in black garments who at that moment drew their deadly blades. By this time, the enraged official had already started shouting, not understanding why Kai-yun Bonje simply could not help him. He did not grasp the reason why the sage helped everyone else, but was completely indifferent to him. All the cunning official desired was for the elder to tell him the true reason for his refusal. He even suspected that perhaps someone had threatened the venerable man. But at this fateful moment, mysterious warriors appeared from the dense bushes, and immediately the guards screamed in fear that they were under attack. They did not even manage to draw their blades before these ruthless assassins in black garments launched a fierce attack on them. Kai-yun Bonje, watching the ensuing bloodshed, had no idea what was happening around him. But at that moment, one of the killers had already crept up behind him to pierce him with a sharp sword. However, a young official fearlessly stood up to defend him, not allowing the cunning enemy to get closer to the elder. He did not understand why they wanted to take the life of Master Kai-yun Bonje and not his own. Moreover, he quickly realized that most likely these hired killers were sent here by Jianshou, which was not surprising given this man's distrust. Instantly striking down the opponent who dared to go against his will, the formidable warrior shouted. He did not understand how someone like Jianshou dared to betray him so brazenly. This young brave man was called Tan Mu. He was from the noble Wonyun. Before becoming an administrator, he betrayed his own brother. His elder brother Wang Po was a secretary at the king's court, wielding great influence in the palace. He was awarded the honorary title of the country's best master. However, one day he cold-bloodedly killed General Sun Tzu and his entire family, violating the sacred palace order. Carelessly taking advantage of Yobo, that is, the official royal seal used in the most important cases, the man benefited from his power and high status. Finally, Tanmu promised immeasurable wealth to the secretary who controlled the palace along with his elder brother, and accused his brother of a serious crime to capture Wang Po. The king sent loyal soldiers, but since he was a powerful man, no one managed to find him. But one man who had the same status as him took his life. This man was his own younger brother. At that moment, the noble hero carefully observed the skill that Tanmu demonstrated on the battlefield. He had always longed to fight the strongest warriors alive, but for some reason his intuition told him it was better to stay aside now and just watch the unfolding events. At that moment, the mercenaries had already dealt with all the warriors who came to stop them. Therefore, all that remained for Tanmu was to resent such disorder. However, he reminded the assassins who had come here that he gained his status and power after killing his own brother. He was more powerful than all of them, so he ordered not to delay and to fight him immediately. And immediately all the assassins rushed at their new opponent at once. However, he instantly spun in a deadly dance, cutting down absolutely everyone who dared to approach him. In the end, He managed to defeat the first wave of attackers and also protect Kaiyun Bonds, who had been hiding behind his back all this time. But then Tanmu instantly pressed a blade to the old man's throat, making it clear that he simply had no choice. If the sage did not agree to help him, he would just slit his throat and present it to the Lord so that he would suspect nothing. Therefore, the cunning warrior decided to ask Kaiyun Bonds what his last word would be and whether he would agree to the proposed terms. But unexpectedly our hero approached, clapping his hands. He did not understand why Tanmu decided to stage such a performance, which was rarely seen, but still thanked him for the spectacle, for it was truly fascinating to watch such amazing sword movements. Tanmu was absolutely indifferent to who this daring man was. He considered him simply a fool who, because of his talkativeness, would not return home alive tonight. Tihen believed that Tanmu was so confident because he did not know him. However, the man knew this person well, whose deeds were known to him by rumors. Therefore, having only shaken the blood off his blade, he decided to find out how it was better for him to call himself. He could be the invincible guardian of Binzhou or the guardian of the Northern Army. But both options were to the hero's liking. This made Tanmu realize that the guy was indeed extremely self-confident, greatly overestimating himself. However, Tae-hen just calmly exhaled, suggesting the man step forward to fight him. However, he was quite worried that Tanmu's skills would not be enough to deal with him properly. Of course, the warrior was extremely angry that the hero was not afraid of him at all, and even seemed to worry about him, so he advised the young hero to think about his life, after which he ordered to draw his blade. Although he was sure that it would not be useful to him, since Tanmu intended to kill him with one move. Tae-hen was very grateful that this experienced warrior cared for him so much that he even allowed him to draw his weapon before the attack. However, Tae-hyun skillfully defended himself with his blade from the first strike. After this, Tsai-yun Bonds became a witness to the true mastery of these two invincible swordsmen. But suddenly, after several attacks, the hero's blade split in two, and its tip immediately plunged deep into the hard ground. All that remained for the enemy was to laugh at how utterly talentless Tae-hen turned out to be as a swordsman. Attacking the young man, he explained that his blade used to belong to his brother, so it was filled with power like never before. Obviously, he could not compare to such a pathetic sword as the one Yopo Ponsun wielded. But Tanmu advised him not to be sad. The poor guy had inherited such a worthless legacy. However, instead of fear, the hero just laughed and threw away his broken blade, aiming with bare hands at his enemy's neck. After that, he grabbed his hand, making it impossible for him to move under the inhuman strength of Tae-hen. Now he was completely convinced that the blade in Tanmu's hands was truly superior. Therefore, he intended to take it, regardless of whether he had to kill the enemy or not. After that, he began to twist his arm with merciless force. All that was left for the swordsman was to scream, demanding the hero leave him alone. Tae-hen was quite surprised that Tanmu had now become much less confident. Having lost his blade, he revealed his weak and pathetic nature. At that moment, with his other hand, the man tried to attack, believing he could fend off the young man and regain his sword. However, at that moment, the hero grabbed his other hand as well, squeezing his neck with an iron grip. After these few skirmishes, Tae-hen was absolutely convinced that his opponent was a complete talentless person, representing nothing without his blade. He was extremely surprised that, despite all his incompetence and malice, people continued to praise him. It seemed simply amusing to him, and the angrier he got from his own thoughts, the more he strangled his enemy. In the end, at some moment, he simply broke his neck, and the lifeless body fell limp onto the blood-stained ground. Now, on the entire blood-soaked battlefield, only Tae-hen and Kaiyun Bonds remained, watching each other intently. The hero calmly picked up the stuck blade from the ground and decided to take this excellent sword for himself. He just had several ideas about what he could do with this weapon once he got home. Now it remained to decide how best to deal with Kaiyun Bonds, whom he had just saved. At the very least, he could think about how to convince him later. Therefore, he simply decided to find out if the honorable man was all right. Besides, he also decided to inquire if anything was hurting him. However, the honorable Kaiyun Bonds only stared at the talented general with his mouth wide open, as if not believing his eyes. After which he began to shower boundless thanks for the valiant Tae-hen risking himself trying to help him in such a dangerous situation. Of course, the magnanimous hero understood that such a reaction was quite natural, and therefore gently asked the elder not to worry about such trifles. He also apologized for the possibility that his remarks were excessively harsh when they talked, standing among the silent mountains. Recalling that awkward moment, the wise old man made it clear to the noble Tae-hen that he had nothing to worry about. He had said nothing wrong. The king, indeed, by exiling him to this wilderness, was beside himself with anger, and the old man himself was well aware that he had been mercilessly abandoned by his ruler. and despite all his wisdom and countless advice, the loyal servant was rejected. So the words of the valiant Tai Hen, according to the old man, had deep meaning, for Kaiyun Bonz was betrayed, despite constantly and selflessly following his king. But unfortunately, despite all the long time spent in painful exile, it was still unbearably hard for him to accept this bitter truth. At this sad moment, looking at the sorrowful old man, the noble hero realized that he wished to take him with him, to give him a better, more worthy life. Kaiyun Bonz was truly an unshakable and wise man, and Tai Hen did not want any of his treacherous enemies to possess such a valuable person. Moreover, the insightful Tai Hen perfectly understood. If he killed Kaiyun Bonz right now, he would be able to seriously undermine the inspector's financial power. But if he took the sage with him, he would have a unique opportunity to become significantly richer, which would definitely be needed in the future. Therefore, respectfully bowing before the esteemed gentleman, Sincere Tai Hen humbly asked that Kaiyun Bonzi stay with him and embark on a joint journey. Besides, he was burning with desire for the wise old man to teach him those priceless skills that he possessed. Of course, the cautious man warned the hero that he was already too old and could die at any moment. Moreover, he had served another person for many years and could not easily come to a new master. The hero did not know how to persuade the stubborn elder, so he reminded Kaiyun Bonje that he had been a faithful servant of long past days. It was time to return to his former high position. He gently asked the sage to forget everything and start a new life. However, the venerable old man calmly but firmly explained that he had been appointed to this sacred position many years ago and had followed it all his long life. Therefore, he deeply respected and strictly fulfilled his holy duty, and did not understand why he should now pretend that all this was just some insignificant trifle. But the wise Tai Hen persistently reminded Kaiyun Bonje of the harsh reality. He had long been replaced in his position, and denying it was pointless. A second, a third person would inevitably come to replace him. The gentleman had long ago needed to understand the true state of affairs and put life priorities in their proper places. Of course, for the wise Kaiyun Bonje, it was quite surprising that the young Tai Hen was so diligently trying to convince him to go on a journey together. And then the determined youth reminded him of the impending catastrophe that was inevitable. If the mentally ill king won this bloody war, the world would become even more unstable and chaotic than ever before. The noble Tai Hen did not wish to become the ruler of the world, but he sincerely wanted the wise man to show him the only right path. Then he would be able to accomplish what Kaiyun Bonji would demand of him. But even after these heartfelt words, the venerable elder said absolutely nothing in response, keeping a mysterious silence. Therefore, the patient Tai Hen decided to directly ask Kaiyun Bonje what exactly was preventing him from making a final choice. If the wise man did not tell him what exactly he lacked to make a decision, then Tai Hen would not be able to persuade him and would simply have to give up. But it turned out that the noble Kaiyun Bonz was deeply worried that many innocent people could suffer cruelly after he left this cursed place, including his beloved family would suffer. And only then did the insightful hero realize how foolish and naive his initial assumptions were. He was terribly mistaken in his calculations. It turns out that Kaiyun Bonz's family was cruelly held hostage by enemies. That is why he did not try to do anything to free them. But the magnanimous Tai Hen solemnly promised that he would definitely solve this difficult problem so that the elder would no longer worry about anything. However, he could make such a serious promise only if the wise man agreed to go with him on a dangerous journey. When the venerable old man was already ready to accept the hand extended by Tai Hen as a sign of agreement, suddenly he felt a deadly blade fly past him at furious speed. Immediately turning around, the shocked hero saw another reinforcement of sinister assassins in mourning black garments. They politely thanked the brave young man for delaying the valuable Kaiyun Bonz for so long, making their task easier. However, they warned that the valiant Tai Hen was extremely unlucky, because they had come here specifically to take Kaiyun Bonz with them forever. It turns out that shortly before these events, the cunning eunuch gathered his best assassins, fully understanding that the treacherous Tanmu could not be trusted under any circumstances. Therefore, he ordered in advance, if something went wrong, to immediately and mercilessly get rid of both Tanmu himself and Kaiyun Bonz, because mission failures were absolutely unacceptable. These ruthless assassins would definitely accomplish the assigned task, as they were raised to strictly follow the bloody path of killing at the slightest command of their merciless master. Now the experienced man perfectly understood. His main task was to finally get rid of Kaiyun Bonz, and this should not cause any serious problems. Moreover, he carefully examined the noble hero. Although he looked like a very talented swordsman, the mercenaries still expected that he had certain weak points. Therefore, the polite mercenary immediately apologized to the hero for becoming an involuntary witness to this unfortunate incident. and coldly explained that he would have to kill them all without exception. But at this critical moment, suddenly one of the hero's loyal fighters fiercely charged at the mercenary leader from the forest thicket. Immediately after that, several more warriors with eyes crazed by righteous anger appeared from the dense forest. At once, the valiant warriors, having appeared unexpectedly, attacked their enemies from behind, instantly and mercilessly depriving them of life. Taehan only lightly scolded his late-arriving fighters for their untimely appearance, while the stunned Kai-Yun Bonds wondered who these mysterious people were. But the calm Taehan gently asked the venerable old man not to worry about anything, since these were his most loyal soldiers. With their help, he thoroughly searched the entire forest and finally found a secluded place where the elusive Kai-Yun Bonds had been hiding all this time. After that, Taehan also politely asked that next time Gosel be much more careful and not approach unnoticed from behind. And the old man almost fainted at the fact that such a large and mighty man had gone completely unnoticed by them in the thick of events. The prudent Taehan calmly explained to his assistant that if he had not noticed him in time, he might have tragically mistaken and killed a loyal comrade. At that moment, the vigilant soldiers caught the last living assassin. They had already completely eliminated all the other ruthless killers. Therefore, the wise Taehan suggested first revealing their true identities. He was extremely curious to find out who these mysterious fighters were. All the experienced soldiers could say was that the enemies did not know what surrender meant, and none of them uttered a single cry until they finally died. It was even frightening to imagine what kind of monster trained them if they were so impeccably trained for killing. But at that moment, removing the black mask from the dead face of one of the slain enemies, the shocked hero saw that his tongue was completely cut out. Of course, the observant Gosel noticed that this mutilated face meant something important to Taehan. Therefore, he explained, when he was in Luin, he also had to fight against similar unknown soldiers, and those warriors, just like these, had no tongues, so he pondered deeply. What kind of soldiers could have been subjected to such cruel torture before service? And the wise Kai-Yun Bonds calmly explained this terrible mystery. These unfortunate people were subjected to inhuman torture before becoming silent soldiers, so they must have been former prisoners, hardened by suffering and therefore especially strong. After that, he sadly explained that long ago he once visited the gloomy department of the inspector for exiles in one of the remote regions. When he saw how the treacherous eunuch took away the exiled prisoners, at first he thought that the cruel man wanted to allow them to gain freedom. But it seems that he was recruiting them into his personal army of silent killers. Initially, the insightful Taehan suspected that Wang Ji was one of those who sent these cruel fighters on missions. But now he thought that perhaps he clearly worked closely with the eunuch and sent prisoners on dangerous service. The grieving Kai-Yun Bonds himself hastened to explain that one of the powerful had been engaged for many years in disgusting human trafficking. In the end, the corrupt leaders headed by the eunuch were responsible for the inhumane treatment of innocent people. Of course, the noble Kai-Yun Bonds felt great guilt before these unfortunate people, for although he knew nothing specific about what was happening, he still involuntarily helped these people in their criminal activities during many years of service. However, the magnanimous Taehan hastened to comfort the tormented man, for now he clearly understood what a terrible mistake he had unconsciously made. Moreover, the hero was sincerely glad that the wise old man had honestly told him everything, and now he at least had a clear idea of how truly evil those people were with their cruel activities. Therefore, he could only humbly ask the venerable old man to help him justly punish these heartless people for all their villainies. And at that tragic moment, the tormented old man immediately collapsed onto trembling knees right before the noble hero, after which he coughed painfully, and scarlet blood appeared on his pale hands. The entire appearance of Kai-Yun Bonds clearly indicated that he was indeed very old and feeble. Moreover, the illness had already so deeply affected his body that it was too late to change anything radically. He would die long before he could provide any real help. However, as the perceptive Taehan remembered, in his past life, the noble Kai-Yun Bonds died precisely at the hand of a traitor, and not from a severe illness. But in any case, seeing how the venerable elder suffered, it was unbearably hard to watch his torment. Therefore, the magnanimous Taehan tried to comfort the tormented man, sincerely believing that he was much stronger than any illness. The main thing was that he was still alive, and that meant they would definitely help him breathe freely and be able to change something radically for the better. And in the end, the tormented but still wise Kai-Yun Bonds decided to trust the noble general, and together with him change this cruel world for the better. And the delighted Taehan immediately with a warm smile suggested to the venerable man not to delay, and go to his military base where he could receive proper care. Somewhere at that very moment, the events shift to a small village called Haidong. There arrived one of the strange guests, who greedily drained an entire huge bottle of the strongest alcohol in one sitting. After that, casually smashing it against the hard ground, the same man brazenly demanded that the owner of the establishment bring him a whole bucket of alcohol so that he could finally quench his insatiable thirst. And at the same time, he listened attentively to the conversations of the local townspeople, who were lively discussing the bright posters hanging on the walls of the establishment. The posters said that a grand competition among military commanders was planned to be held in the Binjo region. It was solemnly announced there, if someone by some miracle managed to defeat the legendary General Yeppo Ponson, they would definitely give the winner the highest status and a prestigious job. But obviously, when it came to the great Yeppo Ponson, everyone immediately understood that the conversation was about that very invincible god of war. No one could imagine defeating him in an honest duel. And of course, this intriguing conversation greatly interested the mysterious man sitting at the far table. Therefore, slowly approaching the chatting townspeople, he decided to find out more about that amazing poster they were so vividly discussing. After all these turbulent events, after several weeks of a difficult journey, the valiant Yeppo Ponson together with the wise Kai Yunbons calmly reached their military base. As soon as they triumphantly returned from the successful mission, all the villagers joyfully gathered together, and everyone sincerely congratulated the hero on his safe return home. The loyal Ju Shu Wen was already noticeably upset. Usually they would definitely have arranged a grand feast to properly celebrate such an important success, but now they catastrophically lacked food supplies for such a celebration. Taehena was not at all embarrassed by such material difficulties, but he turned to his assistant Jin Yurok and reprimanded him. For now he had to fairly and evenly distribute the scarce food supplies among those in need. However, the hero felt that the assistant had not coped well enough with his past duties, for which he seriously considered how to justly punish him. And the thing was that the wise Ju Shu Wen, trying to bribe the cunning eunuch, gave them all the remaining silver. And it turned out that they had no money left, not because of the negligent assistant's fault. And the sincere Ju Shu Wen himself hastened to justify himself before the angry general. He was almost sure that Jin Yurok had good reasons to spend that precious money. He believed that perhaps the reason lay in the acute shortage of labor. However, the noble Tehen was little interested in these petty problems. Jin Yurok still had to take his important work more responsibly. After that, he decided to find out why the honorable Kai Yun Bons so carefully covered his face. The hero even thought that perhaps he feared the inspector's spies. But the thing was that if the sage showed his recognizable face, people could accuse him of treason at any moment and cause a lot of trouble. And of course, the magnanimous Taehen gently advised the man not to worry so much, since it was unlikely that anyone would come here specifically to capture him and take him back into exile. But at that very moment, as if mocking his words, he suddenly noticed ahead a whole cloud of dust from the hurried pounding of many hooves. After that, he clearly saw a fluttering flag and armed fighters galloping swiftly straight towards them. Immediately, the fierce warriors who had arrived brought an official letter for the general from the inspector himself. Therefore, they insistently demanded that the general arrive immediately and respectfully receive this important message. Politely bowing, the courteous Taehen respectfully greeted the arriving guests and was ready to receive the message of the almighty inspector with due respect. However, the insolent warrior dared to sneer contemptuously at the hero for allegedly not knowing how to read, and even offered to read the letter aloud for him, as if for an illiterate peasant. Of course, the loyal Ju Shu Wen was quite shocked by the outrageous impudence of these daring warriors. He immediately turned to the general, expecting a strong reaction. However, he perfectly understood that it was not worth losing his temper over such petty words. It was still too early for such emotions. At this tense moment, the giggling warriors decided to solemnly read the letter aloud. In it, the almighty inspector declared that the army of the legendary General Yeppo Ponson was the greatest army in the entire region. So his worthy successor had to be no less successful in military affairs. The inspector sent several equally gifted soldiers who could develop their combat skills right here. They were to solemnly change their banners, and also humbly bow before the power of the inspector. Also, the cunning inspector warned that after the grand competition, the winner would inevitably replace the current regional leader in this responsible position. Then a huge warrior confidently stepped forward and decided to boldly apply to participate in the upcoming competition. But he warned the hero. If he was frightened by his invincible power, he could immediately admit his shameful defeat. And then all honors and glory would belong to him. However, for the wise Taehen, the words of this confident guy sounded like sheer nonsense. Still, the general was not one to ever refuse an honest duel. He was ready to deal with any daring opponent. After that, the hero immediately ordered a loyal soldier to bring him his mighty halberd. And right then, firmly grasping it, He quickly untied the knots to reveal the deadly tip of his formidable halberd. However, for some strange reason, this impressive weapon emitted an excessively foul smell that caused nausea. It turned out that Jin Yuurok heard how the gray-bearded master recently experimented with completely new materials for metal processing. Perhaps this was exactly what caused such a disgusting stench. After all, usually to properly treat weapons, they use the same thing that fed domestic animals. But this time, for some reason, the stubborn man decided to use something that smelled simply disgusting and unbearable. Even the confident opponent was barely holding back the nausea from this terrible smell. He was extremely curious to find out who this Yopo Ponson was, since he was attracted to such a stench. However, the determined guy paid no attention to his mocking words and immediately attacked the opponent with his sword so that he would no longer dare to mock him. The experienced hero easily repelled the clumsy attacks of the enemy, and in the counterattack the opponent demanded that Tae-hen not resist in vain and simply give him his high rank without unnecessary delays. In the end, these two formidable warriors clashed in a fierce battle, and both were extremely confident in their extraordinary strength. Moreover, the opponent was so confident in his superiority that he fought with only one hand. And this was truly amazing, because he was really very strong. The noble hero had never met such a person before in his rich experience. At this critical moment, the cunning enemy tried to attack the noble horse on which the hero was riding. However, it instantly made a reliable block, after which it accurately aimed at the opponent's forehead to cut the long hair that covered his mysterious face. And thanks to this unexpected new hairstyle, the opponent acquired a completely different, already familiar appearance. It was a man named Xu Huang, whose fame was well known in military circles. Earlier, when the valiant Tae-hen had to oversee the Western Army, Xu Huang was not someone particularly remarkable. The only reason he was even in the army was his ability to read and write documents. Only after the noble Tae-hen crushed Dong Zhuo and the situation calmed did this mysterious guy begin to demonstrate his true mastery of weaponry. And of course, it was not for nothing, because if he had not started to show himself then, the hero still would not have been able to remember him among the many warriors. Later over time, this same man became a celebrated general after joining the mighty army of Cao Cao. And he was also full of martial enthusiasm when he mercilessly crushed the army of Yepo Ponson in a past life. In that dark time, Yepo Ponson's army suffered huge catastrophic losses, and the two best archers were captured by the treacherous enemy. Therefore now, having almost finished off the audacious opponent on the spot, the angry Yepo Ponson sternly demanded that the man immediately identify himself properly. Here he roughly threw aside the enemy's heavy halberd, and gave the very name that was well known to the general. After which the smug Xu Huang laughed like a fool, arrogantly ordering the hero to remember his formidable name well as the name of his future executioner. After that, they clashed again in a fierce battle, and with each powerful collision of their deadly weapons, the steel trembled, sending painful impulses throughout the bodies of the fighters. At this critical moment, hooking the enemy's huge axe with his mighty halberd, the skilled Tae-hen deftly threw both weapons away from the battlefield. Then the brave fighters rose from their knees and began a fierce hand-to-hand combat on the hard ground, delivering crushing blows to each other. But after the very first painful blows to his bloodied face, the stunned Xu Huang was quite surprised. It turned out that Tae-hen's strikes were much more painful than he had arrogantly expected. At that moment, the enraged hero literally crushed him with every powerful attack, driven by a single burning desire to avenge past grievances. Only then did the audacious opponent realize the general was on a completely different, unattainable level of skill. His strikes grew stronger each time as he approached the final victory. Xu Huang had no idea what to do to crush such an incredibly strong enemy. Therefore, in the next moment, firmly grabbing his hand, the experienced hero skillfully twisted the man around himself, then rewarded him with a crushing knee strike right to his stunned face. When he painfully hit the hard ground, the furious Tae-hen pounced on him with iron fists. With each merciless blow, he dug the defeated enemy deeper and deeper into the dirty earth. Only the frightened Kai Yunbons hurriedly rushed to stop the enraged general, humbly begging him to stop and not kill this young man in front of everyone. Following the wise Kai Yunbons, the loyal Zhu Shuwen anxiously joined in, fully understanding that the hero could not cold-bloodedly kill a man who had been officially sent by the inspector himself. If he killed this man, it would inevitably provoke the wrath of the almighty inspector, and the prudent Tae-hen knew this well. Now was definitely not the right moment for such radical actions. In this tense moment, the semi-conscious Xu Huang was already helplessly lying at the feet of his formidable enemy, while the triumphant Tae-hen stood over the bloodied man. Enemy blood slowly dripped from his mighty fists, like proof of his unconditional victory. But in the end, He wisely listened to the words of his experienced advisors, decisively stopped, and raised his victorious hand to the sky, signaling to all present that he had achieved a triumphant victory in this brutal battle. And immediately, the enthusiastic residents began with great pleasure to praise the invincible general, who once again irrefutably proved his legendary strength and skill. The wise Kaiyun Bonze could not believe that ordinary people continued to carefree enjoy themselves after such a brutal scene of violence. He thought it would be normal for them to be afraid of such a spectacle, like all other reasonable people. Only later did he sadly remember that this was the harsh north, a place where violence was a widespread phenomenon. Deprived of proper protection and constant supervision by just soldiers, the poor villagers were simply slowly dying out from arbitrariness. Of course, seeing how the soldiers who did not care about the welfare of the village were attacked and fell unconscious before them, receiving their just punishment, the locals felt deep satisfaction. It was in exactly such a bloody manner that the valiant Taehen achieved his high status as a native hero for these long-suffering people. Shortly after this triumphant event, the noble Taehen returned home to rest after a long and exhausting journey. Next to him stood his loyal strategist, but they both remained silent, saying nothing. The first to break the oppressive silence was the hero himself, confessing to the wise strategist that he was sincerely glad to have achieved his current status with his own hard-working hands. The strategist was extremely curious to find out what his master now felt in his soul. The hero's feelings were as if he were in an impregnable castle on the top of a high mountain. And in some ways he was absolutely right. The building they were currently in truly looked like a real castle from the outside. This is because the rulers of the former district carefully ensured that the residence looked good and impressive. Moreover, the wise Zhu Shuwen considered it simply an excellent place for the hero himself, ideal for building up his military strength. It was perfect for raising a large, disciplined army and starting to implement ambitious projects. However, the unexpectedly appearing venerable Kaiyun Bonze made it clear that this was not the only important matter they should address first. He respectfully recalled the wise words of a great sage who claimed that city dwellers are more important than anything else. Therefore, respectfully bowing, he humbly asked the general to use this majestic castle as a reliable refuge for the local residents during enemy invasions. Taehen was surprised whether there would really be enough space to securely hide all the residents during dangerous enemy attacks. However, according to the careful calculations of the experienced Zhu Shuwen, there should be more than enough space. Moreover, he also wisely believed that the lives of the local residents were their only hope for the future. They constituted the most important component of the entire region. So the prudent opinion of Kaiyun Bonze was truly very sound and far-sighted. Recalling his past life, the insightful hero knew that of all the leaders of this vast area, only Liu Bei genuinely tried to protect the ordinary city residents. Therefore, the grateful residents followed him selflessly, despite all difficulties. Therefore, he had a natural question. Although he knew perfectly well that for a true leader it was normal to deeply respect his subjects, he wished to be given a few more substantial reasons for such an approach. Of course, the wise Kaiyun Bonze was quite surprised by such an unexpected request. He wanted to tell the hero how high and noble his ambitions were, but was amazed that he wished to hear more reasons than just the simple protection of innocent people. And the insightful Yepo Ponson himself perfectly understood that perhaps his request was too intricate and philosophical. But the patient Kaiyun Bonze calmly explained that this complex question required a lot of time for deep reflection. But the simplest and most banal answer was that protecting peaceful residents was the sacred work for which he was sent here. But the wise Kaiyun Bonze had several more important considerations on this matter, including one small request to the general. Therefore, he respectfully asked that the young man allocate enough time to thoroughly discuss with him one important event. As a result, from that very blessed day when the hero arrived in Shufan, he began to carry out radical transformations in the region. He also wisely took into account the sensible requests of his strategist, Zhu Shuwen, and proposed a safe place where the local residents could feel completely secure together with the army ready for defense. After a long discussion, it was decided to use them also for useful work on fertile farms. After the start of active agricultural work, many city residents and soldiers diligently helped people from the entire region. In their free time, they either trained hard or restored the destroyed areas. However, the valiant soldier Zhang Liao openly resented that they had to work so hard in the sweat of their brow. He could not wait for some radical reforms in the state that would free them from hard labor. Human already clearly saw. Zhang Liao resented simply because he was deadly tired of carrying heavy stones all day. And so he friendly suggested going to the general and asking if he could stop working on the construction site. And the cunning warrior smiled maliciously, for he had a better idea to have fun. After that, he slowly approached Human and firmly grabbed him by the neck, ominously suggesting to cut off his insolent head. This would make the rest of the little people regret that they were given hard work that made them all crazy. Moreover, he furiously resented why Human, who was not even born in this country, was here enjoying all the benefits while the true sons of the fatherland worked hard. Human himself was angry that someone judged him just because he was half a barbarian, and he was constantly unfairly discriminated against. He had no idea what the cunning warrior wanted from him, and he was ready to explain everything to him thoroughly. The whole point was that Human was not a pure-blooded resident of these lands, and therefore was not truly one of them by right of birth. And of course Human tried to explain that this was even illogical. After all, he grew up here according to all local norms and traditions, absorbing the culture of this land. However, stubborn Zhang Liao was little interested in this. He burned with the desire to kill absolutely all people who were even slightly similar to the despicable barbarians. Obviously, the angry hero heard their quarrels, so he also decisively approached these two disputants. He tried to explain as calmly as possible. If they have time for idle chatter, it means they are not tired enough from work, and he sternly ordered them to carry many more heavy stones as punishment. Soon the wise Tei-Hen stepped aside to rest a little under the sprawling tree that reliably shielded from the scorching sun. Looking at the two warriors dragging stones, he frankly resented it. These two continued their fights and mutual discrimination, and the problem was not being resolved at all. At that moment, the Honorable Kai Yun Bons decided to talk to Tai Hyun about it, for he himself knew very well that the young man was not local by origin. He wanted to find out if it was difficult for him to adapt after arriving from another region. However, the hero could complain about problems with painful adaptation both day and night tirelessly. Earlier, Yopo Ponson suffered cruelly from discrimination and constant threats from the northerners, but he also received orders to capture people from his native region. He was contemptuously nicknamed Vuyan Bastard. This nickname was used to discriminate against and make cruel jokes about people like him. And to this day, they called this name to insult anyone who was not from this region. And they did not stop at words. They also used brutal violence. The insightful hero knew perfectly well that one day a man named Dronzer from Seorian would come to power, and then the bloody retribution for all the humiliations would begin. The hero himself could say only one thing. Any person from another region would not be able to stay long in a high position precisely because of this cruel reason. The wise Kai Yun Bons decided to ask the general how they should act in such a delicate situation. He hoped that the young man, who himself had faced painful discrimination, must have several options for how this complex problem could be solved. All that prudent Tei-Hen knew was that they had to show all people that those from the Han and Binzhou dynasties were just as worthy as they themselves were. If we take, for example, people from the Xianbei and Faifuan regions, the situation was significantly more complicated. After all, they were not very different from the people living here, but their way of life was also different. But they had the same origin, so they deserved the same rights as others. At that moment, the wise Kai Yun Bons suggested to the general to exchange opinions. He could offer the young man something that would suit him better under the given circumstances. Soon the hero was visited by the beautiful Cho Sona, who at that time was quietly sitting, embroidering in her cozy room. He immediately picked up the girl in his arms. She was immensely happy to see her older brother, literally feeling that he brought good news. And he really had something to tell the girl. First, he decided to find out how she had been doing lately, after which he also told her that the wise master had entrusted him with many noble tasks. But most importantly, he wanted to tell her something else important, so he suggested sitting down and talking calmly. After that, he thoroughly explained that Master Kai Yun Bons had been with him in recent days to share wise answers to difficult questions. And today, among other things, he also prepared 3 great tasks for the general, of which the first 2 would be very much expected by him. First of all, Tai-Hen assumed it was the revival of Hansel. The second could be the revival of Minbon, and he turned out to be completely right in his assumptions. And the wise Cho Sona immediately perceptively noted that for this, a large, disciplined army would be required, so that it would not look dishonorable and would not cause mass deaths. Moreover, since the common people should come first in the state, it was necessary to reliably protect them. For this, loyal soldiers were needed. And indeed, the clever Cho Sona understood. Kai Yun Bons was not deceiving. These were really very obvious tasks. But she was extremely curious to find out what the third task was and how it was formulated. And this task was that all people must be equal before the law, regardless of origin. And of course, the master wanted to know what the hero thought about this. He was curious to understand what, in the general's opinion, needed to be done to bring this to life. The most honorable Kai Yun Bons could only hope that the hero would be able to achieve this. After all, He was old and did not know how much time he had left to live. But he wanted to live to see this bright moment and help fix everything. Of course, the wise Cho Sona immediately exclaimed. She roughly understood what they had planned. However, she could not believe her ears. Therefore, the hero with a slight smile explained that they had to create a just state where people would not feel oppressed because of their blood or origin. He literally had to create a new world for all people. Regardless of where a person came from, they would be able to choose a ruler based on their preferences. The state would offer help and provide services to everyone without exception. Only honest and wise comrades would be beside the emperor, and the battlefields would be filled only with their victorious cliques. There will be no discrimination based on nationality and blood. A world will be created where people will care for each other and help everyone around them. As history says, the loyal subject Kaiyun Bonds once invariably served the emperor, even when he abandoned him for his henchmen. And he was extremely dissatisfied with this. If he had served in a more peaceful time, he could have become an influential government official one day. But he took the wrong path. Kaiyun Bonds felt helpless and wanted to end his painful existence. But one day he met Yepo Ponson, the one who was capable of performing the greatest deeds in the world. But for some reason, although he had waited for this all his life, at that moment he lost the gift of speech. But at the same time he could no longer hold back the boiling emotions inside him. Of course, seeing the touching reaction of the old man, Yepo Ponson assumed that perhaps he should report their plan to the subordinates. But the wise man hastened to explain that it was still too early for that. There were no national riots yet, and if he told and rumors spread, the hero would quickly become accused of treason. Therefore, both began to think about how it would be better to act at first. And then first of all, Kaiyun Bonza suggested to focus now on the state of Shufan, which was a wise decision. Cho Sona also approved it, understanding that if the hero followed the prefecture's policy, no problems would arise. After that, she congratulated her older brother on his noble deed. But Tae Hen understood. All this became possible thanks to Cho Sona. It was she who advised him to find a master. Now he was deeply indebted to his younger sister, so he himself bowed, thanking her. Moreover, the hero very much hoped that her faith in him would never run out. After that, looking at the girl, he pondered how long he had known her, literally since the past life. And during all this time, many events happened to them, but everything was real. Although, of course, no one knew how life would turn out. All he hoped for was that she would remain happy, and everything would stay as it is now. Soon the hero gathered his soldiers for an important announcement. However, the newcomer objected the loudest, who was indignant that Tae Hen called mixed races full-fledged people. He was angry that Tae Hen dared to change their usual policy, as he had no idea what he was talking about. He was categorically against following his orders. But at this tense moment, Human spoke, who had been silently standing behind Zhang Lao all this time. He told the tragic story of his mother, who, being unmarried, was captured by barbarians and gave birth to him. She was taken prisoner and was freed without ransom. After that, the villagers did not even allow her to live in the village because she had a child like him. And of course Human was deeply moved by his mother's story. He addressed all the warriors standing here. Shouldn't they protect mothers like his mother? The common people did not accept her back into the village, and the barbarians constantly tried to kill him because he was a half-blood. So he was all in favor of the bright idea of the general. It was absolutely normal to have children like Human, and he did not want anyone to undergo the same harsh trials as his long-suffering family. Despite all reasonable arguments, Zhang Lao stubbornly clung to his prejudices as if to a last straw. In his eyes, barbarians forever remained strangers, unworthy of being called part of the great Han people. The young warrior had to patiently explain once again to the stubborn military commander a simple truth. The blood of ancestors does not make a person a monster, and nobility of the soul does not depend on origin. However, the stubborn warrior was as firm as a granite rock. In his understanding, the barbaric nature remained unchanged over the centuries, and no sweet words from this half-blood could deceive his vigilance. Passions flared to the limit. A real commotion broke out among the warriors. Comrades rushed to separate the disputants, realizing that things were going too far. Watching this fierce quarrel, Yepo Ponson bitterly realized how thorny the path to change in people's hearts would be. Soon the noble commander secluded himself with his faithful strategist to discuss the situation. Tae Hen frankly admitted that he had not expected such fierce resistance to his ideas. In his heart, he hoped for a smoother course of events. The wise Ju Shu Wen only shook his head sadly. In their harsh times, nothing was given without struggle and effort. But the path will become easier when the great commander fulfills his true destiny. The general himself perfectly understood. The entire weight of responsibility now lay on his shoulders. The experienced advisor gently advised not to measure everyone by the same standard as the unyielding Zhang Liao. Many brave warriors shared progressive views, but any ruler must understand. It is impossible to please everyone at once. In every society there will be opponents of any innovations. However, wise policy is meant to serve the entire people and help the majority. There have always been and will be those who do not support noble aspirations. Taihen was at a loss how to deal with such stubborn people. Having crushed one opposition group, he would inevitably face new opponents. This thought filled the hero's soul with anxiety and worry. The wise strategist advised to start by enlightening the loyal people, to tell the devoted comrades about the noble goals and convince them of the correctness of the chosen path. It is easy to influence the common folk, for their hearts are susceptible to influence, which is why half-breeds like human were born. However, the great commander doubted his ability to persuade hardened opponents. At that moment, the beautiful Cho Sona joined their conversation, wisely noting that there will always be evil hearts in the world like the irreconcilable Zhang Liao. With a graceful smile, the girl greeted the men, explaining that she had come to treat them to fragrant tea. Suddenly, the strategist suggested that this companion join the conversation and keep them company for tea. Soon she was given a detailed explanation of the problem. The wise girl also believed that the sooner Yopo Ponson announced his policy, the better for everyone. Moreover, she proposed allowing lonely half-breeds to unite and live together. For because of their despicable status, they had to engage in theft and other unworthy deeds. Decent work could change their fate. The idea was wonderful in itself, but alas, the treasury was not abundant with gold for salaries, and the current situation did not favor the implementation of such ambitious plans. When Taihen suggested seeking support from the master, the wise strategist explained that the scholar was too absorbed in writing important works and should not be disturbed. Therefore, he proposed to leave everything as it was for the time being. The noble hero carefully helped Chosun, who was kneeling, to stand up in order to go check the remaining gold in the treasury. Jushuin also left to attend to his own affairs. The warriors respectfully said goodbye to the beautiful girl, asking her to return home safely. The calculations dragged on until evening, when Taihen and the diligent Jin Yuirok finally finished the work. The man was pondering where to get the necessary gold when he suddenly noticed a figure sneaking in the shadows. Someone was cautiously moving along the buildings, clearly trying to remain unnoticed. Displeased with this behavior, the hero called out to Xu Huan, not understanding his intentions and suspecting an attempt to escape. Caught off guard, the fighter awkwardly began to justify himself, assuring that he was not plotting anything wrong. The warrior tried to explain that he had nothing more to do in these places. Having been defeated, he could return home. But Taihen believed that for such audacious behavior and disrespect, this insolent person should pay at least with his life. The magnanimous commander reminded that he could have killed this scoundrel but showed mercy. Now the latter was in an unpayable debt. At that moment, an exhausted Jin Yuirok appeared from the tent, who was completely emaciated and did not understand what was happening. Mistaking the newcomers for thieves, he began to apologize for the absence of gold in the treasury. Looking at the tired assistant, a brilliant idea came to the hero's mind. He knew perfectly well about this man's abilities in writing and arithmetic. The surprised man himself wondered how the commander had learned about his talents. Such conclusions could not be made from his appearance. At that moment, the secretary appeared behind him, who finally realized that the right person had been brought to him. He warmly thanked the general for such valuable information and immediately grabbed Xu Huan. The prisoner tried to resist, but Taihen sternly reprimanded him and demanded to tell the true purpose of his arrival in his domain. The suspicious commander believed that the man was plotting an assassination on the throne. The hero threatened that if he did not tell the whole truth, he would lose his teeth, but the torment would not end there. Truly terrible tortures awaited him. Remembering that fateful day when he almost died from the fists of this warrior, the unfortunate man was seized by panic fear. In the end, the broken prisoner fell to his knees, told everything he knew, and even began to beg Jin Yuirok for salvation. Thus, the wise scholar finally gained a successor. After some time, following the advice of a wise mentor, they, with the help of loyal soldiers, informed the people about the new policy. Then they gathered and relocated people of mixed blood so that they could live as a united community. They began to be called the Huns of Sabanga. The administration of this district was entrusted to Human and Zheng Liao. They were to cooperate despite their diametrically opposed views. At that moment, Human was carefully conducting a selection, asking those strong in battle to step to the left, and those better at household affairs to the right. Zhenglo just turned away, not even wanting to watch these people. Suddenly, a woman with a child in her arms addressed the young man. The baby extended a modest flower to the noble warrior, thanking him for his care and efforts. It was clear that this woman had a fate similar to Human's, but her motherly heart was still full of love for the children. Although changes were just beginning, literally a few days later an uninvited guest arrived to them. Around the same time, the wise tactician and scholarly master secluded themselves to play a game of ambush checkers. While the hero languished from boredom watching their actions, Cho-sun watched the game with genuine admiration. Finally, after brief reflection, Ju Shuwen made another move. Master Ju immediately began to praise his abilities. He had no idea that the man was so skilled in this ancient game. After that, he suggested tasting some tea before continuing the match. The great commander sincerely wondered why these two were making such a fuss over some game with stones. The beautiful Cho-sona hastened to enlighten the puzzled military leader about the nature of their passion. She explained that before them was unfolding a true contest of minds, a miniature battlefield where two opposing sides fought for their principles, as if in real life. This ancient game required true strategic talents. The girl offered the noble Tae-hen to try his hand if such an art interested him. However, the great commander unexpectedly declined the kind offer. He explained his refusal by saying that games were simply unnecessary for him, and wise Cho-sona should understand that. At that very moment, a breathless servant rushed to the hero with an urgent report. It turned out that outside the gates of their residence awaited some strange stranger, and the valiant Zhao Yul was already heading towards him. The great military leader immediately jumped up, ordering the messenger to show him the way. He must be present in person at such a meeting. At that very moment, the young warrior had already engaged in a duel with the unknown newcomer who dared to set foot on their sacred land. The other soldiers watched the fight between the two fighters but did not dare to intervene. Otherwise, the fight would become unequal and dishonorable. The appearing Tae-hen authoritatively ordered the warriors to step aside, and then demanded explanations from the foreigner, who he was and what he wanted from them. Suddenly, one of the soldiers reported that the stranger called himself a brother, and introduced himself by the name Wei Xiu. At the mere mention of this cursed name, the noble commander almost exploded with rage. Dark memories instantly surfaced. How he was captured literally a few hours before the scheduled execution, and the very man who dared to call himself his brother stood behind the back of his worst enemy. Therefore, before him was a vile traitor who now boldly returned to him. The brave Zhao Yu was in turmoil, not understanding how much longer this stranger would continue to pretend to be someone else. However, Tae-hen did not allow the young man to kill the enemy, swiftly grabbing and stopping the spear attack. The frightened enemy hastily greeted the old friend he had not seen for a long time, honestly admitting that he did not expect to meet him in these parts. However, a moment after these words, a powerful blow struck him on the head. Tae-hen swore to kill the liar with his bare hands and began to attack him fiercely. Right then, loyal fighters came to the rescue, surrounding him from all sides and dragging him away. The angry warlord was furious that his soldiers suddenly decided to become a living obstacle. He demanded to be released immediately. The traitor had to face deserved punishment. But the wise So-ren asked the hero to stop. They all desired revenge on this man. He truly was a traitor, blinded by gold and selling secret information. However, the harsh desert had already punished him. For 4 long years he wandered the lifeless sands. The insightful So-ren understood perfectly why Tae-hen thirsted to kill him, but still asked to refrain from vengeance. However, the enraged commander demanded that So-ren not dare to calm him. One who betrayed once would surely do it again. He wanted to kill the traitor here and now. Suddenly appearing, Tsai-yun Bonze authoritatively ordered the hero to immediately stop this shameful farce. He could not understand why the great general constantly rushed into battle to take someone's life, whereas the main task of the army was to eliminate enemies once and for all. The general revealed that this man was caught while selling secret information to the enemies. However, Kai-yun Bonze for some reason believed that the guy had already received deserved punishment, and the general should not kill him. For the hero himself, the punishment of the desert was insufficient. Breaking free from the embrace of friends, he swore that today this man would die and pay for all his sins. However, the unflappable Kai-yun Bonze calmly reminded the general, what will his subordinates think of him if he starts beating a defenseless man? Immediately, the enraged hero broke free from friendly embraces and punched the wall, demanding that the elder stop distracting him. After all, this man was a traitor who had betrayed them once and would surely do so again. However, the wise old man believed that destruction begins with the betrayal of a person who was trusted. After all, whether the general could achieve the heavenly mandate depended only on his people. Tae-hen was only irritated by the fact that this man always pretended to fully understand the situation. He again began angrily beating the wall. With a loud clap, the elder attracted the young man's attention, slightly sobering him. He ordered the general to stop destroying everything around and to carefully listen to the wise mentor. It was easy to blame other people, but hard to look for fault in oneself. The general should not forget that he was under the protection of heaven. The most important thing he must understand is that he will never lose soldiers if he looks for mistakes primarily in himself. Tihen really thought about this. In what situation was he at fault? He remembered how those guards led him straight to Dronzer in the capital. Perhaps all the uprisings and betrayals started because of him. He recalled how he reprimanded the warriors for bringing a stolen horse, accused them, and even threatened them. Praise for subordinates was a rare occurrence, and not a single mistake was overlooked. Now, looking back at his former self, it seemed to him that this was his main mistake. But still he could not forgive that man. Therefore, he decided to leave for a short time to clear his thoughts. At that moment, the general's loyal assistant was scolding his brother for even returning. If he hadn't protected him now, he would be dead. He had no idea why his brother returned or what he was thinking at all. The traitor himself was extremely ashamed that his brother was scolding him like that. He had already disgraced him in front of everyone, and even regretted being born into this world. However, the hero who entered the tent made it clear that he was also not happy about the traitor's survival. But he came here to allow him to tell everything he wanted. After that, the noble commander explained that he had beaten him and wanted to kill him because he was passing information to the enemies. The young man immediately began to justify himself, saying he did it out of youth and foolishness. But Tae-hyun understood. The matter was hardly simple recklessness. He thought the traitor had some other motive, or he was simply craving gold. After these words, the traitor, unable to endure, reminded the hero that he had not paid enough for the death of the enemies. They did not even have enough for their own life. Moreover, the entire army was starving so much that the guy still could not understand how his brothers held out for so long. Tihen calmly listened to his accusations, after which he admitted that it was indeed his fault. He asked that both brothers find him when they feel better, after which he instantly left without any explanations. The traitor had no idea what came over the general. Until then, he had never been so sensible. And only then did his brother explain that their general had indeed changed very much recently. Suddenly the traitor rushed after him, trying to stop the gentleman for a conversation. Tihen hoped that he ran because he remembered another reason for his betrayal. However, after catching his breath, he calmly explained that he had found the location of those very people. Soon the faithful left hand came and explained that long ago it had asked the elder brother to find out everything and sent him a letter. Just at that moment he was heading to that region and all this time was carrying out the assignment. He managed to find out about the master's family. However, unfortunately, he reported that everyone, except for the daughter, was already dead by that time. All that the desperate elder wanted to know was whether anyone knows exactly when they died. It turned out that most likely they died early last year when the plague broke out. Unfortunately, if it was really true, Tsai-yun Bonzi understood that their bodies could no longer be found. However, the man calmly explained to the master that he had asked to find his daughter and bring her in a cart. He just needed to wait a little. But Tsai-yun Bonzi knew perfectly well that he had more important matters to attend to. After that, he demanded that paper and writing supplies be brought to him immediately. The wise elder immediately began to write something on wooden tablets. When everything was finished, he explained to Tae-hen that this letter needed to be delivered to the top of Yeonbo in Feng. He handed him a precious scroll and asked him to tell the people who would take it that they needed help. Kaiyun Bonze promised that after this letter, the one who could rescue the great general would surely come. The noble Tae-hen immediately accepted the message from the hands of the venerable Kaiyun Bonze, solemnly promising that his loyal men would deliver the letter with unprecedented speed. When the great commander was leaving, the wise elder deeply understood the true intentions of the hero. Tae-hen longed to destroy the cursed Binjo without the help of foreign forces, relying only on his own valor and the courage of his comrades. But such aspirations were futile and reckless. It was foolish to give the young commander time for an independent struggle against powerful enemies. Now there appeared treacherous people who shamelessly took advantage of him and treacherously abandoned his family to fate. This disgrace could not go unpunished. Kaiyun Bonze swore by the most sacred oaths that the one who committed such a vile crime would inevitably end up in the deepest depths of the underworld. Soon the events swiftly moved to the sacred peak of Yeongbo, where a mysterious man studied the received message for a long time and thoughtfully. His keen gaze slid over every character, and his sharp mind pondered the hidden meaning of the writing. However, the noble man could not believe that Kaiyun Bonze himself in this letter asked to help a true savage from distant lands. Doubts tormented his soul. Could the venerable master have written these lines with his own hand? Wanting to verify the authenticity of the message, he demanded to know who delivered the letter. In his heart, he believed it was surely messengers from Sakbang. However, the loyal elder reported that the couriers were people of General Yepo Ponson himself. These words struck the nobleman's thoughts like lightning, forcing him to reconsider his understanding of what was happening. After brief but deep reflections, the wise ruler decided to respond to this astonishing message. He authoritatively ordered his faithful servant to prepare for immediate departure and gather everything necessary for a long journey. The fact is that his master was firmly determined to set out on the journey right now to see with his own eyes the one about whom the great master had written. A whole week had passed since those momentous events when Tae-hen met with his loyal subordinate Gosel to discuss the incidents in their domains. The faithful warrior respectfully reported on two important matters. First, several brave soldiers were summoned to catch a fierce wolf that had sneaked into the homes of peaceful citizens. Second, vigilant warriors stopped suspicious foreigners who were heading to the city gates with unclear intentions. In one successful sortie, the valiant fighters dealt with both the dangerous beast and the unknown strangers. However, this seemingly encouraging report only further angered the hero. Gosel perfectly understood his master's mood, but did not expect such a stormy reaction. Tae-hen immediately shouted threateningly, not understanding why his soldiers were always idle, and authoritatively ordered them not to bother him anymore over such trifles and minor matters. The frightened Gosel immediately began to bow humbly and apologize meekly for his audacity, and Tae-hen only sighed heavily, realizing that although he was in a state of deep stress, he needed to stop taking it out on his loyal people. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a group of unfamiliar warriors heading straight to their location. Their faces were completely unknown to the great commander. What was especially alarming was the fact that the rider at the front, carrying a battle weapon, emanated some strange and disturbing power. Something in this scene was clearly wrong. This ominous premonition was confirmed by the behavior of the warriors following behind. It was clear. The soldiers were on alert, as if ready to attack at any moment. They were also vigilantly guarding a suspicious cart. It was quite simple and unremarkable, which only heightened suspicions. Tae-hen immediately addressed the mysterious man who was seated in that very cart. Obviously, he was the lord and master of all these people. The noble commander politely apologized to this unknown gentleman or lady for the possible rudeness of his subordinates, knowing that they could occasionally show excessive zeal. However, the lord in the carriage calmly explained that there is an ancient wisdom. One can easily understand what kind of commander he is by looking at the behavior of his soldiers. These words sounded like a hidden challenge and warning. Immediately after those words, the carriage doors slowly opened, and the mysterious gentleman extended a graceful hand, allowing the warrior to help him descend to the ground. As his majestic silhouette began to emerge from the gloomy darkness of the carriage, the unknown man concluded with a cold smirk. The people serving under the general apparently were used to pursuing innocent travelers. Now Tae-hen fell even lower in his eyes, although it seemed there was nowhere lower to fall. Obviously, the loyal Gosel immediately flew into a rage at such insolence and stood up to defend his general, while Tae-hen, stopping his impulsive movement, politely asked the nobleman to fully exit the carriage first. The perceptive hero was well aware that this mysterious guest was deliberately provoking him, and surprisingly, he had enough courage for such bold antics. However, now such tricks no longer affected him. Therefore, he once again offered sincere apologies for the recklessness of his subordinates. The mysterious guest immediately noted with a mocking smile that the words just spoken by the hero lacked sincerity and heartfelt warmth. Obviously, Tae-hen was boiling inside and was furious at such words, as he sincerely tried to maintain maximum politeness and nobility. Sensing dangerous changes in the tense atmosphere, the devoted warrior instinctively reached for his battle bow. And the perceptive gentleman perfectly understood. Tae-hen was simply skillfully hiding his true warrior nature. Now, after his cunning provocations, this renowned general had to show his true self. He passionately wished for the young man not to hold back and to demonstrate to all present who he truly was deep down. But at this decisive moment, Tae-hen fully introduced himself by his honorable name and high position, bowed respectfully, and once again offered the most sincere apologies. The mysterious man was quite surprised that the celebrated hero turned out to be nothing like the numerous rumors and legends claimed. In the end, also bowing in return, he introduced himself as Zhongyang and made it clear that the people accompanying him on this dangerous journey were both his loyal and devoted warriors. He also respectfully explained that he was continuing the ancient family business on the sacred peak of Yongbo in beautiful Feng. However, to his deep surprise, the noble guest noticed that the hero, even when the tense situation was successfully resolved, looked as if he was still in a state of inner anger and turmoil. In fact, the great military commander was simply deeply thoughtful, as the young man's name seemed surprisingly familiar to him. Yet he decided to politely and courteously inquire, what had brought such a distinguished person as this respected gentleman to such remote and unreliable lands? The caring general warned the honorable guest that not only fierce bandits but also ruthless pirates came to such dangerous places. Traveling in such regions with just a couple of soldiers meant exposing one's precious life to mortal danger. After these wise words, The gentleman finally realized that everything he had heard about this legendary man was either outright lies or the hero had radically changed over the years. He hurried to explain that even in the most dangerous places there were invaluable advantages and opportunities. Then he made it clear that he had been contacted by Kaiyun Bonze himself, who passionately wished to conclude a mutually beneficial deal with him. Only then did the enlightened Yopo Ponson fully realize which great master the honorable elder was addressing, and he decided once again to delicately inquire what had brought the noble man to these distant lands. However, with a mysterious smile, he made it clear that he had come here exclusively to conduct important trade negotiations with the wise Kaiyun Bonze. After these words, they all withdrew to a cozy gazebo for a confidential conversation. Kaiyun Bonze was endlessly grateful to his spiritual brother for undertaking such a considerable effort and dangerous journey. The wise elder had heard that cruel criminals operated along the guest's path, and sincerely hoped that the noble traveler had not encountered serious problems on the treacherous road. It turned out that the worthy husband really encountered some bandits on the way, so the caring Kaiyun Bonze immediately suggested that on the way back home he be accompanied by their best-trained fighters, under the wise leadership of the famous Tesage. Immediately, upon hearing the loud name of this legendary warrior, Tae-hen instantly understood that it was about the mysterious man with 2 deadly blades. It seemed he was the strongest and most formidable warrior in the entire entourage. At that moment, Tsai Yun Bonzi proudly recalled that even the mighty Dongzhou feared this invincible warrior, dreading a fateful encounter with him on the battlefield. Of course, Zhongyang was extremely surprised that the wise master knew about the warriors of the formidable tyrant. His interest in this mysterious soldier only grew many times over. At this solemn moment, the venerable guest finally decided to discuss with the great master the fact that he had received his precious letter. Kaiyun Bonze rightly suspected that his wise friend was surely filled with burning interest in the contents of the message. Bowing in a respectful bow, the noble guest calmly explained that they all know perfectly well. Dan Mokyun is a man who sees divine truth more clearly than anyone else in this mortal world. He had long foreseen the coming catastrophe and great upheavals. Moreover, other masters confirmed the truth of his prophetic visions. Therefore, it was necessary to urgently invest in this fateful enterprise. Intrigued, Tsai Yun Bonzi decided to delicately find out how much his worthy comrade planned to invest in this risky venture. But it turned out that the decisive man intends to invest absolutely everything he has in this world. He was going to invest all his accumulated money and all the capital earned through hard work over many years. However, he felt that Mr. Kaiyun Bonzi should also invest his whole soul in this great cause. The nobleman himself was ready to sacrifice even his own precious life for the success of the enterprise. The wise master was infinitely glad to hear these inspiring words of the devoted elder, for together they could truly radically fix the dire situation. After which he respectfully bowed and promised to return to the general as soon as possible with joyful news. The hero warmly thanked all those present for the productive conversation and mutual understanding. Bowing in return, the general also began to warmly thank the great master. For only thanks to his wise investment did the advent of the great day become even closer to realization. But the humble guest politely explained that unlike his enlightened brothers, he did not have any high education and was not such an outstanding master as the Honorable Tsai Yun Bonzi always was and remains. The humble guest could only tell how one could multiply their own strength and power. Therefore, the wise merchant suggested that the venerable elder and the great general carefully listen to his instructive story about the ancient secrets of prosperity. As is known to all inhabitants of the Celestial Empire, the lands where the domains of Yopo Ponson are now located were once teeming with real killers and robbers. As the common people said, the great masters found themselves in the very center of this fiery crater of chaos and lawlessness. For example, the worthy Jin Yurok was a promising scholar who had already mastered extensive knowledge, but had not yet shown the world his true purpose and talent. 4 renowned masters became the only hope for the suffering people, who were tormented by a cruel shortage of gold and resources. It is not surprising that at one fateful moment, the noble Tsai Yun Bonzi was deprived of his own sacred temple. The defenders did not have enough iron to create new weapons and strong armor. At first they had quite a few excellent war horses, but due to a catastrophic shortage of provisions, all the noble animals began to die one after another from exhaustion. Their once mighty army was in complete decline and despair. At the same time, they had not yet discovered the precious jade deposits that could have saved the situation. The fact is that to achieve the great stroke of fate, only 3 sacred things are necessary: the blessing of heaven, the support of earth, and the strength of humanity. A true master must have all 3 elements in perfect harmony. Heaven gives a solid reason for action, and the respected guest heard that the wise gentleman had already been greatly helped in this direction. However, the insightful guest rightly noted that even in current times, there are many promising generals who already have their own loyal subordinates. Chaiji lived in the fertile lands of Pengzhou, and although even the honorable guest himself received a small allotment there, for now he settled in the distant region of Sakyu. Tehen sincerely did not understand why the wise merchant chose this harsh region, believing that there were only desert lands up to the mountains. But the far-sighted master suggested looking at this situation from a completely different perspective. To the north, these lands bordered the prosperous domains of the Yi people, which meant that there would be no serious problems with trade. Moreover, the majestic mountain range to the east would easily block enemy armies from advancing, and the endless deserts to the west would reliably stop foreign invaders. Indeed, no matter how much Tehen pondered these wise words, this strategic location turned out to be truly ideal in case it was necessary to hide from superior enemy forces. Right then, he realized that the master's brilliant idea meant they could use these impregnable lands to gradually strengthen their own military forces. As soon as the noble commander put forward such an insightful assumption, the wise guest immediately noted with approval that the general was much more clever than what was expected of him according to rumors and legends. However, the cunning Tehen skillfully pretended that he absolutely did not understand what the mysterious man was hinting at. Only when Kai-Yun Bonze kindly explained to him that it was extremely difficult to get a sincere compliment from this person, did the great commander appreciate the significance of the praise. Therefore, the interlocutors decided to find out in more detail how profitable trade with the Yi people was conducted. As the honorable guest himself had heard, the noble barbarian aristocrats showed keen interest in the refined culture of the Central Kingdom. Therefore, wise books and high-quality writing ink were eagerly purchased there. For this important reason, it was precisely necessary for the gentleman to summon all his strength in order to immediately begin direct and profitable trade. However, the caring hero asked not to worry about this for now. They would definitely have no competitors today. Therefore, he friendly suggested tasting excellent wine. The noble gentleman himself knew perfectly well that in the north acquaintance with strong wine was an integral part of etiquette rules. Therefore, he was in pleasant anticipation of the exquisite drink. Moreover, it was pleasing that he tolerated even strong alcohol quite well. However, Tae-hyun, laughing cheerfully, suggested thoroughly checking this, since today, in honor of the long-awaited arrival of the esteemed gentleman, they would drink until the very early morning, greeting the dawn. But not even a couple of hours had passed when the honorable guest had already collapsed unconscious and completely exhausted. So his loyal warriors were left only to bewilderedly wonder whether to carry the master to bed already, or wait a little longer. The great hero still tirelessly continued to drink. It was no longer known how many jugs of fine wine he had drained, but he was sincerely convinced that he had drunk very little, and he passionately wished to find himself worthy company to continue the feast. Therefore, he even suggested drinking with the grumpy blacksmith. Moreover, the noble commander did not understand why the hard-working man was working in the prime of the night, as he should have long gone to sleep and rested. However, the stern Chen Tai only maliciously suggested to the drunken hero to stop making noise, since the old man next to him could not relax for a second. And if he noticed how drunk the young man was, Chen Tai would send him away altogether, as he did not want him to distract him from an important matter with his drunken antics. However, what was the strength of the swearing man who was most angry by the time of his instructive monologue? The hero had already fallen soundly asleep right on the spot. The old man could only return to his work with a heavy sigh and hope that the sleeper would not disturb others' sleep with his loud snoring, so as not to cause even more trouble. However, suddenly, unknown how much time had passed, the hero came to after a brief sleep. At that moment, he began to undress unsteadily, intending to relieve himself directly into the water used to cool the heated weapons. Chen Tai, obviously, immediately shouted fiercely at the foolish young man, authoritatively ordering him to leave at once and relieve himself in another, suitable place. But for some incomprehensible reason, the wise old man suddenly fell into deep thought and realized an important truth. A person who has endured numerous trials and sufferings can only then rule justly, like the bright sun that impartially illuminates the whole world. For the first time, he seriously pondered this when he looked at the beautiful sword stolen by Tehen. And suddenly, with surprise, he realized that he had always tested the sharpness of his blades on iron, enemy weapons, or domestic cattle, but never on human flesh. And because of Taehen's insolent behavior, he very much wanted to finally cut this drunkard in half. But the wise man tried to calm his anger and immediately took up his usual work, continuing diligently to forge a new deadly sword. However, unexpectedly at this fateful moment, the hero woke up and felt something extremely wrong in every fiber of his trained body. He immediately called out to the old man, which only further angered the already irritated man. He fiercely ordered the young man to get out if he was not going to simply sleep peacefully. But at this critical moment, the approaching hero decisively pushed the old man away, ordering him to be extremely careful. When Chen Tai stepped aside, the ceiling of the smithy was instantly pierced by an enemy assassin aiming directly at the unsuspecting youth. At the last moment before death, Taehan managed to dodge, and as a result, this deadly blade left only a small mark on his cheek. The noble commander himself, baring his teeth in rage, jumped back from the treacherous enemy, not understanding how this cursed bastard managed to find him. But at that moment the enemy recklessly rushed to attack him with a bare blade raised. In the next moment everything indicated that the hero was seriously wounded by a blow to the chest. All that remained for the frightened old man was to pray fearfully and shout, hoping that the general would be all right. At that moment the hero himself, with his last strength despite the pain, tried with bare hands to remove the deadly blade from his wounded body. He perfectly understood that he needed to get rid of this dangerous enemy as soon as possible, while he still had strength to resist. But at this tense moment, unexpectedly the enemy was distracted by the old man who bravely ran up behind him. Chen Tai used a white-hot blade that he had just taken from the blazing furnace to strike the killer forcefully under the ribs. Immediately after that, the enraged mercenary tried roughly to push the persistent old man away, and as a result, the blazing blade remained deeply stuck in his body. Using this precious moment, the hero finally managed to get up and immediately grabbed the hot steel with bare hands. After that, with the same heated blade, he mercilessly pierced the human body and pulled out the sword, allowing the enemy to slowly bleed out if he was not already dead. Only then did the noble warrior look at his severely wounded hand, realizing that such terrible burns would heal very slowly and painfully. After that, he looked anxiously at his faithful blacksmith to make sure that the venerable old man was not seriously hurt. At that moment, Chen Tai was pushed straight against the stone wall, so he tried to recover from the blow and sincerely hoped that Taehan had not received fatal wounds. Of course, the magnanimous hero pretended that his hand was perfectly fine. However, feeling the disgusting smell of burnt human skin, the caring Chen Tai immediately insisted that the general go to the healer at once. But the young man firmly promised that he would definitely do it later, and now he had more urgent and important matters. And these urgent matters were closely connected with the dead body that he had just decisively thrown over his broad shoulder. Taehan also calmly explained to the worried old man that he could not just rest or run around to healers, since his loyal people were clearly not idling away. He could not afford such luxury in such troubled times. As soon as the hero left, the wise old man sadly looked at his precious blade, stained with scarlet human blood. He carefully lifted it with the help of a cold cloth, understanding that it was better to securely hide this sword in a secluded place. It was the first time his blade had tasted blood even during its forging process, and the wise smith did not know if he could touch it without defiling the sacred metal with bad energies. But still, thanks to this miraculous weapon, the wise elder was still alive after such a dangerous duel. However, at that mystical moment, the sacred sword suddenly vibrated under his trembling hands, and at the very same moment, all the scarlet blood covering its blade mysteriously evaporated, leaving not the slightest trace on the shining steel. Only then did the perceptive smith realize he had forged a blade with a furious thirst for human blood. He recalled ancient legends about how once the great master Guyajia himself threw a living person into molten iron to forge a similar demonic sword. Enormous sacrifices were required for a single perfect blade. And although the venerable old man had no idea what was happening to that scoundrel who dared to attack them, the killer turned out to be an excellent victim for creating a truly magnificent weapon. Soon the wise Kai Yun Bonze, together with his influential friend, arrived to the hero to recommend a profitable trade with the tribes beyond the Great Wall and to open a lucrative business with the western lands. The trade, which had been monopolized by another powerful man, was now opening up before them because the trade routes of that monopolist were ruthlessly cut off due to bloody uprisings. Now they could occupy this profitable niche, and the monopoly profits would exceed even the highest expectations. Then the wise advisor suggested entrusting this important matter to the capable human. Since recently more and more people of mixed blood were observed in the Hunnic department and other small groups scattered across the district, it was also necessary to use all their connections to be able to trade over a wider semicircle of influence. The noble hero agreed to entrust this responsible matter to Human and Zhang Liao, who managed the Ministry of Health and Labor. However, the insightful guest also believed that it would be quite good if the Hunnic department actively cooperated with them. Tohen promised that they would attract them with generous profits from trade. They also urgently needed to take care of talented blacksmiths, because it seemed that one wise old man had found a revolutionary method for producing stronger iron. but he would need additional materials. After thorough inspection, it turned out that the quality of swords and armor had become incomparably better, and weapons and armor were vital attributes necessary for brave soldiers. Taehen recalled that on the way to his loyal warriors, he saved unfortunate female criminals who had been cruelly exiled. One person suggested leaving them to work in the household. Ju Xiuwen perfectly understood that criminals sentenced to exile were in any case under the jurisdiction of the prefectural ruler, and further anything could be done with them. However, the wise strategist believed that the best option would be to give them a proper education. Most of them were most likely set up or abandoned by their families, so it would be completely unfair to decide their fate in such a cruel way. But Taehen asked not to worry about anything, because the wonderful Chosona knew her business perfectly. Somewhere at that very time, she brought the 4 rescued girls to her chambers, gently explaining that from that moment on they would all live with her as one family. However, for some sad reason, she saw great sadness and despair on their faces. Therefore, the kind girl hurried to explain that they had a choice. They could choose to live here in warmth and work for the common good, but they could also go out into the dangerous streets to freedom. She asked them directly, what would they prefer, a safe life or dangerous freedom? Of course, she knew perfectly well that they were most likely not guilty of what they were accused of, but the girls also had to understand that now everything worked by completely different rules. Therefore, extending her hand to one of the girls, caring Chosona asked them to understand her and try to stay with her. Then they could become true sisters, but from now on everything depended only on their own decision. In the end, the girls were silent for a long time in thought, and then only uncertainly nodded, agreeing to the conditions set by merciful Chosona. She herself was quite glad of this outcome. Thus, the story began to radically transform after the arrival of the great Lord Yopoponsona. However, of course, there were things that could not be changed, and fateful events occurred in April, when the 12th emperor of the Han dynasty died in the Namgun Palace. Of course, no one cared about this deep down. There were only those who feared the chaos that could follow this death. But for the majority, the promised new life was not far off. Instead of dizzying turmoil, everyone believed that life would now play with completely new colors and opportunities. However, the perceptive Yopo Ponson knew perfectly well. It was precisely bloody chaos that was not far off. Fortunately, no one except him suspected this terrible truth yet. Initially, it all began with poisoning committed by Empress He. Her disagreements with the concubines were well known throughout the palace, and on one fateful day she poisoned one of the rivals when she learned about the emperor's betrayal. The Empress of Heavenly Beauty did not deny her guilt before the court. She used poison made from the wings of poisonous insects. It was resistant to ordinary antidotes, and when poisoned caused terrible pain throughout the body and slowly killed the victim. Because of such cruel treatment, the subjects did not want to support the cruel empress. When she learned about the existence of the concubine's son, she wanted to take this little prince under her wing. But the unfortunate concubine was a headstrong person and was categorically against such a decision. Influential supporters of the He clan, including the powerful General He Jing, entered these palace intrigues. And of course, the empress had loyal people who wanted to help her forcibly take the crown prince. In the end, in the very midst of this dangerous tug of war, the emperor died from severe illnesses and old age. After this sad event, the battle inside the palace became even more fierce and bloody. Someone hired a skilled assassin who attacked General Heijin, but the treacherous plan completely failed. Since that fateful day, the surviving Heijin thought only of bloody revenge on his enemies. Therefore, as soon as he returned to the palace, he immediately killed all 10 influential eunuchs. The surviving eunuchs panicked and ran to the empress, begging for their lives. The empress did not want to forgive those who tried to kill her own brother. But one of the close aides, who had previously been chosen as an advisor, convinced her by telling an instructive old story. As a result, the softened empress, he ordered her brother to spare the surviving eunuchs and not continue the bloody massacre. However, there were those who categorically disliked this decision. They did not want to retreat now and show weakness. A young man from the He family tried to explain to the general that if they did not get rid of all the eunuchs right now, this bloody story would simply repeat in the future. Therefore, he asked him to order the most ruthless warriors to be summoned, so they could finally punish all the traitors. In his opinion, the empress should also understand everything. If the general helped her, she would be able to get rid of dangerous illusions about mercy, and basically the general was not against such radical tactics. He immediately sent influential military commanders toward the capital's suburbs. These were the true kings of these lands. Among them was the famous General Dong Zhuo. Of course, the well-known judge named Ding Yuan, and the martial arts master well known to us, the former hero Lu Bu. In the end, the brave soldiers cast aside all unnecessary doubts from their minds and headed towards the slope where the war chariots stood. Tens of thousands of armed warriors set out on the campaign. Someone passionately wanted to take the place of the great Zhang Jiao, but in the end he died a cruel death at the hand of a traitor. And his killer was Yuan Shao, who proudly proclaimed himself the victor in this bloody game for power. All this happened because Huang Gongjian, together with Guan Tai, entered into a secret conspiracy with this barbarian to invade Taiwan and Sohu. As a result, the great empire lost too many innocent lives. The residents of Pengzhou panicked and tried to flee and find a safe place to rebuild their destroyed lives anew. Soon the powerful barbarian came to the inspector to find out why he was needed again in such troubled times. However, he calmly explained that he wanted to meet with a dear comrade. The man was infinitely grateful to him, for he knew well how many urgent matters the inspector had. Without hiding his intentions, the wise old man explained that he had one important task for the brave fighter. He was confident the barbarian would handle it without difficulty. He only needed to deliver ammunition and military equipment to one person. In principle, the perceptive man quickly guessed that most likely it was about that fool from Musin. But the caring inspector hurriedly asked the warrior not to believe the evil rumors. After all, this man was not so bad at martial arts, but still he was not the commander who could lead the great war against powerful enemies. However, the warrior was only worried that he had to go too far to reach this man. After all, in the West, jokes with local generals are bad. It's better not to look askance at them at all. And they not only have 5,000 trained soldiers, but also many bandits whom he led to Tesu. They will become a serious problem if they come down from the mountains to the plain. And if the barbarians go to war against them, the damage they cause will be too great for all sides. However, the wise inspector promised that no serious clashes would occur, and also promised that in return for the successful completion of the task, the brave man would receive 1,000 gold coins, as well as 2,000 kilograms of select rice. If he manages to successfully deliver the ammunition, he will give him an entire ship with goods. Such generous terms could not fail to satisfy the profit-hungry gun. Therefore, he immediately solemnly promised to send his best troops within the current month. However, suddenly the perceptive barbarian inquired of the wise master about his health, as he had not seen the venerable inspector lately and was sincerely curious whether he was feeling well in these troubled times. The caring warrior asked that the noble man also let him know if he needed any help or support, for he would not spare the most precious medicines and remedies for him. However, the stern inspector made it clear that the warrior should not be concerned with this, and asked him to immediately go and carry out the work that had been assigned to him from above. The sly man immediately bowed respectfully before the inspector with a fake smile, understanding deep down that the old degenerate still does not realize. He does not decide or control anything here at all. The cunning barbarian only needed to wait for his supposedly loyal warrior to complete the given task, and then this arrogant elder would regret having dealt with him. But in the end, as he solemnly promised the inspector, the treacherous warlord still gathered his troops for the campaign. At first, the number of soldiers united under his command was only a few hundred brave men. When they headed north, warlike barbarians also joined them. By the time he set foot on the sacred land of Sakyu, he already had about 20,000 soldiers armed to the teeth. At this critical moment, the frightened Zhu Shuwen ran to the hero, reporting to the general that an urgent message had arrived from Captain Gosel. 20,000 enemy soldiers were moving towards them from the north. According to reconnaissance reports, they were already very close. The defenders had only a couple of hours left before the clash. However, Tehen only showed a satisfied smile of a warrior ready for battle at this news. After that, he turns to his loyal aides on both sides, explaining that now the scattered bandits had united and were heading north. They urgently needed a wise plan on how they could deal with this threat. And the noble warlord wanted to hear the opinions of his devoted advisors on this important matter. By the time the enemy troops got close enough, the defenders saw many formidable fighters with scarlet flags proudly raised above their heads. The barbarian was quite surprised that Tehen had still managed to gather an impressive army, but the opponents stood motionless in their positions. Moreover, he understood, although their enemies were strong, his troops would still outnumber them. He was absolutely sure of this, so he decided to boldly lead his brave fighters into the decisive battle. However, at this tense moment, a wise warrior explained that the general was not entirely correct in his assessments. Of course, the man did not understand what the fighter meant by these mysterious words. But he calmly explained, if the general thought that the commander Yopo Ponson was some kind of fool, then they all knew perfectly well that in reality Yopo Ponson thought the same about the general himself. After these wise words, everyone burst out laughing, fully understanding that Yopo Ponson probably considered them easy prey for his warriors. At that moment, the master strategist warned the general that the difference in the numerical ratio of their forces was more than threefold. If it came to a large-scale war, it would negatively affect their positions. He believed it was best to start the battle on the water so that the enemies would lose their numerical advantages. However, the insightful strategist clearly understood that most likely the general would be categorically against this cautious plan. Therefore, he hurries to explain that their enemies had now formed a fortified military camp as a supply base. So he proposed to arrange the decisive battle on a nearby meadow, away from the supply base in Hanlim. This brilliant idea seemed very reasonable to the hero, and Zhu Shuwen also considered that this strategy was the most successful among the possible ones. The wise advisor also hastened to explain to the general that the success of this dangerous mission would entirely depend on how Taehan would cope with the numerous enemy infantry. The young man himself understood this perfectly, since their army had only 2,000 mounted knights. Many warriors would shoot from bows, maintaining a safe distance, as they were especially skilled in this art. But the great commander understood that the opponents would manage to break through their defense in any case. However, they still had to believe in their valiant army, and in their ability to worthily repel the enemy attacks. At this solemn moment, the master of strategy was already standing on the field of the upcoming battle, carefully surveying the battle formation adopted by the brave fighters. The strategy was to place shield bearers directly in front of the main army to reliably block enemy arrows. The infantry stood on both sides to prevent the enemies from breaking through the flanks. It remained only to guess whether this tactic would work or not. But the courageous Taehan stood among his fighters, ready to accept this fateful battle. However, looking at the formation of his warriors, the hero understood that this would be extremely insufficient against such a numerous enemy. Therefore, he immediately ordered his fighters to bring him a battle spear. The master, of course, was very frightened, not understanding why the general suddenly needed a personal weapon. However, for the noble commander, this question seemed extremely foolish. He did not understand how a person could be on the front line without a reliable weapon in hand. Of course, the wise man immediately hastened to explain that the general should not personally participate in the bloody battle. He should stand behind and wisely lead this battle, giving orders. However, Taehan perfectly understood that he was completely unsuitable for the role of commander from the rear. Therefore, he entrusted full control over the situation to an experienced master of strategy. After that, he authoritatively ordered the fighters to step aside and clear a path for him, spurring his faithful horse forward to the front line. Finally, the great commander only explained to the master that he fully trusted him to lead this battle. At that moment, the young man addressed the Varangian warrior behind him, asking him to accompany the general in the attack, and immediately spurred his horse into a gallop, rapidly approaching the enemy. After which he loudly exclaimed, announcing the order that 100 of the best warriors would fight under his personal command. They were to accompany the general in battle with all their might, as well as mercilessly kill traitors and invaders. After that, 100 selected warriors under the hero's leadership rushed forward in a fierce attack. At that moment, the barbarians saw that their opponents had already gone on the offensive. The enemy commander considered that with their small number, this was incredibly bold on their part. Therefore, having no respect for the enemy general, he immediately ordered all his troops to prepare for the decisive attack. The barbarians perfectly understood. Today everything would turn in their favor. They had so many soldiers that there were not enough tables in the entire region to provide them with a decent victorious feast after the battle. After that, he drove his fighters forward to cover this land with countless enemy corpses. The barbarians galloped forward, realizing that their opponents were true, reckless, brave men. They did not understand who was leading them if the enemies decided to attack so boldly against their great army. The invaders considered the hero a complete idiot until they saw his stern and confident face of a true warrior. At this critical moment, taking a deep breath, Taehan loudly shouted a battle cry, causing everyone around to immediately cover their ears, unable to withstand this deafening sound. Using this precious moment of confusion, the noble Taehan immediately began to mercilessly attack with his improved spear. When he killed dozens of enemies in the first minutes of the battle, he authoritatively ordered that from that moment on the opponents call him nothing but master, as this title suited him best. With even greater martial enthusiasm, on his faithful warhorse, he rushed into the very thick of the bloody events. Shortly before the decisive events, the venerable Chen Tai once again handed to Hen the sacred sword of eternity from the Son of Heaven himself. The valiant warrior was puzzled. Why did the gray-haired master entrust him again with this seemingly useless blade? Moreover, the hero still cherished the hope of reforging the ancient weapon. However, the skilled blacksmith patiently explained, it was impossible to melt it. If such an act were feasible, he would have done it long ago. But the legendary weapon possessed power comparable to the strength of entire armies. From the same steel tempered in countless battles was forged the hero's new halberd. Therefore, bearing the deadly weapon against the enemies, the wise warrior strongly advised them to better flee from his path. At the fateful moment, the barbarian archers prepared to release the first deadly volley, and soon an innumerable darkness of arrows flew at the unprotected warriors, like a maddened swarm of enraged bees. However, the glorious commander instantly grabbed the imperial sword with his other hand, skillfully deflecting the deadly arrows flying at him and his faithful warhorse. Having ensured that his comrades remained unharmed, the invincible general made it clear to the opponents that such pathetic arrows would not block the way for his valiant warriors. The magnanimous commander solemnly promised his loyal fighters that, as a true general, he would pave the way for them through the steel rain of arrows, and ordered them to follow him without fear. True to his sacred oaths, the hero rushed forward with sword and halberd, cutting down enemies to the right and left. Beside him galloped his faithful assistant and comrade, and behind them already charged a whole 100 brave fighters. Without even stopping for a break, the tireless leader continued to rush forward in the battle. Watching this majestic spectacle, the wise strategist was convinced. There is no equal to the general in military valor in the Celestial Empire. He manages excellently, even without cunning military tactics. However, the experienced tactician knew that this could be the hero's last battle if he fought alone. For, as is known to the wise, war is a completely special art, fundamentally different from a single combat duel. At that very moment, part of the warriors remained hiding behind the supply wagons, awaiting the captain's command. The insightful Master Zhu, seeing this scene, immediately ordered the fighters to take cover behind the carts. As a result, the warriors overturned the wagons, and all the arrows aimed at their bodies got stuck in the hard wood. The wild barbarians could only sneer contemptuously at these supposed cowards who hid behind the miserable carts and did not dare to engage in open battle. But at that fateful moment, while the furious nomads tried to jump over the improvised fortifications, the cunning warriors struck the horses of the reckless enemies with their spears. The wounded horses shuddered from unbearable pain, threw off their riders, and trampled them with their hooves. Watching this bloody slaughter, their leaders ordered the fighters to continue giving a worthy resistance to the attackers. Observing this grand melee from the side, the enemy general had no idea what was happening on the battlefield. A frightened assistant galloped to him with the news. By that time, already 500 of their warriors had laid down their lives in this war. This was astonishing, considering that their warriors on the battlefield were more than 3 times as many. But at that moment, the enemy commander and his assistant heard a strange sound coming from afar. Turning their eyes, they saw a warrior beating huge war drums. At the same moment, having received the long-awaited signal, the army of Taehan began an attack on their troops from 2 more sides. Of course, no one could believe that General Yopo Ponson had been hiding in ambush all this time with his elite warriors. Apparently, they were patiently waiting to lure the enemy into a cunning trap. Having received the cherished signal, the ambush regiment entered the battle and began to press their foes more decisively. It became obvious that things were not going too well for the barbarians, but their general still believed they could not be pushed back. Only then did he see the real devilry. At that moment, their left flank was almost completely defeated. Losses in the troops amounted to tens of thousands of souls per minute. Therefore, it seemed to him that their opponents were using some magical power, since mere tactics would not help here. At that moment, on the height where the enemy warlord had been sitting all this time, he finally gathered his spirit. He shouted loudly, swearing that today he would kill his enemy, that his spear would pass through the foe's skull and come out the other side. Only at that moment did the barbarian leader realize that it seemed not only numbers decide the outcome of war, and truly strategy can change much. But he could not believe that he had met here with Taehan himself under such unfavorable circumstances. At any cost, he had to destroy the renowned hero. Immediately after this, he called out to his general, who stood behind, urging the fighters to rush into a decisive battle, for they should not have been disgraced before the advance of the legendary hero. After that, the barbarians also charged at Zhu Shuwen to break the drum he was beating. At that moment, Zhu Shuwen recognized the warriors riding towards him. Their leader was a descendant of the imperial dynasty. However, the valiant Zhu Shuwen was not at all frightened. He was only glad that they had managed to catch such a large prey on their bait. At that moment, Master Zhu began to look around. Seeing the conditional signal on the mountain, he realized that part of his fighters had finally managed to climb the height to protect their strategist. The warriors raised the battle banner and thereby distracted the enemy's attention. Then the enemies did not notice how the hero's army was advancing on them simultaneously from the right and the left. No one expected that they would so swiftly fall into the enemy's trap. Only then did it become clear that while the strategist stood on the summit and beat the drums, he was deliberately making himself a decoy. To Zhu Shuwen himself, it seemed that they had even slightly overestimated the enemies, not believing in their formidable reputation. After all, they were those who only engaged in robbery and banditry. while the hero's army warriors always fought against barbarian tribes and defeated such bandits. As expected, the fighters with greater combat experience successfully pushed back their adversaries. The fact that Zhu Shuwen became a living decoy was precisely to slowly break and completely get rid of the enemy. But he was quite surprised that such an important opponent fell so easily into their trap. His severed head was already in the hands of their warriors. At that moment, Master Zhu understood that they still had warriors who had not yet entered the battle. There were 1,000 infantrymen and 500 warriors standing in the rear. Among them were also the newly arrived Zhang He and Xu Huang, who could not wait to be called to the fight. But at that moment, the comrades suddenly noticed how the master jumped onto his warhorse. The assistant was frightened that the master was going to join the fray, although it was extremely dangerous. However, he calmly explained that he was following military strategy now not because he wanted to stand out. He simply had a blade that could protect these lands, and valiant commanders were at his side, so he was not going to be afraid. After that, they rushed into battle, and the master ordered the fighters not to delay and to beat the drums, announcing their attack. At that moment, the opponents, hearing the thunder of the drums, immediately turned around in fear. Now with their own eyes they saw how armed fighters rushed with spears at the ready. Having joined in such a swift battle, the warriors immediately took dozens of lives one after another and continued to advance to join their general. At that moment, the enemy commander began to notice that his warriors were simply becoming exhausted in this inhuman fight. And if so, considering that their forces outnumbered the enemy 3 times over, if they could hold out a little longer, the situation would be on their side. But at that moment, the commander had not finished speaking when he heard the cries of severely wounded warriors right behind his back. Immediately, the general was informed that he needed to retreat at once. It turned out that by that time 500 elite fighters had already left the ranks of the main army and approached them from the rear. The general immediately ordered his warriors to retreat, increasing the distance between themselves and the enemies, since their rear was attacked too swiftly. In the end, the barbarians simply began to flee in order to gain at least a little precious time. They had to hold out at least until their reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. However, suddenly they saw that someone was moving towards them from the opposite side. To their great surprise, they saw that this army consisted entirely of armed barbarians. The general was glad, believing that these were scouts sent to counter a sudden attack and wanted to join their fighters. Only then did he notice that the army led by Human and Gosel for some reason did not slow down. Immediately the general introduced himself and ordered the fighters to name themselves and say where they came from. However, the pitiful cries of the defeated only caused a contemptuous smile among their triumphant opponents. The formidable Human immediately loudly introduced himself as the general of the invincible commander-in-chief Yopo Ponson, who was from barbarian lands, and now he had come here to take their lives. Instantly, the enemy commander ordered the fighters to launch a desperate attack to stop the deadly advance. However, Human's rage was so boundless that he spared absolutely no one in his path. The general realized he needed to flee for his life. The loyal warriors were ready to protect him so that he could go for reinforcements. However, to be honest, the commander had no idea which direction to head, for relentless enemies attacked from the front, and behind him an armed hero was already rushing at his back. In the end, the valiant warrior pounced on his opponent from above, armed with 2 instruments of death at once, not giving him a chance to escape. Soon the entire battlefield was filled with the desperate screams of their foes. Eventually, the hero managed to cut off the leg of the enemy general with his sacred imperial sword. After this deed, the warriors solemnly presented their commander-in-chief Yopo Ponson, as well as the ruler of this county, and began to praise the man who managed to catch the enemy warlord so easily. As a result, on that bloody day, about half of the barbarian people turned into lifeless bodies. 1,000 survivors fled and thousands more became prisoners. Among the army of yellow armbands who joined them, thousands were wounded and became only souls wandering the battlefield. Soon everyone gathered to carry out the execution of their enemy. He, along with his subordinates, knelt before the commander-in-chief hero. Yopo Ponson then ordered the prisoner to name the person who helped them come here. However, the opponent understood that with these questions Yopo Ponson only wished to disgrace him. It would be better if they just killed him or fed his corpse to wolves and crows. Only then could he reunite with those who fell in this battle before him. Yopo Ponson was honestly quite surprised that this man pretended to be so calm. At that moment, Zhang Liao approached the prisoner. He was very eager to introduce himself to this man. He called himself the heir of the clan, and everyone knew that these were the very mixed-blood warriors. But Zhang Liao hastened to explain that now he used a different name. Everyone in his clan had changed their names to protect themselves from the barbarians. Therefore, it seemed too light a punishment to simply kill them. The prisoner perfectly understood that everything depended on the will of the victor. After all, he saw nothing wrong with leaving this mortal world. However, Zhang Liao demanded that the man confess who sent him here, accept his shame, and then he would remain alive. Of course, he would kill all his warriors. But it seemed to him that this would be the most appropriate option. So the prisoner could choose. Either live with shame, or accept defeat with dignity. And immediately the frightened barbarian shouted that that man had promised to give him immeasurable riches, promised to give gold and silver, and open the way to Yepo Ponson. He was the main instigator. After that, he hurried to name the treacherous instigator. However, Zhang Liao quickly silenced him. In fact, he was even slightly disappointed by this barbarian, who truly thought they would let him live. Even the hero perfectly understood. A man who so easily revealed his secrets would not give them any useful information. Therefore, he ordered Zhang Liao to finish this matter. In the end, Zhang Liao did not even let the man say his last words and did not absolve his sins. Instead of him, he decided to say farewell words. These words were that the barbarian lived his whole life without wings and leaves this world without wings. After which the noble warrior instantly struck off his head with his moon halberd. Human loudly explained to the prisoners that they could see how in the last moments of life their general showed true cowardice. They would not have followed him. Their leader was a frightened lamb who used his subordinates for his own purposes to rob foreign lands under the pretext of survival. And if they became unnecessary, he threw them away, as now. Therefore, he wanted to know, how long will these people continue to follow the likes of him? So, after that, he introduced them to the ruler of these lands and the commander-in-chief Yepo Ponson, who was ready to give a chance to those who blindly followed this foolish leader. He was ready to release these people so that they could return to their original tribes. But for this, they had to bow before the general. But if they decide to ignore this and rise against them, they will be hanged, and nothing good will come of it. In fact, all this was just a cunning trick on the part of Yepo Ponson's army. Although they won and gained numerical superiority over the enemies, their losses were also quite significant. Preparing for sudden attacks by barbarians who were waiting for a convenient moment, they decided to intimidate them first. Among the 8 counties of the western edge, 5 handed over their troops to this cowardly general. And the captured and freed warriors, returning home, described the battle of that day in detail. Several tribes that heard these stories were truly frightened and decided to submit to Yepo Ponson, but not all were so prudent. For example, one tribe refused the offer. They sent an army and promised to take revenge. But Yepo Ponson did not wait for their arrival. As promised, he sent his commanders. Taking advantage of their leader's absence, they ensured that those could no longer be reborn. Thus, Yepo Ponson took all power over the barbarians for himself. 2 weeks passed since all these glorious events, and the hero decided to tour his domains. He also inspected the fields where peasants carefully grew alfalfa. The approaching head of the trade guild explained that this was a plant that was very difficult to obtain from merchants from distant kingdoms. But if it grows well, there will be nothing to worry about, because next year it will bring great profit if they start selling it. However, the hero had no idea why they were giving up such valuable grain, for he would not want to sell such luxury. The head of the trading house calmly reminded him, when a person has money, he can even summon the soul of the deceased. At that moment, while they were talking, Sojen suddenly ran in to report an incident. As it turned out, eunuchs from the capital had arrived to see them. The hero was quite indignant. These people always appeared like ghosts at the most inopportune moments, especially when they sensed the smell of possible money. Soon he returned to his chambers to change into attire suitable for meeting with the eunuchs. Then the head of the trade guild learned that the hero simply hated eunuchs, and even believed that he would kill them all if he achieved world domination. However, the hero had no such plans. After all, he did not know how much they would have to struggle in the future, so he did not want to make any new enemies. Moreover, he felt sorry for these people. The merchant was quite surprised by this pity. After all, his subordinates found themselves in such a deplorable situation precisely because of the intrigues of these 10 eunuchs. But he continued to pity them. Therefore, the hero calmly explained. His view of the situation was completely different. He was convinced that the root of all troubles lay in the short-sightedness of the monarch. If the ruler had a truly noble heart and a wise understanding of what was happening, the common people would not have to leave their familiar places for a miserable existence in the borderlands. Moreover, a painful question was ripening in the hero's mind. Why did men consider getting rid of eunuchs the only true path to power? The companion hastened to dispel his bewilderment, explaining with the straightforwardness typical of merchants that everything in this world depended solely on chance and profit. After all, he was a man of trade, and when it came to wringing coin, he was ready to shoulder even sacks of filth. Memory preserved the wise advice of the ancestor. To become a true merchant, every morning leave the house, leaving all mental torments at the doorstep. Truly golden words that Taehan intended to follow henceforth. Heading to the meeting with the eunuch, the merchant continued the story about the glorious heritage of his family. From generation to generation, descendants passed down the sacred secrets of the tradecraft so that heirs could multiply the family wealth. The main rule of the clan was to reveal the treasured secrets of accumulating wealth to every worthy offspring, for only in this way could the prosperity of the dynasty be preserved. However, for Yopo Ponson, such intricacies and wisdom remained inaccessible, so the mentor tried to explain the essence more simply. When a person is sufficiently trained in the art, he is capable even in a drowsy state to find a solution to the most tangled problem and derive considerable benefit from it. When the young military leader showed unwillingness to heed the teachings, the merchant hastened to clarify, "Until Yopo Ponson comprehends these immutable truths, great achievements will remain unattainable for him." The hero, with unshakable calm, retorted that although many pieces of knowledge eluded his understanding, many skilled masters had tried to enlighten his mind. However, he was accustomed to knowing the world through his own experience, rather than blindly following others' instructions. After these words, the warrior proceeded to the chambers to meet with the high-born eunuch. The merchant, seeing him off with his gaze, could not hide his amazement. How different this man was from all other rulers. Usually people of high status suspected every passerby, even those who wished them well. Yopo Ponson listened carefully to the advice but acted according to his own convictions. As a rule, those who rose to power from the lowest ranks lost faith in themselves and only blindly followed others. But precisely because this man was radically different from the rest, all souls devoted to him could hope for the fulfillment of cherished dreams in the near future. Finally, the hero met with the very influential eunuch with whom he had once made a secret pact and who revealed the content of the inspector's secret message. However, looking at the young military leader's face, the courtier thought that perhaps the youth did not recognize him. Nevertheless, he was not offended at all. It was quite natural, considering that after that memorable incident their paths had hardly crossed. Therefore, the eunuch hastened to remind Tae Hen of that episode with the letter, when he even dared to bargain with him. The hero immediately bowed courteously before the distinguished guest, assuring that he remembered the great eunuch well, after which he politely inquired what had brought such a high-ranking person to his humble domain. The courtier calmly reminded that Tae Hen had once asked him for a certain favor, and now he had come to fulfill his part of the promise. What Yopo Ponson needed was right now in his hands. Unrolling the scroll, he solemnly ordered the ruler to accept the imperial decree. In this message, the lord of the great country and ruler of the whole world reported that the imperial warrior Kwak Thai had caused damage to many villages and plundered the emperor's subjects, which filled the ruler's heart with sorrow. But the sovereign saw that Yopo Ponson recognized his feelings and defeated the enemy army. Such a feat could in no way be considered a minor accomplishment. The young commander perfectly understood what was going on. Earlier, he had asked the eunuch to obtain an official position for him in exchange for valuable information. Fully aware that the position of Supreme General was too high for him, he only hoped to become a simple official. However, to his great surprise, the emperor granted the hero the status of an official, as well as the title of head of the Hun, including 10 silver coins and a royal fan. After that, the eunuch satisfactorily explained that as the ruler of the county, Yopo Ponson was becoming a high-ranking official who would govern the entire region. He solemnly congratulated the hero on ascending to a new level of power, and the warrior, bowing respectfully, showered thanks upon the eunuch and the emperor. When the ceremony of handing over the decree was over, the courtier asked the commander to rise. He had important words for a private conversation. Moving away from prying eyes and ears, the eunuch hurried to warn the hero. Now he was dangerously close to the throne, which meant he was exposed to all enemies and could not hide any of his moves. Therefore, he should be much more cautious in his actions. But before intimidating the young ruler, the courtier understood. He had to apologize. Initially, the eunuch had asked the sovereign to appoint the hero to another region, but only managed to secure an official position. After the death of the previous emperor and the accession of the current one to the throne, his influence significantly weakened. Yopo Ponsonu thought that one of the 10 eunuchs still remained a very influential figure. Of course, he understood. The basis of his former power was in the past. But it was this very person who brought the daughter from the Pek family and made her a court lady. Naturally, the eunuch was extremely surprised that the general was aware of this, since even in the palace those who knew about the empress's origin could be counted on one hand. However, the general calmly explained that he had loyal spies everywhere. After that, the smiling eunuch decided to ask the general only one question. Although he did not manage to get the hero the position he originally desired, he still rendered him a considerable service and considered this sufficient for the beginning of a friendship. Therefore, he decided to tell about a man named Dun Zhong from western Liao. warning that the era of the He family's rule would soon come to an end, and they should prepare for widespread changes. Tihen clearly heard the prophecies that the power of the He family would soon weaken, and then all the might of the empire would pass to the family of that very Dunjong. Moreover, he was amazed at how insightful the eunuch was, much more far-sighted than Yopo Ponsonu had expected. The courtier, noticing the hero's silence, realized that he already suspected everything, but warned he had shared extremely important information that could not be disclosed. Therefore, he decided to offer the warrior a deal. He could dedicate himself to serving this Dunjong. The hero calmly explained that he could not trust such a person. After all, that person would kill the current ruler and become the new emperor. He was unlikely to spare the old servants of the previous regime. Moreover, this person adhered to uncompromising principles regarding the destruction of all eunuchs. He wished to defeat them all at once, so that his future reign would become safer. Conversing with such a wise and experienced fighter, the courtier decided to find out from him whom it would be better to swear allegiance to. After all, he was a man who possessed only life experience and accumulated wealth. When the conversation came to an end, the two said goodbye, and the hero wished his esteemed guest a calm and peaceful return home. Moreover, he asked not to forget that he would expect news from him within the next month. The eunuch only smiled, promising to fulfill everything as commanded by the honorable general. Soon the hero returned to his subordinates and saw the merchant, who was extremely curious to know what the general had been discussing with this influential eunuch. Tehen, with a mysterious smile, explained that the courtier had suggested he return to his homeland as soon as possible. This indeed looked astonishing, considering that one of the most hated people by him had just been in his house. The merchant also felt uneasy about this, but admired the general's magnanimity. Nevertheless, he decided to find out if the military leader had any special reason for such a journey. However, Tehen calmly explained to the merchant the essence of the upcoming task. He was to find that one person, richer than whom in the entire world there would be none. Hearing such promising words, the insightful merchant instantly realized the boundless benefit of such an enterprise. The general was providing him with a truly magnificent opportunity to make the largest deal of his life. At that very moment, an excited strategist unexpectedly joined the conversing pair. He had already heard that the general intended to go to the southern territories, and immediately began warmly congratulating the commander on such an appointment. However, suddenly the wise advisor asked to remain calm and prudent in such an important matter. After that, he explained the necessity of gathering all loyal subordinates to discuss upcoming plans and actions. Such an idea seemed very reasonable, considering that haste at the moment could only harm the important cause. Therefore, he suggested arranging such a meeting the next day, entrusting Jushu Wonyun with all the organizational details of the upcoming conference. Meanwhile, in distant chambers, the great general met with his influential guest, and they joyfully indulged in wine, cheerfully talking about everything under the sun. They wished to properly celebrate the glorious feat they had accomplished through combined efforts and wise planning. However, the eunuch lord believed it was still too early to make such solemn speeches about success. The county head, however, had a completely different opinion. After all, under his direct leadership, 70,000 seasoned warriors had been gathered. None of the enemies would be able to stop his formidable troops once they entered the capital. Then power, honor, and immense wealth would belong exclusively to him. But the wise courtier still asked his commander not to rush with such plans. In the capital, the enemies had not yet surrendered completely, and of course, there was hardly an army capable of defeating 70,000 troops of Lian County. The opponents had only a few serious enemies left. However, among these few adversaries, the army was a true elite guard, which by definition would not suffer even from his huge army. Then the eunuch, with anxiety in his voice, warned again that despite their colossal numerical advantages, the army could receive a crushing blow from skillful opponents. However, the courtier hastened to reassure his lord, assuring that there still exists a reliable way to stop these enemy warriors. For this, he proposed to use a cunning tactic of encirclement and division of the enemy forces. At that moment, the events shift to the majestic headquarters of General Yopo Ponson, who was leisurely pacing through his spacious domain, immersed in deep thought. When the commander entered the negotiation hall, all loyal warriors immediately bowed respectfully, greeting their renowned commander. However, looking at their ceremonial bows, Yopo Ponson felt some awkwardness, so he asked his subordinates to relax and simply have a calm conversation among themselves as equals. At that moment, the hero noticed Xu Huang standing a little apart, who was positioned next to other soldiers. Not considering this man a true warrior, the commander ordered him to move away from the armed forces. Naturally, the man did not understand why the hero gave him such orders. After all, when the bloody war was ongoing, he held a weapon in his hands, and when there were no battles, he still carried that weapon with him for protection. But under the hero's keen and demanding gaze, he tiptoed quickly to where the resolute commander indicated. After that, the general, as if nothing had happened, sat down right on the floor, which greatly surprised his loyal comrades. No matter how much the subordinates tried to explain that the commander deserved a more dignified place, the general persistently asked them to sit next to him. He sincerely believed that there was nothing shameful about sitting on the floor, and asked his comrades-in-arms to settle comfortably near him for a heartfelt conversation. After that, he suggested that everyone present express their opinions on the best course of action and what they would undertake in connection with the approaching drought and other difficulties. First of all, the wise Kai Yunbo decided to thoroughly inform the ruler about what was happening at the moment, so that they could make a balanced decision about further actions. Now the general officially headed the entire army and bore full responsibility for the protection of the population of the southern territory. First and foremost, he needed to decide what to do as an official and the main ruler of the region. However, such complex problems literally made the young warrior's head split from tension. The hero decided to start dealing with the urgent problems of the drought, and first of all turned to Gosel to find out the exact number of soldiers at their disposal. There were a total of 3,000 experienced fighters on the roster, and when the wounded warriors recovered, the total number would reach about 4,000 people. With the recruitment of new soldiers, things were not going so badly. They could recruit about 1,000 fresh recruits. But the commander was worried that they catastrophically lacked food to feed such a large army. Then he turned to his treasurer to find out the exact food supplies. It turned out that there were only about 5,000 ready food rations. Everyone understood perfectly well that such an amount would only be enough to hold out for a maximum of 5 or 6 months, but no longer. At that moment, everyone gratefully remembered the merchant, thanks to whose efforts they had survived the last few difficult months. But the hero was seriously worried that with the current critical situation they would not be able to cope by ordinary methods. The experienced merchant himself hastened to explain that simply buying food would not radically improve their situation, especially since at present, due to a severe drought, no sensible person would dare to sell their precious harvest at affordable prices. Therefore, he saw only one radical option that could work in their favor. They should start seizing provisions from others, less worthy. At this tense moment, while the atmosphere was heating up to the limit, a perceptive strategist decided to speak out. He explained with concern that even if their army had enough food, fierce bandits had captured the mountain passes in the east. These were the troops of Haine, who controlled important trade routes. If Taehan began mass procurement of food and failed to avoid clashes with these robbers, the situation could become critical. In addition, an influential inspector operated in the region with his numerous followers, and significant forces of warlord Wan were located in the lower part of the territory. The hero bitterly realized that they were now truly surrounded by hostile forces, but the wise Kai Yunbo asked the warlord not to perceive the situation too tragically. He was not the only one who found himself in such difficult circumstances. Everyone around existed under similarly tough conditions. General Heijin had not rid himself of the treacherous eunuchs, although he had an excellent opportunity to do so, and soon they would surely take revenge on him for the missed chance. And General Ha would not be able to avoid inevitable death. Numerous enemies were watching him closely and patiently waiting for the right moment to turn events in their favor. Therefore, they should still have a favorable chance for action. In the end, the hero proposed to his comrades to use the proven tactic of simultaneous attacks on the enemy, from both the rear and the front. Kai Yunbo was sincerely impressed that the general had significantly improved his knowledge of military art, and even the experienced Ju Shuwen felt pride in the commander's successes. Taehan barely restrained a pleasant smile of satisfaction, suggesting to return to the main topic of their important conversation. At the moment, they could not even gather 5,000 full-fledged soldiers. But then his active assistant decided to speak up, proposing an interesting idea regarding the Western warlord. He was the richest of all the local rulers, and besides potentially becoming their patron in the future, he was also supposed to become the father-in-law of Yopo Ponson. The influential warlord had one and only infinitely precious daughter to him. She was considered the most beautiful woman in the entire vast region, a true treasure of the local nobility. However, Taehan only remembered that the beauty constantly cried from unbearable boredom and longing. He did not even want to recall those unpleasant moments, so he categorically rejected such an idea. Although the warrior found the proposal simply perfect, he imagined that their talented general would easily manage to charm this refined girl. Strategist Kai Yunbo also liked this idea, because if they acted exactly like that, they would not even have to enter a bloody battle. However, at that moment, seeing the general's negative reaction, the men present became worried. Perhaps this noble beauty had once already rejected his courtship, causing a painful insult. Immediately after these careless words, The angry hero swiftly approached the bold guy, then dealt him several painful blows and promptly expelled him from the important meeting. Already at home, carefully rubbing his bruised eye, the unfortunate man was indignant. Why did the general constantly beat him for the slightest offenses? His caring brother asked him to calm down at least a little, because although everyone perfectly understood his upset feelings, he should not worry so much about this painful matter. However, the man was simply hurt to tears that despite all his efforts to be a loyal friend, Taehan seemed to deliberately ignore and humiliate him. All those present saw how at that unfortunate moment, as soon as he proposed his reasonable idea, the commander immediately furiously attacked him with fists. All participants of the meeting considered his proposal quite sane and logical, but the military leader still acted extremely cruelly towards his loyal comrade. Initially, the young man sincerely hoped that Taehan had changed for the better and become a wiser ruler. But as it turned out, this was not the case at all. The hero's faithful companion was sincerely convinced that soon all hardships would inevitably improve and have a favorable outcome. But until that bright moment, he had to show patience and endure steadfastly until the surrounding people believed in him and his true merits. The victim was infinitely grateful for such heartfelt consolation and support, after which both brothers secluded themselves in their chambers for a heartfelt conversation over a cup of wine. But, to great regret, when the younger brother waited until his elder brother was quite drunk and immersed in wine dreams, the beaten man secretly gathered his few belongings. He no longer wished to be under the protection of the unpredictable general, whose outbursts of anger became increasingly cruel and unjustified. Unexpectedly, while he was wandering the dusty streets among ordinary peasants, the fugitive noticed a highly suspicious man in luxurious purple clothes. However, the suspiciousness of these strangers no longer mattered to him, since he had firmly decided to leave the service of the hot-tempered general forever. At that very moment, the mysterious stranger himself realized that he had finally reached the prosperous lands of Shufan, a vast region for which the famous General Taehan was responsible. This land turned out to be surprisingly peaceful and well-maintained, so the stranger decided to stay here for a long time in order to begin its methodical and thorough study. Soon the mysterious man stopped at one of the local establishments and, slowly sipping strong alcohol, began cautiously gathering valuable information about the local customs. First of all, his attention was drawn to a certain Zhao Yu, about whom he decided to inquire in detail from the local residents. It turned out that outwardly, this person was completely unlike someone possessing any outstanding combat skills or military talents. At the same time, all those around respectfully addressed him as a respected master. According to reliable rumors, it was he who taught military art to most of the local soldiers, and, apparently, he came from a rather noble and influential family. At that moment, another remarkable man came out of the gates, who turned out to be the assistant to the local scribe. Of course, the curious guest was quite surprised that a person educated in literacy and written sciences possessed such a formidable and muscular physique of a true warrior. However, the locals confirmed that such information was completely true. In these parts, scholarship was often combined with military valor. In the end, the longer the stranger pondered what he had heard, the more he got lost in complex guesses. But he sincerely hoped that everything would become clear when he personally met these unusual people. He politely bowed before the local warriors and calmly explained that he had come here specifically to meet the famous General Taehan on an important state matter. Of course, the vigilant Xu Huang hastened to clarify that their commander-in-chief was by no means a person one could meet just like that without prior ceremonies. Therefore, he politely asked the arriving guest to properly introduce himself and explain the purpose of his visit. However, the mysterious man confidently stated that Yopo Ponson would definitely understand the importance of the meeting if he were told that a special envoy from the Hanggu outpost had arrived. Soon he was solemnly escorted to the inner chambers, and he finally appeared before the eyes of the commander-in-chief. The stranger immediately bowed respectfully and introduced himself according to all palace rules. Taehan perfectly understood that before him was exactly the person who wished to meet him on such a mysterious matter. However, the military leader did not recognize him at all, and had no idea why this elegant man had come to his humble domain. It turned out that the envoy had traveled a long way specifically to see the hero on behalf of the powerful Sir Dongzhou, and decided to immediately get to the essence of the important matter. He solemnly proposed to the general to unite forces with the great Dongzhou and, through joint efforts, achieve truly great feats that would glorify their names for centuries. However, the cautious Taehan immediately gave a meaningful look to his wise strategist, so that he would carefully consider all the nuances of the proposal. The insightful advisor asked the general for permission to first personally negotiate with this mysterious man, and only then thoroughly explain everything to his ruler. For the noble guest, It was a great honor to meet the renowned Zhu Shu Wen in these distant lands. Such a meeting seemed to him no less a gift of fate. Therefore, they sincerely decided to discuss their revered mentors and teachers. Zhu Shuwen proudly admitted that several years ago he studied under an outstanding man, thanks to whose wisdom he received part of his current surname. The envoy was seriously surprised to meet a man who personally knew his respected lord. After all, he was born and raised in the family of the same renowned masters who once bestowed the wise Zhu Shuwen with his honorable surname. After this discovery, they joyfully greeted each other as blood brothers, rejoicing at the unexpected meeting with a kindred spirit. Watching their lively joy, the hero only calmly sighed, patiently waiting for the two to exchange all the customary courtesies and memories. But when such outpourings did not cease for too long, he asked a subordinate to go and prepare exquisite wine for these two friends so that they could communicate even more warmly and frankly. Here the interlocutors sincerely apologized to the general, completely forgetting that their emotional conversation might distract the ruler busy with state affairs. After that, the envoy decided to openly and directly say that he sincerely wanted to help Taehen's army enter the capital before all other contenders for power. When the troops of the Honorable Sir Dronzer achieve final victory, the glory from his great deeds will spread to the allied army and to the renowned General Yepo Ponson. However, the wise Zhu Shuwen rightly pointed out that such plans seemed too vague and uncertain. If they did not ask for anything substantial in return, then the allies at least had to know all the necessary information about the upcoming actions. Therefore, the guest honestly admitted that Dongzhou intended to block the enemy army of the scholarly commander, and in principle, to agree to help them. Their army had only 3 reasonable conditions. The first, they had to officially recognize that all conquered territories would belong to General Yepo Ponson. The second condition was that the allies wanted to sign a solemn pact of mutual inviolability and support. The third condition had not yet been finally formulated, so Zhu Shuwen asked the general to demand anything at his discretion. Then he would try to make these influential people fulfill any wish of the commander. Taehen knew perfectly well from reliable sources that under the direct command of the powerful Dongzhou served 5,000 elite and excellently trained soldiers, led by 5 great and renowned commanders. And Taehen specified that the 5th outstanding commander was precisely their commander-in-chief named Su Zhong. The envoy was quite surprised that the commander was aware of such secret details of their military organization, but he calmly explained that in this vast world there were practically no secrets or mysteries from him. After that, he put forward as the third condition a request to lend him one of their renowned commanders for joint operations. However, the worried guest hastened to explain that this famous 5 consisted of vital comrades of his powerful ruler, and the hero, of course, would be seriously angered that the envoy hinted that Taehen's soldiers were not so significant. At this tense moment, looking at the opponent's thoughtfulness, the wise Taehen perfectly understood that he would never give up any of the 5 renowned warriors. Most likely, of the entire 5, they would prefer to give only Hua Sun, the least influential of the magnificent commanders. However, when the hero heard this predictable proposal, he immediately interrupted the negotiations and left the room at once, for his suspicions were fully confirmed. Zhu Shuwen, on the other hand, was extremely pleased with the wise behavior of his general. He was becoming more and more experienced and insightful in complex negotiations. The military commander wanted to test the people of Dongzhou for resilience, and skillfully misled them about his true intentions. At that moment, the strategist calmly explained to the guest that perhaps the general was upset because they decided to give Hua Sun to him specifically. And the envoy hastened to justify himself, assuring that this military commander was also a very important and valuable ally for them. But besides him, they categorically could not give anyone else. However, the wise Zhu Shuwen asked the worried guest not to worry too much about this. He would do everything possible to persuade his angry general in favor of the alliance. But he also asked that the envoy try to offer something else to appease the demanding military commander. The strategist promised to think about what else might sincerely please the exacting general and soften his anger. Soon, the loyal Zhu Shuwen followed his ruler to have an important private conversation with him. He pleaded that the military commander at least listen to his opinion once, showing genuine concern about the outcome of the negotiations. At the same moment, both tricksters smiled quite slyly, as they perfectly understood. They needed to apply a little more psychological pressure on their trusting guest. After that, they began to whisper quietly among themselves, pondering what this desperate man could offer them additionally. Zhu Shuwen perfectly understood. The opponents definitely would not provide more military commanders. And since this was a secret treaty, they would not give the promised soldiers and provisions either. Therefore, he would ask for excellent weapons, war horses, or something else truly valuable that could not be bought with ordinary money. Of course, Tae-hen at first did not understand why the strategist advised him to demand weapons specifically. However, Ju Shuan had an idea. With the help of weapons, they could deceive the opponents once again. Now the envoy had a very interesting sword that he could present as a gift, and the general could demonstratively break this blade right before the eyes of all present. However, the military commander calmly explained that, among other things, he also wanted to obtain the red stallion belonging to the most powerful Dongzhuo himself. Soon Ju Shuan asked the general to have mercy and listen once again to their agitated guest. He immediately respectfully explained that he would like to present the esteemed military commander with a modest but valuable gift, his personal sword, which once belonged to a great and renowned warrior of antiquity. Tae-hen inquired whether they really intended to give him this blade. The envoy was already seriously worried that the influential general was dissatisfied with such a modest offering. But at that moment, the hero took the weapon into his hands to properly test its quality and sharpness. After that, he called over a soldier who happened to be passing by. Seeing the sword the soldier held in his hands, the general decided to ask where he had obtained his own blade. It turned out that the weapon had come into his hands only 4 days ago in one of the recent battles. The general immediately ordered the fighter to draw his sword from its sheath, so they could visually compare and test the sword gifted to him by the guest. After that, Tae-hen swiftly attacked the soldier's weapon with his new sword. However, the sword in the general's hands instantly shattered into the tiniest sparkling fragments from a single strike. The frightened envoy immediately turned pale from shock and bewilderment, completely unable to understand how such a catastrophic event could happen to such a precious weapon. But Tae-hen was seriously angered at the guest who had deceived him, since he knew about his friendly relations with the powerful Dongzhuo. However, the military commander was extremely outraged that the envoy dared to mock him as if he were a naive fool, and he sternly ordered him to leave immediately and forget the way to these places. Immediately, the frightened man began to humbly apologize for everything that had happened, but he could not return to his master with completely empty hands. Therefore, he desperately hoped that there would be something else to negotiate for saving the alliance. In the end, Tae-hyun agreed with the advisor's reasonable words and decided to listen to the guest's final answer. At this critical moment, the experienced strategist suggested to the desperate envoy, if the sword proved completely useless, to gift the general an excellent warhorse. The guest immediately promised to provide them with the best horse in all the western lands. However, Tae-hyun was still angry that they only wanted to give him some ordinary horse and nothing more. He irritably reminded that the opponents had already rejected his fair request to provide the best warrior. Nothing decent came of the sword either, and now they are offering some ordinary mare. The military commander demanded something truly worthy and valuable, not just some insignificant livestock. Tae-hen calmly explained that he had heard legends about the famous red stallion Dongzhuo, the very legendary steed that can gallop a whole 1,000 li without stopping, knowing no fatigue. Somewhere around the same time, on his famous red mare, the mighty Dongzhuo himself finally returned to his luxurious estates after a long journey. At that very moment, a faithful messenger hurried to him, who had already managed to return from his delicate mission to General Tae-hen. However, bowing respectfully, the faithful envoy asked his mighty lord to retire with him to private chambers so that they could thoroughly discuss all the details of the past negotiations. He diplomatically implied that no serious problems had arisen, but the perceptive gentleman noticed that the messenger looked extremely sullen and worried. Then the envoy calmly explained the entire sequence. First, the confident general requested one of their best and most valuable warriors. Initially, he thought that the cunning Tae-hen would name Hwa-sun, but the commander also knew perfectly well about the existence of Suzhong. Of course, Dongzhuo was quite surprised to learn that the opponent was aware that this renowned warrior was under his direct command. The influential commander wanted to know if the cunning negotiator had agreed to these audacious demands. However, the messenger hastened to explain that they categorically refused to fulfill such a request. But the treacherous general somehow found out about the existence of the famous red stallion. At this troubling moment, the wise commander-in-chief realized that it seemed a skilled spy had managed to infiltrate their strictly guarded ranks. The concerned envoy himself decided to cautiously find out if his lord was ready to sacrifice his precious steed for the conclusion of an important alliance. The experienced commander understood perfectly well. Tae-hen was indeed an extremely greedy and ambitious man. It was quite obvious that in this difficult cooperation he wished to occupy the same influential position as the leader of the entire operation himself. Therefore, the loyal messenger patiently waited until his master made the final decision, whether to refuse the audacious Tae-hen in his bold demands or to compromise. However, the wise commander himself was fully aware that such sacrifices were quite a normal price for achieving strategic goals. After all, It was vitally necessary for him to do everything possible to bring his grand plans to life. Ultimately, he desperately needed military assistance from Yepo Ponson in order to successfully reach the capital before all competitors. For this compelling reason, he decisively ordered that tomorrow morning the hero be sent not only the legendary Red Stallion but also the promised warrior Hua Sun. But there was another serious problem. The willful Red Stallion of the Lord allowed only its owner to ride it. Even experienced riders found it extremely difficult to handle this unruly steed. Therefore, they were seriously worried that poor Hua Sun would have an extremely hard time with such a temperamental animal. It would take at least 10 strong men to shackle the unruly horse in sturdy chains for safe transportation. Therefore, the wise advisor suggested that the Lord send his loyal Li Su along with the warrior and the strongest men from his personal guard. Moreover, according to the information, Li Su had been fighting side by side with General Yopo Ponson for several years. But besides all these practical matters, the enraged commander strictly ordered to immediately find all enemy spies who were secretly inside their impregnable castle. The devoted servant solemnly promised that as soon as all the envoys set out on their journey tomorrow, he would immediately order the fortress gates to be shut tight, thoroughly check all the soldiers, and identify the most suspicious individuals. Thus, the influential commander was ready to catch a non-existent spy created only by his suspicious imagination. Meanwhile, Tae Hen, who had received the high position of county head in the ruler's refuge, set out to inspect new territories. While the hero himself enjoyed a well-deserved rest, the hard-working Jin Yurok, together with the loyal Xu Huang, continued tirelessly working on administrative matters. And so, exhausted by the unbearable labor, Jin Yurok decided to inquire when the general would finally choose a worthy governor for the Taisho castle. He sincerely saw no point in searching for an additional manager, since the military commander already had these 2 loyal assistants who handled any work perfectly. Then these devoted comrades suggested that the wise Tae Hen hire at least a few additional servants, since they handled all duties so excellently without outside help. In the end, unable to withstand such pressure, the agitated Xu Huang jumped up to the general and began to accuse him of excessive cruelty. He could not understand how the commander could make the 2 of them do colossal work that required the efforts of at least 15 people. It seemed the military leader wanted them to literally die from overexertion. And then he even had the audacity to claim that they were handling it easily because someone supposedly helped them with the heavy duties. And the hero was seriously surprised by such insolence and was ready to engage in a heated argument with this disrespectful subordinate. But suddenly the beautiful Cho's son arrived to him. Immediately, slightly coughing from excitement, he politely asked the girl to enter the chambers. The beauty entered accompanied by another maid, and it turned out that she had come specifically to inform her brother about something important. Looking at the graceful maiden standing behind Cho's son, Taehyun recognized her familiar and charming face. It turned out that this refined girl was well known to the military commander as the granddaughter of the influential General Suiju. She was expelled from her native home for some offense and was ultimately supposed to become the wife of Qin Yuli in the near future. In a past life, after the hero was betrayed by the treacherous Cao Cao, it was this charming girl who was forcibly summoned from Habi Castle. However, the powerful ruler, struck by her otherworldly beauty, made the young lady his concubine. After the death of Tae Hen, the warrior considered the best commander in the world could not afford to make a fatal mistake because of some woman, even if she was beautiful. Moreover, the cruel Cao completely followed in the bloody footsteps of the ruthless Dong Zhuo in his ambitions. However, since the miraculous return of Tae Hen to the past, the story began to unfold along an uncharted path. As it turned out, the caring girl came specifically to help the hero with his current administrative concerns and problems. After that, she politely glanced at the exhausted Jin Yuroka and Xu Huan, sincerely promising to help these 2 overworked workers. The unfortunate ones almost cried with joy, immediately elevating kind-hearted Cho's son to the very heavens for her generosity and understanding. But at this touching moment, a breathless So Ren ran up to them and immediately asked the commander to come out at once and see the terrible event that had occurred. It turned out that the people who were carrying precious gifts from Dunju to the general were suddenly attacked by unknown bandits. According to witnesses, this incident happened when the caravan was passing along the banks of the Yellow River. In that case, the attack took place on territory that belonged to the Western military commander. Soon, the angry Tae Hen approached one of the surviving warriors and demanded an explanation of what exactly had happened, as he had heard troubling rumors that serious problems had arisen with the audacious bandits. Then the frightened fighter calmly explained that they had been strictly ordered to deliver the gifts, taking as few soldiers as possible to maintain secrecy. Therefore, their escort consisted of only 10 experienced warriors. However, those unknown people who suddenly attacked them had never been seen before among the local bandits. They were excellently trained in military art and acted cohesively, like true professionals. Regarding the fate of the Red Stallion, nothing definite was known either. The witness admitted that he was seriously frightened by what was happening and hastily fled the battlefield. He only noticed that the enraged stallion rushed southward, dragging a person tied to him. Of course, the wise strategist immediately decided to inquire what the commander-in-chief thought about this mysterious incident. Tae-hen perfectly understood. Since the attack occurred in the Siam region, he could only suspect the influential Western military commander of organizing this audacious provocation. However, he could not believe that anyone dared to treat him so insolently and solemnly promised to take cruel revenge for such an insult. But the cautious Kai Yunbo persistently asked the general not to rush into taking drastic retaliatory measures. After all, they did not even really know what had actually happened. At first, the wise advisor wanted to personally meet with the Western military commander to clarify all the circumstances. He categorically could not allow his commander to embark on such a dangerous journey without reliable protection and reconnaissance. But at this critical moment, the energetic Jin Yurok insistently asked the general to send him specifically on these delicate negotiations, as he lived exclusively for such diplomatic missions. However, the angry Tae-hen only rudely scolded the overconfident manager, reminding him that he needed to immediately return to his direct duties. And Cho-sun had already promised to provide him with all possible assistance. However, seeing how the commander was shouting at the subordinate, Kai Yunbo asked the general not to be so harsh. Although Jin Yuerok was the manager, he was an exceptionally eloquent speaker. Therefore, the strategist suggested entrusting this important mission to him. However, Taehyun calmly explained that although this person had studied martial arts in theory, in practice everything was completely different. Therefore, he had no idea what this inexperienced diplomat would do if someone suddenly wanted to kill him. However, the wise Kai Yunbo rightly believed that such a mission would only help a capable young man gain invaluable life experience, for even the hero himself once started from the very lowest level and gradually improved. Tae-hun did not particularly want to boast about his achievements, but explained to the old strategist that even from early childhood he possessed outstanding natural talents, for he was literally born that way from the very heavens. While the self-satisfied commander boasted of his exceptional abilities, the annoyed Cho-sun immediately struck his leg painfully so that the elder brother would stop behaving so disgustingly and immodestly. Immediately after this, the ashamed general obediently agreed to do as everyone around him persistently advised. But at this tense moment, his loyal and wise strategist wanted to speak out. Kai Yunbo asked the general to stop thinking about an open attack on the western lands. After all, although the army of Tae-hen was quite powerful, they had no idea what the opponents had done with the stolen gifts. Now they would only be wasting precious time and resources. The troops would not have been able to survive long if they constantly thought about how much provisions they had left for a long campaign, so they had to act extremely cautiously and quietly to prevent their men from worrying needlessly. Therefore, the wise advisor suggested to the general to create the appearance that the upcoming campaign was a regular military exercise. But they could quite possibly lead almost all the soldiers into battle. 1,000 warriors would be quite enough for a reconnaissance operation. However, Tae-hen considered such a number too small, given that their potential opponents had more than 5,000 experienced soldiers. But the insightful strategist reminded again that for them, a full-scale war represented the worst possible scenario. They only wanted to have one small skirmish to clarify the circumstances of what happened. After that, he decided to find out if the brave Jin Uirok could handle the responsible task assigned to him. However, he fervently asked the general to trust him in this important matter. Moreover, the manager was not at all afraid of possible death. He much preferred to die in an honorable battle than to slowly perish doing routine clerical work. Thus, the resolute Tae-hen set off on a military campaign with 1,000 elite soldiers and the loyal Jin Uirok as a diplomatic envoy. Soon, the sharp-eyed So-ren discovered clear traces that unmistakably indicated that a serious armed clash had occurred on this very path. Tae-hen asked an experienced warrior to roughly determine in which direction the legendary Red Stallion could have fled after the attack. All signs indicated that the enraged steed headed towards the northeast. This direction led straight to the lands of Xiao, and the castle of the influential ruler was also located near the supposed route. Therefore, the worried hero began to seriously ponder who was truly to blame for the incident that occurred. What if the event was the work not of the Western commander, but of some third party? But now the best solution was to methodically track the path of the runaway horse. So they swiftly rushed along its distinct tracks. Somewhere at the same time on a rocky mountain peak, 2 armed warriors were already patiently waiting for them, ready to pounce on this small reconnaissance group at any moment. The rider stopped at the crossroads. He quickly jumped down to the ground. He studied the hoofprints but found no clue. The red-haired general ordered the squad to split up for the search. Chen Liang and Sun Ryong immediately headed south. The rest of the fighters followed the commander northward. Go Sun was assigned to conduct reconnaissance with Ha's group. Hearing his name, Jin Yurok flinched in surprise. He broke out in a cold sweat and tried to joke it off. The general took him aside for a secret briefing. He immediately interrupted the subordinates' naive assumptions and ordered silence. He explained, their power forced the Western warlord to avoid war. Yurok mistakenly assumed that it was about a marriage contract. The ground trembled with the fury of the commander and flashes of black lightning. The frightened warrior nearly fainted from the pressure of the terrible aura. The brother inquired why the general refused the advantageous marriage. He sharply advised the relative to go under the wedding crown himself. With one glance, he forever forbade mentioning the wedding. The squad marched in column deep into the sandy canyon. The man in the bandana sank into his own heavy thoughts. The formidable figure disappeared behind the door, accompanied by reproaches. The warrior passionately defended his brother, reminding of his faithful service. The general secretly clarified whether the fugitive's mother received help. What he heard made the man in the bandana freeze with surprise. The commander reassured. He personally took care of the safety of the Sok family. The warrior's face cleared up. He was once again convinced of the leader's sincerity. In the dungeon, the beaten prisoner gloomily complained about being ignored. With anger, he recalled how his only brother opposed his plan. Sincere gratitude finally burst from the lips of the loyal comrade. Groups of horsemen scattered at the crossroads, raising pillars of dust. From the cliff, a mysterious warrior watched them. How Men restrained his hot-tempered brother before the heavy cavalry formation. His rage was fueled by the desire to take revenge on Taehen for old grievances. The past changed. Former enemies became new figures on the board. Hao Zhao called for caution in the upcoming dragon hunt. The masterful archer drew the bowstring, which exploded with a blue glow. The ruler valued him not only for his accuracy, but also for his sharp mind. The time of reckoning for Taehen was relentlessly approaching. Even the legendary Hwaseong could not withstand that battle. His life was cut short by a treacherous poisoned arrow. Hao Men maliciously claimed the white steed of the fallen hero. But the memory of the red stallion still made him sick. The demonic beast easily scattered dozens of experienced fighters. Hao Men laughed heartily. He knew that Taehen was walking straight into a trap. He dreamed of seeing the enemy's helplessness before the wild beast. The army finally received the order to advance. Hao Zhao announced the start of the great hunt with a ferocious snarl. Impenetrable walls of the western fortress rose ahead. The envoys stopped before the crossed spears of the guard. The guards strictly demanded to state the purpose of the visit. Go Sun took a breath for a devastating response. A terrible aura forced the warriors to retreat. The people of Taehen had arrived. The sentries were stunned by the inhuman pressure of power. The gate mechanisms instantly came into motion before the guests. The riders confidently entered the territory of the enemy citadel. In the throne hall, they were met by the grim gaze of the commander. The internal guard ordered to immediately surrender weapons. The lord of the castle disdainfully studied the representatives of his enemy. With a commanding gesture, he allowed them to approach the throne. The warriors passed through the ranks of the guard, maintaining icy calm. The commander demanded explanations. Who exactly dared to appear before him? Go Sun respectfully bowed, introducing himself as merely a simple servant. The ruler doubted whether this fighter was indeed leading the delegation. Instead of explanations, a confident no sounded in the hall. Jin Yurok stepped forward, seizing the initiative. He boldly introduced himself, dazzling those present with his determination. The ruler met the guests skeptically. The name Jin Yurok meant nothing to him. The envoy confidently introduced himself as the general of Huna County. The list of his high titles made the bearded man shudder with surprise. He angrily clenched his clothes, suspecting a brazen joke. The ruler burst out shouting, not believing such concentration of power in one pair of hands. Yurok only smiled. It was proof of Taehen's boundless trust. The enraged lord of the castle tried to provoke the guest into betraying the leader. In response, Jin took out the official seal, confirming his status. He cold-bloodedly explained, his ambitions are fully realized in serving the general. The ruler acknowledged the guest's composure but called his calmness suicidal. Finally, Jin voiced the goal. The people of Taehen were attacked in these lands. The lord of the castle instantly took a defensive stance, suspecting the accusation. Yurok cut in. If this is not the ruler's doing, then he simply does not control his own territory. A heavy silence confirmed the truth of these bitter words. The envoy boldly suggested the commander investigate the crime himself. The hall was engulfed by a sinister aura. The ruler was not going to become a servant at the gathering. The guards instantly drew steel, preparing to tear apart the insolent guests. The commander's furious shout reminded everyone of the power of his enormous army. Jin barely restrained trembling, realizing the mortal danger. But the fear of disgrace proved stronger than the horror of death. Despite the cold sweat, He defiantly declared Taehen's full combat readiness. Such desperate bravery stunned the tyrant for a moment. Yurok emphasized, the bloody conflict benefits only the secret puppeteer. The ruler pondered, recalling those who sought revenge for the refusal of an alliance. He was surprised that Taehen risked sending such a valuable strategist into the enemy's lair. The sharp gaze of the commander revealed hidden admiration for the envoy's mind. A thought flashed through his head. Defeating such people would be almost impossible. Jin pushed him toward the truth, recalling the recent visit of emissaries from Dronzer. They boldly demanded Taehen's head, threatening a bloody reprisal. But the ruler remained unshaken and proudly rejected the humiliating ultimatum. Yurok revealed Dronzer's plan. He sought to sow discord among future allies. He proposed to the ruler to unite for a common revenge. The commander fondly stroked his beard, weighing all the risks. Finally, a cunning, approving smile appeared on his face. However, he put forward a condition: to seal the alliance with the marriage of Taehen to his daughter. Yurok turned pale, realizing the scale of the impending disaster. Before his eyes appeared the image of an angry general who strictly forbade the wedding. He had to improvise and pretend sincere joy at this idea. Yurok slyly inquired why such a beauty had not yet found a worthy husband. And then he stunned. The marriage to Taehen would forever deprive the ruler of grandchildren. The old warrior jumped up in surprise and horror. Jin prepared to utter his most audacious lie. He stated that after the resurrection, the general completely cooled towards women. The ruler studied the envoy with distrust, trying to find treachery. His gaze fell on Go-sun, who barely restrained hysterical laughter. The trembling of the warrior was perceived by the commander as confirmation of a terrible truth. Yurok tried to settle the situation, but the lord of the castle interrupted him. Covered in cold sweat, the old man instantly canceled talks about marriage. Jin took the initiative, offering a reward for a new deal. The proud ruler waved it off. He already had gold and an army. Yurok hit a sore spot, calling all these riches merely the inheritance of his father. He offered the position of general as a chance to prove his own power. The commander laughed ironically, not believing in Taehen's capabilities. The envoy reminded, at 30 years old, the general had already become the king's viceroy. The old man realized his opponent had access to secret levers of power. Jin mysteriously hinted at connections in the highest circles of the capital. The names of influential officials made the ruler freeze in shock. A heavy, dramatic silence fell in the hall for a moment. Yurok confirmed it was these people who brought Taehen to the top. The image of the legendary elder in gold momentarily clouded the warrior's mind. Jin urged to cast aside doubts and take a step toward true glory. The ruler pondered. This proposal looked too tempting. The envoys warned, without order in these lands, Xixia would remain unreachable. The ruler dreamily grasped his beard, weighing every word. Yurok tensed inwardly. Before him stood the most powerful leader of the West. He stepped toward the throne, promising to reveal a state secret. The commander tensed, sensing the approach of important news. Covering his mouth with his sleeve, Jin whispered, "The pact with the general is actually not that important." With a contemptuous smile, he added that the refusal would hardly harm Taehen. But the real blow awaited ahead. The general had supposedly already made a deal with Dronzer. Noticing the horror in the old man's eyes, Yurok offered to show his sword. The ruler was surprised, not understanding the value of the subordinate's ordinary weapon. However, curiosity prevailed. He ordered the blade to be brought to him. Steel burst from the sheath, cutting through the semi-darkness with a dazzling blue glow. Yurok lied. This artifact is a gift from Dronzer as a sign of loyalty, although in reality the original weapon shattered during the last battle. Then Taehen simply ordered the blacksmith to forge a copy for the future deception. The obsessed warrior gazed enchanted at the legendary blade of his dreams. Jin casually threw, "For the general, this is just a trifle that he gave to the servant." He shrugged his shoulders, as if to say such sharp steel is useless to a bookish man. A mad hope flashed across the ruler's face. With a predatory squint, the envoy proposed to give the treasure to the commander for free. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, the riders were approaching the disheveled giant. The mighty fighter guarded the legendary red stallion. Taehen instantly recognized the beast and triumphantly shouted its name. The giant went mad and promised to send the guests to hell for every extra step. However, the red-haired warrior calmly named himself. He came to take both the horse and the rider. The hard name made the aggressor freeze with paralyzing horror. He could not believe that the living legend stood before him. The strength left the fighter, and he helplessly fell on the horse right into the dust. Taehen coldly ordered to check the condition of his new prisoner. The prisoner's hands, bound by chains, helplessly rattled against the ground. The comrade bent over the wounded man, in whose chest stuck an enemy arrow. One sharp movement, and a fountain of blood accompanied the fighter's last breath. Taehen ordered to fight for his life to the end, relying on fate. The general stepped forward, filling the void with the sound of battle steel. A gigantic red stallion reared up, challenging the sky. The beast snorted with hot steam, filling its eyes with rage and hatred. Taehan smiled gently. He saw a worthy comrade before him. The general extended his hand toward the enraged element. His fingers, like steel pincers, squeezed the heavy iron chain. The incredible power of the stallion tore the warrior from the ground. But Taehan only tensed his muscles more, demonstrating iron will. The chain stretched to the limit, ringing from the colossal tension. The beast's hooves struck the ground heavily, leaving deep scars in the dust. The general stopped right in front of the muzzle, looking death straight in the eyes. In the horse's pupil reflected the determination of a new, true master. The whistle of the arrow suddenly tore through the air, foretelling new trouble. Taehan's shining sword instantly deflected the projectile, saving both himself and the horse. The horizon was covered with dust. Enemy cavalry was approaching. The foreigners were already dividing the general's property, shouting victorious cries. The worried brother begged to saddle the horse immediately and flee. Taehan gave the stallion an ultimatum, either alliance or mutual destruction. While the comrade rushed into a hopeless attack, the general continued to wait. The enemy archer released another deadly arrow. The swing of the sword generated a wave of blue energy that erased the threat to dust. The red beast surrendered. It obediently pressed against the shoulder of the victor. The warrior's eyes flared with fire. The time had come to become one whole. Steel and fury merged into a single battle whirl amid the bloody melee. The comrade froze as a red whirlwind of death flew past him. Taehan skillfully dodged the blades, eagerly calling his stallion. His hand grabbed the mane, asserting his claim to wild power. With one majestic leap, the warrior found himself on the back of the mighty beast. The reins instantly obeyed, turning fury into precise calculation. Fingers dug into the red mane. Control was absolute. With a victorious roar, Taehan directed his demon into the very heart of the battle. The squad rushed forward, and Hao Men ordered his brother to follow him into the thick of the battle. Haozhou warned, "Alone one cannot stand against Taehan." Towards the enemies, a red-haired demon flew with a mad laugh. The warrior in gold radiated unwavering faith in his own invincibility. With one move, he intercepted the spear from a private soldier. His fingers gripped the shaft. He considered himself the greatest fighter in the world. Rage clouded Haozhou's eyes as he prepared for a deadly strike. The thunderous command "Attack" tore through the air over the battlefield. The cavalry madly charged forward, craving the general's blood. Haozhou approached closely, spewing curses at the opponent. He swung, promising to knock off Taehan's head with one blow. But reality instantly shook his confidence. Before him stood Taehan with burning eyes and a raised blade of death. The weapons clashed, raising a dazzling whirlwind of sparks and dust. Haozhou's pupils narrowed in paralyzing horror at the inhuman strength. Taehan's devastating strike fell upon him with the full weight of hell. The red stallion flew past, leaving the enemy in a cloud of dust. Instead of a head, Haozhou's pike dangled his own slashed helmet. Taehan coldly promised, "Next time the very head will be on the tip." The soldiers froze. Before them stood a true monster. The general's eye flashed red, and a contemptuous "idiots" escaped his lips. With one shout, he literally scattered the enemy line in different directions. The red stallion, wrapped in black flames, brought death to the enemy ranks. Haozhou watched in despair as his army turned into a herd of fugitives. Taehan's mockery hit the mark. The warrior could not endure such disgrace. Blinded by rage, he swung his sword again for the final strike. His brother arrived in time to help, trying to save the situation. But Taehan had already gone on the offensive, roaring about the futility of their efforts. The new clash sparked flashes of lightning and frantic tension. The enemy was suffocating from his own powerless fury in the face of the legend's audacity. The enemy clenched his teeth. Taehan seemed to read every one of his next moves. The general easily dodged the attacks, forcing the opponent to admit his helplessness. The warrior desperately tried to trap Taehan with chaotic strikes. Haozhou watched from the side as true fighting power awakened in his brother. He spotted a weak spot in the enemy's movements and prepared for a maneuver. But Taehan deciphered the plan, and with a predatory smile went on the offensive. Thunderous roar tore through the air. The general raised his weapon for the final strike. Enveloped in a bloody aura, he ordered the enemy to finally die. Hao Men tried in horror to block the devastating attack. Sparks flew in all directions from the incredible pressure of the enemy's steel. A wheeze of pain burst from the warrior's lips, barely holding the colossal weight of the sword. His weapon could not withstand and began to crack under the monster's pressure. Haozhou was forced to intervene, begging his brother to hold on a little longer. His hand instantly drew arrows from the quiver. The bowstring tightened, fixing the target with deadly accuracy. 3 arrows whistled through the air, heading for the general's head. Taehan created an iron shield from his own weapon, deflecting the projectiles. However, the poisoned tip still grazed the cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Haozhou triumphed. He was confident that victory was already in the bag. Taehan went mad from the enemy's treachery, who had smeared the arrows with poison. The treacherous archer only watched the effect of the toxin with malicious glee. In a fit of rage, the general released a wave of energy that swept away everything around. Haoman was thrown dozens of meters away, disappearing in a cloud of dust. A new mighty warrior, watching the slaughter, acknowledged Taehan's greatness. A burly fighter with scars stepped out of the shadows, preparing for his own performance. He decided, without his demonic horse, the general would become easy prey. The mighty giant rushed straight under the hooves of the red beast. A terrible punch struck directly into the stallion's muzzle. The animal's head was sharply thrown back by the inhuman force of the collision. Taehan roared with fury, seeing the attack on his faithful companion. But the horse's eyes flared with demonic fire. The time of reckoning had come. The stallion, with wild neighing, lunged at the attacker, breaking his bones. The mangled giant flew backward, raising a cloud of dust with his bulk. Taehan disdainfully said, "The miserable man turned out to be weaker than an ordinary animal." The fallen giant realized he could not win this fight. From the darkness emerged the demonic silhouettes of the rider and his monstrous horse. Losing hope, the warrior fled under the cover of his men. Taehan swung his weapon, mocking the enemy's cowardice. While the fugitive was jumping into the saddle, the general contemptuously dismissed his chances of escape. An archer came to help, covering his brother's retreat with his own back. Taehan grinned. His rage flared with new strength. The horizon trembled from the thunder of cavalry tightening the ring around the hero. General Archer held his breath, waiting for the poison to take effect. The scratch on Taehan's cheek was supposed to be a death sentence for him, but the warrior only smiled bloodthirstily. The poison was powerless. Horror gripped the archer. He forgot about the monster's legendary immunity. Despite trembling, he declared these lands his territory and prepared for battle. Taehan hissed another insult through his teeth, not taking his eyes off the target. A pillar of blue energy tore through the air. The general's strike was devastating. Steel clashed with a flash that blinded everyone around. A true storm of deadly arrows flew toward the red-haired devil. Taehan created a sparkling shield, easily deflecting every projectile. Through the crimson aura, he caught sight of the main threat. Acknowledging the enemy's skill, he delivered the final verdict. The general addressed the steed, demanding impossible speed. Blood remained on the palm. The legendary horse began to sweat bloody foam. A cloud of dazzling energy soared above the field, preparing to split the earth. The soldiers panicked, trying to surround the enraged god of war. The crowd of infantry rushed into attack, hoping for numerical advantage. But the purple power of Taehan already loomed over their heads. One swing of the weapon, and the enemy ranks scattered in a bloody fan. The archer froze, not believing his own eyes at the sight of the massacre. With a final effort of will, he drew 3 arrows at once for the final shot. The bowstring stretched to the limit, focusing all hatred into the tips. A dazzling explosion of energy marked the swift approach of Taehan. The enemy's gazes crossed a moment before the deadly clash. The general miraculously avoided a direct hit, dodging the deadly steel. The strike of the massive weapon sparked violet lightning, shattering the enemy's bow. The fiery hailstorm and the attacker's mad grimace finally washed away the defense. Taehan continued to destroy the commander with a hail of continuous attacks. The general looked despairingly at the fragments of his once glorious weapon. The soldiers formed a living shield blocking the monster's path, saving the leader. Covered in foreign blood, the commander fled, swallowing the bitterness of inevitable shame. While people died for him, he recalled the times of his false grandeur. The trembling from the experienced horror. The fugitive no longer saw a human in the enemy. Powerless threats of revenge dissolved in Taehan's victorious laughter. The general coldly threw after him. Let him come for the head instead of the bow. The last contemptuous glance slid over the backs of the miserable cowards. A circular sword strike scattered the infantry trying to cover the retreat. Taehan picked up the arrow. He could not let the guest go without a gift. The bowstring tightened with inhuman strength for a lesson in true shooting. A purple flash tore the sky under a brief farewell word. The arrow chased the fugitives among the clouds of dust with a scorching beam. The first armor shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the insane force. The projectile pierced through the bodies of several warriors, leaving a bloody clearing. Finally, the tip entered exactly into the general's back with a dull sound. The wounded commander flew out of the saddle, losing consciousness. His guards choked on blood and fell nearby in the roadside dust. While hundreds of fighters gave their lives, Haoman and Hao Zhao saved only themselves. Only a handful of survivors remained from the squad on the horizon. Bloodied Taehan majestically froze in the middle of the endless field of corpses. The battle ended in a complete and irreversible disaster for the enemy. The negotiations were successful. A cunning smile confirmed a favorable outcome. The mighty Donjo acknowledged Taehan's strength and officially submitted to him. The general showed magnanimity by leaving the former enemy his lands. Meanwhile, Jong-won found himself trapped. A whole coalition rose against him. His army was defeated, and only a handful of survivors remained from former glory. The losses were catastrophic. The soldiers' fighting spirit finally faded. The night silence of Yuan district was broken by the sharp sound of training. Tae-hen was testing a new bow that had incredible killing power. Every movement revealed the superhuman might of this weapon. The general swiftly returned to the camp on his demonic steed. Comrades met him with undisguised shock and anxiety in their eyes. Tae-hen told about the bloody clash and the enemy's attempt to kill his horse. The attempt to pet the beast almost cost the soldier his fingers. The stallion responded to the affection with a terrifying, almost human snarl. The fighters joked that the soul of a true demon lived in the animal's body. The crowd begged for the chance to ride the legendary horse at least once. But Tae-hen's outburst of anger instantly cooled the warriors' enthusiasm. A heavy silence covered the camp. The general was not going to risk his men. He knew what others did not understand. The beast would simply trample any impudent one. Suddenly, he changed his mind and allowed the soldiers to saddle the monster. However, he set a condition. Anyone who falls would become an officer and go to learn literacy. The desire to risk life for a career instantly disappeared among the soldiers. Commanders watched this psychological victory with irony. The atmosphere in the camp remained tense under the watchful eyes of the higher ranks. One of the leaders, with a crazy smile, challenged the entire system. The plan to find new officers in this way ended in complete fiasco. The soldiers dispersed, leaving Tae-hen alone with his loyal demon. Attention was drawn to an unconscious prisoner hanging on the horse's back. The general dryly ordered to take care of the wounded survivor of the ambush. The beaten prisoner never regained consciousness. Tae-hen entered the room where a dreadlocked fighter was guarding the wounded man. He just shrugged. The prisoner was breathing but remained unconscious. The general thoughtfully frowned, studying the enemy's condition. Despite the skepticism of those around him about the severe wounds, he decided to act. Ordered the subordinate to take the special potion. Commanded to use the healing ointment to the last drop. A thick green mixture lay on the torn chest of the prisoner. The rest Tae-hen humbly entrusted to the heavens. Another military council began in the hall. The general reported on the successful deployment of the main forces. Advisors inquired about the state of the garrison in Bunyani. There they had already concentrated 3,000 elite warriors. The issue of food supply remained open. Grain deliveries were delayed despite large overpayments. The strategists demanded a final decision from Tae-hen. A heavy, oppressive silence fell in the hall. The general hesitated. The capture of Binjo meant the beginning of a great war. He scanned those present with his gaze, seeking wise advice. Control over this fortress would make him the ruler of all lands. Excitement prevailed. Tae-hen ordered to set out on the campaign immediately. But the joy was cut short by the stern voice of the gray-haired veteran. The old general had a completely different view of this risky plan. Tae-hen instantly tensed, preparing to hear criticism.